Chapter 1. The Celestial Net Sect. Xiao Yun, clutching the inner sect disciple token he had just received, arrived at Xianfeng Cliff, his heart aflame with excitement. He gently caressed the Ling gathering pill nestled within his bosom. This was a painstakingly accumulated spiritual pill, perfectly suited as a gift for his beloved junior sister, the Spirit Master. How long until he arrives? A raspy male voice echoed from a shadowy corner. Just another quarter of an hour, came the sultry reply of a woman. Xiao Yun halted in his tracks. Was that not the voice of the Spirit Master? Why was there another man's voice? Due to the distance, the conversation was not entirely clear. Xiao Yun circled around to draw closer, the murmurs becoming more distinct with each step. There's still time, why don't we? Could you please refrain from moving? What's there to fear? Just turn around quickly. Why are you so impatient? The coarse sounds of heavy breathing mingled with indistinct whispers reached Xiao Yun's ears. He felt as though struck by a thunderbolt. His mind blank. The pure, ethereal Spirit Master he adored was revealed to be such a woman. With a thud, Xiao Yun's foot inadvertently kicked a stone. Who goes there? A robust man rushed out, momentarily stunned upon seeing Xiao Yun. Also emerging was the Spirit Master, hastily adjusting her clothing, her cheeks still flushed with lingering color. Upon spotting Xiao Yun, she, too, was taken aback. You're here so soon? This was the woman he cherished. Xiao Yun instinctively clenched his fists, the strain causing the veins to bulge ominously. It seems I have arrived too early and interrupted your little rendezvous. Ling Yu, I never imagined you to be such a woman. From this moment forth, let us act as though we have never met. With gritted teeth, Xiao Yun declared, resolutely turning to leave. Attack! Ling Yu signaled to the young man. The young man sprang into action, his speed lightning fast and his strikes merciless, landing a brutal kick to Xiao Yun's knee. Crack! Xiao Yun's right knee shattered upon impact, the unexpected pain sending him crashing to the ground. Yet, amidst the agony, it was his heart that ached more profoundly. Break his other two arms and one leg, and shatter his chi. Ling Ye's voice commanded once more. Xiao Yun could scarcely fathom the cruelty of Ling Yu. It was as if he had plummeted into an eternal ice abyss. He yearned to resist, but the young man's strength far surpassed his own. Both arms and one leg were shattered, and his chi was obliterated, leaving him utterly powerless. Why do this to me? Xiao Yun gritted his teeth, forcing himself to meet Ling Ye's gaze despite the excruciating pain. Why? Ling Yu, having composed herself, crouched to fix her gaze on Xiao Yun. Did you think that during these 6 months of our association, I had developed feelings for you? You ought to reconsider your worth. You are merely an outer sect disciple, while I am a core disciple. What could I possibly see in someone like you? Let me be frank. I was only interested in your martial spirit seed. Your martial spirit seed has reached the 7th grade, which is exceedingly rare. Fortunately, it has yet to awaken, so it will serve as nourishment for my 6th grade martial spirit, the Thunder Beast, allowing it to break through to the 1st grade. Each month, I fed you spirit transformation powder. After 6 months, your martial spirit seed has finally transformed. Now is the opportune moment for me to claim it. By the way, my name isn't Ling Yu, it's Ling Yuji. No sooner had she spoken than a searing pain erupted from Xiao Yun's abdomen, as the 7th grade martial spirit seed within him was forcibly extracted by Ling Yuji. At that moment, Xiao Yun clenched his jaw, summoning the last remnants of his strength to hurl himself off the cliff behind him. He jumped off the cliff, the young man remarked. Not to worry, Xianfeng Cliff rises 1,000 feet. A fall from such a height is certain death. You may accompany him, Ling Yuji said, suddenly plunging her sword through the young man's chest. Why? The young man stared blankly at Ling Yuji. This matter must not leak. Only the dead can keep secrets, and you've outlived your usefulness. Ling Yuji coldly pushed the young man aside. On the return cloud boat, numerous outer sect disciples, maimed and dejected, sat within the cabin. The competition among sect disciples was exceptionally brutal. A moment's carelessness could lead to elimination. The eliminated disciples were uniformly dispatched back to their original homes at the end of each month. A gray-clad youth slumped in the corner of the cabin, his gaze vacant, his complexion pale and bloodless, his limbs bound in bandages. Isn't that Xiao Yun from the Tianji Hall? Indeed, it's Xiao Yun. How could Xiao Yun, who was just selected for the inner sect 3 days ago, be sent back? The disciples within the cabin erupted into murmurs. The outer sect comprised 8 halls, with Tianji Hall ranking fourth and housing approximately 30,000 outer sect disciples, among whom Xiao Yun was among the top 5. 3 days prior, at the inner sect selection event, Xiao Yun had emerged victorious, securing his place as an inner sect disciple. Many outer sect disciples had looked upon him with envy, wishing fervently to be in his shoes. They had expected Xiao Yun to ascend smoothly within the inner sect, yet mere days later, he was returned like the rest of them, a fact that left them utterly astonished. It was well known that very few disciples entering the inner sect were ever sent back. After all, those who distinguished themselves among the 30,000 disciples and became top-tier outer sect disciples were no ordinary individuals. While the eliminated disciples speculated among themselves, Xiao Yun sat in silence in the corner, appearing oblivious to their chatter. Xiao Yun was not dead. Having plunged from Xianfeng Cliff, he fortuitously fell into a rising updraft below, which mitigated the force of his fall, allowing him to survive. However, his limbs were shattered, and his foundational qi lay in ruins. Severely injured, Xiao Yun was soon discovered and subsequently sent back home on the cloud boat by the outer sect's affairs steward. The cloud boat was set to depart in half an hour, and the disciples within the cabin had resigned themselves to the fate of being sent back, engaging in idle chatter. "Do you all know about our core disciple, Ling Yuji?" a young man in yellow inquired. "Of course, who doesn't know Ling Yuji? What's the news about her?" The male disciples instantly perked up, as Ling Yuji was not only the most stunning beauty in the Celestial Net sect, but also a prodigious talent. Unlike others who had undergone rigorous selection to become inner sect disciples, she had directly ascended to that status and, within a year, had become a core disciple. Her beauty, coupled with her talent, had drawn countless gazes. Any rumors concerning Ling Yuji would pique the interest of many disciples within the sect, not just the male disciples, but also a number of female disciples. Word has it that 2 days ago, Ling Yuji awakened her 7th grade Thunder Beast martial spirit, prompting the sect leader to emerge from seclusion. He might recruit Ling Yuji as his personal disciple, the young man in yellow stated. "Is that true? A 7th grade Thunder Beast martial spirit? Are you certain?" "Absolutely true." This news was shared by a steward, and I heard it with my own ears, there's no doubt, the young man in yellow asserted confidently. "How formidable must a 7th grade Thunder Beast martial spirit be? I wouldn't even need a 7th grade martial spirit, just give me a 3rd grade one." "No, even a 2nd grade would suffice," someone exclaimed enviously. "Dream on awakening a martial spirit isn't that easy. If it were that easy, would all have martial spirits by now?" Others shook their heads. The likelihood of a martial cultivator awakening a martial spirit was exceedingly low at just 1 in 1,000. A martial spirit, it was said, was a remnant of divine beings left within the bodies of humans, only to be awakened through the path of martial cultivation. However, the probability was so low that only 1 in 1,000 martial cultivators would ever awaken a martial spirit. Martial spirits could assist cultivators in enhancing their training speed, bolster their strength, and even grant them unique abilities. Those who possessed martial spirits were often significantly stronger than those who did not. Usually, the martial spirits encountered by outer sect disciples were predominantly 1st or 2nd grade, with 3rd grade being a rare sight and 5th or 6th grade even more so. As for 7th grade, for outer sect disciples, such spirits were merely the stuff of legends. While the outer sect disciples chatted animatedly, none noticed Xiao Yun, who remained in the corner. At that moment, Xiao Yun's face contorted, his body trembled violently, veins protruding from his arms, fingers digging fiercely into the ground. "Ling Yuji!" Xiao Yun gritted his teeth in fury. Swollen organs, bloated limbs, a shattered qi si, and a destroyed martial spirit seed. All of this was the handiwork of Ling Yuji. "Ling Yuji, you wretched woman, I devoted myself to you, yet you treated me as a mere vessel, stealing my martial spirit seed to enhance your own, while crippling my foundational qi si." Xiao Yun's nails dug into the deck, breaking and drawing blood from the exertion. "The pain at my fingertips pales in comparison to the anguish brought about by my current state of being." Xiao Yun contemplated reporting the incident, but ultimately refrained from doing so. The occurrence transpired outside the sect, and there were neither witnesses nor tangible evidence thus. Any claims would likely be dismissed as unworthy of belief. Furthermore, Should Ling Yuji ascertain that he yet lived, she would undoubtedly make another attempt on his life. Ling Yuji, should I attain the opportunity to cultivate anew, I shall ensure that you pay a grievous price for your previous actions. Xiao Yun seethed through clenched teeth. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed in his ears, causing Xiao Yun's pupils to constrict in alarm. Before him materialized a swirling black vortex, intricate patterns interwoven within, emanating an ancient aura. Xiao Yun noted with astonishment that the surrounding disciples exhibited no reaction whatsoever. They seemed oblivious to the existence of this black hole. Suddenly, a misty, ethereal figure lunged forth, colliding with Xiao Yun's forehead. A soul. Xiao Yun felt an excruciating pain radiating from his head as his consciousness began to wane, his vision blurring, while the soul strived to seize control of his body. In that moment, a fierce rage ignited within Xiao Yun. First, Ling Yuji had usurped his martial spirit, rendering him incapacitated now. She sought to claim his very form. Was she intent on driving him to the brink of despair? You shall not take my body. With gritted teeth, Xiao Yun endeavored to maintain his consciousness if the soul was intent on extinguishing it. Then he would resolve to hold on until the very end. Driven by an overwhelming desire to survive, Xiao Yun persevered for a full quarter hour, the pain in his head gradually subsiding. The soul emitted a wail of despair and indignation, clearly unprepared for Xiao Yun's endurance, which had diminished its power. "Huh, you thought to seize my body, but in the end, it is you who shall perish." Xiao Yun laughed triumphantly, just as the soul fractured, fragments of memory surging into his mind. Upon witnessing these shards of recollection, Xiao Yun was momentarily stunned. I have inadvertently vanquished the soul of Yun Tianzuan, one of the 6 supreme lords of the 9 heavens divine domain. The 9 heavens divine domain, situated above the mortal and spiritual realms, ranks among the pinnacle of martial realms, a place far beyond the reach of those from the mortal realm. The 6 supreme lords are the sovereigns of the 9 heavens divine domain. Yun Tianzuan is one among them. Xiao Yun had not anticipated that he could extinguish the soul of Yun Tianzuan. Though the soul was on the brink of annihilation, it nonetheless possessed the stature of sovereign. Even a withered camel is larger than a horse. Had it been anyone else, Yun Tianzuan would have already seized their body yet. He fortuitously encountered Xiao Yun, a youth teetering on the edge of despair. In the depths of his hopelessness, Xiao Yun unleashed an unprecedented potential to counter the soul of Yun Tianzuan, ultimately wearing it down to nothingness. Thus, I find myself in Lizhou, one of the 7 states of the mortal realm, which spans 10,000 miles in each direction, ruled by the Dian dynasty. This region encompasses a grand imperial city, 6 major cities, and 19 sects scattered throughout, along with 117 counties within the imperial domain. The Tianluo sect and my homeland, Yin Kingdom, are located in the eastern part of Lizhou. Excluding the Tianluo sect, there are 4 other sects and 14 counties present in the east. The memories of Yun Tianzuan opened Xiao Yun's eyes to a broader world. This was merely the mortal realm. The more expansive spiritual realm and the 9 heavens divine domain promised even greater wonders, igniting a spark of longing within Xiao Yun. He soon discovered the reason behind Yun Tianzuan's fall to a mere soul. It was due to an unparalleled divine artifact known as the Ancient Secret Realm. This artifact was fortuitously acquired by Yun Tianzuan from beyond the realms. To unlock the Ancient Secret Realm, Yun Tianzuan devoted his entire life's efforts, even sacrificing his mental faculties and cultivation. It took him a century to finally access it. Before he could revel in his success, he was betrayed and plotted against by his eldest disciple, Hong Lian, among others. In a state of grievous injury and near death, Yun Tianzuan detonated his divine martial body, resulting in the Ancient Secret Realm, carrying his soul into the boundless void. Originally, Yun Tianzuan's soul would have dissipated in the endless void. However, Xiao Yun's intense obsession pierced through that vast emptiness. Yun Tianzuan, also a victim of betrayal, sensed Xiao Yun's fervent will and, following that thread of determination, escaped the boundless void with the Ancient Secret Realm. Ultimately, the soul of Yun Tianzuan could not withstand Xiao Yun, leading to its eventual shattering and dissolution, while the Ancient Secret Realm merged with Xiao Yun's being. The ancient secret realm. Xiao Yun felt a stirring within, as a spirit was suddenly drawn forth into a mysterious and shadowy expanse. Is this the ancient secret realm? Xiao Yun gazed around, finding nothing but emptiness, yet deep within stirred an enigmatic energy. Through Yun Tianzhen's memories, Xiao Yun understood the purpose of the ancient secret realm. It had the capacity to evolve the essence of martial techniques. Thousand Gene Fist. Xiao Yun unleashed a punch. A series of illusory fist strikes materialized. Each distinct from the last, the initial strike reached the level of mastery, followed by minor accomplishments, major accomplishments, and culminating in the pinnacle of perfection. The final pinnacle of perfection transcended the realm of basic martial techniques, akin to a low-grade, yellow-level technique at the level of major accomplishment. Strike! Strike him down! The injured older boy covered his face and screamed like a madman. The young boy fought desperately. In the blink of an eye, he was knocked down again, gritting his teeth. He curled up to protect his vital areas, neither begging for mercy nor uttering a whimper. The older boys, exhausted from their exertions, slowed their blows. Yet the injured boy was unwilling to relent. He seized the young boy from the ground. And just as he was about to say something, the young boy, fueled by an unknown strength, suddenly leaped up and slammed his head into the injured boy's face. The older boy's nose instantly crumpled. He clutched his face and let out a wail, and the other older boys looked at the young boy with a newfound fear emanating from deep within. They recognized that such an injury would be unbearable even for themselves. And they were bewildered by the mysterious force that sustained the young boy standing defiantly before them. This time, without needing a command, the older boys surged forward again to knock the young boy down, delivering another brutal beating. When they finally grew weary, the young boy stirred, astonishingly managing to rise once more. He was an incredibly stubborn child, determined to stand even in death. Kill. Just kill him, suggested one of the older boys. His voice trembling, he felt that if the young boy were not killed, he would never sleep soundly again. And no one echoed his proposal. Yet the young boy was struck down again. This time, the older boys were considerably gentler, instinctively fearing the boy, as they were genuinely fatigued. Their yield had been minimal today, and their stamina was limited. Had it not been for the frenzied urge brought on by the crimson moon, they might have simply taken their bread and departed. Just as the older boys were feeling sore and weary, a small figure suddenly appeared among them. It was a little girl, laboriously carrying a stone that was quite large for her. The older boys gazed at her in astonishment. Her beautiful little face radiated determination and madness as she wobbled, raising the stone high above her head before bringing it down forcefully onto the young boy's head. With a resounding thud, the young boy finally lay still, a pool of blood appearing beneath him and rapidly expanding. The sound of gasps echoed around, and the older boys instinctively took a couple of steps back, distancing themselves from the little girl, who could be easily toppled with a single kick. The little girl then ran to the stone that had rolled aside, struggling to lift it once more. The stone was already stained with blood, and the blood splattered onto the girl, marking her face. As the small figure staggered towards the young boy, even the leader of the older boys felt a chill run down his spine. Just then, a gentle breeze swept through the garbage dump, stirring up some scraps of paper. The already cool night suddenly turned exceptionally cold, and all those still rummaging through the refuse shivered involuntarily. They were unaware that an invisible force field had quietly enveloped the entire junkyard. The vast majority remained oblivious, quickly returning to their search after the brief chill passed. However, a few felt a strange sensation within, as if something were leaping inside them, but this feeling was so faint it seemed like an illusion, and it dissipated swiftly, causing them to dismiss it and continue their quest for sustenance. A select few, however, stood frozen, astonished at their own hands. They had begun to emit a faint glow, conspicuously visible in the night. Not only their hands, but their entire beings shone with this mysterious new power. From a high vantage point, one could see countless luminous points twinkling across the expansive airship graveyard, resembling stars fallen to earth. The little girl too radiated light, her strength suddenly amplified. The unexpected phenomenon did not hinder her actions. Instead, she quickened her pace towards the young boy, forcefully bringing the stone down upon his head. All the older boys braced themselves for the moment when the young boy would be a bloody mess. Some felt uneasy and instinctively turned away, unwilling to witness what was about to transpire. Just then, the young boy erupted in brilliant light, even a red beam shooting up into the night sky. Standing out remarkably, surrounding the beam were several rings of light, moving along enigmatic trajectories. The heavy stone struck the radiant glow as if repelled by an unseen force and bounced away. This shocking turn of events astounded all the older boys. Some jumped up, yet remained at a loss for what to do. Beneath the vast crimson moon, a flying vessel several dozen meters long glided through the sky. It was crafted in the form of an old-fashioned lightboat. Complete with mast, cabin, and deck, the overall coating was a muted gray, and at the bow, a bronze relief depicted a fierce deity, its expression formidable, wielding a club. Each side of the flying vessel extended a wing, fitted with propellers that spun at varying speeds to adjust the vessel's direction. There were no visible air sacs or other propulsion devices, leaving one to wonder how it floated unanchored. The vessel's lines were sleek and elegant, lacking ostentation, yet every detail, from the splicing of the sails to the carvings on the railings, exhibited an understated refinement, subtle luxury. Inside the vessel, a silver-haired man stood by the window, gazing down at the airship graveyard below. His appearance did not betray age. He seemed to be in his prime, with deep, clear eyes and a chin held high in a resolute, graceful arc clad in a high-collared black uniform, the standard style of the imperial military, but devoid of insignia. Only 2 rows of silver buttons and the flaming sword emblem above them signified his extraordinary status. The silver-haired man exuded an innate brilliance, akin to a sword drawn from its sheath. In the room, a portly man approaching 50 sat, his square face kind and his physique somewhat plump, as he was intently focused on the chessboard before him, struggling to place a white piece made of exquisite warm jade. The game had reached its endgame stage, with the white pieces desperately clinging to life. After much contemplation, he finally sighed deeply, placing the white piece on the board in concession. Shitong, after 7 years, your chess skills are still as formidable as ever. The stout middle-aged man stood up and walked to the window, standing alongside the silver-haired man to look below. Through the window, they could see the vast airship graveyard, nearly 100 square kilometers in area, dotted with faint glimmers resembling scattered stars. Observing this spectacle, the stout man wore an unconvinced expression, saying, "Shitong, you really need to change this habit of yours. The Dian heavenly mechanism indeed excels at awakening and guiding the potential of primordial energy. But is it necessary to direct it over the entire airship graveyard? Could it be that your primordial energy is so abundant that it's inexhaustible? If so, why not share it with me, so I can enjoy some of your benefits?" Lin Shitong smiled and replied, "Takuai, you remain as forthright as ever. Look at those people below. They all possess the potential for cultivating primordial energy. Jiu Takuai, however, remained unconvinced. And so what? There are plenty of people with potential. You specifically came to this cursed place to find me, and instead of heading straight back to the imperial capital, you took a detour to showcase the prowess of your Dian heavenly mechanism. Didn't you?" Lin Shitong chuckled lightly, pointing outside. "I'm not that trivial. You see, if we consider the proportion of those with cultivation potential, the people in this airship graveyard are not inferior to those in the imperial civilian class. You know that when the Empire migrated to the higher continent, only families with cultivation potential joined. Now, after over 800 years, the proportion of those with cultivation potential among the imperial civilians is still less than that in this graveyard. It seems that the people of the Empire have enjoyed their good fortune for far too long. That is not entirely accurate." Gu Takuai shook his head. "Having potential is one thing. The extent to which one can cultivate it is another. The families that accompanied the Empire to the higher continent possessed unique talents in certain areas. Once their cultivation qualifications were awakened, they could at least advance to the 3rd or 4th level. Most of those below lack innate gifts and have twisted dispositions, with the majority barely able to progress to the next level." Lin Shitong replied calmly. "However, it is a well-known fact that adversity can more readily awaken potential, leading to an emergence of more individuals with capability. Gu Takuai snorted heavily. "There you go again with your survival of the fittest philosophy. After all these years, you've never truly seen through it. If I am correct, why must I see through it? The flickering lights below are the legacy of our empire, and the future hope of humanity. My ancestors from the Lin family also began from such a place, slaying countless dark races over the centuries, achieving merit and recognition, rising from the depths of this forsaken land to positions of power. In my generation, having gained the trust of His Majesty, I have been entrusted with significant responsibilities, and I shall dedicate myself to the empire until my last breath. As long as it benefits the empire, I shall pursue it. A little dissent does not concern me. Gu Tohai, in a fit of anger, exclaimed, "Is that merely a trivial criticism? I knew I would never be able to make you understand, you stubborn fellow." Alas, Gu Tohai, was momentarily foolish to agree to serve the empire for another decade. Regardless, my upcoming journey will only involve mundane responsibilities. Do not expect me to shoulder any significant duties. Moreover, fine wine and beautiful women must be in abundance. Noticing that Lin Shitong merely smiled and remained silent, Gu Tohai felt a surge of irritation. He pointed towards the porthole, raising his voice slightly. "What you see are countless twinkling stars, but what I behold is a scene of devastation. If the Empire had not abandoned the Eternal Night continent back in the day, how could this place have turned into a forsaken wasteland? Look at this cursed land. What genuine talent could possibly emerge from it? If any does, it would indeed be a miracle." Yet in the direction he indicated, a slender red beam of light suddenly appeared. Although faint, the beam stood out remarkably among the myriad of star-like lights. Even the blood-red glow that enveloped the sky could not conceal it. Gu Tohai was instantly dumbfounded, murmuring, "Could it be? Is this truly a miracle?" The Diyin Tianji Ju, an intricate technique of Lin Shitong, possesses boundless mysteries, one of which is the ability to awaken the latent potential for cultivation within humanity. Those with exceptional talent often manifest extraordinary phenomena when stimulated by the Diyin Tianji Ju. These manifestations are categorized into 5 ranks. The faint glimmers from the rubbish heap represent the lowest tier, merely indicating the potential to cultivate primal energy. The first rank of talent manifests colorful beams of light, surrounded by unique phenomena, symbolizing the adoration of the stars by the moon, with the phenomena also hinting at the future direction of the individual's gifts. The second rank displays only beams of light without accompanying phenomena. The third rank emits a fierce glow, akin to roaring flames, while the fourth rank shines brightly without any phenomena at all. Above the first rank lies the concept of superlative talent. Such individuals are truly gifted with manifestations that may include mountains and rivers or extraordinary beasts and rare birds, vividly alive beneath the night sky. Although the red beam belonged to the lowest tier of the first rank, even so, among countless cultivators within the empire, those possessing first-rank talent are exceedingly rare, with one emerging from every 100,000. Each one that appears warrants meticulous cultivation by the empire, destined to become a pillar of the military in the future. This red beam felt like a stinging slap to Gu Tohai's face. "Let us take a look," Lin Shitong declared, not waiting for the flying vessel to change course. As he leaped from the cabin, plunging hundreds of meters down, that a dozen fully armed guards followed suit. Leaping after Lin Ziding, Gu Tohai, filled with resentment, slammed his palm against the window frame, but ultimately followed suit. The transformation of the little boy evidently startled the older children, yet the little girl, initially dazed, soon discovered her newfound strength and rushed toward the larger stone, struggling to drag it over. The little boy, still somewhat dazed, groaned as he rolled over. Beside him, a pair of thick-soled military boots suddenly appeared. The boots did not truly touch the ground. They hovered a few centimeters above it, an invisible force field quietly expanding to push away all dust, dirt, and debris. The little girl halted in astonishment, staring at the silver-haired man who had appeared without her notice. She widened her beautiful, innocent eyes, revealing an expression of naive harmlessness, and quickly dropped the stone she was holding that a radiant glow emanated from the little girl, so subtle that she herself was unaware as the sweat on her palms evaporated completely. However, the silver-haired man did not cast even a glance in her direction. Lin Shitong frowned as he surveyed the numerous scars on the little boy's body, noting several wounds that likely had affected his internal organs. The injuries were more severe than he had anticipated. He waved his hand, and a mist of light appeared in the air, raining down droplets of azure that fell onto the little boy. Merging with his skin, these azure droplets contained immense primal energy. The boy's wounds began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. He groaned and slowly opened his eyes, fully awakening. The first sight that met the boy's gaze was the stern, resolute face of the silver-haired man. For a moment, he could not comprehend what had transpired, but instinctively, he was reluctant to lie weakly on the ground. Thus he struggled to rise once more, that he glanced around, spotting the older children, and his expression changed dramatically as memories of the past flooded back. Following the boy's gaze, Lin Shitong observed the older children nearby and the remnants of fresh oil paper packaging on the ground, understanding why the boy bore such injuries. This was a common occurrence in the rubbish dump. Lin Shitong slightly averted his gaze, then bent down, extending his hand towards the little boy, gently saying, "Come here. Give me your hand. What is your name?" The little boy hesitated, finally summoning the courage to whisper, "Qian, Qianyi." However, as a small hand reached halfway, he hesitated, unable to advance further. That little hand was filthy, caked with mud. Although the bleeding had ceased under the nurturing light rain, blood and grime still clung to it. Regardless, he could not dare place his hand into the pristine, unblemished hand of the silver-haired man. In the eyes of little Qianyi, that hand extended before him represented the only source of warmth in the world at that moment. Lin Shitong smiled gently, encouraging, "It's all right, give me your hand." At that moment, Gu Dahai also descended from the sky. Typically, he presented a kind demeanor, but upon seeing Qianyi's battered state, his anger was palpable, and he could not help but let out a heavy huff, casting a cold glare at the older children surrounding them. The older children, who had slowly gathered and huddled together, displayed expressions of fear, yet the dozen guards had secured all exits to the area, leaving them with no option to flee. Lin Shitong remained slightly bent, extending his hand, patiently waiting. Under his clear and calm gaze, Qianyi finally found the courage to place his hand into the warm, dry, strong hand. Lin Shitong gently grasped the little hand, which was less than half his size, closing his eyes to silently sense. Gu Dahai gazed at Qianyi, suddenly furrowing his brows in contemplation. Lin Shitong, expressing surprise, opened his eyes that he assessed Qianyi from head to toe, then reached out to lift the fabric covering the boy's torso, instantly fixating his gaze upon Qianyi's emaciated chest, which revealed his ribs lay a massive scar, extending from half an inch beneath his heart to his navel. Just by observing this ghastly protruding mark, it was evident that it had once been a horrific wound of evisceration. But how old could Qianyi possibly be? How had he survived? After a moment of shock, Lin Shitong straightened up, saying, "Brother Dahai, you are well versed in medicine. Come and examine him." But Gu Dahai remained silent, approaching Qianyi, disregarding the dirt as he examined the boy thoroughly. Wherever his large hands roamed, it felt as if burning needles were piercing the boy's body. Yet, Qianyi gritted his teeth, enduring the pain without uttering a sound. A flicker of astonishment crossed Gu Dahai's eyes as he remarked, "At such a tender age, to possess such courage is indeed intriguing." He stood up, addressing Lin Shitong. This child originally possessed first-rank talent, but the severity of his injuries has irreparably damaged his foundation. Moreover, I suspect that there may have been a crystallization of primal energy within him. Lin Shitong immediately recalled a forbidden term, primal energy plundering. He narrowed his eyes slightly and spoke ominously. "Are you suggesting?" Gu Dahai replied gravely, "No, I am merely speculating. You know that such matters are great taboos. However, his injuries have persisted for several years. He must have been under 3 years old when he was harmed. As for now, as you can see, his foundation has been severely compromised. Even if his cultivation talent surpasses that of others here, it no longer qualifies as first rank. The severity of Qianyi's old wounds, coupled with the emergence of the red primal energy pillar, indicated that his innate talent might have once reached superlative levels. Yet considering his current physical condition, it could barely be classified as fourth rank. Such talent, slightly superior to that of an ordinary person, held no value to the two significant figures within the Empire's military. Moreover, the grave injuries Qianyi bore posed a lingering risk. Whether he could endure the rigors of cultivation remained uncertain. Gu Tahai sighed deeply, filled with regret. Lin Shitong gazed at the small Qianyi, who looked back at him, perhaps still feeling the warmth in his palm, revealing a dependency he himself was unaware of. Lin Shitong felt a stir in his heart and gently said, "To have encountered you here is indeed a twist of fate. How about this? I will take you away, and you may choose where to go." He produced several smooth jade tokens, swiping his hand across them, inscribing characters upon one side, but he held the inscribed side down his palm before extending it towards Qianyi. Qianyi hesitated for a moment, then selected the middle jade token, flipping it over to reveal two characters he could not understand. Observing this, Gu Tahai simply sighed and shook his head. Lin Shitong softly read the characters to Qianyi. Huang Quan. Then, taking back the jade pendant from his hand, she gently stroked his head and inquired, "What is your surname?" "I have no surname, and my name is Qianyi." Lin Shitong nodded and replied softly, "Very well. If you return alive from that place in the future, you may adopt my surname, Lin." Qianyi did not comprehend what Lin Shitong was saying. He merely listened in a daze. Lin Shitong did not require him to understand at this moment and turned to give orders. Take him back to Qing Yao. Give him a bath, tend to his injuries, prepare some food, and change his clothes. After issuing her commands, Lin Shitong and Gu Tahai slowly ascended, gradually accelerating toward the hovering light boat in the sky. The older children had lingered nearby for quite some time, witnessing everything unfold. Though they may not have fully grasped the adults' words, the enticing phrases of bath, food, and clothing were unmistakably clear. Upon seeing the guards preparing to take Qianyi away, the eldest child suddenly dashed forward, shrieking, "Take me with you. I want to bathe and eat too." He attempted to cling to the guard's legs while reaching for Qianyi, trying to pull him from their grasp. The injured eldest child tugged at Qianyi's leg with all his might, shouting, "This is my spot. Who do you think you are? Come here. Let us beat this little brat. He dared to bump into me." The eldest child then resorted to even more vicious tactics, deliberately targeting Qianyi's wounds. "I end this refuse dump. There was but one rule for survival. Kill him, and you shall claim everything he possesses." The several guards, as sturdy as mountains, remained unmoving, allowing the eldest child's ruckus to continue, but a little girl observed and quietly crept closer. It was not until Qianyi's face contorted in pain from the eldest child's tugging that the captain of the guard coldly interjected, "That's enough. Even Mr. Tahai has nothing more to say now." As soon as the captain's words fell, the guard holding Qianyi, previously expressionless, suddenly wore a fierce grimace, delivering a powerful kick that sent the eldest child flying. Another guard stepped forward with a malevolent grin, declaring, "A bunch of little rascals dare to interfere with Commander Lin's affairs." A ripple suddenly surged from the point where he stepped, rapidly expanding outward. The group of older children was caught in the wave, propelled into the air, spewing blood as their bones cracked and twisted grotesquely. The shockwave swept over the captain and the other guards, who stood unfazed, absorbing the force without flinching. Yet, miraculously, the little girl was untouched. The moment the captain spoke, some of the other older children were still in a daze, while others had already foolishly charged forward at the eldest child's command. She, however, turned and fled, running desperately without looking back. Incredibly, she escaped the shockwave's reach and survived. Seeing that a mere little girl had managed to escape, the guard's face flushed with embarrassment, and he huffed, lifting his foot to stomp down again. He had only used a fraction of his strength before. However, the captain suddenly placed a hand on his shoulder, preventing him from delivering the blow. The captain seemed to listen intently to something, then nodded, gently cradling the motionless Qianyi, and drew a pistol, placing Qianyi's small hand on the trigger. Steadying the gun, he aimed at the little girl's back and said to Qianyi, "She has attempted to kill you several times already. Now, pull the trigger back with force, and she will go, bang, dead." Qianyi grasped the trigger with his tiny hand, watching the stumbling figure of the little girl in the distance. Knowing that a simple pull would result in a burst of blood, he remained utterly quiet, his dark eyes fixed ahead, but ultimately, little Qianyi shook his head and released the trigger on the flying boat. Gu Tahai wore a broad smile, repeatedly exclaiming, as I expected, "Ha ha! Lin, it is rare to see you lose. Come, let us honor the bet. Your watercolored smoke is now mine. Quickly, show it." Lin Shitong merely smiled faintly, her eyes tranquil as still water, seemingly reflecting the myriad wonders of the world, yet devoid of any true essence. The guards escorted Qianyi back to the flying boat. The vessel gently turned, rose higher, and vanished into the brilliance of the blood moon, gradually disappearing from sight. They asked for this refuse dump, and the little girl still desperately fleeing. They were forgotten, just like this forsaken continent. Time flew swiftly, and soon a month had passed. A heavy rumbling suddenly echoed outside an unremarkable valley, as a massive military heavy-duty truck belched thick black smoke, racing toward them from afar. There were no roads outside the valley. The endless plain was riddled with natural ditches. Yet, beneath the truck's 4 pairs of towering tires, these obstacles became insignificant. The truck sped to the valley's entrance, then abruptly braked, its colossal body shuddering violently, skidding sideways and carving a deep arc into the ground before coming to a halt. A cacophony erupted from the power compartment of the truck, and, as the thick smoke from the rear pipes dissipated, a large plume of steam escaped from a valve. The truck's driver's side door swung open, and a soldier in his 30s peered out before leaping from the 2-meter-high cabin, gently placing a small boy on the ground. The boy, with delicate features and soft black hair plastered to his forehead from sweat, bore a pale face, struggling against nausea. Evidently jostled by the truck's wild driving, he swayed slightly, steadied himself, and wrapped his black cloak tighter against the howling cold wind. To the mouth of the valley stood a figure, a one-eyed eye in the biting wind that cut like a knife. He stood bare-chested, hands clasped behind his back, feet planted apart, exuding a formidable presence with his military posture. This single man completely blocked the path into the valley. The middle-aged soldier, accompanied by Qianyi, halted just meters before the one-eyed man and said, "Long Hai, you haven't changed a bit." Long Hai grinned widely, revealing a mouthful of golden and silver teeth, saying, "Shi Yan." "You are 3 minutes late," Shi Yan replied. "I encountered a squad of dark races on the way and had to eliminate them all, which delayed me a bit." Long Hai scoffed, "A mere dark squad could make you late? It seems your strength hasn't improved much over the years. Have you been a dog for the Lin family for too long, letting your abilities slip away?" Shi Yan, however, did not grow angry. Instead, he spoke calmly. "Commander Lin is a pillar of the Empire. I am content to serve as the commander's close attendant. Such matters are beyond your understanding." Long Hai snorted, not wishing to argue with Shi Yan. His gaze shifting to Qianyi. "Is this the child they mentioned? He looks like a little girl. Can he be of any use?" Shi Yan chuckled. "Regardless, he will be trained under you if you find him displeasing. Who can stop you from dealing with him as you wish?" Long Hai snorted again. "You should know that in this place, regardless of who arrives, and whatever their status or background, they are treated equally." "I am well aware of that," Shi Yan replied. "So let us not waste any more time. Let him come forward." Shi Yan crouched before Qianyi, managing to squeeze out an almost imperceptible smile on his stone-like face as he ruffled Qianyi's hair. "Go, follow Instructor Long, remember this. First, do whatever he tells you to do immediately. Second, I hope that in a few years, I can see you emerge from this place alive." Though Qianyi felt a bit bewildered, he sensed the gravity in Shi Yan's words and nodded earnestly. Shi Yan smiled. He had grown quite fond of this little fellow during their journey. Qianyi was a child who mostly remained quiet and uncommunicative, yet his stubbornness bordered on obstinacy. However, once he made a promise, he would undoubtedly follow through. Long Hai raised an eyebrow in surprise. "I've known you for 20 years, and I've never seen you smile this many times." As he stood, Shi Yan's expression hardened, reverting to a stoic demeanor as he replied, "How could I possibly smile upon seeing you?" Several thick veins throbbed on Long Hai's temples. Moments later, the heavy-duty truck roared away, and Qianyi followed closely behind Long Hai, making their way into the valley. The path was rugged and narrow, and after nearly 2 hours of walking, it seemed endless as Qianyi glanced to the sides. He suddenly spotted a line of bloody characters on the mountain wall. "Welcome to hell." Although he could not fully read the words, his gaze was ensnared, unable to look away. As he walked forward, He gradually turned his head until the large characters were no longer visible. Although that inscription had vanished from sight, it remained indelibly etched in his young heart, each stroke dripping with anguish. The sky darkened, and the valley resembled a colossal beast, gaping wide in anticipation of the midnight hour. When the deep of night finally arrived, Qianye realized he had found himself in a place more terrifying than hell itself, the Huangquan training camp. The clock's hands moved towards midnight. For most, this would be the time to surrender to slumber. But for the children of Huangquan training camp, this marked the onset of a day steeped in torment. In a frigid hall, Qianye and hundreds of children of similar age huddled together, listening intently to Long Hai's address. Long Hai paced before the children, occasionally pausing to cast a chilling gaze over one or two of them. Here, you need to remember 3 things. First, obedience. Second, obedience. And third, still obedience. Commands are issued only once, and your chances are singular. Now, stand against the wall, and until new orders are given, no one is permitted to move or speak. A chaotic rush ensued as the children jostled to a line against the wall. Yet they awaited the next command in vain. Long Hai, hands clasped behind his back, strode out of the hall, slamming the iron door shut behind him. The initial 10 minutes passed in utter silence. However, after another 10 minutes, some restless children could no longer contain themselves as a small boy to Qianye's right glanced at him and whispered, "My name is Lu Kai. My family runs a business in Jianzhong province. I've heard this place is dreadful. Let us be friends. My father says 2 are better than 1 for survival." That moment, Qianye recalled Shiyen's parting words, to heed Long Hai's instructions. Long Hai had just stated that movement or conversation was forbidden. Noticing Qianye's silence, Lu Kai pressed on. "Hey, no one is watching us now. At least tell me your name." Seeing Qianye standing like a statue, not even twitching a finger, Lu Kai muttered a few resigned words. Half an hour slipped by, and whispers began to circulate among some children, while others swayed, stretching their cramped legs. Suddenly, a commotion erupted in one corner of the hall, as several children began to quarrel and quickly devolved into a scuffle, rolling about in chaos. The noise had escalated without any sign of intervention from the instructor, prompting the children to relax further. After a brief tussle, the fighters returned to their original positions, and soon more children began to engage in conversation. The hall gradually transforming into as the clock struck 1, the iron door swung open, and Long Hai strode back in, followed by a cadre of fearsome, grim-faced men, each wielding a whip. The temperature in the hall plummeted, and the once exuberant faces of the children turned pale, trembling uncontrollably. Long Hai's singular eye swept across the room, nodding in approval. "Good. Very good. Some of you have fought, and others have spoken. I was initially concerned that my impression would not be sufficiently profound, but now I see my worries were unfounded." Suddenly, Long Hai's expression darkened as he pointed at the children who had just participated in the brawl. "Bring them forth and show the others what defiance of orders entails." This statement sounded peculiar, leaving many children bewildered, yet some astute ones comprehended the implication. Their faces paling in fear. 6 children involved in the altercation were seized and dragged to the center of the hall, forming a line. Long Hai then revealed a menacing grin, declaring, "Here, the consequence for defying orders is singular. Death." One boy, previously brimming with bravado, panicked and cried out, "No, I don't want to die. My uncle is a general of the Empire." His protest was abruptly silenced by the thunderous crack of gunfire. A general of the Empire? Huh. That's merely the son of the marshal. Once you enter here, the fate for breaking the rules is the same. One of the burly men sneered. The gunshots continued, and after 6 resounding blasts, the center of the hall was stained crimson with blood and flesh. Long Hai then proclaimed, "Now, anyone who has spoken, step forward. Remove your clothing and lie down. You are fortunate. 3 lashes will suffice as punishment. However, should anyone attempt to deceive me, your fate will mirror that of those 6 wretches." The children exchanged glances, many trembling as they approached the center, shedding their clothes and obediently lying down. Only a scant fewer than 20 remained against the wall. Is there truly no one left? Long Hai inquired once more. 2 children still leaning against the wall stepped forward, quaking in fear. Long Hai nodded. stating, "You two will each receive 5 lashes." The color drained from their faces, but it was too late for regrets. Suddenly, Long Hai extended his hand, pointing at the 4 remaining children against the wall. His tone chilling. "Since you dared to deceive me, you shall face death." The 4 wailing children were dragged to the center of the hall, followed by 4 deafening gunshots. Thus, on the very first night at the Huangquan training camp, Qinya fully grasped the dire consequences of disobeying orders. Simultaneously, this first night saw a 10% reduction in the number of new recruits. At T3 in the morning, Qinya and the other children were herded into a large room. Inside, rows of bunk beds awaited, and each child silently selected a bed, settling down to sleep. No one spoke, nor did anyone weep. Qinya lay down in his usual manner, but was suddenly jolted upright by a searing pain in his back. The darkness was filled with the muffled groans of suffering children, all clearly suppressing their cries. Qinya turned over cautiously, positioning himself on his stomach to avoid aggravating the welts on his back. He too had received a lash. Only 11 children, like him, had strictly adhered to the commands and received a single lash as a form of special consideration. At this moment, Qinya felt utterly exhausted, both physically and mentally, and soon fell into a deep slumber. However, merely 3 hours later, he was awakened by the jarring sound of a bell. In an instant, Long Hai's command pierced his mind, and he sprang up, rushing to grab the clothes thrown at the foot of his bed, donning them as swiftly as possible. In the process, he inevitably brushed against the welts on his back, causing him to gasp in pain. From a moment of rising to the time of assembly, the children had only 5 minutes, with the last 3 to arrive facing an additional punishment of 3 lashes. Qinya stood in line, nearly numb, and began to run along the uphill path as commanded. By the time he completed the 5-kilometer run and returned to the starting point, he truly felt numb. Thanks to his experience surviving in the junkyard, Qinya performed admirably, finishing as the 10th to return. Next came an hour of strength training, with those failing to meet the requirements receiving a lash. Unfortunately, the slight Qinya took a lash. This was merely the beginning, as the whip would become the most memorable aspect of the training for these children. After the strength training, it was finally time for breakfast. Breakfast was the most commendable aspect of the entire training camp, not only for its variety, but also for its unlimited quantity. Children could eat as much as they desired, with the only limitation being time. The allocated breakfast time was 30 minutes, nearly lavish, ensuring no one exceeded it. The experiences of the previous day had taught these children that any behavior surpassing the designated time would result in lashes. Among the children at Huangquan training camp were scions of noble families, but the vast majority were ordinary children selected from various locales, with a few orphans sharing experiences similar to Qinya's. Those who had long struggled against hunger lost control upon seeing such a sumptuous first meal, devouring it desperately, fearing they might not get another chance. Qinya, however, ate cautiously until he felt slightly fuller than normal, then stopped. In the junkyard, he had witnessed many individuals unexpectedly acquiring large amounts of food only to perish from overindulgence. As breakfast concluded and the insistent bell tolled, the children surged towards the door like a tide. In that moment, calamity struck. A little girl suddenly collapsed, writhing in pain and emitting cries and screams until she fell silent. She had eaten too much, sacrificing her life for it. This breakfast, along with the tragedy of that little girl, imparted a lesson in moderation to the surviving children. Following breakfast, the training resumed. That a full day was consumed by a myriad of training sessions, all focusing on strength and endurance. Halfway through each exercise, Qinya felt as though he could no longer persevere. Yet the stubbornness and tenacity he had harbored since childhood sustained him, allowing his small frame to execute each prescribed movement despite the numbing fatigue. Fulfilling the training requirements, the days spent in the wasteland taught him that even in the most desperate of times, if one grits their teeth and endures, they shall eventually glimpse the dawn of a new day. When he finally collapsed onto his bed, Qinya found himself at a loss as to how the day had passed. This time, he refrained from inflicting pain upon himself, opting to sleep on his stomach instead. 3 whip marks marred his tender back. Almost as soon as he lay down, he succumbed to a deep slumber, That night, he dreamt of the sound of whips slicing through the T 6 o'clock in the morning. A piercing alarm jolted Chinya from his dreams. With a swift roll, he leaped from his bed, instinctively dressing himself before sprinting out of the barracks. Throughout this process, his eyes remained only partially open. Upon exiting the barracks, the onslaught of sunlight caused him to squint. Suddenly, he recalled that it should currently be the dark season. Why then was there sunlight at 6 o'clock? It was only in the next moment that Chinya realized he was no longer in the wasteland, but had arrived in the mid-continental realm of the Empire. Qin. Here, the sunlight was rarely obstructed by the upper continents. Hence it naturally appeared at 6 o'clock in the blink of an eye. He rushed to his designated position, standing erect like a javelin that a new day had begun. On this day, the most vivid memory for Chinya remained the whips wielded by the instructors. He received a lash for failing to complete the prescribed number of repetitions within the allotted time. The fates of the other children mirrored his own, with only the strongest among them escaping punishment. The weakest child endured 5 lashes, ultimately collapsing to the ground, unable to rise unaided, and was promptly dragged away from the training ground. From that day forth, Chinya never saw that child again. On the third night, the instructors brought forth a large barrel of a viscous black ointment, instructing the children to apply it to their whip scars. The application was excruciatingly painful, even more so than the lashes themselves. However, after enduring the sleepless agony throughout the night, by the following morning, Chinya's whip marks were nearly healed. Thus, the days passed one after another. Each night, Chinya dreamt of lashings that it wasn't until a month later that he finally experienced a day free from punishment. That night, he unexpectedly counted the peers who had begun training alongside him. To his astonishment, only 76 remained. From an initial group of over 100 children, 30 had already been lost in the span of a month. The relentless regimen of strength and endurance training continued. Alongside the unending lashes, following the blood-soaked first day, Long Hai ceased to execute children directly for trivial offenses. Only actions that blatantly defied prohibitions were met with death. Nonetheless, when Chinya had spent a full 3 months in the training camp, only 60 companions remained by his side. Nearly half of the original group had vanished. Most of the missing children had been cruelly eliminated by the rigorous training. After 3 months, Chinya's physique had strengthened considerably, rendering him almost unrecognizable compared to when he first entered the camp. On the first day of the 4th month, he and his companions were taken to a grand building for a special class. The instructor was a tall and beautiful woman, approximately 27 or 28 years old, whose uniform struggled to contain her ample bosom. She strode confidently to the podium, inscribing 5 large characters on the blackboard that read the essence of the world. After reading them aloud, she remarked, "I understand that most of you may not recognize these characters, but worry not. You will have a month to learn. Shortly, I will distribute the textbooks, and in addition to your training, you shall devote time to mastering these characters. An examination will be held in 1 month. Now, let us discuss what constitutes the essence of the world. According to the beautiful instructor named Zhang Jing, the foundation that sustains the entire world is called the primal force. The primal force is not immutable. It is divided into 2 distinct natures, the one inclined towards light, referred to as the dawn primal force, and the one inclined towards darkness, known as the dark primal force. All life exists in reliance upon one side of the primal force, thereby naturally categorizing itself into 2 opposing factions, dawn and eternal night. However, even within the same faction, the degree of inclination towards either dawn or eternal night varies among races. Humanity resides on the side of dawn, while the dark races that have enslaved humanity for millennia dwell in eternal night. Their strength and even their existence are dependent on the dark primal force. The dark races were once immensely powerful, comprising numerous branches, among which the Blood Clan, werewolves, demonkind, and the spider demons have gained infamy as formidable races. Nevertheless, humanity is a peculiar race. While the majority lean towards the side of dawn, there are also many who succumb to eternal night. Some even awaken the dawn primal force, only to ultimately surrender to eternal night. This phenomenon is inconceivable to the dark races, who only mature through the baptism of the dark primal force. Yet it is not uncommon among humans that it is said that between dawn and eternal night lies the purest form of primal force. Though few can perceive this source of primal force, let alone cultivate it in this world, no race corresponds to the source primal force. Primal force and cultivation. Upon hearing this, Chinya could not help but clench his right fist, as if striving to grasp the remnants of warmth. That restless night of crimson moonlight, that powerful hand, felt like a flicker of light amidst the darkness for him. Zhang Jing tapped the podium, and the smooth metallic surface parted, revealing a peculiar contraption composed of countless metallic threads, branches of varying lengths, gears of all sizes, and numerous irregular components that unfolded in mid-air. This three-dimensional model represented the world map. The entire world is dynamic, with gears turning and metal threads pulling, signifying that the continents and celestial bodies move along their distinct trajectories without pause. Strange terms flowed from Zhang Jing's lips. There are 27 continents explored by humanity, each not stationary in the void, but rather slowly traversing along their enigmatic paths. Above these continents, two suns shine, surrounded by several colossal celestial bodies, said to be the moons visible at night. Due to the varying orbital paths, the moon observed from the same continent each night is not the same. Including Xinya, most of the children were bewildered, forced to memorize everything she taught. They fixated on the complex and dizzying model, hoping to retain as much knowledge as possible within the shortest time. Only a few children from prestigious families appeared unfazed, as if they had already been acquainted with this knowledge. The sunlight is obstructed by the upper continents. Thus, the lower the continent, the shorter the duration of sunlight received. Each continent possesses a unique primal force attribute, with some aligned with dawn and others with eternal night. Those with clearly defined primal force attributes serve as the natural habitats for various races. Some continents, however, possess ambiguous attributes, making them the focal points of contention between the two factions. Zhang Jing's voice was melodious, and her explanations were clear and accessible. Otherwise, most of the children would have struggled to comprehend. She pointed to the lowest tier of continents, stating, for instance, this one experiences the longest nights of all the continents. Although there are 4 seasons, they're primarily categorized based on the duration of direct sunlight. Distinguishing between the light season and the dark season, there are 3 months of light season each year, with the remainder being dark season. Consequently, the living conditions on this continent are exceptionally harsh. Nevertheless, it is the origin of all humanity. The empire arose from here, although it is now insignificant on the empire's map. This continent is known as the continent of eternal night, also referred to as the Forsaken Land. A sudden tremor coursed through Chinya's body, and it felt as though something warm threatened to flow from his eyes. The continent of eternal night was the very place he had inhabited since he could remember. In truth, he recalled that at one point he had lived alongside others, but he could no longer recall when that person had departed and never returned. Unbeknownst to him, the class had reached its conclusion. Zhang Jing retracted the model back to the podium and announced, "We shall reconvene in a month. The next class will focus on the Dawn Wars." This was the war that truly marked humanity's rise. A battle of destiny, as well as the foundation of the empire. As Zhang Jing departed, Xinya left the classroom with a literacy textbook in hand. In the month to come, he must memorize 1,000 commonly used characters to pass Zhang Jing's examination. The consequence of failing the exam, however, would be receiving 10 lashes. At this moment, Xinya came to realize that within the Huangquan training camp, the whip was the singular common passion shared by all the instructors. However, the subsequent training sessions showed no signs of slowing down. Despite the children's need to learn characters, the intensity and duration of the training remained unchanged. Upon returning to the dormitory in the dead of night, Xinya felt utterly exhausted, as if he might fall apart. As soon as he lay down, he succumbed to sleep, only to be jolted awake the next morning by the piercing sound of the alarm. Suddenly recalling that he had yet to memorize a single character, he was not alone in this. Many other children shared his plight. Thus, by the end of the second night of training, the vast majority of children were forcing themselves to stay awake, desperately trying to memorize the arcane characters. Just as Xinya managed to barely memorize the 50th character, he could no longer hold on and collapsed on his bed, drifting off into slumber. Time flew by, and a month seemed to pass in the blink of an eye. Xinya awaited Zhang Jing's second lesson. The class began with an examination. Over the long span of an hour and a half, Qian pinned down 1,500 characters, a testament to his efforts over the past month. Among all the children, Qinya ranked 5th in performance. The 4 ahead of him were scions of noble families, having begun their education at an early age. Among those who had never learned to read, Qinya was undoubtedly the foremost. Following him were 3 other children from esteemed families who had also been educated since childhood. In total, 11 children failed to pass Zhang Jing's examination. Now, it is time for you to pay the price for underestimating my course, the strikingly beautiful instructor said gently, only to take up the whip herself and mercilessly lash out at the children who had failed the exam, her strength even surpassing that of Long Hai. The 10 lashes constituted an exceedingly severe punishment. Right before Qinya's eyes, 2 children were tragically whipped to death. From this, Qinya understood that this beautiful teacher was far more ruthless than Long Hai. This examination served as a stark reminder to Qinya and his peers of the equal importance of literacy and physical training. Zhang Jing summoned 2 burly men, instructing them to drag away the lifeless bodies of the 2 children. And then, without a flicker of emotion, she inscribed 4 large characters on the blackboard. Dawn War. A.S. She wrote these 4 characters. Zhang Jing's demeanor grew unusually solemn and grave, her voice taking on a heavy timbre. The Dawn War has ended for 1,200 years. The Dawn War had transpired in the depths of the world, on the Eternal Night continent, which was also the original abode of the human race, where they had thrived and flourished during the Dawn War. Humanity unleashed all their potential, wielding the Dawn Force, the blazing black stone, the surging energy steam, the thunderous firearms, and the colossal, crude machinery in a final confrontation against the dark forces, in this protracted struggle that lasted over a century. The awakened human race paid a grievous price, their population dwindling to merely 1/10 of its pre-war numbers. Yet they ultimately triumphed over the dark races, liberating themselves from the fate of slavery. Vassalage and subjugation, driving the dark races from the Eternal Night region and establishing the first human-dominated empire, Qin. This fateful battle is memorialized in human history as the Dawn War for the first time. After living in eternal night, humanity beheld the dawn following this conflict. The initially awakened Dawn Force was also defined as belonging to the side of Dawn, marking the delineation of this war. The 2 factions of Eternal Night and Dawn were formally established. The Dawn War was not an end, but a beginning. Over the course of 1,200 years, humanity progressively conquered 4 new continents in the lower and middle tiers of the world. Beginning to gaze upward toward the upper continents, the Great Qin Empire officially relocated its capital, taking most of the noble families with it to the new continents, and more human nations began to emerge. Meanwhile, the Eternal Night continent, where the Dawn War had occurred, succumbed to harsh natural conditions and resource scarcity, ultimately transforming into a colossal garbage planet, once again infiltrated by the dark races, who refused to accept defeat. Upon hearing this, Qinya shuddered. He had never ventured beyond the garbage dump since he could remember, but he occasionally overheard the burly adults boasting about the dark races. It turned out they were not mere legends, but a brutal and sanguinary reality. However, the expression and tone with which Zhang Jing spoke of these matters sent a chill through him, radiating an unsettling calm. Indeed, for 1,200 years, the dark races and humanity had never ceased their hostilities, their conflicts erupting across every continent and border. For centuries, hatred and bloodshed flowed freely and ubiquitously. Among the multitude of battlefields, the Eternal Night region was not particularly remarkable, perhaps even the least regarded. As this lesson concluded, Qinya felt an overwhelming weight in his heart, accompanied by an inexplicable sense of foreboding. The other children shared a similar sentiment. They were still young, unaware of the profound weight of history. Yet, as they exited the classroom, the children instantly dashed towards the training grounds, for any tardiness would result in the sting of 3 lashes. Life swiftly returned to its usual rhythm. Time passed unnoticed. And before long, half a year had elapsed. Qinya's physique underwent remarkable transformation, having grown a full 10 centimeters taller in just 6 months. Aside from the rigorous yet scientific training, the camp's meals were also crucial. The food provided to the children was rich in nutritious ingredients, some even sourced directly from the dark races. Additionally, each day's soup contained a small amount of special medicine that could rapidly stimulate their physical potential. Chinya merely felt as though the days repeated endlessly, seemingly devoid of change, though it appeared that his companions were continually dwindling. When a number of children alongside Chinya fell below 50, they welcomed a new batch of companions. The newcomers varied in age, collectively numbering over 50. Their sole commonality was that their physical capabilities were relatively comparable to Chinya's. Another 6 months passed, and once again, Chinya's circle of companions dwindled to 50. They received yet another influx of new partners. At this juncture, Chinya came to understand that he and the surrounding 100 individuals constituted a single unit. Whenever their numbers were halved, new recruits would arrive to restore them to 100. With the principle of supplementation based on comparable strength. After a full year in the training camp, the day arrived when all the children were summoned to assemble in the training ground. Awaiting instructions as they waited, Chinya felt an irresistible urge to glance around. Despite the risk of incurring a whipping for such a small transgression, he discreetly and swiftly cast sideways glances. Then, seizing the opportunity when the instructor's gaze diverted, he quickly turned back, promptly resuming his stance. Such a simple action sent his heart racing. For in that moment, Chinya realized that among all those surrounding him, familiar faces numbered fewer than 30. The majority of the original 100 children had permanently departed from this world. It was only then that Chinya comprehended the true meaning behind the phrase, welcoming them to hell at the mouth of the valley. Long Hai appeared before the children, his cold gaze sweeping across them. His single eye seemingly more menacing than before. Yet all the children bravely met Long Hai's gaze, unafraid. After enduring a year of hellish training, they had cultivated hearts filled with bravery, or perhaps numbness. Long Hai expressed his satisfaction, stating, "Very good. After weeding out the dross, what remains is finally presentable." However, following a lengthy pause, Long Hai revealed a cryptic smile. "The good news is that you have all achieved preliminary recognition and will receive serious training. You will no longer be punished for minor infractions that, of course, the consequences for defying prohibitions remain unchanged. The bad news is that you will soon discover that the real training is just beginning." Long Hai paced before the ranks, his thunderous voice bombarding the children's ears. "In the coming years, you will truly commence your cultivation. You will cultivate the original force. You will learn the most direct and effective techniques of killing. And you will have the opportunity to personally slay every type of dark race that, of course, you also stand a significant chance of being killed by them. So, pray, little ones." Finally, he added, "I can tell you that among those standing here today, fewer than a quarter of you will be fortunate enough to leave alive." The weight of his final words was profound, yet Chinya did not allow them to weigh on his mind. He had learned to refrain from worrying over things beyond his control. Regardless of how slim the chance, as long as it existed, Chinya would wholeheartedly strive for it. Without that resilience and focus, he would have long since turned to dust in the garbage dump, a youth deeply wounded. With a wave of his hand, Long Hai summoned several burly men to distribute new textbooks to each child. The cover of the textbook bore the bold inscription Bing Fa Ju, its strokes vigorous and sharp, akin to blades. Upon seeing it, Chinya felt a sudden sharp pang. This was the manual for cultivating combat skills. It was the key differentiating ordinary individuals from those endowed with abilities. As he held this thin book, an inexplicable sensation surged within Chinya's young heart. He felt that his fate would be irrevocably altered by this seemingly inconspicuous volume. The children were ushered into the classroom, and to their astonishment, it was Zhang Jing who ascended the platform to impart the art of military tactics. Beneath her enchanting exterior lay formidable prowess. Chinya had noticed that Long Hai had never ventured too close to Zhang Jing, maintaining a distance of approximately 5 meters. He now comprehended that this was due to caution. Zhang Jing pushed up her glasses, and with this subtle gesture, her ample bosom heaved dramatically. This military tactic was expressly designed for the expendables. Chinya was taken aback by her assessment. Over the past year, the survival training camp had proven to be even more brutal than a garbage dump. Yet it resembled a semblance of normal society. Through the limited interactions among the trainees, Chinya had garnered some insights into everyday life, and it was evident that the training camp had invested considerable resources in them. The elimination rate at the Huangquan training camp was exceedingly high, with rumors suggesting that only 1 in 100 would emerge unscathed. Consequently, the resources expended on the 99 who were eliminated would be rendered utterly wasted. After such an investment in their cultivation, to ultimately provide them with a technique meant for the expendables, Qianyu was not alone in this line of thought. Zhang Jing observed the shifting expressions of the children and coldly remarked, "Do not think that being expendable is a derogatory term. In truth, many aspire to be expendables but lack the qualification. Only when you survive and exit this place intact can you be considered a qualified expendable. In the coming 3 months, you are required to cultivate a complete primal energy tide, and within a year, ignite your first primal energy node. If you fail to do so," Zhang Jing suddenly licked her lips and softly added, "there will be consequences." When she was not smiling, she exuded an elegance reminiscent of a noblewoman from a history book, yet the moment her expression animated, it radiated an indescribable allure to that moment. Her voice and movements were deeply enticing, causing some of the older children to breathe heavily, while the burly men nearby wore expressions of trepidation, and Long Hai's demeanor became noticeably strained. Qianyu suddenly recalled the 2 companions who had failed the examination and had been brutally beaten to death by her. A chill coursing through him. Subsequently, Zhang Jing elaborated on the principles of primal energy cultivation and the introductory methods of the military tactics. The human body possesses 9 primal energy nodes. 3 of these nodes are located within the lower abdomen, chest, and forehead, while the other 6 are situated in the hands, feet, and knees. These primal energy nodes serve as both storage and crucial point for drawing primal energy, given that the entirety of human history is essentially a chronicle of warfare. The current classification of ability levels is steeped in military essence. Upon igniting the first primal energy node, one officially enters the ranks of warriors, becoming a level 1 warrior. Each subsequent ignition of a node signifies a promotion in rank. Once all 9 nodes are ignited, there exists the opportunity to breach the first significant bottleneck. Successfully connecting all nodes will result in the formation of a primal energy vortex. Such individuals are true powerhouses, capable of confronting dark races head-on, and once on the battlefield, they become the backbone, worthy of the title of commander. Since the military tactics are the foundational techniques of the Imperial Army, their style is as fierce and domineering as their name suggests. Their most notable characteristic is rapid mastery. Once the first node is ignited, primal energy surges forth within the body like a tide, accumulating in layers, crashing against the primal energy nodes like waves. Compared to the secret arts of other noble clans, the military tactics allow for swift progress in the initial stages of cultivation, potentially enabling individuals to surpass their innate limitations. However, its drawbacks are equally apparent. The potency of the primal energy tide can inflict significant harm upon the practitioner's body, with the damage becoming increasingly evident as one progresses. Thus, no one has ever solely relied on the military tactics to ascend to the rank of commander. A transition to a different technique is essential for a breakthrough in the later stages. For this reason, this technique has been dubbed the Expendables exclusive cultivation method. Yet, as Zhang Jing stated, regardless of their status, those who come to practice the military tactics have compelling reasons to do so. And the vast majority will not survive to level 9. Why bother with such concerns? If one truly possessed the astonishing talent to break through level 9 and become a commander, opportunities would abound, and they would be eagerly sought after, having no need to worry about resources for later advancements. Reflecting back, Qianyu recalled that the children in his cohort spent their first year in the training camp honing their bodies through various methods. Only with a robust physique could they withstand the ferocity of the military tactics. From this day forth, Qianyu's daily schedule included an additional 2 hours of cultivation in the afternoon and evening. Yet the volume of physical training and the learning of various skills and knowledge remained unchanged. Upon hearing the new arrangements, the children who had survived a year of bloody training wore expressions devoid of ease, their faces falling in dismay. In the afternoon, they were taken to a small valley not far from the camp. At the valley center lay a series of steaming hot springs, with dozens of thick metallic pipes inserted into the springs, their other ends winding together. These massive pipes, each exceeding a meter in diameter, sprawled across the valley like a spider's web, interspersed with several towering 10-meter-high machines of unknown purpose. These machines, devoid of outer casings, displayed gears with diameters exceeding a meter, interlocking through a dense network of conveyor belts and chains. Surrounding these machines were rows of metallic longhouses. The exterior of the longhouses gleamed a bright yellow, appearing as though clad in copper and showing no signs of rust. The children were divided into several teams, with groups of 10 entering each metallic longhouse. Inside, the longhouses were further partitioned into individual training rooms, serving as their sanctuaries for cultivation. The training rooms were rather cramped, with remarkably thick walls. Inside, the surfaces were marred with verdigris, and the floor was a copper lattice, through which one could glimpse a dark, bottomless pit below. Following the order, Qianyi entered a small room, which was empty and devoid of furniture, save for a small leather-wrapped cupboard tucked away in the corner by the door. He removed his shirt and trousers, stowing them in the cupboard. Recollecting the earlier demonstration by the instructor, he sat cross-legged. Almost immediately, the door was pushed open and a bare-chested, dark-skinned servant entered, opened a copper door on the wall, ignited a small piece of dark wood, and tossed it inside. The servant did not utter a word from start to finish, and upon leaving, locked the door behind him. Following a jarring bell, the training room trembled slightly, accompanied by a faint rumble of machinery. Moments later, a torrent of scalding steam surged from the walls and ceiling, quickly enveloping the entire space. Suddenly, a wisp of smoke wafted from the half-person-high copper door in the wall, initially visible amidst the dense steam, gradually expanding until it melded completely with the vapor. An exotic fragrance permeated the room. In such a confined space, the humidity soared, creating a sense of stuffiness. Instinctively, Qianyi took a deep breath. He suddenly felt invigorated, as if he could sense something lively stirring in the surrounding void. It was reminiscent yet distinct from the azure droplets that had rained down upon him that crimson moonlit night. This was primal energy resonance. Qianyi's heart leaped with joy. He hurriedly focused his mind, silently contemplating the mental techniques of the military tactics. And indeed, it felt as though something within him was awakening from slumber. The primal energy in the surrounding void became increasingly animated, as if drawn to him, flowing in strands and wisps. 2 hours swiftly passed, and a clear bell echoed through the valley, jolting all the children from their meditative state. Qianyi slowly opened his eyes, feeling an immense sense of regret. In just this one afternoon, he had already condensed a tangible wisp of primal energy within him. Although it remained exceedingly minute, barely perceptible, it was enough to fill Qianyi with elation. According to the description in the military tactics, achieving the condensation of primal energy on the first day indicated exceptional talent, and he held the potential to cultivate beyond level 7. Reaching the realm of advanced warriors, the spices within the copper door had burned out, and no more fragrance wafted forth. Though the room remained thick with steam, Qianyi's sensitivity to primal energy gradually dulled and became indistinct. This session had concluded. Suddenly, a cacophony of machinery erupted within the room, causing the walls to tremble, and a powerful suction emanated from the ground lattice, clearing the steam in an instant. Then, amid the creaking of gears and hinges, the heavy copper door of the training room began to lift slowly. Qianyi, disregarding his still damp undergarments, hastily donned his clothing and exited the training room, racing towards the designated area to take his place in line. Long Hai reappeared, a sly and cruel smile gracing his lips as he slowly remarked, "You should all have experienced the benefits of crimson beauty blood from your recent lesson. You must understand such a small piece." He gestured with his fingers to indicate its size, baring his teeth, which glinted coldly like silver and gold, could easily buy the lives of a dozen individuals. Qianyi had long suspected that the piece of wood was no ordinary trinket, yet he had not anticipated its staggering value. However, when it came to the worth of human lives, the calculation was complex. For a child like Qianyi, who had grown up in a wasteland, a dozen lives might barely equate to a single silver coin. Before encountering Lin Shitong, Qianyi had seen a copper coin only twice, one of which was missing a corner, and he had never laid eyes on a silver coin. Long Hai paused momentarily before raising his voice to bellow. But from now on, You shall no longer have such fortunate opportunities. Starting this week, all training subjects will be scored based on your performance, with assessments occurring in 1 week. Those in the lower half will not receive Zhu Yin Shui, while those in the upper half will receive double the amount of Zhu Yin Shui. If you manage to place in the top 10, congratulations, for you will also receive a third portion of Zhu Yin Shui. The children's expressions shifted drastically, their gazes towards their peers becoming wary. Several eyes flitted over Qianya before quickly returning their attention to others. Qianya was unremarkable, having consistently ranked towards the back in previous training sessions. Thus, the first week swiftly passed. By the weekend rankings, Qianya found himself in 75th place, which meant he would be without Zhu Yin Shui for an entire week. That night, as the rankings were announced, sleep eluded Qianya. He reflected on each of his training subjects. The military tactics did not yet factor into rankings, and in the academic courses overseen by Zhang Jing, Qianya consistently excelled. However, the majority of his scores stemmed from various physical training, wherein he consistently lagged behind. Qianya lay quietly, staring at the ceiling above, gently tracing the massive scar on his chest with his hand. Years of malnutrition from living in the junkyard had been largely remedied by the training camp's meals. But due to this scar, his constitution remained significantly weaker than that of normal children. At this point, Qianya began to comprehend the words once spoken by Gu Tahai. The scar still posed a risk, as it would throb with pain whenever he pushed himself during training, diminishing his endurance and strength. Qianya could only rely on a resolve far more tenacious than that of his peers, coupled with an extraordinary amount of diligence and sweat to barely keep pace with the training. Yet now, the new regulations were clearly designed to accelerate the elimination of half the participants. The absence of Zhu Yin Shui created a significant disparity in training speed. And over time, the gap between the front and back ranks would only widen. As Qianya finally succumbed to exhaustion and drifted into slumber, his thoughts were myriad, yet he never entertained the notion of giving up. He believed that if he persevered, he would eventually glimpse the dawn and the faint light within the darkness. Qianya resolved to claw back his disadvantages, striving for every point in each subject with utmost fervor. In that week, Qianya trained relentlessly, witnessing a slight improvement in his ranking, yet only ascending by 1 position. Another week passed, and Qianya successfully crossed the threshold of 70, becoming 69. However, during the 3rd week, he fell ill from overexertion, plummeting to 93 in the rankings. Perhaps the goddess of fate acknowledged Qianya's struggles and efforts. For starting the 4th week, the academic courses saw a significant increase. As the week commenced, a tall man with a chiseled visage and a somber expression replaced Zhang Jing at the podium. Burly men entered, collectively carrying several hefty rectangular metal cabinets, and upon unveiling the tops, revealed an array of over 100 firearms. The man coldly introduced himself, saying, "You may call me Shadow," which sufficed as his opening address. He then approached the gun cabinet, retrieving 2 nearly identical pistols, showcasing them to the children. Upon closer inspection, the pistols bore subtle differences. One was polished to a mirror-like sheen from barrel to grip, while the other was adorned with an array of intricate patterns. This is the renowned Eagle series, standard issue for the Imperial Frontier Army, famed for its immense power, the man proclaimed, proceeding to fire the polished pistol directly at the classroom wall. The resounding explosion rendered everyone's ears ringing, and the hard wall bore a deep crater the size of a bowl, exposing the damaged foundation and supports. Qianya gasped in astonishment. If the wall could be so easily breached, a shot to the human body would likely create a gaping hole. Aiming for the limbs would likely result in severance. Is it powerful? He inquired. Indeed not, Shadow replied, his voice chilling as the other pistol emitted a glow. The patterns on its body suddenly illuminated. Only the sound of the hammer striking and a heavy object slicing through the air could be heard as a burst of azure light erupted from the barrel. Crashing against the wall with a thunderous boom, a fierce gust of wind, laden with countless fragments, swept towards the children, forcing them to avert their gazes. When Qianya lowered his arm, shielding his face, he was astonished to find that the thick wall of stone and metal had been blasted open, providing a view of the outside world. The potency of that azure light was astonishing. Shadow raised the still glowing pistol and declared, "This is a firearm powered by primordial energy, Its might is incomparable to that of conventional gunpowder weapons. Such a low-grade primordial energy gun already rivals that of a cannon. It is with these primordial energy firearms that we repelled those damned dark creatures during the Dawn War, laying the foundation for our empire today. Following this, Shadow elaborated on the principles of primordial energy firearms. Though primordial energy guns and traditional gunpowder firearms bore similar appearances, their mechanisms differed entirely. Instead of loading gunpowder and projectiles, there lay an energy compression device. Users must infuse their own primordial energy to condense energy bullets before firing them. Due to variances in energy device capacity and firearm materials, the power of primordial energy firearms can vary dramatically. Some even possess formidable special abilities, allowing them to be classified among the renowned firearms. Among the renowned firearms, there exist 10 legendary guns, each possessing unparalleled power. According to legend, acquiring any one of these 10 guns grants the ability to alter the fate of the continent. Throughout the centuries, countless conflicts and rivalries have erupted over these legendary firearms, claiming the lives of many exceptionally gifted individuals. Yet, even so, people continue to pursue them relentlessly. As of now, 3 of the 10 legendary guns are held by the human race, 5 by the dark races, and 2 remain missing. The distribution of these 10 legendary guns reflects the power dynamics among the 3 major factions: Dawn, Eternal Night, and Neutrality, within the realm of the strong. This was perhaps the most captivating lesson the children had experienced in the training camp thus far. Even those from established noble families listened with rapt attention. Shadow gestured to reveal a teaching board, showcasing a 3-dimensional image of an ancient and ornate pistol. This firearm resembled an antique flintlock pistol, with a silver, wishbone-shaped hammer standing at the rear. The barrel and grip were gilded, intricately engraved with elaborate designs. A striking crimson flower adorned the gun's body, its petals extending in delicate filaments in all directions. Unbeknownst to him, Shadow straightened, his demeanor exuding solemnity and even a hint of fervor, as he articulated. This is one of the 10 legendary guns held by the human race, and the first true renowned gun possessed by the Empire. The Munjusha flower, also known as the flower of the other shore. Qinya silently repeated the name Munjusha flower several times, feeling an inexplicable sense of mystery and beauty associated with the term, thus engraving it deeply in his memory. That a bold child inquired, "Does it possess any special abilities?" "Excellent question." Shadow, now thoroughly ignited with passion, replied fervently. According to legends predating written records among the human race, it grows beside the river of oblivion in the depths of the void, each time a life perishes in the world. A small flower blooms by the riverbank. It can ignite the primordial forces of the world, illuminating the starry path to the river of oblivion. This is the legendary ultimate skill Wangchuan. From that week onward, Qinya's schedule was augmented with 3 additional courses related to primordial energy firearms: energy fluid mechanics, firearm disassembly and maintenance, and shooting. Qinya consistently ranked in the top 5 in these subjects, leading to a significant improvement in his overall ranking, propelling him into the top 50. When the weekend rankings were announced, he was placed 49th. The distinction between 49 and 51, though merely 2 positions apart, was a chasm of difference. Qinya understood clearly that anyone ranking below 50 faced elimination. The fate of those expelled from the training camp was singular: death. Monday soon arrived, and as Qinya entered the training room, he felt an unusual excitement. Indeed, the black servant had placed 2 portions of Zhu Yan Shui in the incense burner. With nearly 10-fold heightened perception, Qinya experienced the resonant harmony of primordial energy akin to a symphony. The military tactics circulated within him. Qinya's primordial energy began to swell, surging like crashing waves. In times past, when the essence of Zhu Yan Shui was absent, the flow of primordial energy would falter and recede. Without the aid of such extraordinary spices, Qinya's process of sensing and absorbing primordial energy was exceedingly sluggish, requiring painstaking accumulation, guidance, and momentum before surging forth to face the next wave. However, with the newfound abundance of Zhu Yan Shui, Qinya's capacity to draw in primordial energy has significantly accelerated. The energy flows into his body incessantly, propelling the primordial tides to ever greater heights. At last, The primordial wave has reached its zenith, and Qian Yi perceives a cacophony of roaring tides resonating in his ears before the energy recedes like an ebbing tide. The first wave of primordial energy has finally been realized. Before this wave has fully receded, it collides with the nascent energy, generating a fresh surge of primordial waves. The second wave surpasses the first in height and force. Just as it approaches its peak, it falters and recedes due to insufficient energy. The prolonged chime of the bell rouses Qian Yi. The time for this session of cultivation has concluded. The most arduous aspect of the martial technique lies in manifesting the initial wave of primordial energy. Subsequent waves come with far greater ease as the primordial waves surge. They also create a powerful suction, drawing more surrounding energy into the body. Had it not been for the dual portions of Zhu Yin Shui, Qian Yi would have needed at least 2 more weeks to generate the first wave. At that juncture, striving to complete the full 9 waves within the 3-month deadline set by Zhang Jing would have been perilously challenging. In the ensuing weeks, Qian Yi's cultivation progressed remarkably well. With merely 1 month remaining until Zhang Jing's 3-month deadline, Qian Yi was already able to summon the 5th wave. The pace of his martial technique training accelerated considerably. He estimated that in another half-month, he would achieve the first complete 9 waves. Although most of the time in the training camp was spent in solitary focus, whispers of gossip circulated. Just as the practice of the martial technique entered its 3rd month, a child beside Qian Yi successfully manifested the 9 waves. Furthermore, it was rumored that among this cohort of children at the Huangquan training camp, the most prodigious talent had begun attempting to ignite the first spiritual energy node. This boy, named Su Lang, reportedly hailed from a prestigious family in the empire and possessed first-rate talent. Upon hearing such news, a bittersweet feeling welled within Qian Yi's heart. Since he could remember, the scar on his chest had been a constant reminder of his past. Life in the training camp persistently reminded him of the existence of that scar. Were it not for this mark, he too would have been a first-rate talent. Whenever the martial technique was activated and the primordial energy surged tumultuously, entering the area of the scar would render the flow particularly sluggish, necessitating Qian Yi to accumulate even more energy to guide a complete wave. He remained oblivious to who had inflicted this scar upon him. He had been no older than 3 when he was injured. Such is fate, and Qian Yi had no choice but to accept it. Training continued. In the 3rd month, a new knowledge course was introduced, Mechanical Principles. This comprehensive subject encompassed not only mathematics and physics, but also a multitude of other disciplines, all essential for understanding the operation of the colossal machines upon which humanity relies to alter the world. The first generation of machines was steam engines powered by Blackstone. After successful miniaturization, these steam engines remained prevalent across various continents. They possessed numerous advantages: stability, potent energy output, and, most notably, affordability. Manufacturing and maintenance were inexpensive. And with Blackstone readily available and abundant steel reserves, even after centuries, steam engines still represented the most suitable choice in most scenarios. The newly added knowledge course propelled Qian Yi's ranking upwards with remarkable speed, catapulting him into the top 20, even presenting a chance at the top 10 as the examination period in March approached. Qian Yi had already completed the primordial tide 2 weeks prior, ensuring his success was without question. Among his cohort, 3 individuals failed to meet the requirements and were subsequently dealt with severely by Zhang Jing, who personally administered punishment, leaving them grievously injured before having them dragged away. It had been 3 months since a fatality had occurred, a duration long enough for the children to nearly forget that they were in the Huangquan training camp, renowned throughout the empire's military reserves for its extreme cruelty in selection and elimination. As the 4th month commenced, yet another course was added: combat. From this moment forth, Qian Yi's previously untroubled training life came to a definitive end. Combat classes primarily began with guidance from instructors, followed by sparring among the students. Throughout the first week, most participants returned with bruised faces, while Qian Yi suffered particularly severe injuries. During sparring, the students attacked with full force, showing no mercy. Among the higher-ranked students, Qian Yi was the physically weakest, naturally becoming a prime target for attention, but if they could incapacitate Qian Yi, they would eliminate a rival for the coveted Zhu Yin Shui. This was the Huangquan training camp, not a gentle aristocratic academy. When the weekend rankings were announced, Qianye's position plummeted drastically to 48th, barely clinging to a spot within the top 50. After reviewing the rankings, the children settled in for sleep. Just as Qianye entered the dormitory, the door abruptly closed behind him, and several shadows lunged forward, seizing him firmly. An arm was locked across Qianye's throat, constricting his breath and rendering him voiceless. This was a combat technique they had just learned, now applied to Qianye in an instant. Surrounding him were a group of older children, having merged from other squads, often seen together. The tall boy with a mass of curly hair leaned in close to Qianye, regarding him with the predatory gaze of a hunter. This boy, named Chunlei, possessed a fierce and bold demeanor. His physical prowess ranked among the top 10, yet his academic performance consistently lagged, allowing Qianye to surpass him in overall rankings. Chunlei inched closer, their noses nearly touching. That he lowered his voice menacingly. "Listen here, from now on, you better keep your scores and knowledge courses down. Zhu Shui is wasted on a soft, useless coward like you. If you dare to defy me, my people will beat you mercilessly in every combat class, and I'll make sure you get an extra dose of punishment every night before bed." Today is just the beginning. Before he finished speaking, Chunlei struck Qianye's abdomen with a powerful punch. The blow was ferocious, employing almost his full strength. Qianye's stomach convulsed violently, a wave of nausea crashing against his chest. But his throat was constricted, preventing him from expelling anything. In an instant, Qianye's face turned a deep shade of purple. Chunlei produced a strip of tape, affixed it over Qianye's mouth, and declared, "There, now he can't scream. Hit him hard." In no time, Qianye was knocked to the ground, surrounded by 7 or 8 children who relentlessly kicked him. The accompanying course to combat was called Biological Structure, which began with a detailed explanation of human anatomy. Having already studied human structure, the children struck with particular malice, targeting areas that could inflict internal injuries while carefully avoiding the face, which would be easily noticed. If they continued to beat him mercilessly, Qianye would sustain permanent damage, unable to endure the intense training, and in a matter of days, he would be reduced to a lifeless corpse. Chunlei and his group did not merely seek to teach Qianye a lesson. They intended to incapacitate this bothersome nuisance entirely. The other children in the dormitory observed coldly, offering no intervention and refraining from alerting the guards or instructors outside. Among them were several who surpassed Chunlei in strength, and their glances toward him now bore an air of caution and coldness. The training camp strictly prohibited private brawls outside the combat arena, yet most understood Chunlei's motive for targeting Qianye. He was an orphan, born from the lowest echelons of the Empire's refuse planet. Ever since the knowledge courses commenced, the students' backgrounds have been intentionally or unintentionally leaked. With a little attention, anyone could discern another's origin and identity. At last, Chunlei set this dangerous precedent, a perilous example. All the children began to reevaluate their relationships and standings among one another. Qianye felt as though he had returned to the refuse yard, surrounded once more by older children as they beat him mercilessly. Back then, he had never bowed his head, which often resulted in him taking a beating, and he did his utmost to protect his vital areas. Biding his time for an opportunity, waves of excruciating pain coursed through him, yet the more he hurt, the calmer he became. Stay calm, stay calm. Only express anger when necessary, and then convey all that fury with a cooler demeanor. The instructor's shouts echoed once more in Qianye's mind. Just then, Qianye suddenly felt the intensity of the blows lessen considerably. The other children seemed to sense it was enough, fearing they might inflict too obvious injuries. In the future, there would be ample opportunities for them to turn against one another, but not now. Whoever dared to engage in infighting now would find themselves facing death first. This was a phrase Dragon High had repeated countless times. Chunlei, too, deemed it sufficient. He waved his hand and proclaimed, "All right, a hybrid, raised in a garbage dump, dares to contend with us." However, before he could utter another word, Qianye suddenly sprang up from the ground like a leopard, colliding into a larger child's embrace, his right hand seizing the vulnerable area below. All the children stood frozen in shock. The boy who had been caught in such a compromising position dared not move an inch. Qianye deftly tore off the tape that sealed his mouth with his left hand. His movements were slow, revealing how he struggled merely to stand As the tape was removed, everyone awaited Qianye's next action. Yet, Chunlei's face regained its menacing demeanor, and he began to signal his companions. Should Qianye call for the guards, they would collectively accuse him of instigating the brawl, in the absence of direct evidence. According to the training camp's rules, both parties would face punishment. Qianye calmly gazed at Chunlei. His eyes remained clear, devoid of anger or resentment, nothing but a frigid, expressionless stare. "I won't scream," Qianye suddenly whispered softly. Chunlei felt a chill deep within. Experiencing true fear for the first time, Qianye's right hand tightened suddenly, beginning to slowly constrict. The larger child who had been seized turned pale, his mouth agape, as if to swallow a goose egg. His throat emitted only the sound of inhalation, yet everyone knew that in the next moment, a deafening scream would erupt from it. Instantly, all the children comprehended. The first to cry out would face the harshest punishment for clearly violating the prohibition against noise after lights out. In the training camp, calling for help bore a price. The larger boy evidently understood the consequences of screaming and desperately suppressed himself. Yet, Qianye's grip mercilessly continued to tighten, as if he were merely clutching a ragged towel. The boy suddenly realized that Qianye truly intended to crush him. This garbage dump lad, with his delicate appearance akin to a young girl, was at his core an undeniable lunatic. "Ah!" The scream echoed throughout the camp. The agony and terror caused the larger boy to collapse into a fit of hysterical shrieks. He had no strength left to resist or retaliate against Qianye. All his senses were engulfed by unbearable pain. In the blink of an eye, the screaming ceased abruptly. The larger boy had fainted from the pain. Only then did Qianye release his grip, allowing him to crumple to the ground. With a thud, the dormitory door was kicked open. The guards rushed in, frowning at the scene before them, their faces contorting into sinister expressions as they unsheathed their whips, casting malevolent glances at the boys and girls in the room. 3 minutes later, Long Hai entered. Clad only in leather pants, he surveyed the scene, and upon noticing that Qianye's mouth and nose were pouring blood, yet he still stood defiantly, his brows furrowed. Suddenly, he lashed out with his whip, striking Qianye down with a resounding crack. The blow rendered Qianye's body limp, devoid of strength, collapsing to the floor. The sting of the whip was excruciating, yet the force infused within it surged through Qianye's body, releasing the pent-up blood within, granting him a fleeting sense of relief. A burly man approached the unconscious larger boy, bent down to prod him a few times, then unfastened his pants for a glance. Shrugging, "It's crushed." Long Hai raised an eyebrow, then nodded, saying, "Drag him away." He then lightly tapped his palm with a whip, stating, "Now, who will tell me exactly what transpired here?" Chunlei hung his head, yet his eyes darted maliciously toward the other children, his gaze brimming with threat. Suddenly, with a crack, Long Hai's whip lashed out like a venomous serpent against Chunlei's back, knocking him to the ground. This strike was far more ferocious than the one delivered to Qianye, instantly tearing Chunlei's shirt, leaving him bloodied and writhing in agony. Fortunately, he understood the severity of the situation and bit down hard, stifling any sound, nearly losing consciousness in the process. "You still dare to play such tricks in front of me?" Seeking death, Long Hai sneered, yet did not deliver a second strike. Not every child feared Chunlei. 2 stronger individuals stepped forward to recount the events that had unfolded. Thus, not only Chunlei but also the larger boys who had assaulted Qianye turned pale. Long Hai kicked the larger boy, who lay unconscious from Qianye's brutal attack, coldly stating, "So that's how it is. This unfortunate fellow not only failed to bully anyone, but was instead nearly beaten to death. What a waste. We have no use for waste here. Drag him out." The subsequent treatment of the other children continued in Long Hai's merciless vein, all the larger boys involved in the assault on Qianye, except for Chunlei, were hung up on the playground, each receiving 10 lashes. 10 lashes were sufficient to leave them half dead, yet the training schedule would not diminish the following day. This meant that for the next week or two, they would have no chance of ranking in the top 50 and would need to find ways to overcome their injuries, lest they be beaten to a pulp in combat class. It was predictable that many of those who had attacked Qianye would likely be eliminated in the coming days. As the sounds of screams echoed, Chunlei stood bewildered in the dormitory, unable to believe that aside from that excruciating lash, Long Hai had not imposed any additional punishment upon him. It was only after Long Hai and the guards departed that he confirmed this ordeal seemed to have passed. Qianye slowly rose to his feet, still somewhat unsteady. The lingering effects of Long Hai's strike left him feeling weak all over. However, the internal injuries had also improved somewhat due to that blow. Chunlei suddenly approached Qianye, grabbing his collar fiercely, growling, "This matter is far from over." Qianye calmly met his gaze, replying, "This matter is indeed unfinished. Unless you kill me now, you will have to be cautious while you sleep. Any day, you might find yourself in the same predicament as that unfortunate fellow." Qianye spoke with such naturalness, as if engaging in casual conversation. Yet beneath that eerie calm lay a palpable sense of ruthlessness and danger that sent shivers down the spines of all the children. Just thinking of the fate that had befallen the larger boy, the boys instinctively clamped their legs together. Chunlei's expression shifted. He did not wish to awaken one day to find himself facing a similar fate. Even if he were to kill Qianye afterward, it would be of no avail. Should he simply eliminate him now? Such a decision weighed heavily, and ultimately, Chunlei could not bring himself to resolve to perish alongside Qianye. Thus, the stinging whip marks on his back seemed to throb even more fiercely. This incident appeared to have settled, and no one dared to provoke Qianye further. The children shared a collective premonition. If they could not eliminate Qianye on the spot, they would be plagued by endless nightmares. Thus, a month passed in tranquility. Qianye managed to maintain his position within the top half, benefiting from the fact that several of Chunlei's allies had plummeted to the bottom ranks. With the aid of Zhu Yanxue, Qianye's cultivation pace quickened once more. The impact of the force tides grew increasingly powerful, evoking a sensation akin to crashing waves in the area of his lower abdomen. Qianye sensed the presence of a force node. Within his abdomen, he perceived a peculiar space, where an indistinct force surged, as if a young butterfly sought to break free from its cocoon. However, this space was enveloped by an invisible barrier. He needed to breach this barrier to ignite the node, allowing the forces within and outside his body to converge here. The processes of various techniques for breaking the barrier differed. Most were gentle, employing a gradual polishing method, thinning the barrier until it naturally dissolved, merging seamlessly. Conversely, some techniques were more aggressive, repeatedly directing the internal and external tides to crash against the barrier. For instance, the Bing Fa Ju operated in such a manner, driving the force tides with a ferocious and domineering impact, rivaling the most elite techniques. However, in the process of striking the barrier, it could also injure the body's organs. Qianye was now capable of swiftly initiating a complete force tide. And today, his objective was to attempt to breach the node barrier. He carefully guided the surging force toward the abdominal node. Waves of force gradually adjusted their positions, crashing against the node barrier. The barrier stood like a high rampart, firmly blocking the tidal forces. Qianye gradually immersed himself in this endeavor. Even the peculiar fragrance of Zhu Yanxue faded from his sensory realm. He felt as though he had become one with the surging force. Soaring high, like crashing waves violently battering against the barrier, then shattering, transforming into countless droplets of force. Yet the next wave would rise even higher, with a more powerful impact. With each round of assault, the recoil of the force sent tremors throughout Qianye's body. As the internal force tides surged against the node, the resonating external forces continuously replenished Qianye's energy. Thus, his original force gradually intensified. After countless monotonous cycles, a sudden surge of original force arose after a tidal impact, not fully subsiding but retreating momentarily before rising anew. Qianye was both astonished and delighted, promptly focusing to direct this wave towards the node barrier. As the wave crashed against the barrier, a resounding hum filled his ears, akin to a roaring torrent, causing his body to involuntarily tremble violently, almost propelling him off the ground. This marked the first wave of the second round of original force tides, compounded with the residual power of the first round. Its impact equivalent to the fourth or fifth wave of the initial tide. This was a promising commencement. As Qianye accumulated more original force, the second round would materialize, followed by the third and fourth rounds. The more consecutive original force tides generated, the stronger their combined might, and the greater the impact on the original force barrier. It was said that upon the emergence of the third round of original force tides, the time to breach the abdominal node would arrive at that moment. The bell rang, prompting Shinya, as usual, to tidy himself up before swiftly exiting the training room. He had made groundbreaking progress in his studies, and among his fellow practitioners, several bore expressions of joy. Yet within Shinya's heart, there was little elation. His progress was relatively swift, placing him in the upper third of the class. Now, nearly half a year had passed since the commencement of the military tactics course, and it was rumored that some children in other classes had already ignited their first original force nodes. The children lined up as usual in the valley clearing, and somehow, Chun-Lei stood beside Shinya. As they rushed toward the training ground under their instructor's lead, Chun-Lei suddenly leaned closer to Shinya. Lowering his voice, "I have begun cultivating the third round of original force tides. Be cautious when I ignite my original force node." Shinya remained focused ahead, seemingly oblivious to Chun-Lei's words. The next sessions included a combat class followed by a biological structure lesson. In the combat class, Shinya's opponent was an ordinary child. There was neither animosity nor camaraderie between them. The outcome of their sparring was a mixture of victories for both. Then came the biological structure class, but this time the instructor was an unfamiliar, balding, gaunt old man with murky gray eyes, upon his gaze sweeping across the room. Shinya felt as if he had been thoroughly scrutinized, sending a shiver down his spine. The old man's eyes had initially passed over Shinya, but then flickered back, lingering on him for a moment longer. Each student had a laboratory table before them, covered with a white cloth concealing elongated objects. The old man cleared his throat, his voice coarse and raspy like a crow's caw. "Little ones, starting today, I shall transform you into true demons. As for my name, I doubt any of you will wish to remember it. However, for the next 6 months, this name will accompany you for a long time. I am called Shinto." Then Shinto outlined the course requirements. Simply complete the task within the specified time, and no vomiting. "Now, lift the white cloth before you and take hold of this object." Shinto raised a tool resembling a slender hook. Shinya stepped forward, lifted the white cloth, and was immediately taken aback. Beneath it lay a corpse, cold and lifeless. Yet it bore a familiar face. Shinya recalled it was a child who had entered the training camp alongside him. The corpse had evidently been meticulously preserved, and despite nearly a year passing, it remained intact, showing no signs of decay. In one corner of the table lay a tray containing dozens of variously shaped instruments. The hook Shinto had grasped was among them. On a high podium, another corpse was present. Shinto inserted the hook into the chest of the corpse, pulling upward, before using a sharp knife to make a thin incision in the skin. Faced with this once familiar visage, Shinya felt an overwhelming complexity within, unable to proceed. Most of the children mirrored Shinya's shock and confusion. However, a few began to take action, some even sporting cruel, mocking smiles. Suddenly, a guard's voice boomed as he started to count down from 10. The children were startled. This was a countdown they knew all too well. Those that did not act by the end would face punishment. The punishment from Shinya might be even more severe than that of Zhang Jing. Including Shinya, all the children hastily grasped their tools, beginning to dissect the corpse as instructed by Shinto. Just as Shinya completed the required steps, he suddenly heard a girl beside him exclaim and then break down in tears. Collapsing to the ground and violently retching, Shinya halted his actions, silently observing the convulsing girl. All the children in the classroom were watching, and a profound silence enveloped the room. Once the girl had finished vomiting and her tears had subsided, Shinto gently instructed, "Take her away and clean her up." 2 wolfish guards seized the girl as if she were a chick, disregarding her cries and struggles. The lesson continued, and the children silently absorbed the knowledge imparted by Shinto. Only the old man's hoarse voice echoed within the classroom. A week later, Shinto reappeared before the children. This lesson was again focused on dissection, as the old man intended to cover the vital points and weaknesses of human anatomy over 3 sessions. When Shinya lifted the white cloth before him, he instinctively stepped back. On the table lay the corpse of that girl. Shinya suddenly understood what Shinto meant by cleaning up the tea that moment. He sensed Shinto's gaze firmly fixed upon him. Shinya did not raise his head, nor did his hands tremble as he picked up the tweezers and a thin-bladed knife, beginning the required procedure. This lesson passed in a blur for Qinya. The day slipped away, and before he knew it, evening had arrived, finding him lying in bed. The dormitory was filled with soft sounds of breathing, most of the children already lost in slumber, yet Qinya could not find rest. The Huangquan training camp truly resembled hell, and Qinya wondered how much longer he could endure. However, he understood that if he persevered, some aspects of himself would inevitably change over time. That it had been long since he recalled the vague shadow from the beginning of his memories. He had thought he would forget it, yet it resurfaced in his mind. Nevertheless, he sensed that some persistence would ultimately be lost. The second face to emerge in his thoughts was that of Shi Yan. Awkward yet striving to muster a smile, as if someone nearby were saying, "Come back alive." Qinya momentarily faltered. The voice was not Shi Yan's but that of another person. He closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, he felt utterly awake. Someone was waiting for him. Someone who had made him a promise. He now comprehended the significance of the surname Lin. Yet all of this could only be realized once he stepped out of this inferno. In this hell, opportunities often came only once. If missed, they would be lost, and there was no time for waiting. Suddenly, Qinya leaped off the bed, landing silently on the ground before stealthily approaching Chun Lei's bedside using the stealth techniques learned in combat class. It seemed he had not awakened anyone. Chun Lei was not sleeping soundly. His face displayed signs of unrest, unaware of the dreams that troubled him. Qinya slowly and decisively extended his hand towards Chun Lei's throat. At that moment, a child in the adjacent bed suddenly turned over, opening his eyes and witnessing Qinya's actions. Qinya exchanged a brief glance with him, and the child immediately shivered, hurriedly flipping back to continue sleeping. Pretending he had seen nothing, Qinya's left hand hesitated no longer, descending like lightning to firmly grip Chun Lei's throat while simultaneously delivering a powerful punch to his side. The dormitory erupted with a muffled thud, jolting most children awake, and many instinctively leaped from their beds. The sounds of thumping continued. Chun Lei's eyes widened, bulging from their sockets, his face turning a deep purple, his tongue protruding from his mouth. He clawed and grasped desperately, some strikes missing while others landed painfully on Qinya's arm. Yet Qinya's grip felt as unyielding as iron, seemingly impervious to pain. His right hand continued to strike rhythmically at Chun Lei's abdomen and ribs. This scene mirrored when Chun Lei had incited his companions to beat Qinya, yet the reactions of the two were entirely different. Chun Lei was clearly panicked and flustered, his counterattacks chaotic and unfocused. Reduced to frantic struggling, the strongest among the class watched Chun Lei's performance, shaking their heads in disapproval, no longer considering him a threat. However, their gazes towards Qinya were filled with trepidation. Qinya relentlessly pummeled Chun Lei. Yet his breathing remained steady, and his expression scarcely changed, as if he were merely engaged in a trivial task. The series of muffled thuds resonated, striking at the hearts of each child like a relentless drum. Chun Lei finally lay still, his body convulsing involuntarily. Qinya ceased his actions and returned to his own bed, nonchalantly pulling the blanket over his head to resume his slumber. Moments later, Chun Lei sprang from his bed, stumbling toward the window, wailing in a desperate tone, "Instructor, instructor, someone is trying to kill me. Please help." With a resounding crash, the dormitory door was kicked open once more, and Long Hai entered with a furrowed brow, coldly inquiring, "Who is making that racket?" Chun Lei, struggling, ran toward Long Hai like a frightened creature. The flicker of disdain crossed Long Hai's face as he struck Chun Lei down with a fierce whip, cursing useless, before using his foot to roll Chun Lei over. Chun Lei's clothes lay in tatters, yet his face bore no visible injuries, save for the conspicuously dark bruises around his throat. Long Hai, losing interest, raised his voice and demanded, "Who did this?" Qinya sat up calmly, responding, "It was me." Long Hai narrowed his eyes, sizing up Qinya for a moment before stating, "Well done, kid. Guards, take him out, give him 10 lashes, and hang him until tomorrow morning." Qinya offered no resistance nor fear, following the guards out with composure. Before long, the familiar sound of whips against flesh echoed outside the window. Each crack of the whip stirred dark memories within the children, and many faces turned pale with unease. Yet outside, only the sound of the lashes could be heard, devoid of Chinya's cries, moans, or even muffled grunts. as if the guard were merely striking a piece of wood. Long Hai had departed, but Chun Lei suddenly collapsed to the ground, unable to rise. The lash he had just received was no light matter. His injuries compounded, and recovery would take no less than a month. The gazes of the surrounding children were filled with mockery and disdain. It was evident to all that the frail Qian Yi was the true, ruthless one. The Chun Lei had sought to assert his dominance, but had chosen the wrong target. And gravely so. "Get some rest," remarked the top-ranked child in the class with a meaningful tone. The following morning, when Qian Yi was released after a night of hanging, he was almost too weak to stand. Nevertheless, he staggered to join the morning run. While the other children completed 3 laps, Qian Yi could only manage 1, yet he ultimately fulfilled the entire training task, albeit consuming most of the subsequent breakfast time. By the time night fell, Qian Yi had only completed half of the scheduled training for the day, undoubtedly placing him at the bottom of the rankings. Yet, it was as if the entire dormitory had collectively forgotten this fact. Not a single soul dared to mention it in past instances. Any child who had received 10 lashes would remain confined to their bed for days, yet none possessed the determination of Qian Yi. Each movement would aggravate the whip marks, causing excruciating pain. Thus, those who had endured 10 lashes would typically surrender, achieving not even the slightest training accomplishment, let alone half a night deepened. The children gradually climbed into their beds. Suddenly, Chun Lei felt his knees before Qian Yi, clutching his leg and weeping pitifully for mercy. Qian Yi glanced at Chun Lei, then slowly yet resolutely pushed him away, climbing into his own bed to sleep. All the children were now asleep, except for Chun Lei, who stood on the ground, his fists clenching and unclenching, his face a mask of torment. Though Qian Yi had endured lashes, Chun Lei bore internal wounds. At this moment, killing Qian Yi would be the easiest course of action, yet Chun Lei feared the punishment that would follow such an act. Perhaps there was another fear lurking within him, one he was reluctant to acknowledge. Could he truly overpower Qian Yi in his current state? During that week, Qian Yi's training performance unsurprisingly plummeted to the lower half of the rankings. However, on the way to the training room, the top-ranked child in the class unexpectedly approached Qian Yi, offering a piece of Zhu Yinshui. "I have 4 of these. I don't actually need so many," he stated as the top achiever. This child enjoyed additional privileges. Qian Yi looked at him in surprise, contemplated for a moment, then graciously accepted it, extending his hand. "My name is Qian Yi." The boy smiled back. "I am Song Zining." Their hands clasped. A new acquaintance was formed, despite their prior knowledge of each other's names. Throughout that week, Song Zining allocated 1 piece of Zhu Yinshui to Qian Yi each day until the weekend. When Qian Yi re-entered the upper tier of the rankings, regaining his own allocation of Zhu Yinshui. Beyond this, their interaction was minimal. They hardly exchanged more than a few words. By the 10th month, Qian Yi finally cultivated a 3-wave force tide, beginning to fully challenge the node barrier point 2 months prior. Song Zining had already ignited his force node at this juncture. Qian Yi discovered that once the force tide reached 3 waves, the backlash was double that of the first wave, each wave's rebound inflicting intense pain within him. If this trend continued, by the time he reached the 10th wave of force tide, the agony would likely rival that of the lashes. At that point, it remained uncertain how many would be able to endure, and oh wonder, so few could elevate the soldier's art to an advanced level. Not only did it inflict self-harm, but the suffering endured during the cultivation process was beyond what most could bear. For Qian Yi, an additional complication arose. Whenever the force tide surged across his chest, old wounds would throb with discomfort. By the 11th month, Qian Yi finally broke through the barrier. At the moment the barrier shattered, his force surged into the node like a tidal wave, and the node seemed to possess a suction, drawing in the surrounding force with the voracity of a whale. The speed at which the force accumulated doubled compared to before. As the force reached its zenith, a faint glow emerged deep within the node, flickering like a candle flame in the wind. This marked the ignition of the force node. Now, Qian Yi had finally entered the ranks of first-level warriors, distinguishing him from the common populace. Upon the instructor's confirmation that Qian Yi's force node had ignited, an additional item was added to his supply rations. This deep round pill was said to be highly beneficial for repairing internal injuries, serving as an auxiliary medicine for cultivating the soldier's ART. In the following month, Qianyi adhered to the prescribed pace of cultivation, controlling the flow of the force tide, repeatedly flushing and nurturing the node. Tempering himself through rigorous practice, ensuring a more natural and harmonious integration of the internal and external forces. Nevertheless, his force continued to surge rapidly, and with this growth, Qianyi's physical attributes significantly improved. Though still a child under 10, he was already capable of lifting 50 kilograms with a single hand. After Qianyi, more children gradually ignited their nodes to be why the year-long deadline set by Zhang Jing. The remaining 60-odd children in the class had mostly ignited their force nodes, yet 3 children had not succeeded. After the assessment examination, Qianyi never saw them again. Thus, the second year of the training camp passed by unknowingly. Qianyi's class welcomed an additional 100 students in the third year. Qianyi turned 10. This year marked the beginning of his formal challenge for the second force node, the one located in his chest. This node was of paramount importance among the 9 force nodes, second only to the one in the forehead. In many cultivation techniques, this place is referred to as the Qi Si, directly determining the depth of force one could cultivate in the future. After completing the nurturing process for the first node, Qianyi remained calm and composed as he officially began the challenge for the second force node. The surging force began to swell like waves, rushing toward the node in his chest. However, just as the tumultuous force traversed the area of his injuries, an indescribable, excruciating pain suddenly assailed him. This torment exceeded the limits of human endurance. Qianyi let out a scream. Collapsing to the ground, convulsing uncontrollably, blood frothing at his lips, and in an instant he succumbed to unconsciousness. The guards, alerted by his cries, rushed into Qianyi's training room. Upon witnessing his condition, they were momentarily stunned before swiftly carrying Qianyi away. Moments later, in a room typically used for biology structure classes, Qianyi lay naked on a metallic teaching platform. The training camp lacked any additional medical facilities. Only Zhang Jing and Long Hai were present, casting shadows to keep others at bay. Before the teaching platform, Shun Tu moved at a measured pace, as if demonstrating during a class, making 3 minuscule incisions at the scar on Qianyi's chest with various tools. After a brief period, the elderly man paused. Meticulously tidying his instruments, he did not glance at the still unconscious Qianyi, but directed his gaze toward Zhang Jing and Long Hai, stating, after being his instructors for so long. You must have noticed, Long Hai's complexion shifted, becoming somewhat unnatural. However, Zhang Jing suddenly smiled alluringly, casually remarking, "Isn't it just force plundering?" Long Hai's expression darkened further, while Shintu's lips twitched slightly. In truth, Zhang Jing's smile also appeared somewhat forced. At that moment, the classroom door was suddenly pushed open, and a figure strode in, declaring, "Indeed, it is the force plunder." The shadow followed closely behind him. The group turned in astonishment, and their surprise deepened upon recognizing the newcomer. It was Director Sun. The person who entered was a middle-aged man, slightly shorter in stature, yet remarkably sturdy. He bore an unremarkable square-shaped face, with exceedingly ordinary features, lacking any distinguishing traits that would make him memorable. This was Sun Enai, the instructional director of the training camp, clad in a somewhat faded old military uniform, devoid of insignia. Sun Enai approached Qianyi, gently gliding his hand over the scar on his chest. A faint glow of force emanating from his palm. After a moment, he withdrew his hand and sighed, as expected. This child is truly a pity. Zhang Jing noted something. This is someone sent by Lin Shuai. Is there a problem? What do you think? Sun Enai replied nonchalantly. Long Hai, who was the initial liaison, spoke first. Though he was sent by Lin Shuai, there were no specific instructions, not even a mention of preserving his life. I heard he was merely an orphan picked up on a whim by Lin Shuai. If there is anything amiss about his background, Shintu's raspy voice grew lower, carrying an ominous tone. Those capable of such actions are but a few. Yet how could those individuals leave a survivor? It seems rather peculiar. Sun Enai chuckled knowingly and replied slowly, I'm already aware of this information. In fact, others are aware as well. In other words, those who should know have already been informed. Upon hearing Sun Ni's words, Zhang Jing immediately relaxed, shrugged, and said, That's the game of the bigwigs. It has nothing to do with us, does it? The shadow remained silent, but nodded in agreement. Sun Ni's gaze fell upon Xinya as he remarked, "There are some connections, but they are not significant. We need not concern ourselves with why this child survived. We should focus on what to do now. Provide him with the most standard training, adhering to all protocols. If he can make it out of here alive, that will be his own merit. If he dies along the way, it has nothing to do with us at Huangquan." After a pause, Sun and I continued, "In summary, we shall consider the forced plunder incident as if it never occurred. Regardless of which formidable figure is involved, it bears no relation to Huangquan if that person truly seeks trouble with us. We at Huangquan are not afraid. Therefore, there is no need for hesitation in handling this matter. This is the intention of the commander." This revelation caused even Zhang Jing to retract her nonchalant demeanor. And everyone was taken aback, inquiring, "The commander has returned?" Sun and I did not respond, but merely nodded subtly. All the instructors immediately became exceedingly invigorated, while Longhai chuckled foolishly. Sun and I paced around Xinya, hands clasped behind his back, and said, "However, it wouldn't hurt to offer him a bit of small favor. Otherwise, he may not survive this trial. The timing is quite unfavorable. If he were to perish so easily, others might think Huangquan truly fears those few families. Well, I have already checked his body. The method for the military tactics needs some modifications. Specifically, Zhang Jing, once this child awakens, you shall teach him privately." "Understood." Sun and I nodded and turned to leave. Several instructors exchanged glances. And then Shintu began to treat Tea this moment. The gazes of Zhang Jing and the other instructors towards Xinya were tinged with a sense of regret. This was originally a child of exceptional talent, who had attracted attention and had been brazenly subjected to the forbidden art of forced plunder. Alas, everything was now in the past. Even an unparalleled prodigy, once afflicted by the forced plunder, would become an ordinary individual, scarcely stronger than an average practitioner. When Xinya awoke, the surroundings appeared somewhat familiar. Upon realizing he was lying on a metallic table in the biological structure classroom, his heart began to race violently. Had he not been entirely numb and unable to move, he might have tumbled straight to the floor. He then felt a persistent burning sensation in his chest, accompanied by sharp pangs of pain. "You reawake? Get down by yourself." Xinya turned to see Zhang Jing with her back to him, her upper body bent over a laboratory table, her spine forming an alluring curve as she busily scribbled something. Xinya attempted to move his fingers, gradually propped himself up, and then got off the table. However, as soon as his feet touched the ground, they buckled, and he collapsed onto the floor. Zhang Jing exclaimed, "Oh, I forgot the anesthetic's effects haven't worn off yet." She approached, effortlessly lifting Xinya and placing him into a chair before handing him a piece of paper, saying, "Memorize this. It's right here. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. This paper can only be viewed here, not taken out." Zhang Jing's unexpectedly gentle demeanor did not bring Xinya any comfort. Rather, it instilled a profound sense of unease within him. She was certainly not as gentle and approachable as she appeared. Her methods were ruthless and venomous, causing even Longhai to avoid her like the plague. The paper contained a lengthy incantation, accompanied by detailed annotations. After a moment of reading, Xinya realized that this incantation was a modification of the military tactics, specifically concerning the impact on the energy C nodes in his chest. "You will practice according to this method from now on until you ignite the energy C node. However, the process may be somewhat painful. If you experience any other discomfort, you can come find me in my residence anytime that I will inform the guards to allow you passage." With that, Zhang Jing left the room, leaving Xinya alone to silently memorize the incantation. Half an hour later, Xinya had committed all the contents of the paper to memory, and in accordance with Zhang Jing's instructions, he tore the incantation into shreds, carefully placing all the fragments on the table before departing. Zhang Jing's residence was not far from the camp. As he passed through a grove of trees, Xinya suddenly spotted Song Zining leaning against a large tree at the forest's edge, gazing up at the sky. Following his gaze, Xinya looked up, seeing nothing but blue skies and white clouds, not even a single bird in sight. "What are you looking at?" Xinya inquired curiously. "The great path in the future," Song Zining provided an unexpected answer. Xinya understood the meaning of the word future, but was unfamiliar with great path. Before Xinya could respond further, Song Zining casually asked, "Are you all right?" After a moment of hesitation, Qianye replied. The instructor said my original cultivation method had issues and made some adjustments. Song Zining's expression suddenly turned tense as he asked, which instructor? Zhang Jing, a S long as it's her. That S good. Song Zining's demeanor relaxed as he continued. Don't worry. Everyone's aptitude varies, so generic cultivation methods are often not the most suitable. If conditions allow, subtle adjustments to the generic methods are necessary. Zhang Jing is no simple character. Having her guide your training will only benefit you. However, noticing Song Zining's hesitance, Qianye quickly asked, however, what? Song Zining did not respond, merely sizing Qianye up with a bemused expression before saying, it's nothing. You'll find out when the time comes. His smile held an odd quality, and then he ignored Qianye and walked away. Qianye watched Song Zining's retreating figure, hardly believing that he had come here to ponder the great path and the future in the sky. Perhaps this fellow was worried about something, which is why he specifically waited for Qianye here. Although Song Zining had maintained the top position for several months, the other children were closing in rapidly in the training camp. Time was the most precious commodity. Without diligent cultivation, one could be eliminated at any moment. In the hearts of all the children, time and Zhu Yinshui were the most invaluable treasures. Thus, Qianye tucked Song Zining's figure deep within his mind. Some things need not be spoken. When the time comes, understanding will naturally follow. This marked the most extensive conversation they had shared in months. Many of Song Zining's words were ones Qianye had never heard before, indicating that this child's background was far more complex than he had introduced. Qianye glanced at the time. There were 10 minutes until the next class. He quickened his pace, hurrying towards the small valley as the scent of Zhu Yinshui enveloped him. Qianye entered a state of ethereal tranquility and began his cultivation. This time, he slowly guided the tides of force according to the new incantation, gradually approaching the energy C node in his chest. However, when the tides of force reached the area of the wound, it felt as if they had sunk into a quagmire, each surge becoming increasingly laborious and sluggish. Every surge of the primordial force through the wounded area felt akin to an iron brush scraping against a fresh wound, sending waves of excruciating pain that nearly caused Qianye to lose consciousness once more. The modified military training technique indeed inflicted significantly less suffering than its original version, allowing Qianye to remain conscious. Unlike during his initial practice sessions, deep within, Qianye possessed a tenacity and resilience that compelled him to endure in silence, gritting his teeth against the agony. However, he soon realized that the primordial force coursing through the injured region not only provoked intense pain, but also significantly slowed its flow, diminishing the impact. Only by cultivating a deeper reservoir of primordial force could he hope to achieve the normal impact of its tidal wave. Yet, such an intensified force would inevitably entail greater suffering. Resolutely, Qianye resolved to disregard the pain as if this body were not his own. Nevertheless, the torment was almost unbearable. Within mere hours of a 2-hour training session, he succumbed to exhaustion and collapsed. Despite this, the training bore fruit, with some progress in his primordial force, albeit at an exceedingly slow pace. As he caressed the scar on his chest, a heavy shadow passed over his heart. He remained oblivious to the identity of the person responsible for the scar, nor the reasons behind this day. It continued to exert an unyielding influence over Qianye's fate, threatening to drag him into a quagmire and push him toward the abyss. As night fell, the children were granted a brief respite for free activity. This time was dedicated to acquiring various forms of knowledge or engaging in additional training. From this moment on, the children enjoyed a modicum of freedom, allowing them to choose their path for the future according to their preferences. Qianye sought out Zhang Jing. The guards, having received their orders, did not impede his passage. Zhang Jing resided in a secluded courtyard that starkly contrasted with the ubiquitous metallic and stone edifices of the training camp. The entire courtyard exuded an imperial vintage charm, with the main building being a 2-story structure adorned with elegant eaves and intricate railings, tastefully arranged. Just from her dwelling, one could discern her distinction from the other instructors, who lived in austere apartment complexes resembling large iron boxes. Qianye gently knocked on the brass lionhead knocker on the door, and he soon heard Zhang Jing's voice. The door is unlocked. Come in. He traversed the courtyard and entered the main room, careful not to disturb anything within. Zhang Jing was not in the living room. Instead, the sound of running water emanated from the direction of her bedroom, indicating she was bathing. Qinya exhibited no impatience, opting to stand still. Over the past few years, he had learned the virtues of obedience and patience. In the absence of new orders, remaining still was the wisest choice. After a brief moment, Zhang Jing emerged from the inner chambers, wrapped in a bathrobe. She cast a glance at Qinya before settling onto the sofa. The bathrobe appeared somewhat snug, with an unusually short hemline that failed to conceal her long, snow-white legs. Her ample bosom strained against the neckline, as if ready to burst forth at any moment. Qinya's eyes, those long legs shone with an almost electric brilliance, every movement igniting a flash of light before him. Children born amidst rural chaos and warfare often matured quickly. Even before the founding of the empire, the human race had consistently advanced the age of marriage and childbirth to breed more warriors. Consequently, the development of their bodies accelerated. Even now, it was common for those aged 14 or 15 to start family. 10 years old, Qinya could hardly be considered too young. Moreover, the children in the training camp had been practicing the military technique from a young age, a vigorous and fiery discipline that fostered both temperament and physical growth. The biology course had provided them with a thorough introduction to human anatomy. However, it seemed Zhang Jing was entirely unaware that Qinya was no longer an innocent child. Unabashedly, she stretched languidly, her alabaster legs extending straight, nearly revealing what should remain concealed. Qinya's heart felt as if it had been struck by a heavy hammer, causing his vision to blur and his head to spin, as if the entire world had shifted in some indescribable manner. Yet, was it the world that had changed, or merely his emotions? "Little Qinya, what brings you here?" Zhang Jing inquired, her tone imbued with languor. Qinya dared not gaze at her for long. Hastily articulating the issues he encountered during his training, he could not ascertain whether the additional pain and the sluggishness of the primordial force during practice were normal reactions. Zhang Jing's demeanor shifted slightly as she beckoned him closer, saying, "Come a bit nearer." Qinya approached the edge of the sofa, standing within reach of her outstretched hands. She began to press and knead his body, strands of primordial force entering him, testing his responses throughout. The sensation was indescribable, a mingling of numbness, soreness, and swelling that was excruciatingly unbearable, far more so than a whipping. Qinya had no choice but to redirect his focus. He stood rigidly, motionless, his gaze wandering, inadvertently sweeping over Zhang Jing's chest, rendering him immobile. This was a sight Qinya had never encountered before. He did not fully understand what he was witnessing, yet he could not resist the instinctive impact of her snowy bosom. Fortunately, it wasn't long before Zhang Jing announced, "All right, I have assessed your condition. Let me think. It appears that the damage to this node is more severe than I had anticipated, but not devoid of hope. Henceforth, do not rush during your training. Always maintain a rhythm within your capacity. You will need at least 1.5 times the primordial force of a normal person to ignite this node." She then meticulously pointed out several key aspects of his training before allowing Qinya to depart. Upon returning to his dormitory, Qinya found himself unable to sleep that night, his mind filled with visions of undulating flesh. It was from this night onward that he began to realize the inherent differences between girls and boys, differences that transcended the mere biological distinctions taught in class. They were not dry statistics nor flat illustrations. However, the agonies of the following days' training swiftly dispelled any budding fantasies in Qinya's youthful heart. He endured the pain with all his might, nearly losing consciousness on several occasions. The suffering was beyond human endurance. For an ordinary person, it would be enough to drive them to the brink of madness. Qinya, relying on his first-tier warrior physique, managed to persevere. Having learned this lesson, Qinya resolved to approach his training with caution, diligently controlling the tidal flow of primordial force to keep its impact near the threshold of his endurance. This training session was exceptionally arduous. When the bell tolled, Qinya could scarcely believe he had remained awake and completed the 2-hour ordeal. Yet, this session led him to a disheartening conclusion. The primordial force required to ignite the node in his chest was not merely 1.5 times that of a normal practitioner, but a full 3 times. While this would allow him to accumulate more primordial force, The training speed for two nodes would invariably exceed that of a single node. Consequently, Chinya's progress plummeted, dropping from the forefront to nearly the bottom of his class. Nonetheless, there were no shortcuts in training. Upon realizing this, Chinya accepted reality, regaining his composure and shedding his earlier impatience that he could still aspire to reach the second tier. It would merely take additional time. Moreover, countless practitioners struggled throughout their lives without ever attaining the second tier. According to the standards of the Huangquan training camp, reaching the second tier was the minimum requirement for graduation, thus offering Chinya a glimmer of hope for escaping this hellish existence. Thus, Chinya began a methodical regimen of training and study. Perhaps it was the release of his attachment to gains and losses, or perhaps it was his newfound focus, but Chinya's training performance improved remarkably. Through repeated trials and tribulations, he cultivated a primordial force far denser than that of his peers, with an intensity that was both fierce and formidable. In this manner, Chinya managed to keep pace with the progress of the combat course. By the time he reached the halfway mark of his 10th year, Chinya and his cohort had completed their foundational training in unarmed combat, and the next phase involved weaponry training, beginning with knives of various lengths and types. From this day forward, many of the children bore the marks of their training. Those who remained alive were all first-tier warriors, their physical abilities significantly enhanced, and their attacks now infused with primordial force, greatly amplifying their power. Even a mere scratch could prove perilous as they endured more injuries. The children learned to employ primordial force for defense. It was during this period that Chinya began to demonstrate extraordinary strength. When confronted by larger children seeking trouble, he often preferred a strategy of exchanging injuries. He would endure a cut or a punch without flinching, as if his sense of pain had vanished entirely, which in no way hindered the precision and ferocity of his counterattacks. However, when Chinya struck with his knife, the wounds he inflicted were often far from trivial. One larger child exchanged more than a dozen blows with Chinya before collapsing in agony, while Chinya, drenched in blood, stood firm, his grip on the knife unwavering. This slight discomfort pales in comparison to the excruciating pain he endures daily during his training. Henceforth, no one in the combat class dared to provoke Chinya, for this towering figure had originally ranked 5th in combat prowess. In terms of strength and technique, he surpassed Chinya in every individual category, yet he was utterly vanquished by Chinya in real combat. Within the training camp, the children learned early on to regard only the results. By the time Chinya reached the age of 11, the children had completed their studies on human anatomy. Then, the elderly Shinda presented a peculiar corpse, a gigantic spider measuring several meters in length. It was only later that Chinya discovered this was no ordinary spider, but a formidable branch of the dark races, the human-faced spider demon. The creature before them was merely a low-ranking member of the spider demon clan, lacking the evolved humanoid visage and limbs, thus referred to as a cave spider. From that day forward, the children began their acquaintance with various dark races that a year later, with the exception of the legendary and most mysterious offspring of the demonic lineage. They had encountered every well-known dark race on Shintu's dissection table, including the Blood Clan, which bore almost no difference in appearance from humans, and the untransformed werewolves. At this juncture, the children had matured, now deserving of the titles young men and young women. However, they still resided in a large communal space, bathing and changing clothes together. Yet, the physical differences between boys and girls had become apparent, with some precocious boys seeking excuses to harass the girls. Nevertheless, they dared not go further, for such actions were strictly forbidden. Chinya increasingly found himself reminiscing about the images he had glimpsed in Zhang Jing's room. When Chinya turned 12, the training camp marked a momentous occasion, the coming-of-age ceremony. On this day, all the boys and girls were gathered in a grand hall, where they partook of a meal laced with potent aphrodisiacs. Moments later, Chinya felt his consciousness begin to blur, his body igniting with heat as his breath seemed to carry flames. And strange thoughts surged forth uncontrollably. Soon, he realized he could no longer think clearly and began to succumb to the rising tide of primal instincts. At that moment, many naked adults entered the hall, each approaching the children. The hall was swiftly transformed into a realm of carnal desires. Zhang Jing and Long Hai surveyed the scene with impassive expressions, occasionally lashing out with their whips. They were completely indifferent to the debauchery unfolding before them. Conversely, several weaker instructors and numerous seasoned guards indulged in the festivities that on this day, the still innocent girls became the perks of their positions. However, the instructors and guards exercised some restraint, refraining from excessive indulgence. While they could partake in the revelry of this unique occasion, they would not permit any harm to come to the girls. Should anyone lose control, the long whips wielded by Zhang Jing and Long Hai would swiftly instill regret. From that day forward, the physical prohibitions between boys and girls were lifted. For the more vulnerable girls, this marked the beginning of their descent into hell. This was the ethos of the Huangquan training camp. Those who emerged from here were not allowed any weaknesses. A girl's body could be her vulnerability, yet it could also be transformed into her weapon. Several girls quietly vanished, avoiding this debauchery through the influence of their family powers. The coming-of-age ceremony lasted the entire night. Like his companions, Qianye eventually drifted into a hazy, exhausted slumber, awakening the following midday. Only then did the effects of the drugs within him dissipate. The events of the previous night felt dreamlike, with many details slipping from memory. Yet Qianye was acutely aware of what had transpired. After the ceremony concluded, Qinye's life returned to normalcy. He engaged in training, studying, practicing combat techniques, and learning mechanical principles, alongside the maintenance and fabrication of various basic mechanical components. The girls in the class underwent the most significant transformations, with many finding male partners. Only a few strong girls, who had not participated in the ceremony, maintained their independence. The ever-dominant Song Zining monopolized the attention of two beautiful girls without any objection. Not even from the girls themselves. Such was the nature of the Huangquan training camp. One must first defeat their opponent to earn the right to protest. Qianye remained solitary, utterly absorbed in his own world, oblivious to the changes occurring in his class. For him, each training session was a hellish experience. Through relentless torment, Qianye forged an indomitable will. However, this also rendered him disinterested in matters beyond training. For him, igniting the energy nodes and escaping this infernal existence was the sole priority. What he yearned for could only be attained by breaking free from this isolated valley on one particular day. As Qianye returned to the dormitory, he chanced upon Song Zining leaning against the door, gazing skyward, contemplating his path and future. Qianye nodded slightly, intending to enter, when Song Zining suddenly called out to him. Qianye, wait a moment. What is it? Qianye queried, somewhat perplexed. Song Zining smiled and replied, a fortuitous event. Something that will expedite your growth. He gestured towards a group of students passing by and pointed to a rather delicate-looking girl among them, saying, that one is for you. Fong Minghui, come here. The girl seemed taken aback, but promptly approached without objection, standing before Song Zining and Qianye. Song Zining appraised her from head to toe and stated directly, tonight, you'll sleep with Qianye, and you are to stay with him from now on. Fong Minghui froze, and before she could respond, another boy rushed over, exclaiming no. She's mine. Song Zining's countenance darkened abruptly, and he coldly retorted, who do you think you are to contest with me for a woman? The boy's face drained of color as he stammered. You already have 2 women. Point 2 is not enough, Song Zining replied nonchalantly. The boy was rendered speechless by this remark, casting a reluctant glance at Qianye before slowly retreating. This boy had been accompanied by several others, and as he approached, they all remained rooted in place. Watching intently that moment, a tall youth stepped forward, speaking in a low voice. Song Zining, you're being somewhat unreasonable. We have always respected you and yielded, but you cannot monopolize all the benefits, nor bully my brother. Qianye recognized this youth as Wu Jin, who ranked just below Song Zining, though the discrepancy in their scores was not substantial. Song Zining paid no heed to Wu Jin's seemingly placating yet menacing words. Sneering, I am bullying your brother. So what? Wu Jin narrowed his eyes, a chilling aura emanating from him as he slowly replied, it seems there isn't that great a disparity between us. Speaking of which, it has been a while since we had a serious match. You haven't dared to seek me out? It's not that I am avoiding battle, Song Zining scoffed, straightening his posture as a sharp, unsheathed killing intent surged forth. As he flexed his joints, he mockingly said, Wu Jin, you wouldn't be foolish enough to take that flimsy report card seriously, would you? How about we head to the combat room for a match right now? This time, I want to hold back. Once we finish, your pathetic second place can go to hell. Faced with Song Zining's challenge, Wu Jin's expression shifted, and after a heavy grunt, he turned on his heel and walked away. Song Zining called out to Wu Jin's retreating figure, "Wu Jin, if you plan to team up with the others, you'd better do it soon in 2 months, I will ignite my second node." Second-tier warrior, Wu Jin's entire body trembled, turning back to gaze at Song Zining in disbelief before hastily departing. His earlier bravado dissipated. The throng of children observing was equally astonished, their attitude towards Song Zining instantly shifting to one of greater respect. Fang Minghui, meanwhile, shifted her gaze and promptly stood beside Song Zining, softly stating, "Whatever Brother Song asks of me, I will do. I can accompany anyone." Song Zining gestured towards Fang Minghui and said to Qinya, "Qinya, she is yours in a place like this. If you do not seize what you deserve, others will begin to doubt you and continuously test your limits. Appropriately showcasing your strength will alleviate many troubles." Qinya initially considered declining, but the resolute look in Song Zining's eyes halted him, and he reluctantly allowed Fang Minghui to accompany him. Upon returning to his bed, Qinya found himself reflecting on the recent events. What Song Zining sought to convey was that power is the ultimate key to dominance. Without strength, one must either yield or face brutal consequences when confronting someone like Song Zining. Even Wu Jin, ranked second, had no choice but to leave in humiliation when faced with Song Zining, as for Fang Minghui. This girl, whose ranking hovers near the bottom, is indifferent to which man she follows, as it bears no relation to her own will. Qianyi feels he has grasped Song Zining's meaning. Fang Minghui stealthily crawled onto Qianye's bed. However, after being tormented all day by the military tactics, Qianyi finds her utterly uninteresting. He merely caresses her soft waist with his hand before losing interest and swiftly succumbing to a deep slumber. In the following days, Fang Minghui remains by Qianye's side. Although he does not engage with her, he does not dismiss her either. Among this cohort of students, Qianye's overall ranking remains commendably high, constantly lingering around the 10th position. This is attributable to his exceptional performances across various subjects, particularly in certain academic courses and those related to firearms and machinery, where he exhibits near perfection. While his physical fitness may lag slightly, his combat skills shine due to his extraordinary ruthlessness, allowing him to maintain a ranking around the 20th position. Song Zining is correct. Given Qianye's current comprehensive ranking, he is entitled to a fixed partner. His reluctance to seek one has, in the eyes of others, only served to portray him as lacking in strength and thus insecure. Life in the training camp is never mundane. One day during the mechanics class, after more than 10 failed attempts, Qianyi finally succeeded in crafting a high-precision shell using simple tools. He is immensely satisfied with his creation. While producing a shell is relatively easy, achieving high precision without sophisticated tools poses a far greater challenge, necessitating considerable control over force and movement. This skill is pivotal for battlefield repairs. With this ability, Qianyi will be able to mend damaged firearms or other weapons on most battlefields, the significance of which is self-evident. As he admires his handiwork, a voice suddenly interrupts him. Impressive. Turning to look, he sees a girl standing nearby, observing the shell in his hand. Her appearance is merely ordinary. Yet her physique is quite remarkable, having surpassed 170 centimeters. This girl, named Mimi, is one of the few in the class who does not rely on others. Her comprehensive ranking surpasses Qianye's. Stabilizing at 6th place at ITS just a stroke of luck, Qianyi dismisses, tossing the shell aside. However, Mimi picks it up, examines it closely, and says to Qianyi, "I find you rather intriguing. With you in our team, we need not worry about damaged firearms or running out of ammunition in the future. MY repair skills are not far behind yours." Qianyi recalls that Mimi's performance in various mechanical aspects is indeed comparable to his own. Such abilities are undoubtedly invaluable. I notice you seem disinterested in Fang Minghui. How about we become partners from now on? Mimi directly proposes. Qianyi furrows his brow slightly and inquires, "Partners? In what sense?" "No, in combat." Mimi suddenly leans closer to Qianyi and whispers, "You seem to have no interest in women, and conveniently, I have no interest in men. Moreover, our combat styles complement each other perfectly, making us an ideal match. We can team up on the battlefield. Qianyi is genuinely tempted by this suggestion and nods in agreement. Let me think about it. In the ensuing months, Qianyi and Mimi grow increasingly familiar, spending more time together, while Fang Minghui is roughly dismissed by Mimi. Song Zining has no objections. He merely intends to provide Qianyi with a female companion, and the identity is of little consequence. From the perspective of aiding Qianyi, Mimi is evidently far superior to Fang Minghui. During this period, Mimi and Qianyi often spar in combat classes. Mimi's fighting style exudes a sense of grandeur. Her defense is both intricate and composed, while her attacks are unpredictable, with a practical skill level that exceeds Qianyi's. Song Zining once privately remarked that Mimi likely had some foundational training before entering the camp. Naturally, Qianyi refrains from employing a strategy that involves trading injuries, resulting in him often facing defeat during their sparring sessions. Prolonged practice with Mimi significantly enhances Qianyi's combat skills. Thus, as the year progresses, the children encounter their first true survival examination. Students from 10 classes will be deployed into a vast primitive mountainous region, alongside hundreds of dark race warriors. They must find a way to survive in this expansive and complex terrain for 10 days. During this period, their enemies are not only the dark race, but also their fellow students. For the scoring system, killing a dark race warrior is equivalent to killing a fellow student. The examination rules are straightforward. Eliminating either a dark race warrior or a student will result in immediate success. The top 10 students in terms of kills will receive additional substantial rewards. Those lacking the skill to eliminate others must excel at evasion. The examination concludes when only 600 students remain or when the 10-day period expires. Each student is issued a common dagger, which is the only weapon permitted for this examination. As dusk falls, a sharp whistle akin to that of a night owl signals the start of the examination. Qianyi swiftly enters the woods, concealing himself. It is only when night descends that he emerges from his hiding place, cautiously advancing. Qianyi melds into the darkness, moving with patience while observing his surroundings. His movements are deliberate, nearly soundless. His excellent performance in wilderness survival class proves beneficial in the field, as he meticulously executes every stealth maneuver, making adjustments based on the terrain as necessary. Upon passing a large tree, he suddenly halts in the shadows, remaining motionless. Shortly thereafter, two students appear about 10 meters away, and upon encountering each other, they erupt into a fierce battle. The conflict concludes within minutes, with one youth swiftly falling victim to a flurry of stabs, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The victor, seemingly not yet satiated, viciously plunges his weapon into the corpse a few more times before tearing a specially crafted whistle from the deceased's waist. He examines the notches on the whistle, muttering curses under his breath. The surviving youth bears several wounds himself. He tends to his injuries, staunching the bleeding, and prepares to blow the whistle. These whistles are specialized. When blown using original force, they emit sounds that can be heard several kilometers away. The instructors scattered throughout the examination area will respond promptly upon hearing the whistle, verifying the results before escorting the successful student from the battlefield. With the whistle poised at his lips, the youth suddenly finds himself lacking the strength to blow it. A dagger's blade tip appears before his throat. In shock, he turns around only to be rendered speechless, pointing weakly at Mimi, who steps forth from the depths of the woods. Before collapsing slowly, Mimi bends down to extract the dagger from the fallen youth's body, then searches their belongings, acquiring their daggers and two whistles. Each of these special whistles bears a unique number, serving as identification for the students during the examination. When it comes time to assess rankings at the conclusion of the examination, the number of whistles in one's possession will determine their standing. Those who lose their whistles may survive, yet their ranking will inevitably plummet. Mimi sheathes the dagger at her waist, suddenly sensing something, raises her gaze towards Qianyi, and sharply commands, "Who is there? Come out." Qianyi is taken aback by Mimi's keen perception. Having witnessed her sudden act of violence, his thoughts momentarily stirred, causing his hand atop the bushes to shift slightly, producing the faintest of sounds, which surprisingly gives away his position. "It's me, Qianyi," he announces as he steps out from his concealment. The fortuitous reunion with Mimi shortly after entering the battlefield fills Qianyi with a sense of luck. In such a chaotic environment teeming with adversaries, Having a trustworthy partner is indeed a significant advantage. Upon recognizing Qianyi, Mimi's expression softens. Oh, it's you. You startled me. So, shall we move together from here? This aligns perfectly with Qianyi's intentions, and he promptly nods, saying, all right, here, take this. Mimi tosses a whistle to Qian. He catches it and remarks, you're quite lucky. Let us head back now. Mimi immediately shakes her head. No, we can't go back. With the two of us, we can hunt for more points. We have a chance at breaking into the top 10. Qianyi hesitates for a moment, but ultimately agrees. Even if they form a team, risks still abound, and they do not diminish significantly compared to venturing alone. Other students may also team up, and the true Dark Race warriors are immensely powerful, far beyond the capacity of these still maturing youths to confront easily. From the descriptions provided by the instructors prior to the expedition, it seemed that even with Qianyi and Mimi combined, they might struggle against a formidable warrior from the Dark Races. At that moment, Qianyi's gaze swept across, and he suddenly noticed that 3 whistles were hanging from Mimi's waist. Excluding her own, in the brief period since the battle commenced, she had already claimed the lives of 3 individuals. One of the whistles suddenly rolled with Mimi's movement, revealing a number on its back. Qianyi's heart trembled as he felt an unsettling familiarity with that number. Just as he pondered this, Mimi gestured for him to explore ahead, indicating for him to lead the way. Qianyi crouched low and began to stealthily navigate through the forest. Meanwhile, Mimi lagged a few paces behind, frequently glancing back as if diligently guarding their rear. As Qianyi advanced a few steps, a sudden flash of insight pierced through the fog in his mind. He recalled where he had seen that number before. It belonged to a particularly capable youth in their class, ranked near Qianyi. This youth had also been quite close to Mimi, and rumors suggested they had shared an intimate relationship. Initially, due to Mimi's involvement, he had harbored considerable animosity towards Qianyi. However, due to Song Zining's blatant favoritism and Qianyi's notorious ruthlessness, he had been unable to voice his grievances about Mimi and Qianyi's proximity. Qianyi was entirely uninterested in what Mimi might do out of his sight. After all, the nature of their relationship was not one of genuine romantic partners, nor did he intend to develop it into such. Yet now, this youth's whistle was inexplicably attached to Mimi's waist. In an instant, a profound realization struck Qianyi, followed by a surge of intense apprehension. Without a moment's hesitation, he lunged forward with all his might. Suddenly, he heard a soft exclamation from Mimi behind him, followed by a sharp gust aimed at his waist. Despite his rapid response, he felt a chilling sensation at his side, succeeded by a searing pain. After rolling several times, he found refuge behind a large tree, finally allowing himself to stand in the midst of evading. He narrowly avoided multiple strikes from Mimi, yet still sustained 2 wounds. Lowering his gaze to examine his injuries, he turned to Mimi and coldly inquired, why? For the sake of passing the exam, and for the rewards, Mimi replied, casually brushing back her disheveled hair, then sneering, if it weren't to dismantle your vigilance. Do you think I would have deliberately approached you all? Damn it, I even had to endure sharing a bed with those imbeciles. Fortunately, you do not act like a man and have no such expectations of me. However, you are far more careless than I anticipated. Are you not injured now? Thus, your fate is sealed. I had hoped that our collaboration would yield greater benefits. Qianyi replied with a furrowed brow. Mimi scoffed. Benefits? Even the most substantial of rewards split between 2 cannot elevate me into the top 10. If you were Song Zining, perhaps I would entertain such talk. But you, what are you really, without Song Zining? Do you think you could maintain your position intact? Qianyi weighed the dagger in his hand, his eyes igniting with determination. I understand now that if you wish to kill me, then come. I shall not hold back. Like a mother leopard, Mimi lunged at him. In the blink of an eye, they were locked in combat. They had sparred numerous times in their combat classes, and Mimi had initially believed she was well acquainted with Qianyi's fighting style. However, to her astonishment, their very first exchange revealed a stark difference. Qianyi's approach had shifted dramatically, no longer exhibiting the delicate counterattacks of before, but rather adopting a ferocious and sweeping assault, each strike delivered with utmost ferocity. Qianyi disregarded any notion of defense, favoring a brutal exchange of injuries that, in an instant, Mimi inflicted 3 cuts upon Qianyi, but he retaliated with 2 strikes of his own. Both bore wounds to their arms. As they clashed once more, their blades met with a violent force, driven by their respective energies. The agony from their injuries caused Mimi to involuntarily shudder. At that moment, Qinya let out a fierce roar. His energy surging, and an unparalleled force emanated from his dagger. Mimi's entire body trembled, her grip faltering, creating an opening. Qinya's dagger struck, carving a deep wound in her shoulder, exposing a glimpse of bone beneath. Mimi gasped, clutching her injury, a mixture of shock and rage flooding her features. Qinya, too, bore a wound, significantly deeper than hers, yet his strikes and grappling showed no signs of hindrance, as if the injury were non-existent. Mimi began to doubt whether Qinya even felt pain. Unbeknownst to her, Qinya experienced pain as well. However, he had endured relentless anguish while honing his combat techniques. In comparison, this superficial injury felt trivial. Mimi's injury had struck deep, rendering her left arm nearly useless. Yes, she watched Qinya approach step by step. The previously underestimated countenance now exuded an icy calmness. Overwhelmed, Mimi suddenly burst into tears, pleading, "No, please don't kill me. I don't want to die. Spare me." In a state of panic, she turned and fled, her demeanor utterly disheveled. Leaving her back wide open, it appeared that the terror of death had shattered her composure. Qinya's fingers tightened and then relaxed, only to suddenly clench his dagger, channeling his energy into a decisive throw. The dagger emitted a faint crimson glow as it soared forth with a piercing whistle, akin to a meteor, and in an instant, it embedded itself into Mimi's back. Mimi abruptly halted, stunned as she looked back, unable to fathom that Qinya would truly strike her down. Though she feigned chaos, she had been slowly gathering her strength, waiting for the moment when her energy peaked so she could escape in a burst of speed. Confident that no one in the training camp could catch her with such a technique, she was unprepared for Qinya's dagger arriving at the last moment. That instant, deep within Qinya's heart, a soft sigh echoed, only to be sealed away in the darkest recesses of his being. This was the first time he had truly taken a life with his own hands. Qinya collected all the whistles and swiftly disappeared into the woods. The surrounding area was soon filled with rustling sounds, indicating that others had heard the battle and were preparing to take advantage. The night felt exceptionally long, and within the darkened forest, Qinya encountered two formidable opponents in succession. After a grueling struggle, he managed to defeat them using a strategy of trading wounds for victory. These two adversaries gifted Qinya with 9 whistles, attesting to their ferocity. After dispatching Mimi and 2 other strong foes, Qinya was battered and on the verge of collapse. He had to seek refuge in a secluded thicket, biding his time for the next challenger. Though his injuries were severe and his energy reserves nearly depleted, he briefly contemplated the notion of blowing the whistle to exit the battlefield, but quickly dismissed it. The energy he had painstakingly cultivated was far more potent than that of others, and he still had enough strength for one final strike, potent enough to rival a second-tier warrior. Should misfortune strike and he be found by another opponent, he still possessed a fighting chance. Having persevered to this moment, Qinya resolved to endure until the very end. Not only would this yield higher scores, but the conditions on the battlefield would only escalate in peril. If he could not withstand such an examination, his future would surely be even graver. Gradually, Qinya's mind calmed, and he remained still, conserving the last vestiges of his strength. Not long after Qinya concealed himself, 3 sharp whistle blasts echoed through the mountainous expanse, signaling the end of the examination. Qinya was momentarily taken aback. Was the examination over? Just one night had passed, and it had concluded. This indicated that within a mere night, half of the over 1,000 participants had perished. Gazing at the more than 10 whistles hanging from his waist, a feeling of numbness washed over him, replacing what should have been a heavy heart. He casually picked up one whistle and blew into it forcefully. Moments later, a proctor appeared before him. Following the proctor, Qinya gradually exited the examination grounds, yet he understood that he would forever leave a part of himself within this arena, in such a world. Under such conditions, those things once thought immutable would inevitably be transformed over time. The following morning, the results of the mid-year examination were released. To Qinya's astonishment, he found his name ranked 10th. It was worth noting that over 1,000 students participated in this examination. Aside from Song Zining, who ranked 7th, no other classmates managed to break into the top 10. Furthermore, this 10th place secured Qianye a chance for a special reward. The rewards from the training camp were notoriously generous, enough to incite envy. Seeing his rank, even the typically composed Qianye felt a surge of eager anticipation for the reward. At some point, Song Zining appeared beside him, patting his shoulder and smiling. Well done. We should have a celebration tonight. How about joining me? Qianye appeared slightly bewildered. How do we celebrate? Of course, with drinks and women. And I'll introduce you to two rather annoying fellows. Song Zining spoke with an air of unwarranted authority, as if he had once mingled in the opulent underground of a legendary empire. Qianye couldn't help but roll his eyes. It was evident that Song Zining had entered the Huangquan training camp in the same year as he did, merely a few years prior in a different company. That year, Qianye was 7, and Song Zining was 8. Was it possible that he possessed such exceptional talent, so formidable that he could revel in debauchery at the tender age of 8? As expected, they were granted a rare evening off, the first in several years. Alongside Song Zining and Qianye, two other boys arrived from different classes, bringing with them takeout from the cafeteria and a bottle of liquor of uncertain origin. They found a scenic hillside, kindled a bonfire, and commenced a picnic. The other two boys were equally formidable, ranking among the top 10 in the recent examination. Although they were merely 4 boys, they were accompanied by 7 or 8 girls. The wine turned out to be surprisingly good, comprised of aged spirits. Qianye took a small sip and was immediately choked, his young face flushing crimson, teetering on the brink of collapse. Witnessing such fragility, Song Zining and the two boys erupted in laughter, relentlessly encouraging him to drink more, as if they were intent on mercilessly toying with the cornered creature. With each sip, Qianye felt as though a fire ignited within his belly, his consciousness becoming increasingly hazy, strange thoughts bubbling to the surface. His courage seemed to swell, leading him to believe he had made numerous outrageous promises while engaging in the drinking contest. It must be noted that Qianye was naturally audacious. Yet at that moment, he felt utterly fearless. For instance, he appeared to have agreed that whoever succumbed first would don a skirt and perform a dance before everyone. But where would the skirts come from? Qianye pondered this perplexing question, shaking his head vigorously as he glanced at the nearby girls, suddenly realizing the source of the skirts. Was this what drunkenness felt like? It seemed rather delightful, as he contemplated. Excitement coursed through him. Song Zining and the two boys continued to chatter, occasionally turning to ask him questions. However, Qianye's mind was foggy, making it difficult to grasp their words. Perhaps he understood them but failed to comprehend their meanings. Still, the general message was clear. These incessantly buzzing flies urged him to drink more, to keep drinking. Another implication was that Qianye was already inebriated, and if he admitted defeat, he should promptly change and dance, thus avoiding further drinking. With a mischievous grin, Song Zining turned to Qianye, seizing a girl and beginning to undo her skirt. The girl giggled, not resisting, but rather swaying her hips to let the skirt slide down gradually. Yet, Qianye felt no inkling of intoxication. That I can still drink. Come on, bottoms up, he declared with bravado, raising his glass triumphantly before gulping it down, followed by another. Since he issued such a challenge, Song Zining and the two boys, unwilling to back down, matched his pace in drinking. Qianye, in a daze, glanced up at the night sky, perceiving that the moon seemed to race across the heavens, having moved from left to right in an instant. The night felt eerily quiet, as it should have been. In this serene darkness, a yawn escaped Qianye, and he began to feel drowsy. With that thought, he lay down. Upon lying down, he found himself resting against something soft and comforting. However, the next moment, he bolted upright, drenched in cold sweat. This night should not be tranquil. Just moments ago, a lively crowd had been drinking and laughing. Why had it suddenly grown silent? Scanning the area, he was taken aback to discover Song Zining and the other boys sprawled on the ground, all fast asleep, their snores echoing loudly. Qianye stood frozen for a moment, only to realize that they were all inebriated. This round of drinking had incapacitated 3 formidable opponents on his own. After the initial shock, he became entirely alert. However, awakening too early was not without its drawbacks. Surveying the chaotic scene, Chinya felt a headache coming on, uncertain how to manage the aftermath. Dragging these 10 or so unconscious individuals back was no small feat. Just then, a soft voice floated from behind him. "It seems quite lively here." At the sound of that voice, Chinya instinctively sprang to his feet, standing upright, and exclaimed, "Good evening, instructor." Zhang Jing emerged from the woods. Glancing at the scattered, empty bottles before fixing her gaze on Chinya, a bemused expression on her face. "Did you do all this?" No." Chinya stammered, at a loss for words in that moment. He sensed an odd tension in the atmosphere. Zhang Jing's eyes sparkled with an unusual brightness, and the air seemed charged with an inexplicable danger. She scrutinized Chinya from head to toe several times, then sighed, the glimmer in her eyes dissipating. With a wave of her hand, she spoke somewhat forlornly. "You may leave. You need not concern yourself with this. Report to Instructor Yining first thing tomorrow morning that he will provide you with a week's worth of individual guidance as a reward for your performance in the recent examination." Chinya was taken aback, both astonished and elated. Yining was not only an expert in firearms, but also a master marksman. A week of his personal instruction was an invaluable opportunity. Upon returning to the dormitory, the effects of the potent liquor soon overcame Chinya, and he quickly succumbed to sleep. The following morning, he awoke to the ruckus of the playground. Confused, he ventured outside, only to be astonished to find Song Zining and the other 2 boys tied to poles. Utterly bare, each bearing 3 lash marks. These 3 were formidable figures, all ranking among the top 10 in the mid-year examinations, reputedly hailing from prestigious families. Now, not only were they being punished, but they were also displayed in their humiliating state for all to see. For the less privileged children, this was indeed sensational news. It was not often that one could witness the bare backsides of such notable individuals. Another shocking revelation was the reason behind Song Zining's and the others' disgrace. Rumor had it that he had engaged in a drinking contest, outnumbered 3-1, and had ultimately been bested. This spectacle was fortuitously witnessed by Zhang Jing, the formidable instructor who deemed their behavior a disgrace, punishing each with 3 lashes and subjecting them to public humiliation for an entire day. This incident was but a minor episode within the training camp. From that day forth, Song Zining resolutely refused to drink with Chinya, avoiding the subject of alcohol as if it were a plague. This left Chinya somewhat regretful, for he genuinely relished the feeling of mild inebriation from that night. However, without Song Zining, the penniless Chinya found it impossible to indulge in liquor. Not even the cheapest variety. 3 months swiftly passed. Song Zining ignited his second energy node and proceeded to undertake the final graduation assessment, successfully passing and departing the Huangquan training camp for good. At that moment, Chinya was still grappling with the energy tides in the training room. After class, he received the news and a wooden box from Zhang Jing, containing 4 neatly arranged pieces of crimson blood. A year prior, Su Lang had already graduated. Meanwhile, Chinya continued to strive against the barrier of the Energy C node. He had managed to endure 12 rounds of energy tides, yet this progress placed him in the lower tier among the children in the training camp. After numerous eliminations, the remaining children were all exceptional in both talent and temperament. The vast majority could summon more than 15 rounds of energy tides, but the greater the accumulation of energy tides, the more intense the accompanying pain. Thus, fewer than 10 individuals could truly withstand the impact of 15 rounds of energy tides. The more energy tides one could endure, the stronger the impact, leading to a greater absorption of energy from the surroundings. However, the corresponding pain and physical damage increased exponentially. Once one had entered the practice of the military assault technique, the test was solely of the practitioner's will and physical resilience, both of which were indispensable. Thus, within the Imperial Army, there existed a tradition of measuring valor by the number of energy tides one could withstand. Generally, 7 or 8 rounds were deemed cowardly, 10 rounds were acceptable, while 15 or 16 rounds were considered boast-worthy. Surpassing 20 rounds granted one a formidable reputation within the army. It was said that Song Zining could endure 17 rounds upon graduation, whereas several students in the current class had already reached the threshold of 15 rounds, making the ignition of their second energy node imminent. Among the top 10 students in overall performance, only Chinya had the lowest count of energy tides endured. However, no one knew the extent of the agony Qianya suffered during his energy tide trials. The pain from 12 rounds of energy tides equated to that of a typical practitioner's 19th round. Another 6 months have passed, and 9 more children from the class have graduated. Qianya's progress in his training remains exceedingly slow. It is only at this juncture that he can barely endure the impact of 15 tides of primal force. Yet the ignition of his second node still seems a distant prospect. The class has welcomed new recruits, more than half of whom are younger than Qianya. When he first entered the training camp, he was the youngest among the children, but now he has become one of the older members. The newly added recruits generally possess the capability to withstand 15 tides of primal force, which places them on par with Qianya right from the outset. However, almost every one of them progresses at a significantly faster rate than Qianya. Since he must accumulate 3 times the primal force to achieve the same results, as time goes on, Qianya's training speed continues to diminish. He realizes that not only does the primal force tide impose additional suffering, but due to old injuries, the barriers at his Qi nodes are also far sturdier than those of others. 3 times the primal force. The impact of 15 tides would be sufficient to send the barriers of others teetering on the brink. Yet for Qianya, the surging tides feel as if they are crashing against a mountain peak, leaving the barriers utterly unmoved. In this situation, even Zhang Jing finds herself a loss, having no choice but to allow Qianya to gradually accumulate primal force, trusting that in due time he will ignite the node. Thus, when Qianya finally manages to endure the impact of 17 tides of primal force, the barriers of the node exhibit signs of loosening. By this point, Qianya has turned 15, making him one of the oldest in the class. This class is the highest level training program, with new recruits being first-tier warriors capable of withstanding the impact of 15 tides of primal force, typically igniting their nodes within a few months, followed by a period of stabilization before participating in the graduation examination. The graduation exam at the Huangquan training camp traditionally consists of a singular task: to hunt a crystal lizard in the canyon behind the mountain. These enormous creatures, exceeding 10 meters in length, possess strength equivalent to that of a second-tier warrior once they reach maturity. Although every survivor of the Huangquan training camp is a rare genius, having endured the most brutal training, attempting to hunt a crystal lizard armed only with a dagger presents a formidable challenge. It is said that the death rate among candidates during the graduation exam hovers around 15%. Allegedly, any trainee reaching the final examination stage possesses enough strength to serve as a company commander in the Imperial Regular Army, illustrating just how astonishing that 15% casualty rate truly is. However, Qianya is currently unable to ignite even his second node. Thus, despite his combat capabilities, he lacks the qualification to participate in the graduation exam in the Huangquan training camp. Rules are rules, and they do not bend for any reason. Nevertheless, during this time, Qianya has not emerged empty-handed in all courses unrelated to primal force training. He has achieved perfect scores. Yet primal force is the foundation of all things. Without it, all accomplishments are meaningless. Time swiftly passes, and Qianya is on the verge of turning 16 and on the eve of his 16th birthday. He remains awake, leaving the dormitory to seek a tranquil spot where he sits alone beneath the moonlight. 16. Qianya muses quietly. He recalls that fateful encounter in the junkyard that altered the course of his destiny. In truth, Qianya does not even know his own birthday. He only knows his age from the secret methods used by Gu Tohai. Thus, Lin Shitong designated the day he retrieved Qianya from the junkyard as his birthday. This day, Qianya vividly remembers that warm and sturdy hand. His world had once been filled with darkness and cold, and it was that hand that brought the first rays of sunlight into his life. That time, Qianya was like a hatchling, having quietly regarded Lin Shitong as a father figure. Yet he has never voiced this small sentiment aloud. Qianya sits in silence, gathering his thoughts as he begins his training. On this special night, he resolves to risk everything in an attempt to endure the 18th wave of primal force, if successful. Igniting the node would be imminent. However, should he fail, the backlash could inflict irreparable harm, perhaps even lead to his demise. Qianya has lingered at the second primal node for far too long, to the point that he must now take the plunge. Among the unspoken rules of the Imperial Army, Those who attain the rank of second-tier warrior before the age of 18 can enter special forces. Yet the most elite among these special forces recruit only those who are not yet 17. This is merely the minimum threshold, as there are many other criteria that must be met to catch the attention of the Empire's most elite units. Qinya is now 16, igniting the node. Solidifying his strength and preparing for the graduation exam all require time, that if he only reaches second-tier warrior status, close to 17, it is likely he will struggle to secure a spot in the special forces. Graduates of the Huangquan training camp typically serve in the Imperial Army for a few years before pursuing their own paths. From the moment Qinya stepped into the training camp, he has secretly set his sights high. He not only desires to emerge alive, but also to enter the pinnacle of special forces, at the very least securing a place among the first-tier units. Only thus does Qinya believe he can honor the name he is destined to bear, Lin. Qinya lacks no talent, yet that old injury has nearly ruined everything. However, in this world of turmoil and strife, all that matters is the outcome. No one cares about the journey. Qinya is now 16. Yet he has not broken through to the second tier. This is the result. And tonight he is determined to change that outcome. Under the moonlight, Qinya's primal force begins to surge, gradually coalescing into a tide, which he painstakingly pushes through the scarred area, attempting to strike the node barrier. Waves of primal force continue to generate, and the unbearable pain relentlessly assails him. Yet, Qinya's mind has become a blank slate, quietly awaiting the outcome. The 17th tide passes, and the 18th tide finally arrives. Qinya's face turns pale, sweat pouring from him like rain, as the tremendous backlash of primal force and the searing pain assail him in unison, causing his entire body to tremble. Each wave of primal force gives him the sensation of dying and being reborn, in the blink of an eye, from the first wave to the ninth. When the ninth wave crashes against the node barrier, Qinya seems to hear a sharp crack, as the once unbreakable barrier displays numerous cracks under the immense force. Its shattering imminent. The tide gradually recedes, and primal force returns to tranquility. Qinya's spirit finally relaxes, only to be met with darkness as he loses consciousness. When Qinya awakens, 2 days have already passed. He opens his eyes to see the familiar classroom, lying upon a cold metallic table. Undoubtedly, Shintu has saved him once more. What a reckless act! Utterly outrageous. The old man, who has never regarded life as precious, chastises Shintu's medical prowess is indeed formidable, despite Qinya's forced endurance of 18 tides of primal force. Resulting in internal injuries, he has managed to heal him without leaving any hidden dangers. Regardless of Shintu's scolding, Qinya feels nothing but gratitude towards him, with the foundation of having endured 18 tides of primal force. 1 month later, Qinya finally ignites his node, becoming a second-tier warrior. Upon attaining this rank, most individuals awaken a power linked to primal force that a fortunate few are even able to choose among several abilities. Qinya, originally gifted, qualifies for selection and can choose one ability among heavy projectiles, primal jumping, or dual shooting. Without much contemplation, he selects heavy projectiles. This ability is quite common, specifically designed for primal firearms. When activated, it allows for a significantly more powerful shot, approximately 1.5 times the strength of a standard shot. After igniting his second primal node, Qinya discovers that the primal force generated from this node is exceedingly fierce and difficult to control. In such circumstances, the heavy projectile ability is best suited for him. After 2 more months of meticulous preparation, Qinya applies to participate in the graduation exam of the training camp as he approaches the canyon. In addition to the basic combat dagger he is equipped with, he carries a peculiar rifle on his back. This is a primal rifle. Although it is merely the simplest and most basic model, it remains a primal firearm. During the graduation exam, the training camp only provides each trainee with a dagger, prohibiting any other equipment. However, self-manufactured equipment is an exception, allowing anything to be brought into the examination. Qinya's perfect scores in all theoretical classes finally yield rewards at this moment, as he has managed to craft a primal rifle starting from the most basic materials, though it is merely the simplest and most rudimentary of primal firearms. With the energy compression device capable of storing only 1 primal bullet, Qinya becomes the first student in 30 years to carry a primal rifle into the graduation exam. The crystal lizard is indeed a formidable opponent. But that is chiefly for those armed with rudimentary daggers, at a distance of 100 meters. Qianye began to charge the force gun, aiming it carefully as he engaged the heavy warhead before firing. A blazing red beam erupted from the barrel, instantly blasting away a significant portion of the crystal lizard's head. It was that simple. No one had decreed the prohibition of force weaponry, provided one could construct it. Furthermore, Qianye's shot was particularly powerful, comparable to the strike of a Tier 3 warrior. Thanks to the enhancement of the heavy warhead 3 months after his 16th birthday, Qianye finally graduated from the Huangquan training camp. The news of his graduation quickly spread that a few days later, Shiyan drove a heavy-duty truck to the mouth of the valley where the training camp was located. In a fleeting moment, Qianye realized he had spent a full 9 years in the Huangquan training camp. By this time, Qianye had reached a height of 185 centimeters, not significantly shorter than the robust Shiyan. His physique, while not as muscular as Shiyan's, was anything but frail. He possessed a well-proportioned, elongated frame, with every line brimming with tension. Shiyan appeared much the same, though the corners of his eyes bore the marks of time, a stark reminder of its unforgiving passage. Upon seeing Qianye, Shiyan's previously impassive face brightened with a glimmer of excitement. He instinctively raised his hand as if to ruffle Qianye's hair, but instead delivered a hearty punch to Qianye's chest, exclaiming, "Good lad, you've finally made it out alive. Come here, let me have a good look at you." Qianye's features remained pure and translucent, still strikingly handsome. Yet he stood steadfast against Shiyan's punch without even a sway, which only heightened Shiyan's delight, transforming the chiseled lines of his face into a smile. Shiyan beckoned to Qianye before jumping into the driver's seat of the heavy-duty truck. This soldier, who seldom smiled throughout the year, had a particular fondness for this rugged vehicle. Once Qianye climbed aboard, Shiyan accelerated down the road. Inside the cabin, Shiyan remarked, "Commander Lin is thrilled to hear of your graduation and sent me right away to fetch you. Unfortunately, he is currently stationed in the western frontier of the Empire and is unable to break away. You may not see him for some time." "What has happened in the western frontier?" Qianye inquired. "2 provinces have rebelled, seeking independence. It's not a major issue, just a bit troublesome to handle. Those insurgents are quite cunning. They often hide among civilians to conceal their identities." Insurgents? This was the first time Qianye had encountered this term. Shiyan spoke with disdain. "They're merely a bunch of foolish imbeciles, unaware of their own insignificance. The Empire has been tirelessly battling the dark races. These fools not only refuse to contribute on the front lines, but also create chaos in the rear. They think they can overthrow the Empire? The Empire has stood for 1,200 years, boasting 300 provinces across 4 continents. How could these clowns ever hope to topple it?" Qianye listened quietly. That if 2 provinces could indeed keep Lin Shitong occupied in the western frontier, then the insurgents were certainly not as feeble as Shiyan claimed. After a moment of silence, Shiyan continued with a weighty tone, "The insurgents are troublesome. As I mentioned, they often hide among ordinary citizens. And the people of those 2 provinces are quite ignorant. Many would rather see themselves and their loved ones executed than betray them. Commander Lin cannot deal with them swiftly, and they have grown overconfident. Those idiots. They understand nothing. Commander Lin simply refuses to harm innocent civilians and has not resorted to the iron-fisted tactics of scorched earth, which is why the conflict has dragged on to this point." Shiyan paused for a long while before exhaling heavily. "But such days will not last long, that if there is still no progress in a while, Commander Lin will change tactics, and the replacement will be a general from a different faction. Whichever general takes over, those 2 provinces will run red with blood." Qianye suddenly felt an inexplicable heaviness. If even Shiyan described the situation as a river of blood, how many lives would be lost? During his time at the Huangquan training camp, Qianye had taken lives and no longer viewed them as sacred. Yet compared to these renowned generals of the Empire, he felt utterly insignificant, even if he became a top-tier assassin. The lives he took throughout his life, combined with those of the dark races, would likely not measure up to the weight of a single casual command from one of these generals. The heavy-duty truck sped along the road. "Qianye," Shiyan suddenly called out. "Tomorrow marks the day the Imperial military recruits soldiers, and I will take you to participate in the assessment. Perform well, as 2 of the Empire's 5 elite legions will have examiners present. If you excel, you'll have the chance to join. I will do my best. Shi Yan sighed deeply. I hope you can enter the elite legion and one day become a renowned general of the Empire. Commander Lin, he has too many enemies within the military. Upon hearing this, Qianya's heart sank. Shi Yan retrieved an item from his pocket and handed it to Qianya, saying, "This is from Commander Lin." As Qianya took it, he discovered it was a neatly folded piece of special paper, adorned with a hidden pattern. Upon unfolding it, he saw the powerful, flowing script spelling out the name Lin Qianya. However, the corners of the paper were somewhat frayed. The creases appeared aged, and the ink had faded slightly. That was written by Commander Lin 9 years ago. Shi Yan seemed to sense Qianya's thoughts. 9 years ago. Qianya found it hard to believe 9 years ago was when he first entered the Huangquan training camp. Commander Lin told me when he sent you to Huangquan that you would certainly return alive. Shi Yan smiled. The heavy-duty truck continued its journey, arriving at an airship base by the deep of night. Just as a cargo airship was docking, Shi Yan drove the truck aboard. The airship made some brief resupply stops and set off on its return voyage in the early hours of the morning. The destination was Xianyang, the largest military-industrial city on the Qin continent and ranked 3rd within the entire empire. The airship began to noticeably descend as dawn approached. A ray of morning light streamed in, illuminating Qianya's face. He had actually been awake for some time and, tiptoeing out of the driver's cabin, walked to the porthole to gaze outside. Before him lay the slanted earth, the sprawling steel city seemingly on the verge of toppling over the horizon. The most striking sight in his view was a towering spire located in the heart of the city, glimmering silver-white like a colossal peak, its apex emitting a cloud-like vapor of white steam. The base of the tower was immensely broad, covering 3 to 4 city blocks. This was the first time Qianya beheld the heart of a human city, the Eternal Motion Tower, constructed from the most affordable black stone and steel. It stood as a miraculous testament to engineering, operating tirelessly to provide energy for the entire city. The cargo airship glided smoothly past the southwestern side of the city, where more airships began to fill the sky, each with varying designs, including several sleek boats adorned with intricate and elaborate figureheads. Indeed, the influx of airships seeking to dock was overwhelming, necessitating a queue, and the cargo vessel began to circle in the air. From a driver's course remarks and complaints, Qianya learned that, in addition to public passenger airships and cargo vessels, there were many private airships today, each figurehead a symbol of immense power and vast wealth. Xianyang was one of the regular recruitment locations for the imperial military, attracting thousands of young people from all corners during this time of year. This year, the turnout was particularly high, including numerous scions of noble families. Due to the addition of 2 colossal entities to the recruitment list, the Winged Angels and the Red Scorpions, the Great Qin Empire places immense value on military merit, even for noble families. Having their offspring serve and achieve accolades is a shortcut to prominence. Gaining entry into special legions is nearly synonymous with a meteoric rise. The Winged Angels and Red Scorpions have consistently ranked among the top 5 of the Empire's 100 special legions. Their recruitment had stirred many noble families, who spared no effort in sending their finest offspring from afar to participate in the assessments. The airship that Qianya boarded, being affiliated with the military, secured a relatively early docking position. Only upon landing did he fully grasp the grandeur of the recruitment day. The airship base, merely a transportation hub, was already teeming with a diverse throng in the morning. Predominantly young individuals around 20 years old, each exuding confidence, vitality, and hope. Outside the base, various land vehicles queued in a long line. Shi Yan revved the heavy-duty truck, which, despite the multitude of vehicles, remained a substantial presence as it roared out through the military access road. Xianyang ranks 3rd among all military-industrial cities in the empire. Aside from the fact that half the city is designated as a military control zone, both the ground roads and aerial routes are equipped with exclusive military passageways. Qianya gazed out of the window, captivated by the sights. Their route traversed the military district, where the architectural styles on either side were adorned with a considerable amount of embellishment, contrasting the stark practicality of the Huangquan training camp, yet still exuding a sense of rugged authority. At the road's end stood the new recruit camp, where a long queue for registration had already formed, extending beyond the archway. Amidst the clamor of the crowd, Shi Yin raised his voice to address the officer in charge of registration, proclaiming, "I wish to proceed directly to the verification area." He presented his identification, leading Qin Ye into the main camp, where his registration formalities were completed, and a brass nameplate, inscribed with the characters Lin Qinye, was handed to him. Gazing at the character Lin on the nameplate, Qinye felt an indescribable sensation within him. For the first time in his life, he sensed a sense of belonging. This character, Lin, was not merely stamped on the plate, but also etched in his heart. Subsequently, Qinye was escorted into the inner camp by a soldier. The inner camp served as the examination area, and Shi Yin could not enter. Upon entering, Qinye discovered that this military camp was far more expansive than it appeared from outside. Thousands of young individuals, having passed the preliminary screening of basic qualifications, were assigned to various barracks according to the numbers on their nameplates. The formal assessment was scheduled for the following day, so today they would rest to ensure optimal performance. Many of the young recruits had arrived by bus or even passenger ferries, utilizing public transport predominantly available for the common populace, all powered by Blackstone steam engines. Characterized by their noise and jolting motion, such long journeys were arduous, significantly affecting their physical condition and, consequently, their performance in the assessments. The Empire has always maintained a reputation for fairness in military examinations, seldom granting special privileges to scions of noble families, which is foundational to its governance. Otherwise, an incompetent wastrel leading troops in a battle would spell disaster. The Imperial Recruitment Examination comprises 3 components: original force, combat skills, and firearms proficiency. After dinner, the examinees were ushered back to their dormitories to retire for the night. Qin, accustomed to obeying orders, climbed into bed promptly as soon as the lights were extinguished, quickly succumbing to slumber. However, among the other candidates in the dormitory, some were exhilarated, while others were anxious, unable to sleep. 2 young men from the same remote city began to converse in hushed tones. Time passed unmeasured, and suddenly, Qinye was jolted awake by an inexplicable heart palpitation. His body remained still on the surface, yet all his muscles were taut, poised to react at a moment's notice, while his eyes opened merely a slit. Quietly scanning his surroundings at that moment, he was horrified to see the face of a middle-aged man peering through the small window of the door, expressionless, observing the occupants of the room. Strangely, apart from Qinye, none of the others seemed to notice this middle-aged man. One candidate's gaze clearly swept past the window, yet it was as if he completely overlooked the figure. The man suddenly cast a glance at Qinye before turning away. It wasn't until the figure vanished that Qinye regained his composure. However, this time, sleep eluded him entirely. Moments later, an unremarkable middle-aged man exited the dormitory building, only to enter another one as he traversed through the various dormitories. The thick stack of lists in his hand bore an X beside most names, while a select few had numbers ranging from 1 to 9 annotated next to them. Qinye's name, however, was marked with a star. Only 14 names on that substantial list bore such a designation. Unbeknownst to Qinye, he had inadvertently passed the first hurdle. The following morning, the jarring sound of a bell roused all candidates from their slumber. Qinye surged out of the barracks with the crowd, lining up on the parade ground. Here, the candidates were divided into 3 groups, each assigned different examinations. Qinye's group was to commence with the shooting test utilizing original force firearms. The firearms distributed to the candidates were specially designed for examination purposes, significantly reducing their power and, correspondingly, the consumption of original force. Even a first-level warrior could manage to fire 6 or 7 rounds in succession. Only thus could they complete all examination components. Had they been provided with standard original force firearms, even Qinye, with his exceptionally refined and potent original force, would likely struggle to fulfill all shooting requirements. After the firearms inspection, Qinye stood at the shooting line alongside 9 other candidates. .10 fixed targets depicting the visage of a human-faced spider demon rose 100 meters away, as they familiarized themselves with the weapons. Awaiting the signal to fire, a young man to Qinye's left shot him a glance, suddenly adjusting his pants and whistling, saying, "Hey there, have you ever played with a gun?" coupled with his lewd expression. It was a provocative remark laden with double entendre. Chinier returned his gaze, replying coolly, "Never played, but I've certainly crushed a few. Would you care to try?" The young man erupted into exaggerated laughter, exclaiming, "I'm truly terrified. Do you even know who I am to speak to me like that? Whoever you are, 1T add a single point to your score, will it?" Chinier retorted calmly. The young man's face turned crimson with anger as he shouted, "Arrogant. R&T you? But don't get carried away. The imperial aristocracy doesn't stoop so low as to cheat in an examination. Since I find you displeasing, I intend to win fair and square. Win against me, you don't stand a chance." Chinier maintained his dispassionate demeanor, infuriating the young man further. His expression darkened. "Then let us make a wager." Chinier raised an eyebrow. "What are we betting on? It's too trivial to pique my interest." The young man yanked off a necklace from around his neck, holding it out before Chinier. The necklace was silver, with a thumb-sized square pendant at its end, engraved with an eagle's head. "Let us wager the outcome of this examination. If I lose, this trinket becomes yours." Chinier extended his hand, curiously fiddling with the small pendant, inquiring, "What's this for? You seem to regard it as a certainty already." The young man, now incensed, retorted icily, "You genuinely believe you've won?" Chinier nodded earnestly, of course. Then he pressed further, "But what's this for?" The young man, gritting his teeth in frustration, replied, "This is my token. With this, you can make one request of my family, as long as it falls within my authority. Any request will be granted." At this juncture, other candidates began to take note of the altercation, their attention drawn to the two. Upon spotting the eagle head emblem on the pendant, some exchanged glances, clearly recognizing the insignia SOHS from the Wei family. Someone whispered. Upon hearing the murmurs around him, the young man perked up, lifting his chin in a display of arrogance. Yet, Chinier's response was not as he had anticipated. He merely expressed mild interest, followed by a skeptical appraisal of the young man. The implication was unmistakable. With such demeanor, how much authority could you possibly wield? The young man, once again incensed, bellowed, "So, are we betting or not?" Finally, Chinier nodded. "I am in." The young man ceased his banter and steadied his grip on the original Force firearm, awaiting the commencement of the examination. As the time for the test arrived, a whistle blew, prompting all 10 candidates to raise their original Force firearms and focus intently on their targets. While most original Force firearms lacked precision, striking a target 100 meters away was relatively straightforward. However, hitting the bullseye proved exceedingly challenging. The bullseye area was worth 100 points, yet was merely the size of a fingernail. Shots landing outside the bullseye would score at most 80 points. All shooting targets were scored accordingly. Before long, gunfire erupted as a slender red beam struck the target, causing the metal to tremble, leaving a small hole in the upper region of a life-size target. The shot demonstrated considerable force yet lacked precision, barely qualifying as a hit point 20 points. The examiner announced loudly, while another recorded the score. The gunfire continued in succession, with 8 candidates successfully hitting their targets, the highest score being merely 50 points. In a flash, only the young man and Chinier remained without having fired. The young man had been aiming for quite some time, while Chinier observed him closely. Under Chinier's gaze, the young man felt increasingly restless. The moment he pulled the trigger, a sudden dread gripped him. His shot pierced the target, leaving an egg-sized cavity, but the impact was still somewhat distant from the bullseye, compared to his usual performance. He was slightly off today. However, during his regular training, even his worst score was still a respectable 70 rings, achieved with a sighted weapon. The examiner's monotonous voice echoed as he announced the score. The young man felt a twinge of disappointment, but soon pride swelled within him, for this was, after all, his best score thus far. "It's your turn." He glared menacingly at Chinier. With a faint smile, Chinier lifted the Force gun, charged it, and in a fluid motion, fired a shot. The Crimson Force projectile hurtled toward the target. Yet the impact point was clearly off, landing somewhere in the 50-ring zone at best. The young man's expression brightened instantly, but it soon froze in disbelief. With a thunderous explosion, the red Force projectile detonated upon the target, shattering it into fragments. With the bullseye completely obliterated, 100 rings, the examiner's announcement left the young man speechless. Stammering, "Is that even possible?" "Of course it is." The moving target test commenced. Chinya again shot effortlessly. Although the concentrated force projectile strayed from the bullseye, it annihilated the entire target. This time, Chinya achieved a full score once more. Subsequently, in long-range, short-range, moving target and rapid-fire tests, Chinya consistently shattered targets, naturally scoring full marks each time. The young man could no longer muster a smile. He had realized that Chinya's flawless scores were no mere fluke. To put it bluntly, with this abysmal exam gun, he could only manage slightly larger holes than others, while Chinya, wielding the same weapon, consistently obliterated targets. The disparity lay in their mastery of the force. Upon completion of the exam, the young man placed a necklace into Chinya's hands, declaring, "I am Wei Patian. My family, the Wei clan, hold a modest reputation in the Far East Province. Should you find yourself in the Far East Province in the future, feel free to request our assistance." Upon hearing this imposing name, Chinya momentarily hesitated, recalling that if he hadn't returned all his cultural coursework to Zhongjing, the young man's identity plate would have borne the name Wei Qiang. Noticing Chinya's expression, Wei Patian thumped his chest dramatically, proclaiming, "Patian is a name I chose for myself. Impressive, isn't it? Are you not awed by my bravado? I, Wei Patian, shall become a man capable of shattering the heavens with a single punch." Receiving the necklace, Chinya's perception of Wei Patian shifted slightly. This fellow was indeed a man of his word, albeit with a somewhat brash demeanor, not at all reminiscent of a scion of a prestigious family. Furthermore, the name was rather silly. Aside from that, he had few other flaws. As they made their way to the next examination venue, Chinya finally posed a question that had been on his mind for quite some time. "Why did you trouble me earlier? Was it because of my identity?" Wei Patian immediately scoffed at this notion. Identity? A commoner. Ha! I am not one of those fools who believe themselves noble by birth. Moreover, the commoners who stand here are all formidable individuals. I sought you out merely because of your face. Chinya touched his face, somewhat perplexed. My face? Oh, I see. I resemble some enemy of yours, do I? Wei Patian quickly shook his head. Of course not. I simply detest pretty boys. Seeing your face ignites an urge to land a punch. How can you be more attractive than my woman? Upon hearing this rationale, Chinya felt a twinge of irritation in his hands, tempted to unleash a punch at something. Perhaps the nose of this man aspiring to shatter the heavens. Suddenly, Wei Patian wore a peculiar smile, lowering his voice. How about we wager again? Let us bet on the outcome of the next exam, shall we? The stakes are the same as before. If you lose, you return the necklace to me. Chinya glanced at him, but it seems you only possess one necklace. Wei Patian promptly raised his wrist. I have this too. He revealed a bracelet identical in material to the necklace, adorned with a nameplate as well. Chinya furrowed his brow. I can't shake the feeling that this item is rather useless. With your, in that manner, do you truly possess any authority within your family? Almost letting slip the phrase with your foolishness, Chinya caught himself. However, at this point, Wei Patian clearly understood what he had intended to say. Wei Potion's face darkened with anger at Chinya's unabashed skepticism, his voice seething. Regardless, after the next exam, I will reclaim the necklace. You need not concern yourself with my authority. The subsequent exam was a combat fighting test. The rules were straightforward. It was one-on-one combat, where anyone could challenge any opponent but could not refuse challenges from others. Throughout the examination, regardless of how many times one lost, as long as they accumulated 5 victories, they would pass the combat exam, with ranks determined by win rates. The vast arena was divided into hundreds of fighting rings, each presided over by a soldier acting as referee. As Chinya stepped into the fighting ring, Wei Patian positioned himself before him, cracking his knuckles while grinning maliciously. Hey Lin, you can still concede now to avoid a severe beating later. Wei Patian reverted to his slick tone. The faint smile graced Chinya's lips as he replied, but it's too late for you to concede now. Wei Potion's expression darkened immediately, coldly retorting, then I'll just have to turn you into a pig's head. Just don't complain later about me bullying you with my family's status. With his feet firmly planted, Wei Patian rounded his arms, and as the force surged, his entire demeanor shifted, becoming immensely imposing. Like a mountain standing before Chinya. Let me show you what true secret combat techniques are. Wei's secret technique. 1,000 heavy mountains. The change in Wei Potion's voice and aura was striking, his presence now commanding and solid. As if he had transformed into a different person entirely. Qinya felt an intangible pressure wash over him. Secret combat techniques truly existed. During his time at the Huangquan training camp, Long Hai had mentioned that in certain noble families and sects, there were secret combat techniques based on the Force, often enigmatic and immensely powerful. However, the Huangquan camp had never taught any systematic combat techniques. Long Hai only explained the fundamental principles of combat, vital points on living targets, and how to minimize one's injuries while maximizing damage to opponents. This was Qinya's first direct encounter with genuine combat techniques. He felt a flicker of nervousness. But more than that, he was filled with excitement, a fervent desire for battle. Wei Patian beckoned with a finger, saying, "Come on, let me give you the first strike. If I make a move, you 1T get another chance." Huang Quan had taught Qinya many things, but it had not instilled in him notions of courtesy or etiquette. Without hesitation, as soon as Wei Patian finished speaking, Qinya suddenly stepped forward and delivered a fierce roundhouse kick aimed at Wei Patian. The kick was as swift as lightning, producing a faint crackling sound in the air. As Qinya executed the kick, Wei Patian gasped, his expression shifting dramatically. His reflexes peaked, and he swiftly adjusted his stance, sinking his waist and dropping his arms to block Qinya's kick. With a thundering impact, Qinya's roundhouse kick sent Wei Patian sliding several meters. The air crackled with the sound of their forces clashing. Qinya grunted in surprise. While the opponent's reflexes were impressively quick and his defense quite refined, the force he felt upon impact was far less than he had anticipated. What had started as a probing kick had inadvertently unleashed 80 of his strength. Yet it had sent Wei Patian flying. In Huangquan training camp, most of his classmates would have easily absorbed that kick without a hitch. Seeing Wei Patian's astonished expression, Qinya acted without a second thought, his right leg shooting up like lightning for another roundhouse kick aimed at Wei Patian. This time, Qinya was going all out. Upon hearing the crackling sounds generated by the force, Wei Patian's face turned pale. And with a strange cry, a layer of pale yellow light enveloped him. He crossed his arms defensively and charged toward Qinya. Attacking rather than defending, he had no choice. If he didn't seize the opportunity to counterattack, he would inevitably be kicked out of the ring. Another thundering crash echoed through the air, yet astonishingly, Wei Patian did not retreat. However, this was not a favorable outcome, as he could no longer dissipate the weight of Qinya's powerful kick through retreat. Wei Patian struggled to suppress the violent surge of blood in his chest, feeling both shocked and frustrated. The power behind that kick was already on par with a third-tier warrior. Had Qinya attained a third-level proficiency before reaching the age of 17, there would have been no need to participate in any examinations. He would have undoubtedly been recruited by several prestigious military factions. With a mere thought of complaint crossing his mind, Qinya lunged forward, unleashing a flurry of fists, kicks, knee strikes, and elbow jabs, each assault akin to a tempest, targeting vital points with relentless precision, delivering blows of tremendous weight. Wei Patian resembled a fragile vessel amidst a raging storm, barely managing to withstand 7 or 8 strikes before his defenses were utterly shattered, his arms rendered ineffective, leaving his center wide open. Qinya deftly maneuvered one hand to deflect Wei Patian's arms while the other delivered a gentle yet forceful punch to his abdomen. By Qinya's standards, the blow was indeed light, having restrained nearly half of his strength. However, to his surprise, Wei Patian's abdomen was unexpectedly soft, causing Qinya's entire fist to sink in. Had Qinya unleashed his full might, that punch would have likely obliterated Wei Patian's internal organs. Qinya, taken aback, recognized that the abdomen is where one's vital energy resides, the focal point of one's power. He was aware that his energy intensity far surpassed that of the average person, which is why he had held back. He had not anticipated that a single punch would suffice. The force of this punch, if landed on a trainee from the camp, would have merely caused them slight discomfort. In fact, Qinya had prepared several follow-up techniques designed to incapacitate his opponent without rendering them completely unfit for combat, but now it seemed they would not be necessary. Wei Patian, a skilled practitioner of the Wei family's secret martial art, Qian Changshan, appeared to have been decisively dealt with by a single blow. Qinya swiftly retreated several meters, creating distance between himself and Wei Patian. The latter's face flickered between shades of green and white. His trembling finger pointed at Qinya, Disbelief etched across his features as he managed to utter a feeble, "Is this even possible?" before suddenly collapsing to the ground. Retching violently, "I end this encounter." It was undoubtedly Chinya who emerged victorious. The captain serving as the referee declared Chinya's triumph, his gaze now tinged with admiration. After regurgitating his meal, Wei Patian nearly collapsed, supported by his companions. Before long, Chinya was confronted with a new opponent. A second-level soldier, he charged forth, unleashing a tempest of attacks that left his adversary utterly defenseless. This contender, seemingly weaker than Wei Patian, was dispatched with a single kick within less than a minute. One after another, opponents came forth, only to be swiftly defeated, leading Chinya to a remarkable 5 consecutive victories. Observing the reactions and murmurs of the onlooking examinees, it was evident that many of them considered themselves martial arts experts, with one even possessing a secret combat technique. However, this individual was swiftly subdued by Chinya, who landed 3 consecutive punches, thoroughly dismantling his overwhelming confidence. Following a relentless barrage of strikes, this supposed master of martial arts was rendered unconscious within a minute. Had this individual not boisterously proclaimed the name of his secret technique upon entering the arena, Chinya would have never guessed he too possessed such skill. Yet throughout the encounters, Chinya never truly grasped what the secret fist technique, known as Liuhua Shaojin Wanchong Pa, entailed. After several bouts, Chinya discovered that these so-called masters were surprisingly feeble, hardly worth a mention in comparison. Wei Patian was the strongest among them, and Chinya had exerted a considerable effort to subdue him. Mindful of his initial position in the lineup, and thus reserving much of his strength to prevent any fatalities, after 5 matches, Chinya felt as though he had merely warmed up, his fighting spirit ablaze, eagerly watching for the next opponent to appear. However, instead of an adversary, he was met with the referee's furious shout, "You have passed. Step aside and stop occupying space." It dawned on Chinya that, unbeknownst to him, he had achieved 5 consecutive victories. This assessment felt to Chinya akin to a child's game, a stark contrast to the brutal, life-threatening combat training at Huangquan Training Camp. As Chinya departed the combat arena, a profound fear took root in the eyes of the onlooking candidates. The casual observer, Chinya's strikes seemed unremarkable, merely swift, ferocious, and precise, occasionally employing rudimentary combat techniques that even beginners could master. His true uniqueness lay in his ability to exploit even the slightest flaw in his opponents, relentlessly pursuing and overwhelming them. Yet among the crowd, several genuine powerhouses, including examiners, visibly changed expressions. They recognized that Chinya employed a battlefield-killing style of martial arts. This method, devoid of tricks or intricate techniques, sought only the most straightforward and direct means to annihilate the opponent. Such a brutally simplistic combat style proved the most challenging to counter. Who is this person? Where does he hail from? Some examiners pondered, contemplating several answers that included Huangquan Training Camp as well as other equally formidable, mysterious regions. Unbeknownst to Chinya, he had quietly acquired a new moniker among the candidates, Madman. This seemingly delicate youth, who appeared almost frail, unleashed an astonishing ferocity upon entering the combat arena. Chinya completed the combat assessment in record time, waiting for the remaining candidates to finish before they could regroup for the final examination. Walking to the resting area by the arena's edge, Chinya found a spot to sit and leisurely sip from a cup of water. It wasn't long before candidates began to arrive at the resting area, all casting wary glances at Chinya and instinctively maintaining their distance. That a few minutes later, Wei Patian surprisingly approached, plopping down beside Chinya. "You passed too?" Chinya inquired, his interest piqued. Wei Patian's eyes widened in indignation as he retorted, "What do you mean, you passed too? You should consider who I, Wei Patian, am. The might of my family's secret technique, Qian Chongshan, is formidable enough to handle such trivial matters." This boastful declaration, likely not the first time Wei Patian had sung his own praises, tumbled out in a hurried rush. Suddenly, he fell silent, his face contorting in embarrassment as he recalled the utter defeat he had suffered at Chinya's hands, having been rendered powerless and even forced to vomit. The more he bragged about the prowess of Qian Chongshan, the more shame he felt. Wei Patian's thoughts turned to the necklace and bracelet he had lost to Chinya, causing his expression to darken as he realized his standing within his family must be considerable. Glaring at Qianye, he struggled to find words, yet the frustration simmering within him was hard to swallow. With a huff, he muttered, "You're not all that impressive." If only he could have said, "If we were to fight again, how would it turn out?" However, the thought struck him that regardless of how many times they fought, the outcome would remain unchanged. As long as Qianye's power was uncontainable, there was no way to counter it. After holding his tongue for what felt like an eternity, as if on the verge of spewing blood, Wei Patian finally spat, cursing under his breath. As for whom he was cursing, only he knew. Wei Patian fell silent, but that did not compel Qianye to follow suit. That he suddenly turned and said, Brother Wei. Wei Patian shivered, straightening his back and inching away from Qianye. "What is it?" he queried warily. Qianye continued, "Would you like to wager again for the third match? I see you have a rather intriguing belt." Wei Patian felt a wave of despair wash over him, his mouth opening and closing. But the bold word bet would not escape his lips. Fortunately, at that moment, an examiner hurried over, commanding all candidates to gather and proceed to the training camp for the final assessment. The last evaluation entailed testing the depth of one's energy and any special abilities. The examination was straightforward. Candidates were to meditate in the training room for 2 hours, endeavoring to awaken their unique powers. Throughout this period, every action of the candidates would be observed and recorded for comprehensive assessment. Upon entering the training room, Qianye settled down, recalling a special stipulation regarding the examination. Candidates who had already practiced the Bingfa Ju technique were exempt from demonstrating special abilities. They merely needed to display their capacity to endure a certain number of energy surges. The recruitment standard for local military factions was 7 surges, for regular military units, 10, for ordinary special forces, 15, and for elite special forces, 17, as for the top-tier elite military factions that held great prestige. The minimum requirement was 20 surges. However, this was merely a foundational condition for joining these esteemed groups. Even if one could withstand 20 surges, it did not guarantee immediate entry into these highly sought-after organizations. Additional consideration must be given to the grades of 2 other subjects, and, at times, supplementary assessments may also be required. Unbeknownst to anyone, the 20th cycle of the Force Tide presents a trial for Qianye that is entirely distinct from that faced by ordinary individuals. However, time is of the essence for Qianye. Nearing 17 years of age, this is a singular opportunity to join one of the elite special legions. With a tranquil mind, he meticulously relaxes his body and spirit, gradually beginning to harness the Force. Slowly, waves of Force begin to surge within him, coalescing into a tide that flows towards the Force node in his right hand. The relentless waves of Force continue to manifest. After the 9th wave, a complete cycle of the Force Tide is achieved. As the first cycle recedes, it triggers a resonance of force within the training chamber, setting gears into motion, and the display outside the chamber reflects this. Transitioning from 0 to 1, the undulating Force Tide causes Qianye's body to tremble increasingly. His complexion turns ashen, cold sweat pours from every pore, yet his expression remains astonishingly serene. The numbers outside the training chamber continue to ascend, 17, 18, 19. Finally, the critical moment arrives. The 20th cycle of the Force Tide is an overwhelming deluge that threatens to engulf the very heavens. The immense backlash renders Qianye's body flushed, blood seeping from his nostrils. The corners of his eyes and his ears be why the 7th wave. He is already on the brink of collapse, his internal organs beginning to bleed. He has never before attempted the full 20 cycles of the Force Tide. And if this trend continues by the 9th wave, the backlash will shatter his heart. Even if he were to pass the examination, what use would it be if he were to perish? Yet, at this juncture, can he afford to withdraw? In a moment of clarity, Qianye suddenly envisions a solution, deftly redirecting the tidal waves of force through the scarred area on his chest, compared to other regions. This area remains a mire of force. As the turbulent waves pass through here, their momentum is slightly diminished. However, this choice results in excruciating pain. Darkness clouds Qianye's vision, and he nearly faints, gritting his teeth. He braces himself for the possibility of unconsciousness and continues to summon the 9th wave. A piercing scream erupts from the training chamber, and the external counter trembles. finally flipping over from black 19 to the vivid red of 20. A proctor furrows his brow slightly, pushes open the door to Qian Ye's training chamber, and inquires, "Are you all right? Are you still conscious?" Leaning against the wall, Qian Yi lacks the strength to stand. His clothes are utterly soaked, and a horrifying pool of blood stains his chest. Upon witnessing this scene, the proctor's brows tighten further. Just as he is about to note something in his notebook, Qian Yi suddenly raises his head and weakly states, "I am fine." The proctor gazes at Qian Yi with suspicion. Can this state truly be considered fine? Yet this is not his concern, as long as the examinee maintains consciousness after completing the rigorous training sequence. The examination is deemed successful, and the results are valid. The proctor records the number 20 in his notebook and turns to leave. Qian Yi remains in a daze for a full 10 minutes before he manages to exit the training chamber. Candidates who have completed all subjects are escorted back to the camp, where injured candidates receive free medical treatment. The Imperial military represents the pinnacle of medical achievement, as long as injuries are not too severe. They can be healed. Qian Yi's internal injuries are quite serious. Yet after soaking in a special healing solution for an entire day, he is nearly restored, while Qian Yi slumbers in the healing solution. A special meeting convenes in a conference room within the main building of the military camp. The conference room is a typical new recruit style, stripped down to the essentials. The walls are bare, revealing raw blue stone, with metal supports clearly visible. The sole decoration is a hand-painted map of the Empire's territories, a style dating back at least a millennium when the planet Shugu was still situated at the pinnacle of planetary zones. Over 700 years ago, it derailed and plummeted, dragging the beings of the two upper continents into oblivion, while the shattered remnants floating in the void became humanity's richest source of precious minerals. The meeting room's doors and windows stand wide open, yet this offers little respite, as the air is thick with smoke that a dozen or so soldiers, predominantly young, are gathered around a long conference table. Many puffing smoke and occasionally engaging in heated disputes. Most hold high ranks, with the lowest being lieutenant colonels, and some even colonels. At the head of the table sits a youthful brigadier, who appears scarcely 30. Spread across the table are hundreds of candidate files, each marked distinctively, being circulated among the officers. Occasionally, two individuals may become so engrossed in a file that they nearly come to blows over it. These officers represent various elite special forces responsible for this recruitment. The files in front of them have been meticulously selected according to established criteria. Candidates whose files do not appear here have effectively forfeited their chance to join the special forces. While the meeting room appears chaotic, a subtle order underpins it. All files are first reviewed by individuals seated at either end of the table before being passed along in succession. One end is occupied by the youthful brigadier, while the other is manned by a burly, chiseled soldier appearing to be in his mid-30s. At this moment, each end holds a file, both stamped with unique emblems, one depicting a winged, headless angel, the other a vividly rendered red scorpion. The young brigadier clutches another document, Qian Ye's file. After only a brief glance, he tosses it disdainfully onto the table, scoffing. He is nearly 17 and still has to struggle to endure 20 cycles of the Force Tide. Such mediocrity is of no interest to us. The winged angels. Upon hearing this, the other officers' eyes light up, their gazes locking on a Qian Ye's file, that a candidate who is deemed unworthy by the winged angels could very well be a trump card for them. As soon as the file lands on the table, several hands reach out eagerly. It seems a tussle is about to ensue over Qian Ye's fate. However, at that moment, an inconspicuous yet remarkably potent force envelopes Qian Ye's file. The middle-aged soldier at the opposite end of the table gestures, and the file glides effortlessly towards him. With a thud, the middle-aged soldier's hand slams down on Qian Ye's file. This individual, we of the Red Scorpions shall take. A collective sigh fills the room. Yet the young brigadier sneers, retorting, I never imagined the renowned Red Scorpions would stoop to claim such detritus. No wonder you've consistently ranked third in the military competitions for the past 3 years. The middle-aged soldier remains unfazed, calmly responding. What we of the Red Scorpions seek are warriors capable of fighting for the Empire, not merely those with impressive statistics. The brigadier leaps to his feet in a fury, exclaiming, What do you mean by that? The middle-aged soldier leisurely replies, What I mean is abundantly clear on the Empire's merit roll. On this roll, the Red Scorpions hold a firm second place, having consistently outperformed the Winged Angels. However, beneath the shining accolades lie the stark reminders of the Red Scorpion warriors' sacrifices. The Brigadier, infuriated, turns pale, then huffs heavily, grasping the marked file on the table and brandishing it, declaring each word with emphasis. Look here. Wei Qiang, from a prestigious family, with a long lineage, possessing profound secret techniques. This is the true future powerhouse. How can he possibly be inferior to that piece of trash you have? The middle-aged soldier chuckles. Yet I recall hearing that he was bested by some trash in the fighting arena. Was I not correct? The Brigadier scoffs dismissively. That was merely due to Wei Qiang's lack of combat experience. Meanwhile, your trash has already exhausted all his potential in the Huangquan training camp. What future prospects remain for him? Just a little mongrel plucked from a garbage heap. You Red Scorpions need not invest so heavily in clinging to Lin Shitong's coattails. The middle-aged soldier's expression hardens, coldly stating, "You would do well to show some respect for General Lin." The Brigadier retorts without reservation, rapping on the conference table. "How about we have them face off in a year? Let us see if that little piece of trash can outmatch someone we, the Winged Angels, have chosen." The middle-aged soldier readily agrees. "Very well. What shall we wager?" The Brigadier leans forward, feigning a grandiose smile. "A 6th-level force rifle. What do you say?" At the mention of the 6th-level force rifle, all the officers gasp in astonishment. Such a weapon is typically reserved for deputy commanders of elite special forces. The middle-aged soldier inhales deeply, slowly nodding. "All right, I accept your wager. I shall await your rifle." The Brigadier General laughed heartily as he strode out of the conference room, his voice echoing. This assessment is nothing but rubbish. When Qianyi awoke from his slumber, it was already midday on the following day. A strikingly beautiful, yet stern-faced female medic entered the repair room, forcefully tossing his clothes at him while bombarding him with a torrent of words. "Hurry up and put on your clothes, then disappear from here within 3 minutes. There are many others waiting outside. Why haven't you put on your pants yet? Are you planning to flaunt that thing in front of me for much longer? Do you think it's impressive enough? If it doesn't vanish from my sight in 30 seconds, I'll chop it off and preserve it in formaldehyde as a decoration on my desk." Despite having weathered countless storms in the Huangquan training camp, Qianyi found himself utterly defeated before this formidable woman. He dressed with unprecedented speed and fled hastily. He dashed out of the hospital. An unusual thought struck him. Why not ask that beautiful yet fearsome creature for her contact information? The moment the idea emerged, Qianyi startled himself. He wondered if his prolonged stay in the training camp had left him a bit unhinged after suddenly leaving. Upon exiting the inner camp, he immediately spotted Shi Yin waiting for him. Upon seeing Qianyi, the typically stoic man broke into a wide grin, laughing heartily, and then gave Qianyi a hearty pat on the shoulder. Exclaiming, "Well done, kid!" Qianyi was momentarily bewildered. Shi Yin smacked his own forehead and declared, "Look, I'm getting a bit muddled. You've been accepted into the Red Scorpion." Red Scorpion? Qianyi momentarily failed to process this information. He pondered the name of the Special Forces unit recruiting at the time, recalling that none of the legions in the middle and lower reaches bore that name, nor did the upper echelons. Suddenly, Qianyi's heart raced, and he stammered with excitement. "You mean? That Red Scorpion?" "Yes, the very same Red Scorpion that consistently ranks among the top 5 in the Empire." Qianyi held his breath, overwhelmed with euphoria. He had never anticipated that he could join either the Winged Angels or the Red Scorpion, the two elite military units, especially considering his performance in the force test had barely met the passing standard with 20 rounds of force tides. "You need to report to the Red Scorpion base in 3 days. Time is a bit tight, but you have a night to prepare. Come on, let us go celebrate." Shi Yin, brimming with excitement, pulled Qianyi towards the camp exit. Just a few steps out, Wei Petion appeared out of nowhere, blocking Qianyi's path. Qianyi scrutinized Wei Petion, his expression somewhat peculiar, and suddenly asked, "Do you enjoy getting beaten?" Wei Petion, striking a casual pose with his arms crossed, turned a vibrant shade of red at the remark, nearly spitting blood in indignation. However, Qianyi's demeanor was utterly serious, devoid of mockery or jest. Despite their brief acquaintance, Wei Petion had begun to grasp Qianyi's temperament. realizing that he was genuinely questioning him, and his bluntness was particularly exasperating. Lin Xianyi, I've been chosen by the Winged Angels. I am the only one from this assessment to join them, Wei Petion declared proudly. Qianyi chuckled and replied, So what? Shall we have another round? You seem to enjoy getting hit. Wei Petion's face fluctuated between hues of red and green as he retorted angrily. If you're so bold, let us change the game. Come on, real men are heroes and drink too. Tonight, let us see who can outdrink the other. What do you have left to lose? Qianyi replied nonchalantly. Wei Petion shouted at a higher pitch, If I lose, I'll immediately loosen my belt. At these words, a sudden silence enveloped the area. The bustling crowd seemed to momentarily slow, all eyes converging on Wei Petion. A few men, clearly intrigued by Wei Petion's robust physique and masculine features, began to eye him with newfound interest, while several fair-skinned young men tossed him flirtatious glances. Qianyi found himself at a loss for words. Thanks to Wei Petion, he too had become the center of attention. Shi Yin's lips twitched slightly, his expressions today having shifted more than they had in an entire year. His gaze fell upon the emblem etched on Wei Petion's belt buckle. Instantly recognizing it as the insignia of the esteemed Wei family from the Far East, which had long-standing ties through marriage with the prestigious Wang family of Langya, solidifying their influence across two major provinces. The Wei family typically maintained a neutral relationship with Lin Shitang, devoid of any animosity or friendship. With such a prominent lineage, even if they could not befriend them, they certainly should not make enemies. Let us leave now. Shi Yin decisively dragged Qianyi away from the strangely charged atmosphere. As night fell, Shi Yin brought Qianyi to a bar in the city. They had scarcely settled down when Wei Petion unexpectedly strode in uninvited. He plopped down opposite Qianyi, slamming his hand on the table, and bellowed, Lin Qianyi, you think hiding here will keep me from finding you? The Wei family has many people in Xiangyang City. What exactly do you intend to do? Of course, we're going to drink. Wei Petion clapped his hands, exuding confidence. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed from the stairs as a dozen beautiful young women streamed in, each cradling a bottle of fine liquor. Just from their exquisite packaging, it was evident they were top-shelf selections. Wei Petion grabbed 2 bottles, swiftly smashing their necks, and handed one to Qianyi, saying, Let us down half a bottle. What do you say? Are you up for it? Qianyi accepted the bottle, his expression rather complex. He silently poured half the bottle into a glass and began to sip slowly. In contrast, Wei Petion had a large bowl before him. He tilted his head back and downed the entire bowl in one go, effectively finishing half a bottle in a single gulp. Meanwhile, Qianyi had only managed a few small sips, barely a cup's worth. Well, I'll finish this bottle first. Take your time, no rush, Wei Petion boomed, then tilted his head back to finish the first bottle in one go. Only then did Qianyi manage to drink 2 glasses, yet his face was already flushed, and his eyes were beginning to blur. At this rate, he would surely end up sprawled beneath the table. Wei Petion felt a sense of triumph. Unable to defeat Qianyi in the fighting arena, wouldn't it be just as satisfying to best him in drinking? Wei Petion thought to himself. Utterly convinced he wasn't merely comforting himself. Qianyi continued to sip slowly, his elbows resting on the table, cradling his glass, starting to sway precariously. Nevertheless, he managed to finish the entire bottle, still teetering. What guts! Wei Petion complimented, then glanced at the fine spirits cradled by the beautiful young women, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Moments later, another empty bottle appeared before Wei Petion, while Qianyi continued to drink. Still swaying unsteadily at this point, Wei Petion's eyes had begun to glaze over, and his speech became increasingly incoherent. Yet perhaps due to the depth of their enmity, upon seeing Qianyi finish drinking, Wei Petion wasted no time in smashing open 2 bottles of aged liquor, leading the charge as he tilted back his head to down another bottle without pause. Qianyi, on the other hand, remained unchanged, as if he were on the verge of collapsing under the table at any moment. The tavern had drawn quite an audience, and the gazes directed at Qianyi had shifted from mockery to something more peculiar. This particular liquor, known as tequila, originated from the frigid province of Pingxi and was among the top 3 strongest spirits in the empire. Typically mixed into cocktails, it was hardly consumed in such a brutish manner. To find a man capable of downing 2 full bottles without succumbing to inebriation was indeed a rare sight. An hour later, Qianyi sat at the table, staring vacantly at the sea of empty bottles before him. Then glanced at the unconscious Wei Patian and Shi Yin sprawled on the table, completely unable to recall when they had succumbed. Especially Shi Yin. How had he ended up passed out when this drinking contest had nothing to do with him? Qianyi rubbed his forehead, gradually piecing together what had transpired. At some point, the intoxicated Wei Patian had provocatively challenged Shi Yin. Shi Yin, known for his fiery temper, had not hesitated to respond. And before long, a one-on-one confrontation had devolved into a chaotic melee involving 3 participants. Then, in that chaotic moment, it was Qianyi who had managed to take both down to this point. He too was still teetering on the brink of collapse. Yet it was merely a desire to fall, with an indeterminate distance remaining to the actual descent. Memories of the past flooded back, and Qianyi could only manage a bitter smile at the sight of the 2 men, who resembled lifeless pigs, leaving him at a loss as to how to handle them. Ultimately, Qianyi resorted to lifting one under each arm, swaying unsteadily as he made his way to the inn. Miraculously, he found himself back in his own room with uncanny accuracy. He opened another room, unceremoniously tossing the 2 hefty men onto a bed, giving them a rude gesture before he staggered back to his own space and collapsed onto the bed, falling into a deep slumber. Not long after, Qianyi jolted upright, disoriented as he surveyed his surroundings. A throbbing headache assailed him. The remnants of a hangover still lingered. The clock had just struck 5, and dawn had yet to break. Yet, during his time at the training camp, this was the hour when he would rise to commence a day of rigorous training. 9 years of such a routine had ingrained an instinctive response in his body. After a refreshing shower, Qianyi found himself at a loss for what to do. Since graduating from the training camp, he often experienced this feeling. The once meticulously scheduled timetable, filled with the constant pressure of survival, had suddenly evaporated. With an abundance of free time now at his disposal, Qianyi felt rather unaccustomed. He practiced martial arts in silence until the first rays of dawn illuminated the room. By midday, Shi Yin finally made an appearance. The humorless soldier blushed slightly upon seeing Qianyi for Wei Patian. He had long since slipped away, lacking the face to confront Qianyi. However, he had dutifully left behind his belt, accompanied by a note that read, "Let us fight again another day," with a large exclamation mark. Qianyi dismissed the note as trivial, crumpling it into a ball and tossing it into the trash. The thought of Wei Patian's initial provocation ignited an impulse in Qianyi to deliver a few more blows. However, after Shi Yin elucidated the Wei family's background, Qianyi reconsidered. He packed the necklace, bracelet, and belt, preparing to send them to Wei Patian's residence. That a note accompanied the package, stating, "3 debts owed, repay before we fight again." After lunch, Shi Yin escorted Qianyi back to the inner camp, handing him over to a middle-aged soldier. The soldier appraised Qianyi thoroughly, then suddenly smiled faintly and extended his hand, saying, "Welcome to the Red Scorpion, rookie." Qianyi reciprocated, grasping the robust, warm hand, feeling a grounded solidity reminiscent of Lin Shitang's grip. Unfamiliar with the term rookie, Qianyi nonetheless sensed a tone of concern in the soldier's words. The middle-aged soldier turned to Shi Yin, remarking, "Sure, it seems we haven't seen each other in a decade." "It's only been 9 years and 11 months, came Shi Yin's reply. The soldier from Red Scorpion dismissed the correction, saying, "Why aren't you by Commander Lin's side?" "Well, I had to come personally for this little fellow's sake." "I would trust anyone else." The soldier raised his eyebrows. "Is his identity special?" "To some extent. You'll understand when you see this." Qianyi, following his instruction, pulled aside his shirt to reveal a sizable scar. The middle-aged colonel's eyes twitched, a murderous aura emanating from him, followed by a heavy grunt. "Now do you understand why I had to come personally? But this kid is indeed promising. You won't be disappointed." Before long, it was time to part ways. The 2 military academy comrades, who had shared the tribulations of nearly 20 years, had only encountered each other thrice since graduation. They both understood that after this separation, they might not meet again for an indeterminate period. Perhaps the next time they would reunite, it would be over the remains draped in the imperial military flag. Such is the fate of soldiers. However, They did not embrace or shake hands. Instead, they exchanged a military salute and turned away. This exemplifies the military spirit, decisive and unencumbered, with camaraderie confined to the depths of their hearts. Once sure, Yen departed. The middle-aged soldier addressed Qian Yi. "My name is Wei Li Shi, Colonel Wei." Qian Yi returned the salute, albeit somewhat imperfectly. Wei Li Shi led Qian Yi aboard an airship, setting course for the Red Scorpion's base. Besides Qian Yi, Wei Li Shi had also chosen two others, a young man and woman, both of similar age to Qian Yi. This airship bore little resemblance to the balloon-type vessels Qian Yi had previously encountered. Instead, its top featured a sprawling metallic framework supporting bat-like wings. The joints of the airship's exterior were outlined in striking red, devoid of any other insignia. The machinery compartment remained at the rear, but it boasted a staggering 12 sets of cross propellers, with the familiar plume of steam billowing from numerous pipes. The cabin was spacious, with sound-absorbing mats on the floor. The seats, all affixed against the walls, could accommodate roughly 20 individuals, while a row of shelves in the center was designated for weapon backpacks, leaving ample room for movement and even close-quarters combat. Transporting 4 individuals with a vessel capable of carrying 2 squads illustrated the Red Scorpion's considerable resources. Wei Li Shi secured himself in a seat, fastening his safety belt. Qian Yi and the others followed suit. Just then, the door to the front cabin swung open, revealing a large bald head that boomed. "Hold tight, kiddos! We're on a tight schedule." A deafening roar soon filled the air as the cabin vibrated violently, suddenly lifting off the ground as if seized by a colossal hand. Qian Yi and the others were firmly pressed into their seats. The sensation of rapid ascent nearly causing their hearts to leap from their throats, creating an indescribable discomfort. Once the ascent finally stabilized, Qian Yi peered out the window, astonished to find themselves drifting through billowing clouds. In mere moments, they were navigating within the very clouds. Qian Yi's experience with airships was limited to the sleek Qing Niao and military cargo vessels. The Qing Niao, true to its name, glided gracefully, while the cargo ships, though noisy and bumpy, required considerable time to ascend and descend. The speed of the Red Scorpion's airship utterly defied the principles of steam propulsion. Suddenly, Qian Yi recalled a superior energy source known as black crystal, which existed above black stone steam. However, Huang Quan had not imparted knowledge about it, as it was currently a top-tier strategic resource. Before Qian Yi could fully recover from the breathtaking spectacle, the airship began to shake violently. He watched in disbelief as the propellers outside accelerated to such a degree that the blades became indistinguishable. Then, with a powerful jolt, the entire airship was propelled forward with a resounding thud. For the first time, Qian Yi experienced the sensation of a solitary boat amidst a tempest. The copper pipes within the cabin echoed the voice of the bald captain. "Hold steady. We're accelerating. This crosswind is intense. How is that for a roller coaster ride? Ah, ahead lies the thundercloud. We're going straight through. You'll get a close-up view of the lightning. What is that? An eagle. Goodness, it's enormous. Should we try to collide with it?" Qian Yi felt his stomach lurch violently, and the other 2 young people clearly fared no better. Thus, after half an hour of soaring through the skies, the 3 fledgling recruits could no longer hold their composure and vomited uncontrollably. By evening, the airship circled the Yellowstone Canyon, landing at the Red Scorpion headquarters located at the northern tip of Qinlu. However, the 3 young novices were not fortunate enough to witness the mysterious headquarters immediately. Before they could disembark, they received their first rookie assignment: cleaning duties. They were tasked with scrubbing the troop compartment and the entire airship, inside and out, to a spotless finish. As Qian Yi began, he quickly realized that this job was no less strenuous than combat. The mess from their earlier vomiting was manageable, but the real challenge lay in the engine room, where years of accumulated grease awaited them. Although they were provided with specialized cleaning agents, each small section they wiped required an entire barrel of water. Thus, the 3 of them spent the night hauling water back and forth to clean. And by the end of the day, they had only managed to clean half of the 20-meter-long airship. The various sections had been meticulously divided into 3 days' worth of work. Without completion, they would go without food and rest. Consequently, the trio endured their first 3 days at the Red Scorpion in a state of hunger, exhaustion, and drowsiness. Eventually, they could no longer even detect the overpowering scent of oil clinging to their bodies. After enduring a laborious cleaning of the airship, the three individuals returned to their dormitory, collapsing in a slumber without a moment's pause for bathing or nourishment. Throughout the past 3 days, Qianyi exhibited unwavering patience and meticulousness, leaving no corner untouched, scrubbing away even the faintest traces of oil with relentless determination. His care for the airship's propulsion and transmission mechanisms was nothing short of exemplary, a testament to his training in firearm maintenance, which instilled in him a scrupulous approach to caring for the colossal vessel. Even the notoriously fastidious bald captain could not help but express his admiration that, in contrast, the other two novices performed adequately at first, but soon displayed noticeable lapses in diligence. Observing Qianyi's steadfast commitment, they deliberately left the dirtiest and most challenging tasks for him to tackle. Although it appeared that the trio had shared the workload equally, in reality, Qianyi accomplished far more than both of them combined. He remained indifferent to this minor inequity, having learned during his time in the Huangquan training camp to execute the instructor's orders with absolute fidelity. This notion of unwavering fidelity encompassed not only the literal interpretation of commands, but also the spirit behind them. In Huang Quan's lexicon, there was no room for cunning or deceit. As the two novices reveled in their advantageous position, they willingly shifted more responsibilities onto Qianyi. Both hailed from illustrious families and had successfully navigated a rigorous selection process to join the Red Scorpion, promising a bright future ahead. Such youth could endure the agony of wounds and bloodshed, yet had they ever engaged in such menial labor? While the three novices were deep in slumber, 5 individuals convened in a small meeting room at the Red Scorpion headquarters. Among them, the bald captain. The bald captain swiftly annotated scores on 3 sheets of paper before passing them to the others. After a brief review, the papers reached Wei Li Shi, who, upon glancing at them, remarked to the bald captain, "While I believe this should be the outcome, the score disparity is quite striking, isn't it? I graded them down to the centimeter. The scorpion tail is akin to my own child. Any slight alteration is apparent to my eyes. Those 2 youngsters think they can pull tricks in front of me. They may as well wait a century." He continued, "Qianyi is impressive, quite clever, diligent in his tasks. I like him." Acknowledging the bald captain's steadfastness, Wei Li Shi nodded, signed the document, and addressed the other 3 soldiers. "The test results stand as they are. You may decide among yourselves." Qianyi. One of them proposed first that, in a way. Another immediately countered. "Last year you had the first pick, and this year it's our team's turn." The third interjected leisurely. "That's not how it works. Your team exhausted its priority pick last year. Are you planning to use next year's as well?" After a lengthy debate, the 3 finally divided the novices among themselves. Ultimately, the bearded one reluctantly offered numerous personal favors to secure Qianyi's selection. The initial test yielded a total score of 100, with Qianyi alone earning 65 points, while the other 2 combined managed a mere 35. The scores within the Red Scorpion hold significant implications, influencing promotions, resource allocations, and mission selections. Given the high total score from the initial test, opportunities to encounter such high-stakes tasks would be rare throughout the novice phase. Unbeknownst to Qianyi and his companions, the 2 youngsters believed themselves clever, executing their plans flawlessly. Yet, as the bald captain indicated, their petty schemes would not escape scrutiny in the presence of influential figures. Such manipulations amounted to self-sabotage. The following morning, Qianyi was jolted awake by a thunderous pounding on the door. "Get up, rookie! How long do you plan to sleep?" He sprang from his bed and rushed to open the door, revealing a towering officer with a bushy beard. Standing at an imposing height of over 2 meters, in stark contrast, Qianyi appeared diminutive, almost childlike. The officer snorted, wrinkling his brow, "Go wash up and rid yourself of that rancid oil stench. You have." He glanced at his watch. 5 full minutes to clean yourself from head to toe. "I'll be waiting right here." The officer's every word was delivered in a thunderous roar. "Who are you?" Qianyi inquired cautiously. "My surname is Nan. Everyone calls me Nan Bat-Ian." Upon hearing yet another formidable name, Qianyi momentarily faltered, only to be drowned out by the subsequent deafening shout. "Your original name is irrelevant from now on. You are a member of my Tiger Scorpion unit. "Rookie, go wash up, now." Without hesitation, Qianyi saluted, "Yes, sir," and dashed into the bathroom in just 3 minutes. He emerged freshly cleansed, donning an entirely new military uniform. This uniform retained the pure black base color of the Great Qin Empire's military attire, accented with red stitching along the collar and placket, while a scorpion emblem adorned the upper arm. The emblem depicted a small black and red scorpion, its tail stinger a striking crimson. This creature, found across various continents, is one of the most venomous beings on land, capable of killing an average adult within mere seconds of a sting. Upon seeing Qianyi emerge, Nan Batian turned and strode away, his stride significantly longer than those of an average person, prompting Qianyi to hurriedly jog to keep pace. "That we have much to accomplish today. First, we'll collect your gear, and then I'll take you to your own quarters. Our Tiger Scorpion unit has its own barracks, so you won't be stuck in this wretched place any longer. I'll also show you around some key locations within the camp, so you'll know where to repair weapons, obtain affordable supplies, and even take on private missions, provided they don't conflict with your combat assignments. However, private missions will only be available once you've graduated from the novice stage, so don't dwell on that just yet." By now, Qianyi had grown accustomed to Nan Batian's manner of speaking, diligently noting each key point. Soon, Nan Batian guided Qianyi out of the temporary barracks and into the formal headquarters of the Red Scorpion as they passed through the colossal metallic gates. Towering 30 meters high and 1.5 meters thick, Qianyi felt as though his heart had been struck with great force, leaving him speechless in awe of the scene before him. Despite having previously gazed down upon the Shenyang military-industrial city from above, he remained captivated by the grandeur of this war machine, 0.1 kilometer away. The headquarters building soared to a height of 600 meters, resembling a massive sail. The exterior, painted in red, bore signs of rust, exposing its metallic foundation. Yet, this did nothing to diminish the building's majestic presence. Instead, it added a layer of historical weight and depth. Several bat-winged airships ascended from the rooftop of the headquarters, swiftly darting in various directions in the distant sky. A colossal floating vessel gradually materialized, its gas bags stretching several hundred meters long to the right. A vast airship base bustled with activity, where numerous airships were taking off and landing, ranging from small boats to medium-sized airships, and even 2 warships exceeding 100 meters in length. On the opposite side of the base, a line of 7 vintage airships, reliant on gas bags for lift, stood parked. Adjacent to the base, rows of various tracked armored vehicles numbered in the hundreds, while the count of cargo trucks was beyond measure. Qianyi had encountered images and models of these basic military assets in class, but witnessing the real deal imparted an unparalleled visual impact. To the left, an array of functional buildings sprawled out, and Qianyi even spotted a factory capable of accommodating a giant floating vessel. The factory's roof, reaching a height of 100 meters, was arched and currently open wide, revealing the mast and upper section of a medium-sized floating vessel, with numerous workers clambering atop it like ants. Meanwhile, sparks rained down from the massive metallic surface, indicating intense operations underway. Further afield lay a sprawling energy facility, comprising a cluster of perpetual motion tower-like structures, with over a dozen massive smokestacks resembling legendary trees reaching the heavens, continuously belching dark smoke that formed a colossal cloud filling half the sky. Just from a distance, one could envision the immense energy surging through the pipelines, powering the vast red Scorpion base. Nan Batian led Qianyi to the parking lot, where they hopped into a small off-road vehicle with an open door and sped towards the left side of the armory. Without a vehicle, navigating such a vast encampment would indeed pose a challenge. Inside the armory's main hall, Nan Batian bellowed directly, "This is our Tiger Scorpion rookie. Bring forth a standard set of gear, along with a sniper kit." A moment later, a large backpack and a black suitcase were unceremoniously tossed out of the window, the entire process devoid of any spoken words or visible faces. Nan Batian deftly caught the items, exclaiming, "Thanks," before turning to Qianyi, saying, "Let us go. I shall take you to the Scorpion Camp." The Scorpion Camp is situated in the northeastern corner of the headquarters, adjacent to the Blood Scorpion's encampment. Merely observing the exterior of both camps, Qianyi sensed that the situation of the Scorpion Camp seemed rather dire. Not only was the camp half the size of Blood Scorpions, but the assortment of vehicles parked outside were a mix of old and somewhat new, starkly contrasting with a pristine fleet of Blood Scorpion. Furthermore, the Scorpion camp appeared desolate, lacking the bustling activity characteristic of Blood Scorpion. Nin Batian scratched his head, somewhat awkwardly admitting, "Well, to put it bluntly, I do have some disparities in command compared to that Blood Scorpion fellow." Consequently, he frequently mobilizes the entire camp for significant ventures. As a result, our Scorpion's funding has become rather insufficient. Yes, that is the situation. Upon hearing this, Chinya began to grasp the operational dynamics of the Red Scorpion Corps. Each soldier possesses their own score, and each combat camp has its corresponding level of points. Completing missions earns points, which would be exchanged for various equipment and resources. The headquarters of the Red Scorpion Corps only supplies the most basic provisions. All additional benefits must be earned through the efforts of individual combat camps. Within the Red Scorpion Corps, the disparities between combat camps can be substantial, akin to the differences between the Scorpion and Blood Scorpion camps. This is not merely a contest of individual soldier quality. It is equally a competition of the commander's capabilities. The Red Scorpion model is quite prevalent within the Empire, with numerous legions, particularly special forces. Favoring this management approach, Nin Batian led Chinya into the Scorpion camp, guiding him to the dormitory, stating, "This will be your abode, though we are not many here, so it is quite spacious that, if you need anything, seek out Old Bai, who manages logistics. Rest well tonight. Tomorrow morning marks the beginning of your rookie journey." Rookie, Chinya silently repeated in his mind. He had come to understand the true meaning of the term. A rookie in the Red Scorpion Corps is a unique entity. Although every legion has its share of new recruits, the Red Scorpions stand apart. For the first 2 years, newly enlisted young warriors are classified as rookies. Only after 2 years do they ascend to the rank of Young Scorpion. It is only at this point that they can truly be considered members of the Red Scorpion, capable of independently undertaking missions. Following the Young Scorpion rank comes the Black Scorpion, the Red Scorpion, and eventually the Scorpion King. The Red Scorpion, rookies possess almost no status, as they are deemed rookies when faced with seasoned veterans. Rookies are often the targets of reprimands and commands. However, paradoxically, their status is also uniquely significant. An unwritten rule within the Red Scorpion Corps dictates that in the event of a life-threatening crisis on the battlefield, rookies are to withdraw first, followed by veterans, with officers bringing up the rear. In any circumstance, the lives of rookies are prioritized above all else. The Red Scorpion has etched this rule in blood throughout its history, with a notable instance where an entire squad of over 100 perished, while 2 rookies managed to escape. Indeed, as Nin Batian had asserted, from the very next day, Chinya began to experience the distinct nature of rookie life. In the ensuing months, Chinya undertook only a handful of missions, spending the majority of his time in training. Continuing to cultivate the martial art of the soldier's strike was, of course, of utmost importance. In addition, he needed to master dozens of different subjects, including the operation of nearly all models of vehicles and airships within the Empire. Furthermore, specialized training was provided for the use of certain special equipment. Chinya also acquired a wealth of knowledge about the Empire's clandestine affairs, encompassing politics, economics, and genuine historical events that had been expunged from official records. For instance, there was the Huangquan training camp. The true benefactor behind the Huangquan training camp was the Imperial military. It, along with 3 other training camps, Dark Flowers, Sword Rain Spring, and Great Way Square, was secretly established by the military's National Security Department. However, the Huangquan training camp surpassed the other 3 in both scale and training effectiveness, ranking among the top 3 institutions in the Empire, akin to those deeply rooted aristocratic families. Huangquan is a particularly unique entity, fundamentally differing from conventional military academy philosophies, as it is dedicated to cultivating elite assassins capable of surviving in extreme environments. Simultaneously, it served as a testing ground for a group of radical aristocrats within the Empire who practiced their theory of survival of the fittest. Many within the upper echelons of the Empire believe that, based on the initial awakening of the human race's primal energy, true potential can only be unleashed in the face of life and death, thereby leading to greater strength. During the era of dark races dominating the world, countless subjugated races existed. The human race managed to rise above the rest precisely because of their prolonged existence on the brink of death, with numerous powerful individuals awakening their potential and guiding the human race towards prosperity through generations. They argue that the current lower and middle classes of the empire, particularly the commoners, live far too comfortably, indulging in a stable existence and losing their ambition, resulting in a diminishing pool of talent and a gradual decline in formidable abilities. If this continues, the entire Qin Empire is bound to face decay. For the human race to maintain its glory and expand its territory, it must always seek survival amidst crisis, evolving through the trials of life and death. This notion has gained significant traction among the upper echelons of the empire, especially within the military. Huangquan serves as a concentrated embodiment of this perspective, deliberately enveloping each trainee in a shadow of death from the very beginning, thus compelling them to fight for survival, during which all their latent potential is awakened. Although the elimination and mortality rates at Huangquan training camp are chillingly high, leading to some internal criticism, the graduates produced are universally acknowledged as top-tier talents. Their actual combat prowess far exceeds what is depicted on paper. A single graduate from Huangquan can effortlessly take on 3 to 5 elite soldiers of equivalent rank within the Imperial Army. In complex or extreme environments, the combat capabilities of Huangquan graduates are nothing short of astonishing. It is said that in one instance of practical combat assessment, a team composed of graduates from 3 training camps annihilated an enhanced mountain infantry unit of the Imperial Army in a mountainous region. Following this engagement, the funding for Huangquan training camp surged 5-fold, with the annual intake of new trainees skyrocketing from several thousand to the maximum capacity of 20,000, moreover, every 2 to 3 decades. A truly extraordinary individual emerges from Huangquan. Such a person is capable of single-handedly altering the dynamics of a region. The mere appearance of such a figure allows Huangquan to disregard any criticism and continue its existence. Over the past century, no fewer than 4 such individuals have surfaced. Thus, Huangquan not only persists but flourishes, representing a faction within the empire known as the Iron-Blooded Hawk faction. Initially, the vast majority of students entering Huangquan were commoners and orphans selected from various regions. However, following that successful practical assessment, many aristocratic families began sending their collateral descendants to the camp. Compared to commoners and orphans, these individuals possess a foundation and resources, increasing their chances of success. Once they graduate successfully, they can attain a status far surpassing their origins within their families. Inspired by successful examples, many collateral descendants of noble families seeking a shot at greatness actively requested admission to Huangquan training camp. Consequently, over the past 3 centuries, Huangquan's reputation has grown ever larger, with even high-ranking aristocratic families sending their direct descendants to undergo training, hoping to cultivate them into the pillars of their clans. In response, Huangquan has made certain adjustments, providing limited yet specific accommodations for these core descendants, primarily focusing on preserving their lives and exempting young women from adult initiation ceremonies. This is because on the battlefield against dark races, privileges hold no significance. Furthermore, aristocratic families possess greater resources and conditions to assist their descendants in awakening their primal energy, as they're the future's frontline forces. Rights and responsibilities have always been reciprocal. For these noble offspring, the inclusion of Huangquan graduation on their resumes ensures a smooth ascent, whether pursuing a career within the empire or advancing within their families. Qinya had never anticipated that the Huangquan training camp, where he had spent a full 9 years, bore such a profound and intricate background, nor could he fathom the true scale of its operations. He had always been surrounded solely by the 100 individuals in his class. And aside from a few life-and-death examinations involving inter-student combat, he had rarely encountered anyone from other classes. Even among those 100, the faces he recognized were in a constant cycle of attrition and replenishment. The longest familiar faces in Qinya's memory did not exceed 15 to that night. Qinya lay in bed, idly toying with the last piece of crimson blood. Now he understood that this precious substance was most effective only during the initial stages of primal energy foundation. Once the energy nodes were ignited, its efficacy began to wane. This was also one of the few items he had brought from Huangquan. Subsequently, Qinya began to delve into the various systems of the empire. It was only at this moment that he comprehended the elevated status of the Red Scorpion Legion, even among novices, which afforded them access to the clandestine workings of the Huangquan training camp. In the intricately hierarchical and austere empire, the authority of a Red Scorpion warrior surpassed that of certain lower-tier nobles. Thus, the initial months following Qinya's induction into the Red Scorpions were predominantly spent in rigorous learning and training. He meticulously divided his daily schedule into 15-minute increments, with sleep occupying a mere 4 hours or less. Even during rest, half of that time was immersed in a bodily recovery fluid to expedite restoration and enhance physical conditioning. This concoction was a military resource allocated to elite special forces. The era of Zhuyin blood had long since faded. Now, Qinya began to grasp the true magnitude of the Red Scorpion Legion. The official membership comprised merely 10,000 individuals, including over 1,000 novices, with an annual attrition rate of approximately 20% among the latter. Importantly, those who were eliminated were not necessarily deceased, but rather reassigned to other legions. Even those dismissed from the Red Scorpions would be regarded as elite within the main forces. Additionally, the logistical and support personnel assigned to these 10,000 Red Scorpions amounted to a staggering 200,000. This accounted for the expansive, almost city-like headquarters of the Red Scorpions that Qinya had witnessed. Months later, Qinya had begun to attain a semblance of autonomy, shedding some of the naive characteristic of a novice. Throughout this period of study, his meticulousness, concentration, and patience garnered unanimous acclaim, with some officers even suggesting that he approached an almost obsessive level of dedication. Qinya could devote several consecutive days to a single task, entirely undistracted. In return, he achieved near-perfect scores across nearly all subjects, with the sole limitation being his speed of cultivating original energy on the comprehensive ranking list of novices. Qinya consistently hovered around the top 10, but once the novices' training period concluded, Nan Batian reappeared before Qinya. This colossal figure took personal charge of Qinya's combat and physical enhancement training, successfully branding him with the mark of the Tiger Scorpion. Qinya's physique grew increasingly robust, and if one were to overlook his refined features, he resembled a formidable, power-driven warrior. Thus, in the 4th month following his entry into the Red Scorpions, Qinya was assigned a mission that would be etched in his memory for years to come. In conjunction with the promotional activities for the new book, the minimum update times for the following week would be adjusted to 1600 hours and 21:00, with additional updates to be determined. The mission's location was an adjacent lower continent, with a straightforward objective. A border town had been occupied by the Blood Clan. Due to a nearby Imperial secret research facility, the local garrison, after failing twice to reclaim the town, decisively called upon the Red Scorpions. For this operation, the Red Scorpions mobilized an entire platoon, comprising 100 Black Scorpion-level warriors, led by 3 Red Scorpion captains. Alongside Qinya, an additional 50 novices were included in the jurisdiction of the town. Over 10,000 local troops were also summoned to support the Red Scorpions' efforts. This marked a genuine large-scale battle, and many novices were palpably excited from the onset of preparations. Qinya boarded an interstellar airship capable of traversing continents, enduring 5 days of relentless flight to reach the target area. Following the main force's descent from the airship, they boarded heavy-duty trucks that awaited them. Setting forth towards their designated positions for the assault plan, it was astonishingly simplistic. Divide into 3 groups and launch a direct attack on the town. Any resistors would be dealt with on the spot. The heavy-duty trucks roared forward with wild abandon, their massive wheels thundering across the wasteland like a stampede of prehistoric mammoths. Seated within the truck, Qinya cradled his energy rifle, swaying slightly with the rhythmic bouncing of the vehicle to maintain his balance. He had grown quite accustomed to riding these steam-power mechanical beasts and could even afford to daydream. Unlike other novices who anxiously checked their firearms repeatedly, he began to recall the data on the Blood Clan. The Blood Clan was one of the principal dark races, often referred to as vampires by humankind. True Blood Clan members bore a striking resemblance to humans, exhibiting extraordinary elegance and beauty, with features unattainable by ordinary mortals. They possessed prolonged lifespans and formidable strength. Theoretically, a Blood Clan member could live for over 1,000 years upon reaching the Duke level. Additionally, they could opt for extended periods of slumber, during which their vitality diminished at an exceedingly slow rate. It was said that within the depths of the Blood Clan's territory, there lay terrifying entities that had slumbered for over 10,000 years. The Blood Clan posed a significant danger, endowed with immense power and remarkable speed. Coupled with acute intelligence, the energy rifles were originally devised by humankind to compensate for deficiencies in original energy strength, but their manufacturing methods were subsequently pilfered by the Dark races, who innovated their own versions powered by dark energy. Among these, the energy rifles crafted by the Blood Clan were the most exquisite and luxurious, highly coveted in human high society, often fetching astronomical prices. Lastly, there was the unique method of inheritance among the Blood Clan. They could reproduce with their kind through opposite gender pairings, or they could perform a ritual known as the First Embrace, wherein they infused their primal blood into a human, thereby transforming them into a member of the Blood Clan. Furthermore, human blood was the Blood Clan's delicacy of choice. Thus, the Blood Clan and humanity shared an intricate understanding. During the initial reign of the Dark races over the world, the Blood Clan had the most humans in their thrall. With many being kept captive to provide blood for their masters, in the eyes of the Blood Clan, humans were akin to livestock such as pigs and sheep, whether in the Huangquan training camp or among the Red Scorpions. Qinya had encountered Blood Clan members before. However, those were not true Blood Clan warriors, and their numbers were limited, restricted by energy shackles that confined them to sporadic activities within designated zones. This time was markedly different. This was a direct confrontation with the Blood Clan. As the heavy-duty trucks advanced, seasoned veterans distributed 3 specially crafted pure silver energy bullets to each novice. These energy bullets were solid projectiles that could be loaded into the energy rifle's chamber. Although the empty shells could be mass-produced industrially or crafted by hand, only warriors of level 3 or above could infuse energy into them, creating complete energy projectiles. These 3 silver bullets were particularly lethal against vampires. The reason for providing only 3 was that the novices were all second-level warriors. Even if they were given 100 energy bullets, they could fire the energy rifle a maximum of only 3 times in a single engagement. The novices silently loaded the silver bullets into their rifles, awaiting the commencement of hostilities. The trucks barreled directly to within 200 meters of the town. They thundered to a halt, forming a serpentine line that served as both a barricade and an excellent cover. From atop the walls, assailants began firing antiquated gunpowder weapons at the trucks, but the metallic projectiles failed to penetrate the 1-centimeter-thick steel plating in retaliation. The Black Scorpion veterans unleashed a barrage of energy bullets that soared toward the battlements, sending debris and marksmen skyward. In an instant, the fire from the walls was suppressed, and Qinya and the other novices leapt from the vehicle, sprinting toward the town under the guidance of the veterans. The combat unfolded even more simply than anticipated. The Red Scorpion captain charged at the forefront, and whenever a Blood Clan warrior exposed themselves, a silver bullet would be on its way. The captain was unfaltering in his aim, targeting only high-ranking Blood Clan warriors, while ordinary ones were disregarded and left to his subordinates. The Black Scorpion warriors further filtered the ranks, eliminating the majority of the Blood Clan that the captain had spared, leaving a few for the novices to practice on. As Qinya raised his rifle, it quaked in his hands. His marksmanship had always been exemplary, and this occasion was no exception. The silver energy bullet left the chamber, creating a gaping hole in the forehead of a vampire. The wound immediately emitted wisps of white smoke, the flesh charred as if scorched by a potent acid. The Blood Clan member stood frozen, only to be met with 2 more bursts of sanguine blossoms. 2 novices, unable to restrain themselves, had fired the precious silver bullets into the already deceased vampire, thus forfeiting any potential merit points. Qinya swiftly adjusted his aim, firing again to bring down a Blood Clan warrior who had just revealed himself from a rooftop. Within mere seconds, his rifle roared again, claiming yet another Blood Clan warrior who cried out as he fell. Among the novices, Qinya's performance was strikingly remarkable, with 3 shots resulting in 3 fallen Blood Clan warriors, his achievements rivaling those of the Black Scorpion veterans. Now, standing on the true battlefield, Qinya deeply appreciated the distinctiveness of the Huangquan training camp. The brutal training endured over 9 years in the realm of life and death had ingrained combat reflexes into his very being. In nearly every situation, Qinya instinctively executed the most appropriate response. Seizing fleeting opportunities for swift counterattacks, the original intent of the Huangquan training camp was to cultivate the finest assassins, emphasizing a combat style characterized by stillness until the decisive strike, long as Qinya seizes the opportunity to counterattack. The enemy is virtually doomed. It is only on the battlefield that Qinya truly begins to shine, his achievements far exceeding the mere statistics of his apparent strength. Not only can he suppress the overwhelming majority of novices, but even many seasoned Black Scorpion veterans pale in comparison. This is the true bearing of a graduate of the underworld. The number of Blood Clan warriors in the small town reaches into the hundreds, suggesting an incursion by a minor clan. The local military had previously mobilized tens of thousands of troops, launching 2 fierce assaults that resulted in nearly 10,000 casualties, yet yielded nothing. However, once the Red Scorpion Legion joined the fray, they advanced with the force of a landslide, swiftly capturing all key points within the city, with the majority of Blood Clan warriors being slain on the spot, none escaping. This war made Qinya understand why the Red Scorpion Legion, with its mere 10,000 regular soldiers, was supported by an astonishing 20,000 logistical personnel at each base. The fighting power of a single company of Red Scorpions equates to that of tens of thousands of the Empire's regular troops. In comparison to local forces, the disparity in combat effectiveness is even more pronounced. The Empire has always been pragmatic, even to the point of being ruthlessly cold. The hierarchy of military treatment is directly determined by combat strength. This is a form of fairness where merit prevails above all. The number of personnel has never been a factor to consider. After occupying the small town, an astonishing scene unfolded before Qinya's eyes. From several buildings, thousands of individuals suddenly surged forth, frantically charging at the Red Scorpions and Imperial soldiers, their vacant stares, stark white teeth, and purplish-black lips all that was visible. These people had completely lost their sanity, transforming into beasts that recognized only fresh flesh and blood. The Red Scorpion warriors seemed to have anticipated this. They calmly stowed their energy rifles and resorted to using conventional firearms in an instant. A cacophony of machine guns, automatic rifles, and cannons erupted, creating a metal storm that mercilessly shredded the advancing frenzied throng. Among those charging forward were many clad in relatively intact uniforms of the Imperial local forces. They were evidently soldiers who had been trapped during the earlier assaults. The local military soldiers who followed the Red Scorpions into the city mostly halted in shock, yet the Red Scorpion warriors remained undeterred, coldly and efficiently reaping lives. "No! Stop! That's my brother!" A young local soldier suddenly cried out, rushing towards a Red Scorpion captain, attempting to embrace his waist in a bid to halt his gunfire. However, the Red Scorpion captain merely sidestepped, sending him tumbling to the ground, before pulling the trigger and turning a crazed local soldier charging at him into a sieve. "That you've killed my brother! I will kill you!" the young soldier shouted angrily. Pointing his gun at the Red Scorpion captain, that a glint of cold light flashed in the captain's eyes as he swiftly drew his pistol, blowing away half of the young soldier's head with a single shot. The Red Scorpion captain surveyed the local soldiers with a chilling gaze, stating coldly, "Are you all planning to rebel as well?" The local soldiers, all displaying fear, immediately denied this. "Then why aren't you attacking? Those creatures are no longer human. They are blood slaves," the Red Scorpion captain bellowed, raising the cannon in his hands, the dark metal barrel aimed at them. Under the captain's threat, the local soldiers finally lifted their weapons, trembling as they began to fire. Their numbers were vastly superior to the Red Scorpions, and a volley of gunfire soon mowed down the frenzied crowd that knew only to rush forward. The Red Scorpion captain nodded in satisfaction, then raised his right fist, proclaiming loudly, "Attention! Commence free action! Eliminate everyone in this city! I repeat, kill them all, regardless of age, gender, or innocence." This command left Qinya in shock, in his mind. It was justifiable to eliminate soldiers and adult men, but why target the elderly, women, and children? However, whether in the underworld or among the Red Scorpions, obedience to orders was the foremost military principle. Qinya slung his energy rifle behind him, took up a spare automatic rifle, and ventured into the city's alleyways to begin his search. As he turned a corner, a young boy suddenly dashed out from behind a large door. P.S. This event on the website is quite interesting. After reading the update, don't forget to participate in the lottery that I've been wandering the review section since dawn, yet I seem to have encountered no one. The boy appeared to be around 11 or 12 years old, dressed in finely crafted and extravagant clothing, clearly a scion of the town S elite. The boy turned to look at Qinya, his face a picture of astonishment. As soon as the boy entered Qinya's line of sight, Qinya had already aimed at his head. Although conventional firearms could not rival energy weapons, a close-range burst could still severely injure a blood clan. Yet Qinya felt an unusual heaviness on the trigger, momentarily unable to pull it. This should be an ordinary person, Qin couldn't help but think. Was it necessary to execute a defenseless boy without a word? Though it was an order, suddenly, the boy extended his hands towards Qinya, seemingly seeking refuge. His left cheek bore dirt and some bloodstains, remnants of chaos on the battlefield, a common sight. Qinya's finger loosened slightly, the gun barrel dipping as the crosshair moved away from the boy's forehead. Just then, the boy unexpectedly lunged at Qinya, his movements so agile that he hardly resembled a human. He opened his mouth wide, an abnormal amount of saliva dripping between his teeth, his eyes fixated on the artery in Qinya's neck, filled with blood vessels and glowing with a menacing red light, appearing exceedingly feral. In an instant, Qinya's gun was raised again, this time aimed at the boy's brow. Time seemed to slow at that moment as Qinya pressed down on the trigger. Suddenly, a large foot came flying in, kicking the boy away, who crashed heavily against a wall several dozen meters away. With a dull thud, the boy was left splattered against the wall, his body broken, before sliding down to the ground, leaving behind a bloody smear. "Novice, what is wrong with you?" A captain of the Red Scorpions emerged from the nearby alley, glaring sternly at Qinya. "No, it's nothing. I just wanted to see what capabilities it still had," Qinya replied, feeling somewhat guilty. That was a blood slave. They have been reduced to mere beasts, devoid of any special abilities. There is no need to observe any further. Kid, put away your inquisitiveness or curiosity. These things are far more dangerous than you can imagine. If they bite you and their saliva enters your bloodstream, the best course of action is to commit suicide, lest I be forced to blast your head off myself. The Red Scorpion captain's stern voice made it clear he was not jesting. Qinya complied, then continued his search. Along the way, he eliminated several blood slaves and a hidden vampire. These blood slaves, converted not long ago, still bore a human appearance, with many wearing clean clothing. Yet all the blood slaves charged at Qinya like wild beasts, their insatiable thirst for blood and flesh overwhelming all rational thought. Among the blood slaves were the elderly, young women, and even children of 3 or 4 years. But regardless of their former identities, they had all transformed into mindless beasts. Qinya shot them down. He silently kept count in his mind, as if doing so could distract him from contemplating the potential survival of any human beings across from him. Blood slaves are the products of vampires draining blood or simply biting. Unlike the initial embrace, they do not receive the vampire's potent blood in return, thus they do not become new vampires. The intellect of blood slaves is eroded by the blood poison of the vampires, turning them into half-vampire, half-beast monstrosities. Their primal craving for flesh and blood, coupled with a fear and subservience to true vampires, will encompass their entire existence. To date, humanity remains powerless against the blood poison of vampires. Once bitten, a human's brain is thoroughly devastated by the blood poison within a day or two, which is the fundamental reason for losing sanity and becoming a blood slave. This transformation process is irreversible, and even the vampires themselves cannot restore it. The worst part is that blood slaves also carry blood poison, often more virulent than that of true vampires. Those bitten by blood slaves will almost certainly also become blood slaves. Hence, within just a few days of the small town's fall, the number of blood slaves has become uncountable. In the realm of dark races, blood slaves are regarded as the lowest tier of beings, not even worthy of being cannon fodder. They hardly survive long, often being treated as food for lower dark races or even used to feed war beasts, whether in dawn or eternal night. The fate of blood slaves is tragically grim, unchangeable, and irretrievable. The Daqin Empire and other human nations share a remarkably uniform stance towards blood slaves. Any blood slave or individual contaminated by blood poison is to be executed without exception. Therefore, despite not being the most powerful or numerous, the Blood Clan has long been viewed as humanity's greatest enemy. This is the reason behind it. This depicts the relentless relationship of predator and prey, akin to that of natural enemies. The conflict in the small town swiftly approached its conclusion, as all vampires and their blood slaves were eradicated, leaving the streets strewn with corpses, blood flowing freely across the pavements. The sound of Chinya's military boots splashing through the sanguine puddles echoed ominously. The townsfolk, upon hearing this, emerged en masse, converging upon the central square. "You have 10 minutes." The booming voice from the war chariot's loudspeaker reverberated through the air. "Repeat after me. You have 10 minutes. Anyone who fails to reach the central square before the deadline will be deemed a blood slave and executed on the spot." Moments later, a few individuals timidly stepped out from their homes, reluctantly making their way to the square. Chinya was walking along the street when he was suddenly intercepted by an elder soldier from the Black Scorpion unit. "Newbie, follow me. It's time for class." "Class?" Chinya pondered, bewildered, before turning around to follow the veteran towards the square. The square was already teeming with hundreds of anxious individuals, their expressions betraying their trepidation. Yet they still retained a semblance of composure. Some bore injuries, cautiously concealing their wounds, but such attempts were futile even to Chinya, let alone the seasoned soldiers of the Red Scorpion Legion. The warriors of the Red Scorpion unit, along with all the recruits, surrounded the square, sealing off all pathways. The veteran leading Chinya turned and declared, "If anyone attempts to flee, their head will be blown off with a single shot. Do you understand?" "Understood." At that moment, a captain for the Red Scorpion addressed the local military commander overseeing the operation. "Search the town. Leave no corner unexamined. You have 20 minutes." The commander, startled by the time constraint, sprang into action like a startled rabbit, rallying his troops to scour the town with utmost speed. Shortly thereafter, sporadic gunfire and occasional screams echoed throughout the town. Those who remained hidden in their homes would face immediate execution if discovered. The 20 minutes stretched on interminably, and gradually, silence enveloped the town, the gunfire and cries subsiding. At that juncture, a captain of the Red Scorpion raised his right hand, pointed towards the square, and made a slashing motion across his throat. A shiver coursed through Chinya. This was the signal for slaughter. Expressionless, Chinya raised his weapon but refrained from pulling the trigger. Not only Chinya, but many recruits wore expressions of deep dismay. While the veterans surveyed the gathering with indifferent and even callous gazes, they were still human. Chinya and many recruits shared this sentiment. "Captain, they don't appear to be blood slaves." Finally, one recruit voiced his objection. The Red Scorpion captain coldly retorted, "There may be a few blood slaves among them. The rest are uncertain. They could be carriers of contamination or they might not be. The standard protocol would be to send them all to a designated black mine to labor until death. However, we lack the time, and there are no established black mines nearby. Thus, immediate execution is the most efficient course of action." "Do you comprehend, newbie?" The recruit shook his head vehemently, pointing at several seemingly normal individuals, exclaiming, "They bear no injuries. How could they be blood slaves?" The Red Scorpion captain replied, "Blood toxin does not solely transmit through blood. Any form of close contact carries the risk of infection. While this possibility is minimal, we cannot afford to take that chance. Left unchecked, a single blood slave could bring ruin to an entire city. I cannot bear that responsibility, and I doubt you can either, newbie. As a consequence for publicly questioning my orders, you will be confined for 10 days and temporarily stripped of your Red Scorpion membership. Only after you have personally executed 100 blood slaves may we reconsider your status." The recruit turned pale at this immediate penalty. Such punishment effectively equated to his expulsion from the Red Scorpion Legion. Even if he were to rejoin, he would likely struggle to regain prominence. Positions within the Red Scorpion were fixed and incredibly coveted. Should his position become vacant, numerous noble families would vie for it. The captain's gaze swept over all the recruits, his voice turning stern as he bellowed, "Recruits, this is war, a war that has persisted for millennia. It is a fight for survival against those dark abominations. Any semblance of compromise is a betrayal of your comrades. Therefore, cast aside your pitiful sentiments, obey the orders, and eliminate every enemy in sight. This is the fate of an Imperial soldier. Now, recruits, raise your weapons and fire. All the recruits unleashed a torrent of gunfire, and Xinya instinctively squeezed the trigger. His muscles tensed, the force of the gunpowder causing his automatic rifle to leap in his grasp, each metal round erupting from the muzzle, tearing into and obliterating the bodies before him. In an instant, the magazine capable of holding 80 rounds was expended. With mechanical precision, Xinya swiftly replaced the empty magazine and resumed firing. By the time all the recruits had emptied 2 magazines, there were no longer any standing figures in the square. After a brief pause in gunfire, the local military commander scurried over, his face pale as he surveyed the scene, beads of cold sweat trickling down his cheeks. He approached the Red Scorpion captain, quietly inquiring about the next course of action. There are still many hiding in this city. Some of your soldiers seem to overlook them. The captain's words sent the local commander into a panic. Beads of sweat pouring down as he hurriedly replied, "Give me another 20 minutes. No, 10 minutes. I will ensure every last person is found. I promise." The Red Scorpion captain glanced at the blood pooling on the ground, shaking his head as he stated, "No need. This city has been irrevocably tainted. It is no longer habitable. Therefore, I shall burn it to the ground." Burn it. The commander was taken aback. Even a modestly sized town represented considerable wealth. To incinerate it without a second thought? The captain nodded knowingly, declaring, "Indeed, burn it. This is the consequence of entanglement with the blood kin." The commander was drenched in sweat once more, nodding profusely, "Yes, I understand. Burn it." Immediately, the transport trucks roared to life, slowly departing the battlefield. Xinya turned to glance back, his vision consumed by towering flames, the sounds of explosions still resonating in his ears. The small town was engulfed in a sea of fire, destined to become ruins and history before long. Cities consumed by flames were not uncommon in the annals of the Empire. A hand clapped on Xinya's shoulder. He turned to see an elder soldier seated beside him. "I've witnessed such events many times before. During my first class, I performed even worse than you. I actually vomited, and for that, I was ridiculed for quite some time," the veteran recounted. Xinya sensed the elder's concern and kindness. Managing a weak smile, the soldier gestured towards the inferno, gravely stating, "No one is to blame. All deaths are a result of the blood I once shot through my brother's heart because he was bitten by a vampire. From that day forth, I vowed never to retire until every last one of those damned dark blood abominations is exterminated. Even if I die of old age, I shall do so on the battlefield." Silence enveloped the transport truck as the recruits were deeply affected, while many veterans were stirred by memories of the past. Each could recount tales intertwined with blood slaves. As the burning city gradually faded from view on the horizon, the flames lingered in Xinya's heart. Upon returning to the base, Xinya received both bad news and good news. The bad news was that Lin Shitong had just passed through Qin Lu 2 days prior, redirecting towards the imperial capital for a debriefing. When his adjutant contacted the Red Scorpion headquarters, Xinya was already engaged in battle. The good news was that Xinya received his first letter from home. If one could consider a letter from Wei Patian to be a familial correspondence, the envelope was crafted from pristine Dao Lin paper, adorned with a subtle golden thread pattern. Upon closer inspection, one could discern the image of a headless angel with wings. Upon seeing this, Nin Batian snorted, proclaiming that bird-brained individual is all show and no substance. Xinya extracted a silver shell casing from the envelope, his expression shifting to one of intrigue. Upon unfolding the letter, he realized this item was crafted by Wei Patian himself. More precisely, while the casing itself was an industrial product, the array used for energy compression was the first successful etching accomplished by Wei Patian, which he was eager to flaunt. During his time at the Broken-Winged Angel, Wei Patian had not been idle. He had advanced to the rank of level 3 warrior. Moreover, owing to the secret techniques of his family, he quickly mastered the ability to etch energy, enabling him to create tangible energy bullets with his own hands that, in the letter, Wei Patian issued a challenge. Yet he was also troubled by the pressing need to repay his debts. Not once, but thrice, Xinya crumpled the letter and envelope into a ball and tossed them into the wastebasket. He flung the shell high into the air, its silvery gleam tracing an inverted U-shaped arc before landing back in his palm. The grand military competition was still half a year away. Over the ensuing months, Chinya persistently applied for missions, darting across various battlefields with relentless vigor. He ascended with the swiftness of a comet. His battlefield demeanor characterized by an icy calmness and ruthless efficiency in slaughter. The number of dark races falling to his blade surged exponentially, and his accolades soared, ultimately propelling him to the pinnacle. Overshadowing countless luminaries among the rookie Red Scorpions, as well as many scions of noble families, Chinya seemed to be a born warrior, a true assassin at heart. His teamwork was commendable, yet in solitary ventures, he became even more perilous. In any environment, Chinya could discern advantageous elements, thereby amplifying his combat prowess. Following his solo elimination of a Blood Clan warrior equivalent to a fourth-tier combatant, it appeared that the killer instinct within him had awakened. Henceforth, in the regions where Chinya roamed, the casualty rate among mid-tier dark warriors began to soar. For Chinya's transformation, Nin Batian felt both elated and concerned. He was compelled to issue orders to limit Chinya's mission frequency. As Chinya had yet to reach the age of 18, Nin Batian believed he had a more illustrious future ahead and needed additional time to cultivate his original force, which he deemed the right path to becoming the strongest. Naturally, Chinya complied unconditionally with the orders of the Tiger Scorpion Battalion commander. Thus, amidst this cohort of rookie novices, Chinya's reputation gradually spread, reportedly capturing the attention of several deputy corps commanders in the eyes of many. Chinya was seen as a rising star, destined to shine brightly within the imperial military. His name had already made it onto the observation lists of certain noble families, with discussions underway regarding potential recruitment. A radiant path was unfurling before Chinya. His only regret remained that he had yet to meet Lin Shitong. Through his myriad tasks, Chinya gradually became acquainted with a military that had previously existed solely in his records. Slowly grasping the weight behind the title commander Lin Shitong did not hail from an extraordinary lineage. The Lin family had long been involved in military service, primarily comprising mid to low-ranking officers. By his father's generation, they had merely attained the status of hereditary viscounts. Under the imperial hierarchy of titles, they barely brushed the fringes of high society. Such a family provided Lin Shitong with only a commendable launching pad. Beyond that, he had to rely on his own merits. With nearly 30 years of military experience, Lin Shitong had fought in hundreds of battles, seldom facing defeat, even when confronted by the mightiest of dark races. His losses were such that the imperial military could find no fault. Yet, Lin Shitong's talents extended beyond military prowess. He exhibited remarkable aptitude in managing local political affairs, and due to his practice of the Great Transformation technique, he unearthed countless talents for the Empire. In summary, Lin Shitong could be considered a polymath. Consequently, he was promoted to marshal just past the age of 40, becoming the youngest among the Empire's 10 marshals. Often lauded alongside his contemporary, Zhang Buoqian. Zhang Buoqian, however, represented an entirely different archetype. He and Lin Shitong stood at opposite ends of the spectrum in nearly every regard. Zhang Buoqian hailed from a prestigious lineage, his ancestors having followed the founding emperor, once being conferred the title of Duke Qingyang. Today, the Zhang family firmly occupies the apex of the empire's 4 great noble houses, with 4 major branches, each headed by a hereditary duke. Their family boasts both scholarly and martial excellence, their glory second only to the imperial family. Zhang Buoqian was a prodigy in military campaigns, a realm where even Lin Shitong found himself overshadowed. Additionally, Zhang Buoqian was one of the empire's foremost martial artists, his prowess unparalleled. His style was bloodthirsty and ruthless, a stark contrast to his name. The blood on his hands was so abundant that even the dark races trembled in fear. However, in matters of governance, Zhang Buoqian was utterly inept, detesting complications and preferring annihilation as a solution. One of his frequent maxims was, "If you eliminate all troublesome individuals, won't the troubles vanish?" Despite being aware of Lin Shitong's illustrious standing, the most vivid impression in Chinya's mind remained that of Lin's warm, sturdy hand. Yet Lin Shitong had been constrained in the western frontier, unable to move freely. rumors circulated of significant insurgent activity, necessitating his personal oversight, yet he found himself consistently hindered. Recently, it was reported that several high-ranking generals within the imperial military were conspiring to usurp Lin Shitong's position. Lin Shitong had already been summoned to the imperial capital for debriefing twice, returning swiftly each time, but no one could predict what would happen next. The last news Qianye received indicated that General Zhao Weiwang from the northwest had begun mobilizing his renowned Wolf Smoke Legion, poised to march into the rebellious provinces. Qianye felt a vague concern for Lin Shitong, coupled with curiosity about the insurgents who had managed to oppose the empire for centuries. It was only after joining the Red Scorpions that he truly comprehended the enormity of the empire. Even with the Red Scorpion strength, squeezing into the top 3 was a challenge. Just how formidable must the empire's military might be? Perhaps fate had been watching over Qianye all along, just as curiosity stirred within him. A minor task was assigned to him. Indeed, it was a minor task. The Red Scorpions deployed only 5 seasoned Black Scorpion veterans, alongside Qianye, a novice, without even summoning local forces for support. This was not a cross-continental mission. The bald captain was again in charge of the domestic flight. Before the airship's departure, the bald captain conferred with the temporary squad leader regarding the mission details, his round face darkening as he coldly remarked, "Those old gents just love concocting such matters. Insurgents? Who doesn't know what's afoot?" The temporary leader shrugged, stating, "What can we do? Since they have enough clout to call us into action, there's no room for alteration. It's just a quick run, in and out." Suddenly, the bald captain glanced at Qianye and muttered, "Let him see for himself. Every rookie must eventually grow up. He needs to understand the truth behind the glamour." Qianye found himself somewhat bewildered by their exchange, his curiosity regarding the mission's true nature intensifying. This was likely not a simple task. As the airship ascended into the sky, it flew with the wild abandon of a runaway steed. However, this time, Qianye would not succumb to nausea. He, like the other veterans, sat calmly in his seat, eventually drifting into a light slumber. Conserving energy before battle was a well-known principle among all Red Scorpion warriors. The journey lasted 3 days, finally arriving at the mission site during the night. This was a remote province on the fringes of the Qin continent, yet several prominent noble families held territories here. In fact, less than half of the land was directly managed by the empire. The province's politics were exceedingly complex. Nestled in the mountains was a small town, primarily inhabited by miners due to its proximity to a gem mine. The mission site was near this town, where reports indicated that insurgents had launched an attack, causing significant casualties. The insurgents were cunning. They had retreated into the remote mountains and even abducted the betrothed of a local viscount. The viscount, helpless against the insurgents, had petitioned the empire for assistance, resulting in the dispatch of a small team from the Red Scorpions to resolve the situation. As the airship hovered above the town, it gradually descended, finally pausing 30 meters above the ground. The veterans opened the hatch and jumped down, plummeting several dozen meters before landing steadily. Qianye, however, grasped a cable, descending rapidly. 10 meters from the ground, he yanked the cable to halt his fall and then released it to land safely. The town was already garrisoned by over 1,000 troops from the Viscount's private army. A young officer galloped out, momentarily taken aback by the sight of the few Red Scorpion warriors. "Just this many?" The captain furrowed his brows and coldly replied, "More rubbish is still rubbish." The officer, appearing barely in his 20s, wore an arrogant expression. The captain's words ignited his fury, and he shouted, "Who are you calling rubbish? Do you know who I am? A mere foot soldier, daring to boast here." With that, the officer swung his whip, aiming a strike at the captain's head. Qianye remained composed, quietly unholstering his automatic rifle and disengaging the safety. He paid little heed to the officer, focusing instead on the noble troops. Including the bald captain, only 7 individuals from the Red Scorpions had arrived. Engaging in conflict with the over 1,000 local private troops could prove troublesome. Today we shall respond to the 1,000th floor, with additional updates tomorrow. Captain Hong Xie swiftly grasped the riding whip, giving a gentle tug that unceremoniously dragged the young officer from his mount and hurled him heavily to the ground. The young officer's few guards were taken aback, shouting in alarm as they drew their weapons, seemingly preparing to open fire. Bang, bang, bang. The gunshots rang out, each distinct and rhythmic. Such precise and decisive firing could not possibly have originated from these private soldiers, who had yet to ignite a single force node. Before Qianye could take action, an experienced soldier pulled the trigger, dispatching the 5 audacious guards with lethal precision. "Oh, you dared a rebel." The captain coldly surveyed the gathering private soldiers. They exchanged glances, their hands still moving to chamber rounds, their eyes betraying a hint of intent to act, leaving Qianye utterly perplexed. Those capable of harnessing the force existed in an entirely different realm from those who had yet to ignite their nodes. This disparity was not something that sheer numbers could compensate for, akin to 100 sheep being unable to take down a lion. The gap between these private soldiers and the Hongxue warriors was even greater than that between lambs and lions. From where did they derive the audacity to challenge the Hongxue Legion? Could it be that this mission was, in fact, a trap? With a dawning realization, Qianye swiftly removed his force rifle from his back, initiating the charge of energy. In an instant, a force round coalesced within the chamber. Confront the unseen powerful adversaries. Only the force rifle posed a true threat. The young man on the ground, nearly knocked unconscious from the fall, took a moment to recover before raising his head and emitting a piercing scream. He watched, wide-eyed, as Captain Hongxue expressionlessly lowered the barrel of his gun and then pulled the trigger. Amidst the thunderous gunfire, the young man's limbs were shattered, and he fell into unconsciousness. That moment, a middle-aged man emerged from the crowd, his face awash with fear as he wiped the sweat from his brow, repeatedly nodding and bowing. "I am the mayor responsible for this small town, and I was previously the steward for the Lord. The Lord instructed me to come here to welcome you all and to relay some intelligence." The captain scrutinized him before stating, "Speak." The middle-aged man forced a smile, retrieving a portrait from his pocket and handing it over. "This woman is the Lord's fiancée. She has been captured by the rebels. Please, I implore you to bring her back and do your utmost to avoid harming her. The Lord has promised, in addition to the military fees already paid, a generous reward for your efforts." The captain examined the portrait, which depicted a remarkably beautiful young woman, her eyes imbued with a subtle allure that was rather captivating. She appeared to be around 16 or 17 years old, garbed in the attire of an ordinary local. After passing the portrait around to each team member, the captain tucked it into his pocket and addressed the middle-aged man. "I have noted this matter. Do you have any final words to convey?" The middle-aged man, taken aback, stammered, What final words? Are you jesting, my lord?" The captain replied coldly, "I do not jest. I know not who this young man is, nor the nature of your conflict that would compel you to seek his elimination through the Hongxue Legion. I have no interest in the politics among you nobles, but if you wish to utilize the Hongxue, you must pay the corresponding price. Eliminating you serves merely as a warning to your master. The blade of the Hongxue is too sharp for him to wield. Should he overreach, he must beware of the threat to his own head." With that, the captain drew his handgun and, without hesitation, aimed it at the middle-aged man's forehead, pulling the trigger with unerring precision. That a blood hole appeared at the center of the man's brow, his face frozen in astonishment as he slowly crumpled to the ground. Qianye furrowed his brow and quietly inquired of an elder soldier beside him, "Is this truly acceptable?" The elder soldier shrugged nonchalantly. "It's nothing. We have casualty quotas for each operation." Casualty quotas. This was the first time Qianye had encountered such terminology. "It means that during our operations, we can accidentally harm certain locals, specifically targeting nobles," the elder explained. Qianye inhaled deeply, momentarily unsure of how to react. At this juncture, the local private soldier's bravado had evaporated, with some beginning to retreat stealthily. Soon, several officers who had been lurking in the crowd began issuing commands to maintain order. The captain smirked at them, stating, "This time, the Hongxue will handle matters independently. We do not require your cooperation." "I would prefer not to be shot in the back." The officers in the crowd fell silent. Anyone who dared to speak now would be courting death. The Hongxue team swiftly vanished into the vast mountains and forests. The traces left by the rebels were strikingly apparent, even to a novice like Qianye, who would not lose their trail. Thus, the Hongxue team charged straight towards the rebel stronghold, cornering all of them within their encampment. The rebel camp was situated atop a peak, flanked on 3 sides by sheer cliffs, with only one accessible route. The IT was exceedingly secluded, with low shrubs and chest-high wild grass concealing the natural path. Had it not been for recent activity, leaving detectable traces, it would have been challenging to locate. However, this terrain presented a significant drawback. Once the Hongxia sealed off the exit, no one could escape. Approximately 100 individuals resided within the camp, and upon hearing the commotion, they all rushed out. Yet upon seeing the steadily advancing Hongshu warriors, despair washed over their faces. Is this the rebel force? Qianye could not help but question. Among the 100 or so, nearly half were the elderly, women, and children. They were clad in tattered clothing, each looking gaunt and emaciated, armed primarily with primitive firearms and even iron-forged swords. Before encountering them, Qianye had believed that iron was a metal reserved for crafting everyday tools. As weapons, they should at least have been made of alloyed copper or higher. Qianye observed 3 warriors who had ignited their force nodes, but they had only managed to ignite a single node each. The entire encampment seemed devoid of even a single force rifle. Was this ragtag group truly the rebels? The very same rebels who had managed to keep Lin Shitong ensnared in the West Frontier. Unable to break the stalemate, they resembled a camp of refugees more than anything else. The captain, seemingly anticipating this, stepped forward, brandishing the portrait from his pocket. Where is this woman? It would be best if she steps forward willingly. A young woman emerged from the crowd, her fury palpable as she glared at the captain. The captain consulted his notes, reviewing the mission details. Your father was the mine owner here, and it is said he secretly funded a rebel group. Furthermore, the Lord here claims you are his fiancé. The young woman seethed with anger, exclaiming, "He lies. I have no connection to him. I merely happened to catch his eye that day, and he forced me to accompany him. I was unwilling, and he resorted to schemes that led to the deaths of my father and true fiancé, claiming our family to be traitors. My family has served the Empire's military since my great-grandfather's time, with every generation sacrificing in battle. Must our loyalty to our country lead to such a fate?" The captain's expression remained impassive as he replied, "Perhaps the truth aligns with your claims, or perhaps it does not. However, given our current position, you must recognize that the nature and outcome of this situation cannot be altered. Can a Viscount truly wield unchecked power within the Empire?" The young woman cried out in despair. "Is it really so? A Viscount holds such dominion?" The captain remained calm, yet his words were chillingly resolute. "At least in this instance, yes." The young woman's face fell into despair, slowly regaining her composure as she asked, "What do you intend to do now? Will you kill us all?" The captain paused for the first time, his gaze sweeping across the camp, recognizing these elderly and vulnerable individuals as mere subjects and servants of the young woman's family. After a moment's contemplation, he stated, "According to the mission's requirements, you should accompany me. However, I personally do not recommend it. Of course, if you insist and believe there may still be a chance for revenge in the future, you may attempt it." The young woman understood all too well the fate that awaited her should she return, resolutely declaring, "I would rather die than allow that pig to touch me." The captain nodded, tossing her a small vial. "Very well. Then, you may take your own life. Drink this, and you will die without pain." He gestured toward the other 2 warriors who had ignited their force nodes, adding, "You must also perish. As for the others here, I shall pretend I did not see them." Moments later, 3 corpses lay before Qianye. "Carry them. We are leaving." "The mission is complete," the captain instructed. Qianye hoisted one of the bodies over his shoulder, silently following the team as they retraced their steps. This mission had concluded with remarkable ease, lacking any genuine combat. However, the atmosphere within the team was heavy, with all the veterans, including the captain, remaining silent. Upon returning to the town and handing over the 3 corpses to the local militia, the Red Scorpion's airship ascended into the sky, making its way back to headquarters. On board the airship, Qianye gazed out of the porthole at the sky, lost in thought. The bald captain seemed to have also lost his vigor. The Scorpion's tail flew with an unprecedented smoothness, almost as if they had switched to a different airship altogether. I could see that moment. The captain, sitting beside him, suddenly remarked, "Rookie, do you see this? This is reality. There's only so much we can do in time. You'll understand that politics is not our realm as soldiers. We are merely a blade in the hands of the Empire. Wherever we are commanded to strike, We shall strike the AS for right and wrong. That is not our concern. Qinya exhaled a sigh, yet his heart remained heavy. Politics, indeed, is a domain that cannot be resolved with blades and brute force. In this inconsequential corner of the Empire's frontier, Qinya had already tasted the murkiness of politics, the burden on that man, who was far away in the western frontier, suppressing the overall situation with his own strength. Must be even heavier. Upon returning to the Red Scorpion, Qinya immediately applied for a mission. Only in face-to-face confrontations with the dark races did Qinya feel he could discover the value of his existence. Compared to the so-called politics, the brutal combat against the dark races was far more straightforward. However, this application was shelved for a whole week before he received a response. Qinya was assigned to an important mission. This was a task marked as a level 1 priority within the Red Scorpion. The secret base of the dark races had been discovered in a city located in the Empire's western frontier. Thus, the personnel configuration of the Red Scorpion was unusually lavish, with Colonel Wei Lisher personally leading the team, deploying 30 Red Scorpions and 200 Black Scorpions, with Qinya being the sole rookie among them. This arrangement was not surprising. As the foremost rookie, Qinya's achievements had already surpassed those of many veterans at the Black Scorpion level. The mission site was adjacent to the 2 provinces guarded by Lin Shitong. Qinya had already heard rumors that some of the rebels were secretly colluding with the dark races. Perhaps this mission could indirectly support Lin Shitong. P.S. Congratulations to the rearmed rookie on his acquisition of a precious daughter. The commentary post pinned to the top of the review section is almost at 900. An additional update will be added tomorrow at noon. By the way, brothers, the commentary for Chapter 27 has become overly indulgent. Hasn't it? More than 200 soldiers divided into 2 large interstellar airships, setting course for the mission site. Qinya felt a long-lost thrill before battle, just by observing the supplied materials for the mission. One could gauge the level of difficulty. It was said that there would be more than one war general-level powerhouse within that base. Just the supply of physical essence bullets amounted to a full 10. And they were not ordinary silver, but a special silver processed with Dawn essence. Both short blades and stabbing weapons were replaced with special arms coated in this secret silver. These were truly high-grade goods. Simultaneously, all soldiers going into battle were outfitted with specially designed Red Scorpion combat armor. This armor was inscribed with a unique essence array. When the essence circuits were activated, it would form an essence shield, greatly enhancing defense against dark essence for a short period. Such armor had previously only been issued to officers of Red Scorpion rank and above, but this time, every soldier in the expedition received a set, including Qinya. The airship would fly continuously for 5 days before reaching the western frontier. Once the airship ascended, Wei Lisher's voice resonated through the copper tubes in the troop compartment. This mission's orders were personally signed by General Lin Shitong. It has been confirmed that the base of the Dark Races is indeed a stronghold supporting the rebels. Our task is to destroy the base at all costs. We cannot allow a single Dark Race warrior to escape. All soldiers involuntarily held their breath. For them, Lin Shitong was an overwhelmingly illustrious name, his life story itself a legend. However, for the Red Scorpions, his existence held special significance 10 years ago, during a grand battle between the Empire and the Dark Races. The Red Scorpion was one of the main forces on the front lines, yet faced an unprecedented, devastating defeat. Imperial reinforcements were trapped in the void, unable to land due to a once-in-a-century phenomenon known as the Rainbow Light Turbulence. But Lin Shitong's Northern Army miraculously bypassed the Deadly Star route and appeared at the critical battlefield, staunchly holding off a Dark Race army that outnumbered them several times, allowing over 100,000 Imperial soldiers to escape safely. Had it not been for Lin Shitong's miraculous performance in that battle, the Red Scorpion might have been purged from the Empire's military ranks. The fact that this mission order was personally signed by Lin Shitong was an unparalleled honor for every Red Scorpion soldier involved. Wei Lisher's voice turned grave. The difficulty of this mission, I believe you are all aware, including myself. Everyone must be prepared to sacrifice their lives in battle. The Red Scorpion fears nothing. For the Empire, for General Lin, the soldiers did not respond with fervent enthusiasm, but solemnly echoed, the Red Scorpion fears nothing. For the Empire, for General Lin, the 2 interstellar airships traversed tens of thousands of kilometers, crossing vast mountains and lands, finally arriving at the Empire's western frontier. When they appeared outside the target city, the night was deep. Night was when the dark races were most active, and ordinary humans would generally avoid engaging in battles against them after dark. However, this time, the moment of the ambush was chosen for when the night was at its darkest, and the dark race's power was at its peak. The element of surprise stemmed from the Empire's unexpected strike at such an hour. This was the reason for selecting the Red Scorpions for the battle. As among the Empire's 5 elite legions, the Red Scorpions excelled in night combat, as the airship hovered over the city. Each Red Scorpion soldier leaped down into the city. They divided themselves into several small teams, advancing in search. The night was thick, with a full moon hanging in the sky, casting a dim, grayish-white light upon the earth. The city was eerily silent, devoid of lights or signs of life, resembling a desolate dead city. Chinya walked cautiously along the street, vigilantly observing his surroundings, yet the unease in his heart grew ever stronger. In the Empire's intelligence system, everything in this city appeared to be functioning normally, even maintaining regular exchanges with surrounding cities. However, now within the city, even a true rookie could sense that something was amiss. No city inhabited by humans could be this eerily quiet. Furthermore, the city was unnaturally clean, as if it were swept daily. There was no litter or dust, a cleanliness that hardly suggested human habitation. On the empty street, the sound of Chinya's footsteps echoed incessantly, creating an unsettling reverberation. Frowning slightly, he slowed his pace, causing the echo to cease. However, the other veterans in the team marched with steady resolve. Paying no heed to the sound of their steps at this point, all soldiers were aware that the dark races were undoubtedly on high alert. Attempting a stealthy approach had become futile. Nevertheless, deploying 30 Red Scorpions under Colonel Wei Lisher's command meant that even a head-on assault could still be a worthy gamble. Chinya's tension escalated. He gently pulled the gun's bolt, loading a silver bullet into the chamber. This silver bullet could send a dark race warrior of level 4 or below straight to the afterlife. Chinya was prepared to hold nothing back. Upon sighting a dark race warrior, he would deliver a thunderous blow. The street remained eerily silent, and at some point, a mist began to rise, enveloping the entire city in a hazy shroud. Through the thick fog, it seemed as if the buildings had come to life, twisting and glaring ominously at the hundreds of scorpions intruding upon their territory as Chinya passed by a street corner. He suddenly sensed movement within an alley. He quickly stepped back and peered into the alley. Upon looking, his eyes widened in shock. In the alley, a dense mass of shadows had silently emerged, advancing towards him. Dark races, with a loud cry, Chinya did not hesitate to pull the trigger, unleashing a surge of essence energy within him, the silver bullet blazing forth, radiating a brilliant white light as it shot into the alley. In an instant, the silver brilliance illuminated the entire alley, inflicting severe damage upon the dark races. Particularly for those dark races with strong night vision abilities, a moment of carelessness in facing the silver light could result in them being blinded. As the silver light poured down, a chorus of anguished cries erupted from the alley as countless dark race warriors clutched their faces, collapsing in pain. The foremost shadow was struck directly by the silver bullet, igniting with a pale silver essence flame. This silver flame possessed a remarkable stickiness, rapidly engulfing anything touched by dark essence in fierce flames. In the blink of an eye, the silver flames spread to a dozen shadows, enveloping them all in a conflagration. The outcome of this shot was beyond imagination, yet Shinya's hair stood on end. There were simply too many dark races. The alley was densely packed with dark race warriors, and at the alley's end, countless shadows loomed, making it impossible to count the number of enemies. With a loud shout, Chinya swiftly retreated, creating distance, while simultaneously loading another silver bullet into the chamber. Indeed, from the narrow alley, several dark figures suddenly erupted forth, hurtling towards Chinya like bolts of lightning. These were the true warriors of the dark races. The swarming masses merely served as cannon fodder to distract and deplete ammunition. Chinya retreated incessantly, only to halt abruptly, raising his weapon and firing, but a silver flash erupted from the muzzle, and one of the airborne dark race warriors was instantaneously blasted backwards, engulfed in silver flames that elicited a wretched scream. Chinya had no time to load a third mithril bullet, Yet two more dark race warriors were leaping towards him. At that moment, two resounding booms erupted behind Qianye as silver light surged past him, sending the two dark race warriors flying. Turning to glance back, Qianye saw two seasoned soldiers frantically gesturing for him to retreat behind them. And no matter how talented Qianye was, he was still a novice. His status as a second-tier soldier was a glaring weakness compared to these formidable 5th and 6th-tier Black Scorpion veterans. Taking refuge behind the veterans, Qianye finally managed to catch his breath. He surveyed his surroundings, where flames billowed and trails of silver light marked the night sky as the forces clashed. The battle erupted in an instant, transforming the entire city into a war zone. The Red Scorpion Legion, initially believing they had the upper hand, was swiftly overwhelmed by countless dark warriors, becoming fragmented and precariously vulnerable. Qianye gasped for breath, having expended nearly all his energy after firing 2 mithril bullets. He felt like a fish thrown ashore, his lungs ablaze. How could this be happening? Something was amiss. A voice within Qianye screamed, yet his temporarily frozen mind could not delve deeper into what was wrong. The battlefield escalated to a fever pitch, with the radiant energy and flames illuminating the city as if it were daylight. In the city, dozens of powerful dark auras surged skyward, resembling colossal columns of smoke. These were the true masters wielding formidable dark energy. Meanwhile, the Red Scorpion soldiers unleashed their powers, confronting these fierce adversaries. In a distant block, a continuous series of explosions erupted as buildings collapsed one after another, reducing the entire area to ruins. From that direction, Colonel Wei's fierce command resonated. The colonel, radiating brilliance, soared into the night sky, pursued by 4 ominous dark figures. As both sides commenced aerial combat, Qianye scanned the area, overwhelmed by enemies from the alleys, from the buildings, and from rooftops on either side of the street. Countless frenzied faces surged forth. These individuals bore ashen complexions, shrouded in dark auras, recklessly charging towards the Red Scorpion soldiers. They were the cannon fodder of the dark races, humans tainted and assimilated by dark energy. The true dark race warriors often concealed themselves among the cannon fodder, seizing the opportunity to strike. Every Red Scorpion soldier's weapon belched fire, unleashing a rapid barrage of metal projectiles. The cannon fodder fell in layers, yet more continued to pour in from all sides, their numbers seemingly endless. In the blink of an eye, Qianye had emptied all his magazines. In such an environment, his energy weapon had become ineffective, and he promptly discarded his automatic rifle, slinging the energy weapon on his back, and drew forth his silver-plated dagger and spiked blade. Around him, many veterans had already engaged in close combat with the dark races. The Red Scorpion captain shouted, "This is a trap. All units retreat immediately. All Red Scorpions hold the rear." Yet at this moment, everyone was surrounded, with no avenue for escape. Qianye felt as though he was engulfed by enemies. Even wildly swinging his blade could fell several dark race cannon fodder. He swiftly dispatched a dozen of them, but was suddenly caught off guard and tackled by a shadow that sprang forth, sinking its fangs into Qianye's neck, a searing pain that nearly shattered his consciousness. Just then, a gunshot rang out beside his ear, and the bloodthirsty warrior on top of Qianye had its head blown apart in a shower of gore. But a strong hand then lifted Qianye effortlessly. "Are you all right, rookie?" It was a captain of the Red Scorpions. "I am. Fine," Qianye stammered, unsure how to respond, the searing pain in his neck still fresh. However, the blood and brain matter of the slain warrior smeared half his body, concealing the wound at his neck. In the distant sky, 2 airships that had been hovering were under relentless attack from dozens of flying dark figures, igniting and plummeting towards the earth. That Qianye's heart sank, but the Red Scorpion captain dragged him forward, charging towards the city outskirts. Perhaps the strongest foes were concentrated in the inner circle, making the obstacles at the periphery comparatively lighter. They broke through numerous blockades, finally halting at the city's edge. The Red Scorpion pointed towards the direction of the falling airships, exclaiming, "There are escape pods up there. If you reach the escape pod, you can get away. Do you understand?" "Rookie." "Understood, sir," Qianye responded as loudly as he could. The captain of the Red Scorpions patted Qianye's shoulder approvingly, saying, "Very well. Go, rookie, I'll hold them off." But the captain interrupted Qianye firmly, "Escape. That's an order. Survive. That is also an order. Find a mastermind behind this and avenge us. Go now, rookie, immediately. Chinya's mind blanked. The ingrained habit of absolute obedience propelled him towards the site of the falling airship. The captain turned back towards the city, where countless dark race warriors surged forth from multiple street corners, coalescing into a terrifying tide of darkness, charging towards the Red Scorpion captain. In the face of this rolling tide, the captain's figure appeared so diminutive, yet his strides were powerful and resolute, each step leaving deep impressions on the stone ground as he advanced towards the dark horde. The tide of darkness engulfed the Red Scorpion captain, then suddenly halted and began to slowly recede. The wave of countless dark warriors was being pushed back by the captain alone. A beam of light shot forth from within the tide, followed by more beams emerging. Those silver pillars of light shot skyward, and the dark warriors illuminated by them writhed in agony, some even beginning to dissolve. Then came a deafening explosion. Hundreds of dark warriors were sent soaring into the air, leaving the street corner momentarily vacant. The Red Scorpion captain's silhouette vanished forever. That moment, Chinya had located an escape pod from the downed airship and flung open the hatch. The terrifying forces capable of downing airships had returned to the city to rejoin the fray, and no one noticed a mere rookie slipping through the cracks. Just before he clambered into the escape pod, Chinya glanced back, catching sight of the earth-shattering explosion. The dazzling light resembled stars burning and plummeting, searing his eyes with pain. That guided missile possessed immense power, originally intended to obliterate the Dark Race's stronghold. Each Red Scorpion captain carried one, yet it had found such an unexpected purpose in the end. This explosion seemed to signal the beginning, as a series of violent detonations began to ripple throughout the city, demolishing entire blocks, leaving no chance of survival for the nearby Dark Race warriors. But with each explosion came the realization that another Red Scorpion had been lost forever. Within the entire Red Scorpion Legion, there were scarcely over 100 members, and nearly a third had fallen in this battle. Chinya slammed the hatch shut, forcing himself to avert his gaze from the devastation in the city, and struck the control panel with a fist, activating the escape pod. The diminutive vessel, merely 5 meters long, shook violently as it detached from the mothership, soaring rapidly into the sky, then accelerating away. Chinya finally exhaled in relief, only to be immediately consumed by an overwhelming heat throughout his body, and his mind began to spin. He could no longer endure and succumbed to unconsciousness. Inside the metallic cabin, silence reigned, save for the faint clicking of machinery as it flew towards its predetermined coordinates an indeterminate amount of time later. Chinya regained consciousness. He slowly opened his eyes, yet found himself devoid of any understanding of the sights before him. After what felt like an eternity, he realized he was gazing at the night sky. Countless stars twinkled against the backdrop of the darkened heavens, with a crescent moon hanging low on the horizon, casting its cold light upon the earth. Chinya struggled to move his head, glancing around before laboriously sitting up. He soon discovered he was atop a small hillside, with no signs of human or dark race activity. It was a pristine mountainous region. Gradually, Chinya began to recall the fierce battle, but his memories only extended to the moment he activated the escape pod and departed the battlefield. What transpired in between remained a complete blank. Suddenly, Chinya felt a fierce heat coursing through his body, an intense thirst in his throat, as if he hadn't had a drop of water in days. Yet, ordinary water seemed incapable of quenching this inexplicable thirst. As he surveyed the surroundings, he unexpectedly spotted the lifeless body of a moose lying nearby. However, the carcass appeared desiccated, as if a vampire had drained it of every last drop of blood. Vampires, in Chinya's consciousness. A flash of lightning coursed through him, prompting him to instinctively raise his hand to touch his neck. It was then that he recalled the final moments of that fierce battle, when a bloodthirsty warrior had lunged at him, seemingly sinking its fangs into his flesh. His fingers suddenly grazed 2 circular wounds, deep and searing, yet devoid of sensation. Although he could not see them, Chinya immediately envisioned the shape of the injuries in his mind, the unmistakable marks left by vampiric fangs. He could scarcely believe this conclusion. With trembling hands, he drew his silver-plated blade, using its polished surface as a mirror. In that reflection, he He beheld two profound punctures. Such wounds were familiar to him. Every individual bitten by a bloodthirsty creature bore similar scars that a wave of weakness washed over Qianye, as if all his strength had drained away. He felt a brittle snap reverberate, shattering his world in that instant. He had been bitten by a bloodsucker, his body now tainted by dark blood, and it would not be long before he transformed into a blood slave, an entity driven solely by instinct, eternally yearning for fresh flesh and blood. Qianye could not recall how many blood slaves had perished at his hands, yet he had never imagined he would one day find himself in such a predicament. As he confirmed the state of his wounds, the last flicker of hope within him extinguished. He staggered to his feet and approached the carcass of a deer, examining it closely. The creature had succumbed to exsanguination. However, the wounds bore no signs of vampiric fangs, appearing instead to have been inflicted by human teeth. Indeed, it was he who had slain the deer, succumbing to a frenzy and draining its blood in a fit of madness. It was likely the infusion of deer blood that had roused him from his stupor. With a heavy sigh, Qianye slowly positioned his blade against his neck. This was a ritual among the Red Scorpion warriors. Each soldier was prepared to end their own life before succumbing to madness after being bitten by a bloodsucker. Even in death, they would not allow themselves to become the wretched slaves of the bloodthirsty. The silver blade met his skin, igniting a searing pain, and as it touched his flesh, a hissing sound erupted, accompanied by the wisp of smoke as a small patch of skin was scorched. From this reaction, Qianye understood that the dark blood had coursed through his veins, rendering him irreversibly altered from a normal human, that he closed his eyes, steeling himself for the decisive moment. Just a single stroke would sever his neck and bring an end to his doomed fate. However, before pressing the blade down, a question flickered in his mind. Why had he retained his sanity? Typically, once bitten by a bloodsucker, an individual would lose their rationality within a day or even mere minutes, devolving into a blood slave driven solely by primal instincts, their consciousness consumed by the thirst for fresh blood and the commands of higher bloodsuckers. This process was utterly irreversible. Yet, having hunted the deer instinctively while in a state of madness, he should not have regained his clarity. This query shone like a beam of light in the depths of his despair, offering a glimmer of hope. Slowly, Qianye lowered the blade. He had never been one to relinquish hope easily. As long as he had not completely succumbed to madness, he would strive for survival. That, of course, at the very moment he was to become a blood slave, he would not hesitate to end his own life. Surveying his surroundings, he spotted a lifeboat that had crashed a kilometer away. He approached it and retrieved a spare energy gun, a clothing pack, rations, fresh water, and a signal flare, raising the flare towards the sky. He was about to pull the trigger when he suddenly froze. The flare would explode high in the atmosphere, releasing a distinctive energy wave capable of activating the nearby military's alarm system, thereby directing them to the location of those in distress. However, the dilemma lay in how he would explain his identity to the Imperial soldiers upon their arrival. Not a rookie of the Red Scorpion Corps. No, he was no longer a soldier of the Empire. He was now a blood slave who would be executed on the spot if discovered, even if Qianye had achieved numerous military feats and retained his sanity. The best he could hope for would be to be tossed into a dark mine, laboring for the rest of his days in exchange for meager rations until he perished and became a pile of bones. The inferno that consumed that nameless town had taught Qianye that the Empire exhibited no mercy or forgiveness towards blood slaves. Once his identity was revealed, there would be no escape from death. As for returning to report that the mission was a trap, that was entirely out of the question. How could high-ranking officials of the Imperial military ever heed the words of a blood slave? Even if Qianye were still a normal human, a trap orchestrated by Lin Shitong that wiped out a third of the Red Scorpion Corps forces would be beyond the reach of a mere rookie to challenge. As the Red Scorpion captain had once said, in certain matters, some individuals and factions could indeed obscure the truth entirely. But did that mean those veterans, those captains who detonated themselves, or Colonel Wei Li, who had led him into the Red Scorpions, would die in vain? No, they could not simply vanish without a trace. Qianye gritted his teeth to avenge the Red Scorpions. There were only two paths. Point one was to ascend to the upper echelons of the Empire, wielding greater power than the shadowy puppeteers, and unveil the truth to seek justice for the fallen Red Scorpion warriors. Yet now, Having become a blood slave, Chinya's future was uncertain, and returning to human society was an impossibility. But there was another route. He must find a way to survive and to acquire formidable strength. Once Chinya's power reached a certain level, he could target those shadowy figures one by one. He stowed his essential gear, keeping only a dagger on him, and donned a civilian coat before making his way toward the mountains, determined to seek out a human settlement to gather information and perhaps glean some news from the outside world. The lifeboat's predetermined return coordinates were likely at the headquarters of the Red Scorpions, but perhaps due to damage to the mothership, the star map was compromised, and he now had no idea where he had fallen, only surrounded by undeveloped wilderness, rendering it impossible to discern his precise location. However, a day later, Chinya returned to this very spot, now bearing several gunshot wounds, including a large burn mark on his arm from a silver bullet that had scorched his flesh. Oozing yellow pus even now, his expression was one of confusion and despair. While scouting the city for news, he was suddenly overwhelmed by an unprecedented sweet scent of blood wafting from the crowd. The deep-seated thirst for blood surged within him, and without warning, Chinya's demeanor shifted, his bloodlust spilling forth. Here, on the Empire's border, dark races frequently roamed, prompting the city guard to be especially vigilant. The passing patrol team quickly discerned the bloodsucker's aura emanating from Chinya. In an instant, nearly everyone around him became his enemy. By the time he escaped the throng, he was already battered and bruised, although he managed to return to the mountains under the cover of night. Chinya understood that he could no longer remain here. This was indeed the headquarters of the Red Scorpions, the site of the Huangquan training camp. Qinlu, but for Chinya in his current state, this was far from good news. The majority of Qinlu was under the Empire's control, with only a few peripheral areas still in the hands of dark races. Once Chinya's identity as a blood slave was exposed, there would be no opportunity for him to defend himself. He recalled how, when he was still with the Red Scorpions, his first thought upon seeing a blood slave was to shoot on sight. As the Red Scorpion captain had taught him, no one could afford to be lenient in such matters. This enmity, born of millennia of warfare between the two races, had long since eclipsed notions of right and wrong, leaving only entrenched positions. Chinya leaned against a large tree, slowly sliding down to the ground. His mind blank. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his side, akin to being licked by flames. He sprang to his feet, a small object falling from his clothing and rolling to the ground. Glinting with silver, it was an empty silver cartridge he had long forgotten when he had slipped it into his pocket, and it had remained with him until the tattered fabric of his clothing touched his skin, reminding him of its presence. The small object was rather crude. The industrially polished exterior was passable, but the energy array inside was riddled with flaws, achieving only a 50 energy compression efficiency. Yet, this singular silver bullet, upon contact with his body, inflicted upon Chinya searing agony, serving as a poignant reminder of his current predicament. Suddenly, Chinya's military boot stomped down forcefully, twisting his heel to embed it deeply into the ground, subsequently kicking the surrounding soil to level the small pit, rendering it indistinguishable in no time. He stood quietly for a moment longer, casting a final glance at the mountains and earth around him, before hoisting his backpack, wrapping himself in his cloak, and departing the mountainous region in silence like a tea that moment. In a province of the Mid-Continental Empire, the relentless rain that had persisted for several days had finally abated. A gap appeared in the overcast afternoon sky, allowing sunlight to spill forth. The river shimmered with glimmers of light, and the sound of wind colliding with the iron pillars of the waterside terrace resonated in the air. Its form resembled that of a mythical bird, standing on one leg like a crane, emblazoned with the emblem of the high-ranking Song family of the Empire's four major factions. The architecture in this area was entirely constructed of wood and stone, featuring elevated platforms, towers, and eaves, with a soft glow reflected from the glazed tiles appearing to dance as if yearning to merge with the emerald waters below. Everything exuded a nostalgic aura reminiscent of ancient times, starkly contrasting with the predominant architectural style of the Empire's major cities, characterized by gray stone and metal. The retro aesthetic of the upper echelons of the Empire thrived, supported by vast resources that enabled these delicate, seemingly fragile structures to function seamlessly. Within the waterside terrace lay a spacious study, sparsely furnished, With a desk positioned beneath a long window, Song Zining sat poised, a stack of completed documents before him, leaving only the last inconsequential imperial bulletin. From Song Zining's calm and gentle demeanor, one could hardly discern that his awaited guest was already 5 minutes late. In his schedule, every task was allotted 15 minutes, a habit he had retained from his training at the Huangquan camp. Glancing at the bulletin before him, he eventually flipped it open, feeling a tinge of boredom, for he would never have wasted time on such trivial matters in the past. A name leapt into view: Lin Xianyi. Song Zining paused for a few seconds, flipping back to the front page, the paper emitting a soft rustled, in an inconspicuous corner. A brief note indicated that the Red Scorpion Legion had suffered a setback, losing 1/3 of its elite warriors. The inner page contained a casualty list, prominently featuring Lin Xianyi. That moment, a knock echoed at the door, and a servant outside quietly announced the name of the visitor. Song Zining quietly closed the bulletin, placing it atop the already processed documents, then rose to greet the visiting noblewoman with an impeccable smile of courtesy. Meanwhile, in the headquarters of the Wingless Angels, Wei Patillon lay sprawled on his dormitory bed, sound asleep, utterly exhausted from a week of intensive training. Yet the toil bore fruit, as he had emerged successfully from the ranks of newcomers. Securing a position to compete in the grand military trials of the Wingless Angels, AS for the second letter he had sent prior to the closed training, it remained quietly in the return box at the Red Scorpion headquarters. A missive now devoid of a recipient, destined to be dispatched with the next batch of documents, traversing 3 continents before finally returning to the sender but a day later in a remote corner of Qinlu. A squad of Imperial soldiers discovered the wreckage of a fallen airship, as well as the place where Qianyi had awakened. The leading officer, sharp-eyed and weathered, bore an expression of resolute determination etched upon his face. He meticulously surveyed the scene, only speaking after an hour had elapsed. He still retains his sanity. This is not a blood slave, but a newly emerged bloodkin. However, he has already vanished from our sight. A newly emerged bloodkin is hardly a significant concern, is it? Another officer remarked. Indeed. Let us report this matter. Our mission ends here. That airship belongs to the military, and I have no desire to entangle myself in military affairs. Other officers readily concurred. The imperial military bureaucracy was an enormous war machine, rife with factions and intricate interrelations. Local militia and regular military units operated as entirely separate entities. Many regular military units often preferred to conscript local militia as cannon fodder during combat, leading to a relationship that, while not openly hostile, was far from amicable to a downed lifeboat, a fleeing fledgling bloodkin. Within the vast expanse of the empire, they were mere insignificant bubbles, hardly worthy of anyone's concern. Thus, in a tacit agreement, this trivial matter faded into obscurity within the Empire's sprawling bureaucratic system. Days later, in the region bordering the Empire and the Dark Races, a solitary figure emerged as he gazed ahead, spotting a small town on the distant horizon, where an old yet impressively large airship was docked. This individual was none other than Xianyi, who immediately recognized that this airship was capable of traversing the continents. It appeared he was right. This was indeed the place. This town was unmarked on maps, and no official records of it existed within the Empire's archives. Yet it was undeniably real. Here lay a gray area, a junction between eternal night and dawn that in this small town, dark races and humans coexisted, provided one had wealth and sufficient power to protect oneself. Qianyi strode purposefully toward the town, only to be halted at the entrance by a corpulent figure. "What brings you here, little one?" Qianyi glanced at the portly gatekeeper. To his surprise, the gatekeeper possessed a combat level of 3. Qianyi felt a chill run down his spine, reassessing the place, and replied, "I seek Huiyu." "Huiyu? He is our leader. What business do you have with him?" The portly man adopted a more serious demeanor. "I need a ticket for a ship. Where? To the Eternal Night Continent." "Aha!" the portly man exclaimed. "Only madmen wish to venture there. You haven't committed some heinous crime, have you?" "Well, you need not answer. I'm merely curious. Boss Huiyu has instructed us to be courteous to those wishing to travel to the Eternal Night Continent. But truly, is there someone willing to pay such an exorbitant fare to sneak into that cursed place?" As the portly man rambled on, He shifted his considerable bulk and made his way into the town, with Qianyi following silently behind him, entering the town unnoticed. Half a day later, the massive, aging airship struggled to take off, taking an entire day to leave the landmass and enter the void. Qianyi sat by the porthole, gazing through the murky glass at the receding expanse of the imperial continent. Days later, a new land appeared at the window. It was the Eternal Night continent, the place where Qianyi had grown up. Eternal Night, this forsaken land, was inhabited by those thoroughly forgotten by fate. Qianyi chose it as his refuge, where he would continue to fight against destiny. Perhaps able to suppress the encroachment of the dark blood, or perhaps ultimately succumbing to its ravenous grasp. Regardless of the outcome, the Eternal Night continent would serve as the stage for his denouement. The Eternal Night continent was indeed a cursed place. It was the only realm that could accommodate a sentient blood slave. Below the airship, the world remained shrouded in darkness, devoid of light. Mirroring Qianyi's own despondent state, he could no longer opt for dawn, yet he also wished to avoid descending into eternal night. Thus he chose to dwell in the grayness between the two, waiting for fate's decree. End of Volume 1, Volume 2. The blooming of the other shore flower. Though the Dawn War had concluded 1,200 years ago, hatred continued to swell, increasing by the moment, in every corner of existence. For 12 centuries, the dark races and humans had never ceased their hostilities, with bloody conflicts erupting at every moment, across every inch of contested territory. Although the domain of Eternal Night had become a forsaken area of the Empire, it had transformed into a battlefield with the resurgence of the dark races, and the situation had become exceedingly complex. Humans and dark races fought fiercely here, while infighting occurred within both the human factions and among the various dark races. Moreover, humans and dark races contended against primal beasts for survival, perhaps due to this forsaken land's trajectory being too distant from the sun. Terrifying creatures from beyond occasionally emerged. It seemed the sole purpose of existence here was conflict. Flames of war raged everywhere. On the gray Eternal Night continent, life itself was the least valuable commodity. At this moment, in a desolate expanse, a group of 7 or 8 individuals marched swiftly in a line. Their garments were a hodgepodge of tattered fabrics and worn leather, crudely stitched together, with some having rusted metal plates affixed to vital areas such as their chests and backs. Serving as makeshift armor, each carried large backpacks, the most common sight among scavengers on the Eternal Night continent. They wagered their lives to venture into the depths of the wasteland and ruins, seeking items of potential value. Their backpacks held their entire wealth. In the forefront of the group, the outline of a small town began to emerge, prompting them to instinctively quicken their pace. The most prominent structure in the town was a tall lighthouse. This edifice is constructed predominantly of metal, with several robust pipes snaking along its exterior. From a considerable distance, one could discern the ever-burning flame atop the lighthouse, which is why this quaint settlement is dubbed the Lighthouse Town. Suddenly, a copious amount of steam bursts forth from the midsection of the lighthouse, revealing the immense gears that struggle to rotate, causing the clapper atop the tower to sway gently and strike the vintage bronze bell, producing a deep, resonant chime. Dong, dong, dong. The sound reverberates far and wide, prompting the group of scavengers to quicken their pace. One burly man, glancing skyward, exclaims, "It's only 3 o'clock and the sky is already darkening. How are we to survive?" Leading the way, an elder, with an air of nonchalance, remarks, "Isn't this how it always is during the dark season?" The stout man gazes up, noting the large shadowy shapes blotting out the sunlight, rendering the surroundings as dim as dusk at such an early hour. He spits disdainfully, half envious and half resentful, muttering, "If only I could stay up there for a few days, I'd gladly sacrifice a decade of my life." Another scavenger interjects, "Enough of that, Bucktooth Lou. That's a realm reserved for the elite. You'll never set foot there in your lifetime. Best to stick to scavenging here." Before Bucktooth Lou could retort, a valve on the opposite side of the lighthouse opens, releasing another surge of steam. Instantly, the upper portion of the lighthouse becomes enveloped in a dense white mist, obscuring the flame and triggering a piercing, elongated whistle that sends a jolt through the heart. Why are they closing up so early? What is that Baldy up to? Panic ensues among the scavengers. who hasten their steps toward the town. Fortunately, they manage to dash through the gates just in time to tea that moment. The exhaust pipes flanking the city gates spew forth thick, murky gas, while the massive gears and winches creak and groan, and the heavy cast-iron doors descend with a thunderous crash, sealing the town within. The scavengers, breathless and panting, find a moment to catch their breath. One of them leaning against the street, hands on knees, gasping for air before calling out to the tower. "Why is the gate closing so early?" "We nearly got locked out." A balding figure, his head glistening with oil, leans out from the tower, his expression fierce. He gestures toward the sky and barks. "I've warned you before that things are not safe outside during this period. Look at the color of the moon. If you're willing to risk your lives for a few copper coins, then you deserve your fate." A massive, crimson moon hangs in the sky, its edges blood red, and in a few days, it will transform into a blood moon. On the night of the scarlet moon, all creatures of the wasteland become restless and aggressive. Legend has it that whenever the moon turns crimson, disaster befalls a certain place. Only when enough blood has been spilled will the gods of calamity be satisfied and depart. The scavengers grumble and curse, yet they dare not confront the balding figure atop the tower, for he is the only sheriff in town, a seasoned warrior capable of easily handling their ragtag group. Thus, they can only grumble as they make their way into the town. Within the town lies a bar, the sole establishment of its kind, complete with a few rooms for lodging. This is the destination for the scavengers, the only sanctuary that offers joy and the company of women. To conserve energy, the town is dimly lit, making the faint glow emanating from the bar sign particularly striking, even though only the character for sand is illuminated. The sign itself is fashioned from a bearing salvaged from the bottom of an airship, and it remains a mystery how the bar owner affixed the letters, dusted with phosphorescent powder, though the elements gradually wear it away. The townsfolk refer to the bar as Manjusha, yet few comprehend the meaning of these four characters, and among the several thousand inhabitants, fewer than 5 can recognize them all. Inside, the bar is dimly lit, with worn furniture and walls adorned with chaotic graffiti, lending an oddly captivating aesthetic. The bar counter, constructed from steel plates and rivets, exudes a rugged, masculine charm. Every material within this establishment can be found amidst the wasteland. In fact, the most worthless items in the Forsaken Lands are scrap steel and metal, littering the garbage heaps, while the airship graveyard boasts towering peaks of metal. The bar is pervaded by the stench of cheap alcohol, tobacco, and sweat, mingled with the cloying perfume of several heavily made-up women, a scent that induces nausea. Behind the bar stand a young man, tall and slender, with a pallid complexion that suggests ill health. He is clad in tattered jacket and trousers, his long black hair tied back in a ponytail. His face is strikingly handsome, emanating an unsettling youthfulness, appearing somewhat like the shy but amiable boy next door. He stands quietly behind the bar, observing the dozen or so patrons within, who are venting their desires and frustrations, judging solely by appearance. No one would guess that this young lad is the proprietor of the bar and inn. He is surely not yet 18 years old that moment. The half-open door of the bar swings wide, and the group of newly arrived scavengers floods as they enter. The atmosphere within the bar shifts. Many patrons regarding the newcomers with wary eyes. In the wasteland, scavengers bear a notorious reputation, known by many unflattering monikers, including vultures, carrion eaters, and mad dogs, and many more. Scavengers perpetually tread the line between life and death, devoid of any sense of shame or honor, capable of committing any act. Many scavengers have their own circles and clandestine means of communication. Should outsiders intrude upon this group, they risk being reduced to mere bones. Although this town, Lighthouse Town, thrives largely due to the influx of scavengers, the indigenous inhabitants do not welcome them and will never truly embrace them. Where there are scavengers, trouble is sure to follow. In the wasteland, the term trouble often signifies that lives will be lost. Otherwise, how could it be deemed worthy of the name? This particular group of scavengers is no stranger to Manjusha. They find a table and loudly proclaim their preferred drinks. The young man behind the bar turns and retrieves several bottles from the shelf, skillfully mixing their orders. The stainless steel shaker dances between his slender, pale fingers as if it possesses a spirit of its own. Just then, A scavenger with a large scar slicing across his face approaches, leaning heavily on the bar, his voice thick with nasal tones. "I've heard you serve a potent drink called man-something. Bring me a large glass." The young man remains unmoved, replying, "1 imperial silver coin, aha." The scavenger exclaims dramatically, "Did I hear that right? 1 imperial silver coin? Am I drinking the blood of a virgin? Well, since I'm here, I must try it and see if your drink lives up to its reputation. Kid, I don't have a silver coin, but I can pay with this if you're brave enough to accept." With a resounding slap, the scavenger draws a firearm, slamming it onto the bar. The gun is loaded and ready to fire, its handle wrapped in thick iron plating, stained with dark blood and other unspeakable filth, possibly remnants of brain matter or marrow. This hefty firearm is not merely for shooting. The handle is a formidable weapon in its own right, likely used even more frequently. The bar falls silent, all eyes fixated on the confrontation between the scavenger and the young man. The young man has finished mixing the drinks, serving them leisurely, then placing both hands on the bar, casting a glance at the firearm, and calmly stating, "Considering this is your tool for survival, I can value it at half a silver coin. Are you certain you wish to settle your tab with it?" The scavenger's eyes twitch, his upper body leaning in closer to the young man until their noses nearly touch. He then asks, "What if I refuse to pay?" The young man remains still, his voice unwavering. "Then I will blow your brains out." The scavenger stares intently into the young man's eyes, finding no flicker of emotion within those deep, dark pools, resembling 2 bottomless lakes. He then shifts his gaze to the young man's hands. Those were hands remarkably pristine, devoid of any calluses, with skin so delicate it seemed almost unbelievable, showing no signs of having engaged in labor or undergone any form of cultivation. The young man's hands rested awkwardly on the bar, positioned at an inconvenient distance, rendering it seemingly impossible for him to retrieve any concealed weapon from beneath the counter in time. His coarse linen shirt was fastened with only 2 buttons, exposing a grotesquely large scar on his chest that stood in stark contrast to his otherwise youthful appearance. The scavenger's eyes twitched nervously, an inexplicable chill spreading through him as beads of sweat began to pour down his brow. This was the instinctual response of a wild dog surviving in the wilderness when confronted with danger. Suddenly, the scavenger let out a few awkward chuckles, sheathing his firearm and producing several coins, which he placed on the bar and slid toward the young man, saying, "Hee, I was merely jesting, just a joke. This is all I have on me. Feel free to give me whatever you like, as long as it can help me drown my sorrows." The bar was suddenly filled with a lively atmosphere, many patrons lamenting their disappointment at having missed what they hoped would be an entertaining spectacle. The most robust and fierce of the scavengers, a man known as Bucktooth Foam, erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "Scarface Foam, I told you long ago that with your character, you'd never find trouble. Indeed, it's clear you're a newcomer. Damn, this guy is rather clever. What a pity we missed the show. It has been quite some time since anyone met their end here, Sai. Oh, the fools who dare to cause trouble in front of Chinya are probably all dead by now." The patrons buzzed with conversation. With no spectacle to entertain them, their chatter quickly shifted to women and boasting of their own exploits. Behind the bar, Chinya remained as serene as ever, pocketing the few coins from Scarface Foam, then pouring a large glass of strong liquor, accompanied by the previous concoction, which he presented on an absurdly large tray to the scavenger's table. Upon returning to the bar, Scarface Foam cast a wary glance towards Chinya and whispered, "What is the story with that kid? I've faced werewolves and blood slaves, but I've never felt this scared. His name is Chinya. He moved to Lighthouse Town 6 months ago and opened this bar, which he has managed to keep running ever since. Do you understand?" An elder scavenger mused, adding, "Of course, the drinks here are quite exceptional." Scarface Foam looked bewildered. "To operate a bar in such a blood-soaked establishment for half a year, one must be no ordinary figure. Strength cannot merely be judged by appearances. That it is said that pure-blooded vampires appear weak and fragile, yet they're the true devils, capable of crushing a dozen Imperial expeditionary forces with a mere flick of a finger. And any old man from the Imperial forces, even one merely preparing a meal, could easily dispatch dozens of scavengers like them." Behind the bar, Chinya stood motionless, like a statue, neither lost in thought nor daydreaming. This was his signature posture, When there was no work for him to do, he blended seamlessly into the background of the in a drawer beneath the counter lay a Kell .45 caliber handgun. This hefty piece was exquisitely crafted, with a classic design capable of chambering 7 rounds, produced by the Imperial military giant Blackstone Heavy Industries, known as the Little Steel Cannon among gunpowder handguns, its power far surpassing that of the Scavenger's antiquated firearms. In the initial days following the opening of Manzawa, this Kell had shattered the skulls of 6 individuals, and since then, few had dared to stir up trouble, at least not in town. The clamor within the bar intensified, and the patrons grew increasingly animated, punctuated by the occasional angry shriek from a woman. Yet, with a few coins tucked into their decolletage, these women would transform their ire into delight, and with a handful more, they would sway their powerful waistlines onto the laps of men, allowing them to indulge freely, yes, for any further advances that depended on mutual consent and the price agreed upon. Manzawa had guest rooms, but they were seldom used. Booking a room was a luxury few could afford. Most scavengers thought, why go to a room when one can indulge in the grass? Chinya observed with an indifferent gaze, as though all of this were happening a world away from him. These women were of no concern to him. They merely occupied this space to attract business. With their presence, patrons drank with greater enthusiasm, each one resembling a lustful boar. One scavenger had already rushed out through the side door, a woman clutched in his arms. Before the door had fully closed, the sound of something heavy hitting the ground was heard, followed by the man's labored breaths and the woman's exaggerated screams. Recently returned from the wilderness, the scavengers had a bit of coin in their pockets, their uncertain lives prompting them to be more generous than the townsfolk, making them more appealing to women. At least while their pockets still jingled with coins, the atmosphere in the bar ignited with fervor. Chinya became busy, with drink orders coming in one after another. Yet his movements were deft and steady, each glass of strong liquor produced as if on an assembly line, each request met with precision and order, without error or oversight, operating with the precision of a machine. At that moment, a woman entered, clad in a short jacket, beneath which was a tight black corset that accentuated her ample bosom, while her lower half was adorned with canvas trousers common among adventurers, leaving her slender yet strong waist and abdomen on display. But a black scorpion tattoo graced her abdomen, adding a wild allure to her youthful vitality. The greatest distinction between her and the other women in the bar was the palpable sense of youth that seemed poised to take flight at any moment, every inch of her exuding the fresh scent of rain-kissed grass. Additionally, her lips were as red as fire, a striking contrast to the dimly lit, debauched surroundings. Upon her entrance, she immediately became the focal point of the men's attention. "Hey girl, how much for a night?" called out a scavenger new to Lighthouse Town, .1 Imperial coin, came her direct reply as she strode confidently to the bar and took a seat. This prize caused several newcomers to change their expressions. After all, an Imperial coin was no small matter. It would take them 2 months of wandering the wilderness to earn just one. Nonetheless, the woman radiated youth and wildness, as if every inch of her skin were aglow, igniting a fire in the hearts of the men. From the moment she entered, the other women in the bar paled in comparison, resembling plucked hens. Your lower half made of alloy, or something? Someone began to grumble, but he was quickly restrained by his friends. "That Minner. She quite something, but she has a lot of thorns. Don't provoke her unless you want trouble," a friend whispered. Minner tapped on the bar, stating, "Just get me something, anything, as long as it's thrilling." Chinya silently mixed a large drink, then pulled out a small steel flask from his person, adding a drop of its mysterious contents to the glass before presenting it to Minner. The greedy gazes of the patrons immediately shifted to the drink before her. That small steel flask contained the bar's signature recipe, its contents a closely guarded secret. Yet even the most inferior liquor, once a drop from within was added, would transform into an aromatic delight, capable of making one forget all their troubles with just a sip. Minner received a drop every time she ordered, a unique privilege she enjoyed. Seemingly unsatisfied, she extended her hand and asked, "Got any special cigarettes?" Chinya retrieved a handmade cigarette adorned with a striking red line. Minner snatched it away, lit it, inhaled deeply, then held her breath. After an extended moment, she finally exhaled a plume of fragrant smoke, her cheeks flushing with an unnatural hue. Many patrons leaned in, eagerly inhaling the wafting smoke. The cigarette was short. She finished it after just 3 puffs. Minner gazed regretfully at the extinguished butt, saying, "Give me another." But Xianye remained unmoved. "You can only have one every 3 days, or you'll die very quickly." "Well, I've lived long enough," Minner retorted with a hint of reckless abandon. Yet, despite her protests, she received no second special cigarette, and Xianye soon ceased to acknowledge her further. Minner's gaze shifted to Xianye's face, and with a playful smile, she remarked, "You know, there have been times I've wanted to scratch your face to shreds. I don't like seeing things more beautiful than me." The corner of Xianye's mouth twitched slightly, a semblance of a smile, but Minner, in a gesture of surrender, raised her hands and fixed her gaze upon him, saying, "All right then, I won't ask for a cigarette anymore. How about you treat me this time?" Xianye remained unresponsive to her expectant gaze, for the phrase to treat bore additional implications. In this forsaken realm where transactions of interest reigned supreme. Devoid of genuine camaraderie, nothing was ever truly free. By treating her to this meal, Xianye would inevitably render his own body as recompense. Observing Qianye's complete lack of reaction, Minner, in frustration, slammed her hand upon the bar and raised her voice. "Who will cover my tab tonight?" Many involuntarily swallowed hard, their greedy eyes roving over Minner, yet no one responded. .1 imperial silver coin. Only a madman would squander such a sum on a woman. At last, a towering one-eyed brute approached, licking his lips as he slammed an imperial silver coin onto the bar, bellowing, "I'll do it." Minner scoffed, retorting, "I told you I don't fancy you. You are not worthy." The one-eyed giant, however, did not retaliate. He merely chuckled and returned to his seat. Minner flicked his coin, sending it arcing towards his head, which he caught, exclaiming, "You will come to like me in your next life." Minner shot back. She retrieved a handful of copper coins, slamming them onto the bar. Then, with a sweep of her hand, sent the coins flying in a line, as if they possessed eyes, each one finding its way into Qianye's shirt pocket. Her display was met with a chorus of applause. What if the copper coins were replaced with flying daggers? The earlier scavengers who had wished to bet her shrank back. This woman was indeed formidable. "I need a room," Minner commanded. "The third one is vacant," Qianye replied, extending a key. His words always few. Minner twirled the keyring with her slender fingers, casting a heated gaze upon Qianye, a smile playing on her lips. "I won't lock the door tonight. If you dare come in, but I shall lock the door," Qianye countered. Minner spat a curse, frustratedly striking the bar. Yet her fist struck down with such force that the entire bar trembled. The patrons looked around in confusion, while a flicker of light briefly shone in Qianye's eyes before returning to normal. Outside, the terrified shout of the bald sheriff rang out. "Wait, I'm coming to open the door." Just as the sheriff's words fell, a thunderous explosion echoed from outside, a shockwave crashing in, shattering every window of Manjusha Flower. Shards of glass rained down upon many heads, some unfortunate souls sustaining cuts. Yet no one complained, their gazes transfixed in fear upon the outside. Heavy footsteps resounded in the small town, the sound of military boots hitting the ground. The squad of soldiers clad in black uniforms marched in from the direction of the town's outskirts. Although only a dozen in number, each exuded a palpable scent of blood. Their armbands bore the emblem of crossed muskets and bloodied bayonets, the insignia of the Imperial Expeditionary Army. The town's gates lay utterly demolished, broken pipes futilely spewing steam, while nearby houses were upturned by the blast force. The bald sheriff lay half buried in the rubble, groaning softly. The Imperial Expeditionary Army had simply blasted their way through the town gate. Obstructed by it, trailing behind the expeditionary soldiers were dozens of staggering figures, battered and bound by iron wire, shackled together. The rusted wire dug deep into their flesh, blood dripping steadily from their wounds. Those lagging behind were met with a whip crack from the soldiers' in the darkness. The faintly glowing sign of Manjusha Flower and the dim light from shattered windows stood in stark contrast. As the Imperial soldiers changed course towards the bar point, 2 towering soldiers entered first, scanning the surroundings. Their gazes were as sharp as that of an eagle, and no one in the bar dared meet their eyes. The automatic rifles they wielded held immense power. Within a minute, they could transform everyone in the bar into corpses. .1 soldier pointed at Qianye, coldly commanding, "Prepare food for 20, quickly," the other soldier, directing his rifle at the scavengers, barked, "You filthy pigs, clean the tables and get out. Now." The scavengers scrambled to comply, frantically wiping the tables clean before fleeing the bar. The remaining patrons instinctively vacated the best tables, retreating to the corners. The Imperial soldiers did not allow them to leave. None dared to move as a tall officer strode into the bar. Bowing slightly as he passed through the doorway, he possessed thick, sword-like eyebrows, his gaze akin to the most cunning night hawk of the eternal night, sweeping over every individual in the bar before selecting a central table to sit. Outside, a commotion erupted as the captured individuals were herded in by the expeditionary soldiers, crowding together in a corner. The officer glanced at the patrons, his voice low and gravelly. "Look at them. These are the ones tainted by dark blood, destined for the black mines of eternal darkness. They will toil until death, succumbing to the black blood's madness, transforming into beasts driven by an insatiable thirst for fresh flesh, only to be slain by the guards. Open your eyes and behold. Anyone who falls to the side of eternal night will meet this fate." Fear flickered in everyone's eyes. These captives shared a common title: blood slaves. Those bitten by vampires would be tainted by dark blood, becoming mindless beasts. When mealtime approached, they would crave fresh flesh, attacking targets frantically at the command of their superiors until they perished in battle. In every territory under Imperial rule, any discovered blood slave would be executed on the spot. The few who had not yet succumbed would be sent to the black mines, destined to die in the pits. Pure-blood vampires were exceedingly rare, yet blood slaves were high-risk beings. Legend had it that mere scratches or bites from a blood slave, or even proximity to them, posed a significant risk of dark blood contamination. The patrons and women in the bar huddled together, trembling, desperately attempting to distance themselves from the blood slaves. Suddenly, a middle-aged man burst forth from the captured blood slaves, kneeling before the officer and exclaiming loudly, "I'm not a blood slave. I have not been tainted by dark blood." A twisted, malevolent grin crept across the officer's face as he replied, "I know." The middle-aged man froze, astonished, raising his gaze in disbelief. But what greeted him was the cold, dark muzzle of a gun. With a deafening bang, every bottle and glass in the bar rattled. He remained kneeling, yet his head was utterly shattered, blood and brain matter splattered across the floor. The officer blew away the smoke from his weapon, addressing the headless corpse. "I know you're not a blood slave, but harboring them is a crime of equal measure." That a soldier stepped forward, inquiring, "Colonel Liu, shall we deal with his 2 sons as well?" The officer cast a glance at the group of blood slaves, where 2 pale young men stood, trembling and attempting to hide behind others. Colonel Liu pointed at them, commanding, "You 2, step forward, dispose of this body to feed the dogs, then clean the floor. I detest the smell of blood." The 2 young men, quaking with fear, obediently approached, lifting their father's corpse to carry it away. All present understood that resistance would lead to a fate worse than death at the hands of the Imperial Expeditionary Army. Just as the attention of Colonel Liu and the soldiers was diverted, one of the blood slaves suddenly screamed, "I don't want to go to the black mines," and bolted towards the back door of the bar in a desperate bid to escape. A sinister smile spread across the officer's face as he removed a peculiar rifle from his back, aiming at the fleeing blood slave's back. His movements were deceptively swift. As the blue patterns on the rifle illuminated, the blood slave had barely crossed half the hall that moment. Qinya emerged from within, holding a tray in that instant. The gun barrels of the officer, the blood slave, and Qinya aligned in a straight line. The officer saw Qinya, yet his lips curled, and he pulled the trigger. The rifle did not discharge a bullet. Instead, a sphere of crimson light erupted forth. A massive void suddenly appeared in the center of the blood slave's body, and amidst the blood and flesh, the sphere of red light surged forward, piercing through 2 walls before finally dissipating. The power of that red light was extraordinary, rivaling that of a large-caliber cannon. Chinya's body remained intact, even unscathed. At this moment, his body was grotesquely tilted at a 45-degree angle, his feet firmly planted in the ground like nails, just enough to evade the officer's line of fire. With a soft thud, a drop of blood fell from above, landing on Chinya's face and blossoming into a small crimson flower. Against his pale skin, this tiny bloom appeared particularly striking. Chinya's breathing suddenly grew heavier, and a fleeting glimmer of deep red flickered in the depths of his eyes. However, this peculiarity vanished as quickly as it had come. Chinya's body, as if pulled by an invisible thread, straightened once more, and not a single drop of wine spilled from the platter. With a thud, the body of the blood slave finally collapsed to the ground. A desperate hand reaching towards Chinya's toes, mere centimeters away. Officer Lu's eyes narrowed, and he suddenly broke into a smile, exclaiming, "I never imagined I would encounter a true master awakened to the Force in such a small place." "What a delightful surprise," Chinya replied softly. "I am merely surviving." The officer's gaze was sharp as a blade, fixating on Chinya, and inquired, "You can't be more than 18, can you?" "Just over 17, Chinya responded. The officer circled Chinya a few times, remarking, "To ignite a Force node at just 17 is quite a remarkable talent. With the Force at your disposal in such youth, you could have a bright future ahead, yet you hide away in this insignificant locale. It seems you are not as simple as you appear." Chinya remained silent, offering no reply. The officer produced a metal insignia emblazoned with the emblem of the Expeditionary Force and tossed it onto Chinya's platter, stating, "My name is Lu Jiang, that I do not care who you are or what you have done. If you wish, you may take this insignia to the Expeditionary Force's fortress and seek out Colonel Chu Xiong. He is currently in need of personnel as long as you join the Imperial Expeditionary Force, regardless of your past misdeeds. Even if you have slain nobles in the upper continent, it matters not. Do you understand?" Chinya slightly inclined his body and said, "Thank you." Faced with this opportunity for recruitment that many would covet, he exhibited little reaction. Lu Jiang perceived Chinya's apparent lack of interest in joining the Expeditionary Force and made no effort to press the matter. Returning to his seat, Chinya then placed a large cup of strong liquor and a plate of smoked potatoes before him. The officer lifted the cup to his nose, his eyes lighting up as he said, "Excellent wine. I never expected to find such fine liquor in this small place. If Chu Xiong knew of your skill, he would surely want you." However, he soon set the cup down, adding, "Enough of that. Fetch me a glass of water. I never drink alcohol while on duty." Chinya then took away the wine glass and replaced it with fresh water. Thus was the Imperial Expeditionary Force stationed on the Eternal Night Continent. They were, on one hand, brutal and merciless, ruthless in their ways, taking lives with abandon. Yet on the other hand, the Expeditionary Force, numbering in the millions across the entire Eternal Night domain, stood as a bulwark against the dark races. With their presence, human settlements like Lighthouse Town would not suffer from overwhelming assaults by dark creatures. As Chinya served up plates of food, the Imperial soldiers devoured their meals in silence. Not a word exchanged among them. The bar fell into a sudden hush, an unbearable tension filling the air. Yet none dared to move, nor did anyone possess the audacity to leave, just as the soldiers were halfway through their meal. The bar's door opened soundlessly, admitting two men clad in black trench coats. They were immaculate, their cleanliness stark against the wildness surrounding them. Strangely, no one had noticed their arrival. Upon entering the bar, the two men scanned the surroundings. With each object they observed, their brows furrowed tighter, as if nothing here could possibly meet their approval, including the Imperial soldiers. Lu Jiang, catching sight of a symbol on the hem of their trench coats, changed color and stood up immediately. However, before he could utter a word, one of the men coldly interjected, "Did I tell you to stand?" Lu Jiang's fury ignited, but upon locking eyes with the man, it felt as though he had been struck, letting out a muffled grunt as he collapsed back into his seat, his complexion paling, clearly affected by the encounter. The man scoffed derisively, saying, "A bunch of useless fools. No wonder you can only linger in this forsaken place. If it were up to you to combat the dark races, the Empire would have perished long ago." Lu Jiang's lips twitched as he wiped away the blood seeping from his mouth. Raising a hand to signal his soldiers to remain still, and hoarsely asked, "What brings you gentlemen to this forsaken land?" The other man replied icily, "You are not worthy to know. Speak one more word, and I shall slay you all." Veins throbbed visibly on Lu Jiang's neck as his hand inched toward the force gun in his back, though he wisely halted. Witnessing this, the two men cloaked in black trench coats regarded him with even greater disdain. At that moment, An elderly voice resonated from outside. "Miss, this place is unclean. It harbors not only blood slaves, but also the dregs of the expeditionary force. You would be wise to refrain from entering." "The expeditionary force. It matters not. I merely wish to take a look," came a voice that was pure and melodious, reminiscent of a gentle breeze stirring crystal wind chimes on a summer's afternoon. "If you insist, then grant this old servant a moment to clear out the expeditionary soldiers and blood slaves inside, and you may enter afterward." "No, I only wish to take a glance. There is no need to kill so many." "Very well." The bar's door silently disintegrated into ash, and the temperature within the hall plummeted by several degrees. Everyone, including the expeditionary soldiers, suddenly found themselves stripped of the ability to move. Only their eyes could shift. A young girl entered the bar. Her figure appeared somewhat delicate, and her fitted black coat framed her exquisitely beautiful face. Radiating a soft glow akin to the finest porcelain, she possessed large, bright eyes. Clear and pure, eyes that seemed wholly out of place in this chaotic, bloody, and filthy world. As she stepped inside, the entire establishment transformed into a sanctuary, no longer cold or tainted. All changes emanated from this mysterious girl, who appeared to possess the formidable power to cleanse souls. She seemed extraordinarily powerful, yet also remarkably fragile, as though a mere gust of wind from the wasteland could shatter her. Upon seeing her, many felt an inexplicable pang of sorrow, as if this delicate and pure girl might fall at any moment. Her gaze slowly swept over every individual in the bar, every corner, sparing no detail. Upon catching sight of Qianya, her eyes sparkled with a hint of surprise before dimming once more, and she let out a gentle sigh. She murmured, "I thought a place called Manjusaka would be different. Alas, perhaps I was overly optimistic. Let us go." Wangbi could hear her call. An old man with hair as white as snow silently appeared at her side. He had been standing beside her all along. Yet everyone had unconsciously overlooked his presence. The old man glanced at Qianya and remarked to the girl, "This is merely an ordinary bar, much like all others, harboring filth and decay." Perhaps he merely fortuitously encountered this term, entirely unaware of its true meaning. The girl wrapped her coat around herself and sighed. Perhaps so. However, to see this term in a forsaken land is still a small delight. Wangbo smiled. "It is rare for the young miss to find joy. Let him share a bit of your happiness. A fortunate little fellow." "Indeed," she replied softly. "Yes, a fortunate lad," the girl echoed. Upon leaving the bar, the old man placed a small black velvet pouch on the counter and said to Qianya with a knowing glance, "Since you have brought joy to the young miss, whatever you possess is worthy of reward. This is for you." After the old man departed, the patrons of the bar regained their ability to move. However, they remained as if petrified, having forgotten how to speak or stir. The previous experience of immobility and silence felt like a nightmare, while the girl was the solitary flicker of light amidst that dreamlike realm. Chinya's complexion was ashen as he placed his hand upon the black velvet pouch left by the old man, taking a long time to finally open it and glance inside. Within lay a bountiful collection of imperial gold coins. Dozens of imperial coins, a sum that would drive one to madness in the wasteland in this lawless land. 3 silver coins could purchase a life, while 5 silver coins could entice any woman. Yet a single imperial gold coin could be exchanged for a full 100 silver coins. Pure imperial gold coins were virtually unspendable, as nothing was deemed worthy of a single coin. The gold did not leave Qianya mesmerized. Instead, his gaze remained fixated on a crystal box half buried among the coins. The box was 3 fingers wide, its surface intricately carved with a rose-like flower and exquisitely crafted. Through the translucent lid of the box, one could discern 3 silver bullets nestled within. The tips of these bullets were crafted from transparent crystal, within which flowed a silvery liquid, while the metallic casings bore intricate engravings resembling a rose. These unconventional silver bullets were unmistakably privately forged force projectiles by an imperial noble family, possessing a unique lethality against the dark races, particularly terrifying when aimed at the bloodkin. Upon sighting these 3 silver bullets, Qianya's countenance abruptly paled to that of parchment, a cold sweat breaking out all over his body, soaking his garments. Many patrons in the bar expressed curiosity about the contents of the black silk bag. peering inquisitively, some revealing glimmers of avarice, yet none dared to approach closely. While curiosity and greed may embolden people, in the face of overwhelming power, humanity tends to retreat into caution. Meanwhile, the soldiers of the Imperial Army set aside their partially consumed meals, silently organizing themselves as they escorted the blood slaves out of the bar. One soldier approached the bar counter, coldly remarking, "Kid, you are fortunate, but that old man just now." He intended to inquire what the old man had given, but his words were abruptly interrupted by Lu Jiang. The lieutenant colonel placed an imperial gold coin on the counter with a stern voice, stating, "This is for your meal. You are indeed fortunate to have garnered the favor of a significant figure. Henceforth, no one from the expeditionary force shall disturb your business. However, should you reconsider, you're always welcome at the fortress of the expeditionary force. Remember my name? I am Lu Jiang. You may seek out Chu Xiong or come to me." Qianyi pondered for a moment before slowly replying, "Thank you, I will consider it." Lu Jiang nodded, gave a signal, and departed with the soldiers of the expeditionary force. At the city gate, the bald sheriff had crawled out from the ruins. His face smeared with blood, yet he made no effort to wipe it away. He simply sat upon a large stone, gazing skyward, murmuring, "I knew things would not be tranquil lately. I just knew." The night had fallen, and a colossal blood-red moon illuminated the sky. Qianyi closed the bar early, waving the tab for all patrons that evening. The frightened townsfolk wished to return home to rest and recover from their fright. The main topic of discussion among them revolved around the contents of that small bag, while others speculated about the true nature of the Manjusaka flower. However, few in the town could even read, and no matter how they imagined, they would arrive at no conclusions. Inside the bar, Qianyi gazed intently at the flower depicted on the crystal bullet box, remaining motionless for an extended period. That flower was not a rose, but rather the legendary Manjusaka. Also known as the flower of the other shore, it was said to flourish only in the river of the underworld, guiding souls to the afterlife. As night deepened, the small town gradually fell silent, with its inhabitants succumbing to slumber. The bald sheriff returned to his home, consuming half a pound of inferior spirits to drown his sorrows, soon descending into a deep snore. The town's gates remained in a state of disrepair, and restoring them would take more than just a few days. In truth, the town's walls, barely 5 meters high, could only deter ordinary beasts and blood slaves. However, there was no cause for concern tonight, as the expeditionary force had evidently conducted a thorough sweep nearby, perhaps ensuring peace for a fortnight. A more formidable scavengers, pioneers, and adventurers, even a well-fortified lighthouse town, would seem defenseless. As the expeditionary force and the regular soldiers of the dark races could effortlessly raze the town to the ground. Yet such matters were beyond the sheriff's concerns. He had always been pragmatic regarding issues surpassing his capabilities. If he were to fret over them, it would be futile. Qianyi too succumbed to sleep, and in the haziness of slumber, he found himself in a deserted district devoid of light or life. Save for the echo of his solitary footsteps upon the empty streets, above him loomed a massive blood moon, dominating a significant portion of the night sky. Instinctively, he sensed an impending danger approaching. Yet he found himself weaponless, both in body and surroundings. In desperation, he dashed toward the roadside, attempting to uproot a metal pipe embedded in the ground. However, as soon as his fingers grasped the pipe, a multitude of blood slaves erupted from the surrounding darkness, shrieking as they lunged towards him. Qianyi felt a crushing weight upon his body. Each movement slowed to a crawl. He had no time to defend himself before one blood slave knocked him to the ground, sinking its teeth deep into his neck, its sharp fangs piercing his jugular. Qianyi shot upright, gasping for air, only to realize he was in his own room. It had merely been a nightmare. Yet the vividness and clarity of the dream were unsettling. The sensation of fangs piercing his neck felt all too real. Even knowing it was just a dream, he couldn't resist the urge to touch his neck, where his skin felt smooth, only revealing 2 barely perceptible protrusions under his fingers. These were the remnants of the bloodkin's mark. His chest heaved violently. Drenched in sweat, he chose not to recline on the bed, but instead curled up in a corner, wrapped in his blanket. This had become a habit of his in the Eternal Night continent, a precaution against surprise attacks and slumber. Moreover, in an unexpected twist, it allowed him to ambush any would-be assailants. Rising unsteadily, he felt a wave of weakness and dizziness wash over him. Nearly toppling to the ground, he steadied himself, approached the cabinet by the wall, and retrieved the black silk pouch, hesitating momentarily before finally opening the bullet box. In the dim light, the 3 silver bullets shimmered with a faint, enchanting glow. As the crystal box opened, a potent aura of primal energy surged forth. Qianyi murmured to himself, "Indeed, they are all force projectiles." He reached out to touch the primal silver bullet, but as soon as his fingertip made contact, a faint hissing sound erupted, and a small portion of his fingertip was singed. The liquid contained within the bullet began to churn violently, as if on the brink of explosion. Instinctively, he retracted his hand, ceasing further contact, and the bullet's reaction gradually subsided, as he understood that these 3 were not ordinary force projectiles, but rather specially crafted anti-demon silver bullets, tailored expressly for use against the bloodkin. Judging by the resonance and intensity of the primal energy, the creator of these bullets was undoubtedly an extraordinary figure. Observing his hands, he noted a faint, ethereal glow enveloping his left hand, while a dense aura of blood energy coiled around his right. The girl's eyes held a terrifying power capable of piercing through deception, and her companion, Wang Bo, was a formidable master, exuding a potent but restrained aura of primal energy. One of the most powerful individuals he had ever encountered, while leaving behind this box of specially crafted anti-demon silver bullets amidst the imperial gold coins. It was clear that he had seen through Qianyi's secrets. Yet, out of respect for the bar named Manjusaka, he chose not to expose him. However, aside from being the Empire's most renowned firearm, what else did the Manjusaka possess that would compel the Elder, who previously sought to purge the bar's patrons, to let Qianyi, possibly tainted by dark blood, go so easily? Qianyi also harbored another doubt. He sensed no trace of primal energy emanating from the girl. Either she had not cultivated primal energy at all, or she had become so powerful that Qianyi could not perceive any fluctuations of primal energy. The latter seemed implausible. Even masters of Wang Bo's caliber struggled to conceal their primal energy. So how could such a young girl possess an even greater power? If it were the former, it was equally perplexing. The true noble families of the Empire would never lack resources. Even those with the slightest talent would have it fully realized. It was said that some families possessed nearly miraculous secret methods, capable of nurturing extraordinary talents, even in those devoid of primal energy affinity. This girl clearly could not lack talent, making her absence of primal energy all the more curious, indicating that there must be some hidden circumstances. Moreover, Qianyi sensed a familiar aura emanating from the girl. He suddenly chuckled at his own predicament. How was the girl's situation of any concern to him? Even if she truly encountered some predicaments that her vast family could not resolve, what could he, a lowly blood slave struggling for survival amidst refuse and beasts, possibly offer her? The mere reward tossed aside by one of her family's servants would suffice for him to live comfortably in the wilderness for several lifetimes. Furthermore, the residual influence of her family was enough to suppress the lawless expeditionary force, which not only refrained from seizing anything, but even sought to extend goodwill towards him. Yet all of this held little significance. Perhaps soon, the dark blood within him would fully manifest, leading to his demise, becoming just another corpse in the refuse, a meal for scavengers and wild dogs. Qianyi carefully closed the crystal box, stifling the primal energy emanating from the anti-demon silver bullets. But if 3 exceedingly precious anti-demon silver bullets were left exposed, the inherent primal energy they contained would gradually dissipate, and within a few days, they would transform into ordinary silver bullets. Thus, the infused primal energy bullets must be housed in special containers. This crystal box serves as a premier vessel capable of isolating nearly all escaping primal energy, allowing the bullets within to be preserved for an entire year. Merely this crystal box is valued at several hundred imperial gold coins. Previously, the primal energy bullet boxes distributed by the Red Scorpion Legion could only preserve the bullets for a month, during which time the bullet's potency would continually diminish. Primal energy solid bullets are infused with the energy of practitioners of at least 3rd rank and must also be fired from primal energy guns. However, due to the infusion process significantly hindering cultivation progress and the difficulty of preservation, ordinary Red Scorpion soldiers would typically only begin infusing bullets just before a battle, and there was hardly any market for such ammunition. Chinya placed the anti-demon silver bullets back into a black silk bag and returned it to the shelf. Due to the dark blood within him, he instinctively felt an urge to distance himself from the 3 silver bullets. As the weakness brought on by nightmares gradually faded, his senses became keen once more, and he discerned peculiar sounds emanating from the adjacent room that it was the sound of a man and woman together, intertwined with the creaking of a bed frame. Next door was the guest room of Manju Shah, and upon hearing the noises, Chinya realized that the iron bed, constructed from angle iron, could collapse at any moment under the vigorous commotion. The woman was crying out hysterically, while the man, presumably the one-eyed giant, seemed determined to ensure his investment was worthwhile. In another room, there were faint sounds, a solitary figure tossing and turning, accompanied by soft, ambiguous moans. That room belonged to Minner, who was alone and seemingly engaged in some activity. Chinya chose to ignore the sounds, glancing around in search of something else to occupy himself. However, moments later, a series of thumping noises emanated from Minner's room, as she angrily struck the wall of Chinya's bedroom. After a while, when there was no response, she likely grew tired and quieted down. Although the night was still deep, Chinya found himself unable to sleep. He steadied his mind, sat on the bed, and gradually focused his consciousness inward, beginning to cultivate the martial art of Bingsa Ti that moment. Under Chinya's mental guidance, the primal energy within him surged like a tide against the energy nodes in his right hand. The primal energy within him was sharp and distinct. Each impact brought him searing pain. After enduring 20 full cycles of primal energy tides, Chinya slowly reined in the energy, guiding it back to the nodes in his chest and abdomen. Once he concluded his practice, he collapsed onto the bed, taking a long while to regain a semblance of vitality. Struggling to rise, every muscle and meridian in his body burned as if set aflame. He glanced at the clock. 3 hours had passed, and it was already 3 in the morning. The sounds of bodily impact continued from next door. It seemed the one-eyed giant was resolutely determined to recoup his losses, though Chinya wondered which unfortunate woman was on the receiving end. After practicing Bing Shuo, the cacophony of the neighboring couple no longer affected Chinya. He shed his sweat-drenched clothes, dampened a towel with cold water, and wiped down his body. Chinya had grown a few centimeters taller over the past year. Clad in a coat, he appeared somewhat slender, yet upon disrobing, one could discern a body sculpted with balanced, powerful muscles, sinewy and devoid of any excess fat, that a scar stretching nearly half a meter adorned his chest, resembling a massive centipede coiling around him. Upon igniting the energy node in his dantian, Chinya noticed that the primal energy cultivated from this node was exceptionally fierce and difficult to control. If the primal energy he currently wielded could be likened to a sharp warblade, then the energy of other warriors paled in comparison. This special primal energy rendered Chinya's combat skills extraordinarily lethal. However, the accompanying pain and bodily harm during cultivation were markedly more intense than those experienced by others. Although Bing Shuo could be cultivated to the 9th level, given Chinya's current state, it was likely he would succumb before reaching the 6th level. Chinya caressed the scar on his left upper arm. A palm-sized, square-shaped mark he had burned into his skin, where a tattoo of a scorpion with a crimson stinger once resided, the insignia of the Red Scorpion Legion, with millions of soldiers in the Empire. The Red Scorpion's full complement numbered only around 10,000. Although Chinya had squeezed into the Red Scorpion at the lowest standard, to outsiders, he seemed merely a fortunate lad. However, in reality, due to the injury on his chest, the primal energy he cultivated was far more intense than the standard Bing Shuo. The agony and impact he endured during the 14th cycle of primal energy tides equated to what other soldiers experienced in the 20th cycle. Within the Red Scorpion and several elite legions, there existed the title of War King. Only those who could withstand 30 cycles of primal energy tides could earn this title. Across the entire Imperial military, there were times when a new War King would not emerge for an entire year. Traditionally, only a War King could serve as the commander or deputy commander of the Red Scorpion. Chinya once pondered whether, had his primal energy not been so ferocious, he might have had a chance to become a war king. Alas, such musings remained mere hypotheticals, forever unattainable. The hierarchy within the empire's military was strict, perhaps brutal, yet undeniably fair. The military judged solely by results, disregarding the process. 30 cycles meant 30 cycles, with no allowances, regardless of whether the primal energy was as fierce as fire or as gentle as water. Enduring 30 cycles of primal energy tides was the only path to being deemed a war king. In the darkness, Chinya suddenly sighed deeply. All of this was now in the past. The Red Scorpion had become a permanent part of history. Just like the tattoo burned away by a hot iron, all the glory, power, status, and comrades associated with the Red Scorpion had been buried in his heart. Only a scar remained. After that fateful night, Chinya knew he could no longer lead the life of an ordinary person. Perhaps the only lingering concern was the fate of Lin Shitong. Yet the lower continent was an entirely different world from the middle and upper continents, and he could glean no news. Occasionally, Chinya could only reassure himself that someone like Lin Shuai, if something truly significant occurred, would eventually have news reach even this remote place. Thus, no news was the best news upon arriving in the Eternal Night continent. Chinya initially wandered aimlessly until he stumbled upon Lighthouse Town, and he inexplicably grew fond of this place, deciding to settle down and using the few silver coins in his pocket to open the Manjusha Tavern. The local inhabitants were both cunning and simple-hearted, quickly accepting Chinya's presence, for the tavern's brew was indeed quite good. As long as the flavor of Chinya's liquor remained unchanged, no one cared about his identity. Even if he were a genuine vampire, they would choose to overlook it. Approaching the wall, he found a polished steel plate embedded there, serving as a mirror. The reflection staring back at him felt somewhat alien. Over the past year, Chinya's complexion had gradually paled, and his features had changed subtly, his eyes and facial contours becoming more refined and gentle. While his physical strength had significantly increased, the once exaggeratedly robust muscles had receded, now appearing slender yet remarkably resilient, akin to a Lloyd Wire's AT that moment. A sudden noise echoed from outside, the sound of someone knocking against the wall, followed by the unmistakable booming voice of the bald sheriff penetrating through the heavy door. "Chin, come help me fix the town gate. And you one-eyed, I know you're in there. I hope you're not too drained tonight to lift a steel pipe." The reluctant voice of the one-eyed man responded from next door. "I'm not done yet." The bald sheriff's threats were always straightforward and effective. Chinya quickly donned his clothing and made his way to the lobby, glancing at the spot where the tavern's original door had been. It was completely barren, with not even a doorframe remaining. However, repairing the iron door was far easier than fixing the mechanical town gate. The one-eyed man emerged from the corridor, bare-chested, with dozens of scratch marks crisscrossing his front and back, some deep enough to draw blood. Upon seeing the droplets of blood on the one-eyed man's skin, Chinya felt a sudden surge of intense hunger, his throat tightening as he nearly groaned aloud. "What is wrong, Chinya?" the one-eyed man inquired, puzzled. Chinya forced a smile, replying, "Nothing, just envious of you." The one-eyed man chuckled, somewhat bashfully rubbing his head. "If you want, Minna won't charge you a dime. I really don't understand why you keep rejecting her." "I have no money to give her." Chinya seemed to ignore the one-eyed man's words. "You should give it a try. She truly won't take your money." The bald sheriff interrupted them. "Enough chatter. Come help already. I would rather not find ourselves residing in a town devoid of a gate when the season of darkness commences. Once the gate is repaired, you fortunate fellows shall be exempt from taxes for this month." Sheriff Zhang, with his gleaming bald head and a substantial belly capable of accommodating a calf, maintains his position in Lighthouse Town not merely due to his reasonably fair dealings, but primarily owing to his prowess as a first-tier warrior and the formidable power of his shotgun. Dian and Chinya followed the sheriff towards the warehouse, and shortly thereafter, the two of them jointly hoisted a bundle of steel pipes to the town gate. At that juncture, the sheriff had already cleared the debris and called out, leading the three of them to the collapsed town gate. The sheriff took charge of one end, while Chinya and Dian managed the other. With synchronized breaths and collective effort, they lifted the hefty gate, weighing a ton, and pushed it towards the town tower. Although Dian had yet to activate his force node, he had been diligently training and was on the verge of doing so. Moreover, his innate talent lay in strength enhancement. Chinya, on the other hand, displayed a stable demonstration of first-tier warrior capabilities, neither excessive nor insufficient that a 17-year-old first-tier warrior might elicit envy, but a 17-year-old second-tier warrior was an entirely different matter. How could someone qualified to join the Imperial Special Forces possibly be reduced to running a small tavern in such a desolate place? By 8 in the morning, the three of them were utterly exhausted. Yet, they had only completed a fraction of the repairs on the town gate. The disassembled power boiler also needed to be reassembled, necessitating the ordering of parts from a large city. The new components would take at least a week to arrive. Despite the sheriff's anxiety, he could only endure another week of trepidation until this moment. The skies of the upper continent had long since brightened. However, in the dark season of the Eternal Night Continent, multiple trajectories of the upper continent intersected above, blocking out the sunlight. Throughout the day, the Eternal Night Continent only experienced brightness between 10 in the morning and 3 in the afternoon. The remainder of the time was enveloped in darkness. In the night sky, the crimson moon hung ominously. According to the legends of the Eternal Night Continent, the appearance of the scarlet moon heralded impending calamity. When the blood moon hung in the sky, the powers of the dark races were said to be enhanced, and the primal beasts in the wild became increasingly ferocious. Upon seeing the blood moon, Qinya suddenly felt an overwhelming surge of vitality coursing through him, heightening his senses to an extraordinary degree. Particularly his sense of smell, which intensified 100-fold. He could almost discern the scent of every individual in the town. The acrid aroma of fresh blood nearly drove him to madness. Bidding farewell to the sheriff, Qinya swiftly returned to the tavern, firmly locking the door behind him, before collapsing to the ground, howling like a beast and rolling in torment. The insatiable thirst for blood was an unbearable agony, a suffering more intense than the cravings of ecstasy. Had it not been for the indomitable will he forged while mastering the military tactics, akin to that of the Red Scorpion commander, he would have succumbed to the bloodthirst and transformed into a true blood slave long ago. Lying on the cold floor, Qinya bit down on a towel to stifle his cries. Grasping a steel bar welded into the wall with one hand, he pounded the ground with the other. Thud! 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 The muffled sounds echoed through the tavern, causing the entire Manjusaka to tremble slightly at that moment. The tavern was devoid of patrons, and the sounds reverberated through the empty hall that a group of scavengers happened to pass by the tavern. Their expressions shifting dramatically upon hearing the peculiar, resonant sounds, prompting them to alter their course and steer clear of the Manjusaka, as if some monstrous entity were confined within. An entire hour elapsed before Qinya struggled to his feet. He staggered to the cupboard, retrieved a blood pack, and cautiously squeezed a few drops of blood into his mouth, immediately sealing the pack and resolutely returning it to its place as the drops of blood touched his tongue. Qinya broke out into a profuse sweat. Leaning against the wall and gasping for breath, he now required a few drops of blood to quell the bloodthirst surging within him. Initially, Qinya could withstand the cravings without any assistance. However, 3 months prior, he found himself needing to lick a drop of blood to suppress the thirst. Now, he needed nearly a spoonful to deceive his body and stave off the cravings. The blood of animals had gradually lost its efficacy, while the allure of human blood had exponentially increased. If this trend continued, Qinya estimated he could endure for no more than another year, although his resistance thus far could be deemed miraculous. The path ahead remained shrouded in darkness, devoid of any glimmer of light. His gaze fell back upon the cupboard, this time not on the blood pack, but rather on the military knife pressed beneath it. It was the standard multi-purpose knife of the Red Scorpions, its silver plating marred and worn. Qinya had placed it there with the intention of using it to end his own life should he ever be unable to suppress his bloodlust. Beside the blood pack lay a black silk pouch. Qinya chuckled bitterly to himself. At least he now possessed an additional option for self-destruction. The demon-slaying silver bullet was fatal even to vampires of noble lineage, let alone for someone like him, a half-blood slave. Should Qinya swallow a demon-slaying silver bullet, all his internal organs would be incinerated, leaving no visible scars on the surface. At least he could die with a semblance of beauty. He mused. This was yet another change wrought upon him by the taint of dark blood. He had begun to instinctively favor beautiful things, however, just as he had refrained from immediate suicide before. Qinya would never surrender as long as he had not reached the final moment. He proceeded to the power room behind the tavern, adding several shovels of black stone to the metal behemoth occupying half the tavern size. This steam furnace could now burn for an entire day, providing not only the necessary power for the tavern, but also maintaining the temperature of the brewing room. The liquor Qinya crafted required a fermentation period of 10 days at a room temperature of 60 degrees to achieve its optimal flavor. The town boasted a public black stone steam tower, yet it could not support such extravagant consumption. Manjisaka and a limited number of households in town each maintained their own independent power systems. At 10 in the morning, just as the sky began to brighten, the tavern door swung open, and a heavily tattooed man strode in. Spotting Qinya, he approached and enthusiastically clapped a hand on Qinya's shoulder, exclaiming, "Brother, there's another betting match. Young Master Zhao sent me to find you. The journey will be a bit far, so we must set off early today as per our usual arrangement. I'll keep an eye on the tavern while you go." Qinya nodded, retrieving a bottle of spirit from the shelf and thrusting it into the burly man's arms, saying, "As per the usual, this is yours." The man broke into a wide grin, thumping Qinya heartily on the chest. Shortly thereafter, Qinya arrived at a grand industrial complex at the northeastern corner of the town. Following the Dawn War, this location had once been a sizable manufacturing plant for mechanical parts, reputedly even producing military supplies. However, as the upper-class citizens of the empire migrated to the more hospitable upper continent, the factory fell into disuse. Now, it had become the stronghold of young Master Zhao and his subordinates. Young Master Zhao was quite young. Not yet 30, he was exceedingly handsome and possessed a neatness and elegance absent in the native inhabitants of the wasteland that it was said that he was a bastard of a prominent family in the empire. Having found himself on the Eternal Night continent for reasons unknown, the townsfolk referred to him as young Master Zhao, while his true name remained a mystery that in the empire, the surname Zhao held particular significance. The Zhao family was a lineage of prestigious nobility spanning millennia, with their ancestors having participated in the Dawn War and being among the 7 founding marshals of the empire to this day. The Zhao family's power had not diminished. They ranked among the 4 great clans of the empire, alongside the Zhang, Bai, and Song families, with their status only slightly below that of the Zhang clan. Therefore, rumors were not to be trusted. Even if this young Master Zhao had a tenuous connection to a branch of the Zhao family, he would not have fallen so low as to dwell in a decrepit town on the Eternal Night continent, collecting protection fees to survive. Young Master Zhao indeed possessed some strength, being a first-tier warrior capable of easily keeping his rowdy underlings in check. However, his ambitions seemed to extend beyond the confines of Lighthouse Town, as he had recently been involved in dealings with factions from surrounding towns. Where there were dealings, there would be disputes, and the method of resolving conflicts through gambling battles was quite popular among various factions, representing a relatively mild approach. After all, should 2 factions enter into open warfare, the toll would be devastating. The defeated party would inevitably face annihilation, while the victors, if they paid too high a price, would soon be consumed by other factions. Upon seeing Qinya's arrival, young Master Zhao immediately broke into a radiant smile, pulling Qinya into a warm embrace and exclaiming, "At last, we've been waiting for you. Brother, this time we're going to bet big. You absolutely must not lose. If you win, I'll pay, and I'll ensure Minna accompanies you for 3 nights, if you think 1 isnt enough. You can choose from any of the women beside me, except for Ayun." "Are we sticking to virtual combat?" Qinya inquired. "Of course. You are the king of the arena." "All right, I'll pass on the women this time. For my reward, I still prefer those potions." "Not a problem. However, the next caravan 1T arrive in Blackflow City for another 10 days. It is estimated that you will receive those medications in about half a month. If we win this time, I shall procure a double portion for you. 1 bottle would suffice." Young Master Zhao clapped Qinya on the shoulder, chuckling heartily, and declared, "What I, Zhao Gongzi, have promised will never be retracted. Double portions, so it's settled. This wager is of utmost significance to me. All you need to do is secure a victory to that moment." The heavy rumble of engines resonated outside, as 2 laden off-road trucks came to a halt before the factory. Zhao Gongzi took hold of Qinya, along with 2 other men exuding an air of menace and malice, and boarded one of the vehicles, while 20 other thugs crammed into the second truck. These were two steam-powered vintage trucks, favored in the Eternal Night continent for their durability and ease of maintenance, far surpassing the locomotive engines powered by primal energy. Their only drawback was their sluggish speed, and the noise and odor were hardly tolerable to the upper echelons of society. The two trucks lumbered along at a tortoise-like pace of 30 kilometers per hour for a full 4 hours, miraculously without a single malfunction. Ahead, the outline of a grand city began to emerge. This was no mere town like Lighthouse Town with its few thousand inhabitants, but rather the bustling city of Hailiu. Boasting a population exceeding 100,000 from a distance, the towering 10-meter walls of Hailiu City dwarfed those of Lighthouse Town, revealing a formidable metallic framework amidst the exposed bluestone. Every few hundred meters along the city walls, cannons and ballistae were mounted. When confronting the dark races and colossal ferocious beasts, the power of these ancient ballistae far exceeded that of cannons, rendering them quite popular in the Eternal Night continent. Steam-driven mechanical devices equipped with gear and chain mechanisms also facilitated the reloading of the ballistae, significantly enhancing their practicality. Within Hailiu City, towering chimneys reaching a height of 100 meters continuously belched forth thick black smoke. These were the core energy facilities known as the Perpetual Towers. Most striking of all was the lighthouse, its flame eternally ablaze. This was no diminutive structure like the one in Lighthouse Town, but a colossal edifice soaring to 150 meters, serving not only as a coordinate marker for a 1,000-mile radius, but also as a deterrent against airships inadvertently straying into the energy zone and colliding with the chimneys. Compared to Lighthouse Town, Hailiu City resembled a beast armed to the teeth. The two trucks wheezed heavily as they entered Hailiu City. Indeed, Zhao Gongzi had garnered a modicum of fame in the surrounding area, allowing them to bypass the entry fees. Once inside, the trucks made a beeline for the Eastern District, where a vast expanse of abandoned factories provided an ideal setting for clandestine activities, and also housed the underground fighting arena of Hailiu City. Most disputes among the surrounding villages and towns were settled here through wagers. The underground arena was reportedly owned by a prominent figure within the Expeditionary Legion, in the realm of the Eternal Night continent. The Expeditionary Legion stood as an unparalleled ancient behemoth, the de facto emperor of this land. Thus, no one dared to act recklessly within the confines of this underground arena. Each abandoned factory towered over 10 meters. Encompassing thousands of square meters, 0.5 grand factories stood in orderly formation, exuding an imposing presence. Constructed from alloy steel and concrete, these colossal structures had withstood countless wars, remaining resilient. The scale of these factories attested to the past glory of the Empire's industrial prowess. However, with the advent of research into primal energy and the development of derivative technologies for extracting black crystal from blackstone, the first generation of power, represented by blackstone and steam, gradually stagnated, and no groundbreaking technological inventions emerged thereafter. The second-generation energy technology, which simulated primal energy through the release of black crystal energy, was referred to as primal energy power. Yet this technology faced numerous restrictions in various environments, particularly in the lower continents far from the sun and the planetary belts, where primal energy was feeble. As the highest tier of driving energy in the Empire, it naturally fell under stringent control as a strategic resource. Undoubtedly, the true barrier to the utilization of black crystal technology was its exorbitant cost. Primal energy driving devices were prohibitively expensive. A single set of tank engines could purchase the entirety of Lighthouse Town, while land and lives in the Eternal Night territory were scarcely valued. A small town still represented a considerable fortune. Such devices were primarily smuggled. Once they left the upper and middle continents, their prices skyrocketed. Qinya tightened his coat and followed Zhao Gongzi and the others into the underground fighting arena. He was responsible for the virtual combat segment, a display of martial prowess devoid of bloodshed in typical disputes. Mere virtual combat sufficed, but given the magnitude of this wager, 2 additional bloody battles were requisite. Dressed in formal attire, Zhao Gongzi strode to the left side of the arena, where he settled into a sofa, lit a cigar, and narrowed his eyes as he regarded his opponent across the way. Opposite him sat a man in his middle age, his bare arms adorned with a plethora of tattoos, his countenance menacing. He wore his shirt open, revealing a chest marred by scars. The arena boasted several hundred seats, nearly filled to capacity. Above, a few private boxes afforded the clearest views of the combat. These boxes were equipped with one-way glass, allowing those inside to see out while remaining hidden from view. Such boxes were reserved for true VIPs. It was rumored that the owner of this underground arena occasionally attended to spectate. However, only the battles of genuine masters would draw his attention. A mere scuffle among townsfolk, such as today, could hardly entice such a figure. As the appointed time arrived, the bell of the underground arena rang, and 3 referees entered, their expressions devoid of emotion, exuding an aura of deadly intent, each one a second-tier warrior. The referees also served as enforcers of order. The central figure bore a distinctive pistol, its primal energy patterns clearly visible on the barrel. With a primal energy gun in hand, the authority of the referees was assured. Qianye cast a fleeting glance over the 3 referees before lowering his gaze, silently standing behind Zhao Gongzi. In Qinye's assessment, these 3 referees could effortlessly dispatch everyone present, provided that he refrained from intervening. At that moment, one referee proclaimed loudly, "The combat begins." Zhao Gongzi exhaled a puff of smoke, a devilish grin creeping across his face as he remarked, "Yin Laohu, since you dare to wager so boldly, shall we shed some blood first?" Yin Laohu erupted into a thunderous laugh, thundering applause reverberating. "Bloodshed? Excellent. I relish bloodshed. Zhao, just don't soil your trousers out of fear, daring to contend with me. Yin Laohu, I shall one day sever your hands and feet and immerse you in a cesspit, allowing you to wail for days before you perish." Zhao Gongzi leisurely exhaled another plume of smoke, retorting, "Many have wished for my demise. Yet here I stand, thriving, while those fellows have vanished without a trace. Oh, perhaps it won't be long before you two inexplicably disappear. Who knows?" Yin Laohu sneered, his chest scars quivering and writhing as he proclaimed, "Very well. I shall see if you can indeed make me disappear. Who among you will go first and carve off Zhao's 2 paws?" 2 burly men behind Yin Laohu rose and strode down into the arena. Their footsteps were steady, their expressions impassive, with calloused knuckles betraying their lethal prowess and ironclad resolve. Witnessing these 2 men, Qianye felt a slight heaviness in his heart. The unmistakable air of military discipline surrounded them. They could very well be seasoned veterans of the Empire's Expeditionary Legion. Qinye's gaze then flickered to another figure behind Yin Laohu, before descending once more. This was an ordinary-looking man in his 30s. His hair cropped short and stiff. Aside from his piercing gaze, he bore no remarkable traits. Yet Qianye noted that he occupied only half of his seat, sitting upright with legs slightly apart and hands resting on his knees, exuding an unyielding steadiness. Clearly a military expert, it seemed he sensed Qianye's scrutiny, glancing briefly in his direction, yet saw nothing amiss. Under the torment of the darkness blood, Qianye had undergone considerable changes, both in demeanor and appearance. He now resembled a refined young man, devoid of any trace of the cold and ruthless aura typical of elite military members like the Red Scorpions. Zhao Gongzi, observing the 2 men stepping into the arena, had a slight twitch at the corner of his eye. His hand hovered in the air for a moment before pointing decisively to the center, commanding, "Dismember them for me." 2 fighters who had shared the truck with Qianye also rose, entering the arena and choosing their opponents, preparing for confrontation. As the bell tolled thrice, all 4 men drew their weapons simultaneously and lunged at one another. In this bloody combat, the use of daggers, knuckle dusters, and other bladed weapons was permitted. The 2 fighters on Zhao's side wielded a serrated dagger and a reverse grip on dual daggers, while Yin Laohu's 2 henchmen brandished triangular military bayonets. All 4 were first-tier warriors, their strength and speed far exceeding that of ordinary men. As soon as the battle commenced, blood splattered everywhere. The fighter with dual daggers moved like the wind, swiftly inflicting over a dozen wounds upon his opponent. Yet the burly man merely protected his vital points, charging headlong, and the military bayonet plunged brutally into his opponent's heart, the tip protruding from his back, a lethal strike indeed. This was clearly a military style of combat. Qianye's heartbeat quickened slightly, yet he soon regained his composure. Fortunately, on the other side, Zhao Gongzi's subordinate was a true master. Seizing the opportunity presented by his opponent's fierce assault, he unexpectedly discarded his dagger and executed a swift grappling maneuver that shattered the brute's arm. In a flurry of motion, he then incapacitated the opponent's limbs before finally snapping the giant's neck, thereby claiming victory in this encounter. This individual was, in fact, a master of unarmed combat, yet he had opted to enter the fray with a dagger, misleading his adversary into misjudging the situation, which led to a significant disadvantage for the latter. It was evident that Zhao Gongzi's subordinate possessed not only ferocity, but also cunning. Yin Laohu and Zhao Gongzi both felt a twitch at the corners of their eyes. A master of battle-grade caliber was not easily found, and securing one required a considerable price. With each side having lost a warrior, the pain of loss was palpable. Yin Laohu snorted and remarked, "Zhao, consider yourself fortunate. Now it's 1-1, which means the victor will be determined by virtual combat." Zhao Gongzi's expression visibly relaxed, and with a smile, he replied, "You are well aware that I have skilled fighters here. Do you still dare to settle this with virtual combat? I believe you have grown rather muddled. It would be wise to surrender your territory." Yin Laohu cast a glance at Qianyi and grinned maliciously. "Do you take me for a Navi child? However, it's not just you who is a master of virtual combat. Lu Jiaoguan, go teach that young pup a lesson." The man of ordinary appearance rose and strode toward one end of the arena. His steps were steady, and his movements were concise, each stride perfectly aligned with his shoulders, a quintessential military bearing. Could he truly be a combat instructor from the military? Qianyi pondered silently. He removed his long coat and approached the opposite end of the arena. Stepping onto a circular platform, two staff members activated the switch, and the immense surge of power caused the arena's lights to momentarily dim before gradually returning to normal beneath Qianye's feet. The circular platform began to rise, enveloped in a verdant glow. As the light ascended, a warrior composed of green luminescence manifested within the arena. The man on the opposite side also ascended to the platform, summoning another virtual warrior. This virtual combat system was a product of the Empire's utilization of primordial energy propulsion technology. IT could accurately capture the movements of the contestants on the platform and synchronize them with the virtual warriors. The data of both virtual warriors was identical. The original design of the virtual combat system was intended to study combat techniques with particularly lethal capabilities that if such techniques were employed in real combat, they could result in death or serious injury, making them difficult to research. Furthermore, as the data of the virtual warriors was entirely uniform, it created an environment of absolute fairness for both parties, allowing for the refinement of combat skills. The virtual combat system had been in existence for over 500 years, training countless masters for the Empire to be why now. It had permeated every corner of the human territories. With even Hyliu City managing to acquire a basic version of the system, that IT was said that the truly advanced virtual combat systems could even simulate battles at the level of generals. Due to the immense utility of the virtual combat system, the Dark Races paid a heavy price 400 years ago to seize the original design blueprints, subsequently constructing their own adapted systems. Since then, both sides have stood on equal footing. Qianyi clenched his fist, and the virtual warrior mirrored his action. The two virtual warriors approached each other and exchanged a punch. Qianyi felt the force of the primordial energy feedback resonate within him, causing a slight shiver. The man across from him wore a serious expression, casting a glance at Qianyi. The punch was a routine test conducted before activating the virtual combat system. Qianyi gestured to the referee, signaling that everything was in order and the match could commence. The two virtual warriors began to circle each other slowly, mimicking a real fight. Qianyi had become intimately familiar with the virtual combat system during his time in the Red Scorpion Corps, and if his opponent was indeed an instructor from the Expeditionary Corps, even if he were a retired one, he would not lack experience. The two sides probed each other for several rounds. And then, as if choreographed, they surged toward one another with ferocity. Instructor Lu's movements were succinct and direct, every punch and kick aimed squarely at vital points, relying entirely on speed and power, with few frills. This was yet another hallmark of military combat style. It appeared simple, yet in actual combat, it proved to be exceedingly difficult to counter. Instructor Liu exuded a calm and steadfast demeanor, his wealth of combat experience rendering him nearly impervious to flaws. Even the slightest openings would be masked by the delay in feedback from the virtual combat system, making them nearly impossible to exploit. The audience present largely possessed some understanding of combat techniques. And soon, applause erupted as they began to discern the intricacies of the fight. Those in the VIP boxes also began to pay serious attention to the battle in this chaotic era and tumultuous place. Those in power had largely clawed their way up from the depths of bloodshed. In this forsaken land, there was simply no room for inept and frivolous science. The moment Instructor Liu made his move, the prominent figures watching were captivated. This was the true art of killing on the battlefield. In stark contrast, the previous two bloody encounters had resembled mere street brawls, brave yet devoid of strategy. Meanwhile, the skills of assassins, while deadly, lacked the capacity for direct confrontation, rendering them unfit for the true arena of combat. Qian Yi, however, exhibited a different style that he moved with remarkable agility, continuously shifting around Instructor Liu, dazzling the spectators. Yet, within 10 strikes, 7 or 8 were mere feints, and with Qian Yi's graceful form, one could not help but wonder from which prestigious family such a performance had emerged. Not only the prominent figures, but even many spectators involuntarily thought of the phrase flowery fists and embroidered legs. Instructor Liu's combat style should have been the perfect counter to Qian Yi's flashy yet insubstantial tactics. However, to everyone's surprise, the two were evenly matched, and the battle reached a stalemate. Although it was a virtual combat system, the feedback from the force field reflected the true power of a battle-grade warrior. As the fight progressed, beads of sweat began to appear on Instructor Liu's forehead. Qian Yi could be said to be riddled with flaws. Yet Instructor Liu found himself unable to capitalize on them for various reasons. Once or twice could be attributed to chance, but if it continued, and he remained oblivious to the abnormality of the battle, he would hardly deserve the title of instructor. Instructor Liu's expression darkened, and he realized that Qian Yi was indeed a formidable opponent worthy of his full attention. Suddenly, he let out a long howl, his face becoming as calm as a still pond, his breathing deep and measured, as if he were prepared for a protracted battle. Instructor Liu's solemnity startled many in the audience, prompting them to scrutinize Qian Yi closely. In one of the VIP boxes, a prominent figure slowly remarked, "This Qian Yi is quite extraordinary." In another box, a young man turned with a smile, saying, "Do you truly believe Liu Zifan will lose? He is the active combat instructor of the Expeditionary Corps. Status does not dictate ability." The young man observed Qian Yi with interest and continued, "I actually favor Liu Zifan. How about we make a wager?" The figure shrouded in shadows pondered for a moment and then nodded. "Very well." The young man smiled lightly. "A small wager is uninteresting. How about 100 imperial gold coins?" "Just as you said. A small wager lacks excitement. In addition to 100 coins, I want that Black Fawn you possess." The young man's eyes flashed with a glimmer of danger, which he soon tempered, replying coolly, "If you're willing to wager raging fire, I have no objections." Then it settled. Both boxes fell silent as the parties focused intently on the unfolding battle. The fight had been ongoing for 15 minutes, with no clear victor in sight. Both combatants had beads of sweat on their foreheads. Yet their movements remained unwavering and unyielding, indicating they could continue this way for another hour or two without issue. Upon activating their primordial energy nodes, their physical attributes were significantly enhanced, allowing them to surpass ordinary individuals in stamina. In a prolonged battle, a battle-grade warrior could often slay dozens of ordinary soldiers and still possess the strength to continue fighting. Instructor Liu maintained his polished military style, while Qian Yi's flamboyance persisted. Though he began to omit many of the acrobatic maneuvers, the audience's cheers had diminished, but there was no sign of impatience. This was essentially a combat tutorial, with many secretly studying and absorbing the techniques displayed by both fighters. Gaining considerable insights, even Qian Yi's small tricks and techniques held substantial value in real combat. However, Yin Laohu grew increasingly restless. He suddenly turned to a subordinate and whispered something. The subordinate promptly departed, returning shortly after, but this time he was accompanied by a woman. The woman was young and beautiful, with an untamed wildness that would make her stand out even in Hailu City. Her complexion was pale as she was forcibly dragged into the arena. Brought to Yin Laohu's side. Yin Laohu raised his voice suddenly, calling out, "You there! Your name is Qianyi, correct? Take a good look at this woman. It seems she might have some connection to you." As Qianyi turned his head to glance, he was momentarily taken aback. Beside Yin Laohu stood Minner, who seldom ventured out of Lighthouse Town. How could she possibly be here? In this fleeting distraction, Qianyi's movements faltered just slightly, allowing Lu Zifan to seize the opportunity and land a swift kick to the outer side of his thigh. Qianyi stumbled, and Lu Zifan immediately pounced, unleashing a flurry of relentless attacks. After enduring several blows, the two finally separated. Qianyi's virtual warrior displayed several faintly red areas, indicating injuries. Should these regions turn crimson, it would signify the incapacitation of that body part. If vital areas such as the head, chest, or lower body turned red, it would result in a direct loss. Young Master Zhao's expression darkened considerably as he leaped to his feet, exclaiming, "Yin Laohu, do you still have any shame left? Are you trying to play dirty with me?" Yin Laohu laughed heartily, raising his hands in mock surrender. "I didn't make that kid lose on purpose. Qianyi, did you hear that? Give him a real beating. Hit him hard. Go on." "Huh." With a long, booming laugh, Yin Laohu stood up, drew a short knife, and viciously slashed at Minner's collar, tearing her clothing apart with a swift motion. With a sharp sound, her top was completely severed. In a matter of moments, Yin Laohu had ripped off her upper garment, leaving her exposed. Instinctively, Minner clasped her hands to her chest, only to receive a resounding slap. "Why are you covering up? You're just a whore. Since you've taken my money, stop pretending to be pure. Put your hands down." Yin Laohu roared with fury. Minner's face turned pale, one side swelling rapidly, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Trembling, she lowered her hands, exposing herself to the leering audience. The sound of muffled impacts echoed from the fighting arena as Qianyi's virtual warrior suffered 2 more blows, nearing complete depletion. The corner of Qianyi's mouth also began to swell, blood seeping forth. The force feedback reflected the true might of a first-level warrior. Witnessing this scene, Yin Laohu erupted in maniacal laughter, thrusting his knife into Minner's waistband, his voice hoarse with excitement. "Do you still want to see something even more thrilling? This wench doesn't come cheap. A night with her costs 1 silver coin. Such a price was substantial even in Black Flow City." Considering Minner's exceptional beauty and figure, the crowd erupted in raucous cheers and whistles. Young Master Zhao's complexion darkened to a steely hue as he cast a furious glance at Minner, then turned to Yin Laohu, saying, "Very well, you've got guts. After this, just wait for the consequences." Yin Laohu defiantly gestured an obscene gesture at young Master Zhao, laughing maniacally after losing this match. "What right do you have to challenge me? It will be merciful of me not to wipe you out." In a private box, a young man smiled and remarked, "Yin Laohu is truly shameless. If you find this unfair, I can have someone take that woman away and arrange for them to fight again." "How about that?" The man replied coolly, "No need. If a mere woman can distract him, he doesn't warrant my serious investment." "I ask that so. Then let us continue to observe," the young man said, settling back in his seat. In the fighting arena, Qianyi gracefully evaded Lu Jiaowan's attack, and as they repositioned, he suddenly glanced at Yin Laohu, stating, "I've heard you gamble quite extravagantly." Qianyi's voice was calm, cutting through the din of the crowd and sending a chill down Yin Laohu's spine. Yin Laohu leaped, shouting, "So what? I can afford to lose." Qianyi's lips curled into a semblance of a smile. "Is that so? Then lose you shall." In an instant, Qianyi retreated and then transitioned from rapid motion to utter stillness. Lu Zifan felt a strong sense of foreboding surge within him, akin to being preyed upon by a wolf. Provoked by the imminent threat, he could no longer suppress his fighting spirit, letting out a roar as he lunged at Qianyi. In response, Qianyi also let out a low growl, grounding himself and standing firm, ready to confront his opponent head-on. The two clashed without any pretense, unleashing a torrent of strikes upon each other. With a thunderous impact, the audience rose to their feet. Even the young man in the private box gasped in astonishment, instinctively rushing to the window to watch the fray at that moment. Qianyi and Lu Zifan were nearly intertwined, their movements identical, their styles perfectly matching. Punches, knee strikes, elbow strikes, all aimed at vital points, each blow lethal. Qian Yi employed the exact military combat techniques as Lu Zifan, yet his strikes arrived with greater speed and precision, swiftly dismantling Lu Zifan's stance and crashing into him, delivering 3 rapid elbow strikes to his chest. With each resounding impact, the sounds melded into a singular, prolonged roar. The first elbow strike turned Lu Zifan's chest a deep crimson. The second left his entire torso ablaze with pain, and the third obliterated Lu Zifan's virtual warrior. The young man in the private box struck the window frame with both hands, exclaiming, "Such incredible military combat skills. This kid is a master." Even he lost his composure, while the audience fell in a stunned silence before erupting into a cacophony of cheers. In the control area, Lu Zifan's face flushed, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Despite possessing the strength of a second-level warrior, the force he faced equated to a full-force strike from a first-level warrior. Enduring 3 successive blows to the chest was beyond even his formidable physique, leaving him grievously wounded. Qian Yi remained unfazed, his gaze betraying no hint of emotion, though a flicker of crimson light danced within the depths of his eyes upon witnessing the bloodshed in the arena. He lowered his hands, his legs slightly apart, striking a military pose identical to that of Lu Zifan. Then he turned to Yan Laohu, coolly asking, "Did you enjoy your loss?" Yan Laohu momentarily lost his composure, unable to articulate a response. This defeat had inflicted a devastating blow. Merely persuading Lu Zifan to fight had cost him nearly as much as the wager itself. Yan Laohu had forfeited 5 years' worth of gains. Following this loss, he could no longer maintain his presence in his own territory, East Prosperity Town, that if he did not devise an escape plan soon, it would not be long before young Master Zhao's men would come knocking. Even if young Master Zhao did not come, other predatory forces would undoubtedly strike, that in the adjacent private boxes. The man lurking in the shadows chuckled softly, remarking, "It seems my judgment was quite astute. P.S. The update should resume tomorrow, with a guaranteed update by noon and a second update around 8 p.m. The young man gritted his teeth, declaring, "Rest assured, I won't lose this little wager. Black Tooth will be delivered to you tomorrow, along with 5 specially crafted energy bullets." "Much appreciated," the man said, before departing the private box quietly. The young man stood by the window, watching Qian Yi, his gaze growing increasingly cold. Lu Zifan also descended from the platform. He wiped the blood from his mouth, approaching Qian Yi with unabashed malice in his eyes, coolly stating, "Impressive military combat skills. I didn't expect you to be a true expert. It's quite surprising that someone like you would serve a lowly thug. However, this matter is not over yet. Care to engage in a bloody brawl?" Qian Yi raised an eyebrow slightly, replying, "Can't afford to lose?" Lu Zifan's anger surged, his voice low and threatening. "Virtual combat is merely childish play. It is not the same as a life-and-death struggle. What is the matter? Are you afraid? Or are you just a coward who can't stand the sight of blood?" Faced with such a blatant provocation, Qian Yi unexpectedly laughed, saying, "Indeed, I cannot bear the sight of blood." With that, Qian Yi walked behind young Master Zhao, lowering his gaze and disregarding everything else. Young Master Zhao, however, beckoned to Min'er, saying, "Come here." Min'er bit her lip, murmuring, "You're from Lighthouse Town, which makes you my person. Come here," young Master Zhao said coolly. Just as Min'er was about to approach, a knife suddenly pressed against her neck, wielded by one of Yan Laohu's henchmen. Young Master Zhao shot a cold glare at the henchman, saying, "I'll count to 3. If you don't put down that knife, don't expect to leave alive." The henchman's face turned a mix of green and white as he trembled, finally lowering his weapon with a shake. Clearly, Yan Laohu's power was waning. Aligning with him now would only lead to destruction. Young Master Zhao smiled, saying, "Well done. You're quite clever and obedient. I appreciate smart and compliant individuals. Come, join me from now on." The henchman immediately sprinted over, bowing repeatedly. "Thank you, young Master Zhao." Min'er hesitated briefly before following suit. Young Master Zhao tossed her a garment, saying, "I like to see things through to the end. As long as you are my person, even if you err, as long as you are willing to return, you shall remain mine. I, Zhao, will never abandon a single brother. Now, let us go home." Yet, Lu Zifan stepped forward, blocking Qian Yi's path, solemnly stating, "Trying to leave? Not so easily. Clarify your origins. No one can toy with me like this." Young Master Zhao furrowed his brow and spoke. Instructor Lu, just as young Master Zhao began to speak, he was rudely interrupted by Lu Zifan. "Get lost. This is a matter concerning the expeditionary force, and you think you have any right to interfere?" Young Master Zhao's face turned an alarming shade of pale. After all, he was merely the leader of a town, a second-rate figure in the Black Flow City, utterly incapable of contending with a behemoth like the expeditionary force. Even though Lu Zifan was just a powerless instructor, he was not someone young Master Zhao could afford to offend. This was not merely due to Lu Zifan's personal stature, but rather because it concerned the dignity of the expeditionary force. Every officer of the expeditionary force walked with a commanding presence. Had it not been for the exceptional martial prowess displayed by the Qinya army, which could not possibly have been learned through mere chance, and clearly had ties to the imperial military, Lu Zifan would have had no qualms about shooting him outright. Qinya looked at Lu Zifan and suddenly smiled, saying, "Are you truly planning to escalate this matter?" Lu Zifan's expression darkened as he coldly replied, "What do you mean? It means that if this incident truly reaches the ears of the commander of the expeditionary force, none of us will emerge unscathed. But do you think your fate will be any better than mine?" Lu Zifan narrowed his eyes and sneered. "I do not understand what you are saying. Allow me to clarify further. You lost in virtual combat, and yet in front of so many people, you cannot bear to lose, while still daring to claim that virtual combat is merely a child's game, even if you do not disgrace the expeditionary force. How will the many prominent figures in the military, who rose to fame through virtual combat, let you off the hook? The imperial military has always placed great importance on honor. What kind of punishment do you think awaits you when this reaches the commander's ears? If I were to guess, you would likely find yourself in the cannon fodder camp." Lu Zifan's expression shifted unpredictably. He snorted softly and slowly said, "You certainly know a great deal about the expeditionary force. Therefore, I am even more curious about you now." Qinya replied indifferently, "It seems you have too much idle time on your hands. No wonder your martial skills are so abysmal. And excessive curiosity can be deadly." Having said that, Qinya paid Lu Zifan no further mind, nudged young Master Zhao, and they proceeded to leave together. "Qinya, are you all right?" Young Master Zhao asked with concern. "That I'm fine." As they exited the underground combat arena, a young man approached, casually inquiring, "Are you Qinya? What is your surname?" "I have no surname," Qinya replied. His body instinctively tensed as the other party closed within 10 meters, a reaction born of facing a formidable adversary. This young man's strength was unexpectedly formidable, far beyond that of a mere second-tier warrior. The young man smiled and said, "My name is Chi Yu. That you're quite impressive. Even I was deceived by you, resulting in a significant financial loss, which leaves me rather displeased that on my territory in Black Flow City, if Chi Yu is displeased, someone is bound to face misfortune. However, you are different. You may accompany me, and that would restore my good spirits." Qinya frowned and said, "I will consider it. That is acceptable, but do not take too long. I possess little patience." Chi Yu did not press further and simply turned to leave. Young Master Zhao's expression darkened as he suddenly sighed and said, "I apologize. It is my fault that you are involved. You should seriously contemplate his proposal. I have heard that although this young Master Qi is not particularly easy to get along with, he treats his subordinates quite well. That if you go with him, you might even acquire a force gun. That we will discuss it later. For now, let us return. I do not wish to rely on my own legs to traverse over 100 kilometers," Qinya asserted. Young Master Zhao patted Qinya on the shoulder and boarded the vehicle first, followed by 2 roaring trucks as they set off on their journey home. By the time Qinya returned to Manju Sha, it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. Upon entering the bar, he immediately dashed into his bedroom, retrieved a pill bottle, and swallowed a tablet whole. His face soon flushed with an unusual crimson hue. This was a nerve relaxant capable of alleviating the various pains induced by drug addiction. Qinya employed it to mitigate the agony associated with the outbreak of the dark blood, and it proved somewhat effective. However, this medication only alleviated symptoms and could not cure the condition. The manifestations during the dark blood's onset intensified with each episode. Moreover, this drug was difficult to procure. Young Master Zhao had relied on his connections to obtain a limited supply. Once the feeling of hunger subsided somewhat, Qinya shook the pill bottle, and the hollow, clinking sound indicated only a few pills remained within. This suggested that before young Master Zhao acquired new medication, he would have to rely solely on himself to combat the dark blood for roughly a week. With a sigh of relief, Qinya sat cross-legged and resumed his training of the soldier's art. The pain brought on by the tide of force during his practice allowed him to temporarily forget the bloodthirsty cravings. Under the cloak of night, the wasteland was anything but tranquil. The blood-red moon hung high in the sky, casting a thick, dark crimson hue over the entire expanse. This scarlet moon lingered unusually long, yet people had grown numb. Regardless of whether the Dark Gate was open, life had to continue until death's bony fingers tightened around their throats. In the wasteland, a few wandering night wolves seemed to sense something, pricking their ears and lowly growling in agitation. Suddenly, they turned and fled rapidly into the distance. Under the night sky, a shadow darted across the wasteland like the wind. It was a lithe figure, pursued closely by a dozen dark shapes. As they raced, they fanned out, seemingly intent on encircling her. The chase ensued, and beneath the glow of the blood moon, if a combat general were present, they would see dark red ripples connecting the two parties. The figure ahead abruptly halted and then lunged forward. The eerie moonlight revealed an extraordinarily beautiful woman, her pale complexion lending her an air of mystery. Her eyes suddenly transformed into glistening rubies, reflecting the figures of her pursuers. The two pursuers froze in place, completely immobilized. The young woman zipped past them like lightning, her hands sweeping out, effortlessly slicing open their throats. Blood erupted forth, splattering several meters. She then turned her gaze to the other two pursuers, their images reflected in her ruby gaze. They too became rigid, frozen in place, before their throats were likewise slit open. This is bad. It is the night of the blood moon. Her power is overwhelmingly strong. We are no match for her now. Let us retreat. After all, she cannot escape. The pursuers slowed their pace, and one of the leaders shouted, "Night Eye, you have already fallen under our blood shackles. You cannot escape. Surrender and return with us. This way, you still have a chance to plead your case before the elders." The woman known as Night Eye coldly scoffed. "Do you think you can make me submit? Dream on. Even if I were to plead my case before the elders, it would only be after I have eliminated you and those behind you." The leader showed no signs of anger, but instead stated, with the blood shackles in place, "Both your strength and ours have been suppressed to below level 5. We have already entered the boundaries controlled by humanity. You should be well aware of the consequences should you continue forward. Lord Wilder will arrive by dawn, and at that point, you will have no opportunity." Night Eye snorted and coldly replied, "We shall see when Lord Wilder arrives." The leader seemed to have made a firm decision and solemnly stated, "Lady Night Eye, your pursuers are not merely us. There are other holy blood races involved." Night Eye's gaze sharpened, murderous intent rising as she coldly inquired, "You have actually colluded with those filthy wolves?" The leader did not deny it, sighing as he said, "You should know the consequences should they discover you. Those werewolves are not under our control. You should return with us." Night Eye coldly laughed, "I will never yield to those who can ally with werewolves. If you do not leave now, I shall show no mercy." The leader gritted his teeth and waved his hand. "We are leaving." The surviving pursuers faced Night Eye and gradually retreated, disappearing into the darkness. Night Eye stood for a moment before turning to leave. She began to sprint at full speed, like a black lightning bolt, racing across the earth toward the distance. Amidst the vast night, a glimmer of light suddenly appeared. Though it was several dozen kilometers away, the light was reflected in Night Eye's eyes. She hesitated for a moment before heading toward the direction of the light. In just a few minutes, Night Eye arrived outside Lighthouse Town. The town's gate had yet to be repaired, and even if it were, the mere 5-meter-high wall would be of no consequence before her. Night Eye lightly leaped and silently landed atop the 10-meter-high city wall. The bald sheriff sat a few meters away, dozing with his liquor flask and hunting rifle in hand. The stench of alcohol emanated from him, clearly having indulged excessively, rendering him completely oblivious to Night Eye's presence. However, even if he abstained from alcohol and remained on high alert, it would be utterly impossible for him to detect the presence of Yi Tong. Wai Tong surveyed the small town, her eyes shimmering with a radiant glow. Within her vision, the vital essence of every individual in the town was laid bare. The blood of these people was akin to a tonic for her, capable of hastening her recovery from injuries. Yet, to her dismay, there was a conspicuous absence of high-quality blood in the town. Nevertheless, Yi Tong soon relaxed her tightly furrowed brows. High-quality blood signified formidable masters, and at present, she was not a match for those genuine powerhouses. Suddenly, Yi Tong's gaze fell upon Qian Ye's bar. The sign still bore the single character Sha, which emitted a faint luminescence, paler than in previous days, yet the darkness posed no obstacle for Yi Tong. Manju Sha flower? In such a desolate area, someone actually knows about Manju Sha? Yi Tong mused in surprise. With a graceful leap, she soared through the air like a swallow, traversing several dozen meters before beginning her descent. After another rise and fall, she found herself standing at the entrance of the bar. The door was ajar, as Qian Ye returned when the blood of darkness was barely surging, in his haste to find medicine. He had forgotten to lock the door. Wai Tong was equally curious about this bar. Gently, she pushed the door open and stepped into the hall, scanning her surroundings, in her bottomless gaze. No secret could remain concealed. She even noticed a square hollow beneath the tiles in the center of the hall, concealing a long suitcase. She had little interest in the contents of the suitcase, in such a ghostly and desolate place. It was unlikely to harbor any rare treasures. Instead, she found herself intrigued by the bar's owner. As not everyone was familiar with the term Manjusha or its special significance, attempt to piece together these four characters without miswriting a stroke was no small feat. Yi Tong proceeded toward the back of the bar. However, just a few steps in, her vision suddenly darkened, and an overwhelming sense of dizziness washed over her. What a potent bloodlock. This is bad. Before Yi Tong could react, she swayed and collapsed to the ground, losing consciousness at that moment. Qian Yi was in his bedroom practicing. Having successfully endured 20 waves of primal energy tides, he hesitated on whether to attempt to break through to the 21st when he suddenly heard a dull thud echo from the hall. Resembling the sound of a heavy object hitting the ground, a thief? Qian Yi pondered, puzzled. The town's thieves were all under the command of young Master Zhao, who would dare to be so reckless as to steal from him. Outsiders and vagrants would hardly venture here. They would seek refuge in residential areas. Not this peculiar establishment. In the Eternal Night Continent, such special places meant danger. Qian Yi rose silently, retrieving a military knife from his possession, and slowly made his way outside. His movements were gentle yet steady, treading silently with a deliberately slow breath. Even his heartbeat slowed to minimize the chances of detection. Upon entering the hall, he noticed that the door, recently repaired, was slightly ajar, but there was otherwise no sign of disturbance, only the presence of a woman on the floor. Qian Yi did not rush to approach her. Instead, he circled around the door and windows to confirm that no one was lying in wait outside. Only after ensuring the coast was clear did he glide through the open door like a specter. He did not close the door, but, in the process, deftly set a thin wire across the two protruding rivets behind the door and attached a small grenade. Should anyone burst in, they would inevitably snap the wire, triggering a hail of tiny steel pellets. With the warning and defense measures in place, Qian Yi circled the woman once more before cautiously approaching her legs and lightly prodding her calf. She showed no response. He then gently stabbed her calf with a knife. Her body instinctively twitched, and she let out a low groan, but soon fell silent again. Only then did Qian Yi feel a measure of relief. Her reaction was entirely normal, indicating she had indeed lost consciousness rather than feigning death. Of course, it was not impossible that she was a true master capable of deceiving an experienced hunter like Qian Yi. However, he had encountered many who pretended to be dead among the dark races, and their wisdom and strength were generally proportional. Anyone capable of such acting would likely not bother with tricks, but would simply pounce to eliminate him. The Red Scorpion was undoubtedly one of the Empire's elite, but that did not mean they were invincible. Most individuals of the dark races were stronger than warriors of the Black Scorpion level, let alone a novice like Qian Yi, who was at the bottom of the Red Scorpion hierarchy. In a direct confrontation, the inherent weakness of the human body would be a significant disadvantage. After a brief examination, Qian Yi began to scrutinize the woman closely. She had slightly short black hair, and even curled up on the ground, her tall stature and long legs were evident, her body well-proportioned and powerful. Devoid of any excess flesh, this physique did not appear overtly robust, yet its explosive potential was formidable. Coupled with her flexibility, coordination, and high speed, she would be among the most challenging warriors on the battlefield. The leaders of the Red Scorpion were of similar build, and Qian Yi himself leaned toward this type. She was clad in a deep black combat uniform, the standard attire of the Empire's ordinary field troops, and wore knee-high military boots. The visible weapons on her were few. She carried no firearms, only a short knife tucked at her waist and a leather pouch hanging from it. Cautiously, Qian Yi withdrew the short knife from her waist and quickly retreated several meters. Seeing her remain unresponsive, he began to examine it closely. It was an exceedingly ordinary multi-purpose short knife, with a serrated back, yet appeared to be made from a peculiar biological material, devoid of any metallic components. The knife was heavy, weighing a substantial 10 kilograms, akin to a small battle axe. Testing the blade, Qian Yi found it to be incredibly sharp, on par with the blades of the Red Scorpion. Moreover, because it was a bone blade, it could evade many security system detections. However, its weight would somewhat hinder agility. In close-quarters combat, it might lead to misjudgments from opponents, serving as a slight advantage. When Qian Yi inserted the knife into the floor, a blood-red glow flickered momentarily, and it vanished without a trace. Startled, Qian Yi realized that the bar's floor was made of solid bluestone, with no hollow spaces beneath, indicating it was solidly integrated with the foundation. He had not exerted much force, yet the knife could disappear so easily. Could it be a primal energy weapon? However, no matter how he attempted to probe or activate it with primal energy, the knife remained unresponsive. Qian Yi then opened her leather pouch for a look. Inside, he found a neatly arranged row of 7 spines, clearly designed for throwing. The spines were also made from an unknown bone, with 3 protruding blades slightly twisted at an angle. When thrown at high speed, they would likely rotate, enhancing accuracy. The faint scent of bitter almonds wafted from the spines, causing Qian Yi to feel a chill. He became even more cautious in his actions. This odor likely indicated the presence of several potent toxins, and if he were to sustain even a minor injury, Qian Yi knew he might not last more than a few minutes. The art of war offered no antidote or healing capabilities. The pouch also contained a compartment housing several neatly cut blood-red crystals, within which it appeared that blood was flowing, emitting a faint metallic scent. Qian Yi took out a crystal, scrutinizing it for a moment, but unable to identify its nature, having never encountered anything like it before. Yet upon seeing the vivid red flowing within, he felt the dark blood within him stir restlessly. Startled, Qian Yi hastily returned the blood crystal to its place and secured the pouch. The pouch itself did not appear to be made of ordinary material. Upon sealing it, it completely contained all traces of the blood scent, not allowing even a whiff to escape. Squatting beside her, Qian Yi's fingers moved gently as he searched her entire body, confirming the absence of any concealed weapons before he finally exhaled in relief and rolled her over. Upon seeing her face, Qian Yi's heart suddenly constricted, as if it had skipped a beat. It was a visage that reached the pinnacle of human imagination, rendering any praise in any language superfluous. Its mere presence occupied all of Qian Yi's vision and thoughts, as if the world had shrunk to encompass only this indescribable countenance. Among the dark races, there was no shortage of stunning beauty. Not to mention the bloodkin, many mysterious and powerful beings among the demon descendants also captivated the eye. Among the renowned figures of the dark races, both male and female, the proportion of breathtaking beauty was considerable. Some human scholars have attempted to explain this phenomenon, positing that within the same world, the aesthetic preferences of powerful, intelligent races tend to converge, rooted in the primal essence of the world's energy. Regardless of whether this theory holds any merit, the resulting fact is that both humans and dark races have a tendency to capture one another as slaves. Particularly those who are strikingly beautiful and possess formidable strength can command exorbitant prices, greatly satisfying the desire for conquest. Qian Yi endeavored to remain composed, yet upon glancing at her again, his heart inexplicably trembled. She had not opened her eyes, yet Qian Yi felt as though he had gazed into her profound, Endless orbs, as if his entire being, his very soul, were being inexorably drawn into those dark eyes, destined to eternally succumb to the abyss. Startled, Qian Yi instinctively recoiled, his back colliding forcefully with the wall. Gasping for breath, as if he had nearly drowned, drenched in cold sweat, he could scarcely discern whether what he had just experienced was an illusion or reality, even in her slumbering stupor. She had managed to ensnare Qian Yi's consciousness, blurring the lines between illusion and truth. What would happen upon her awakening? Qian Yi forced himself to regain his composure, meticulously recalling the sensations he had just encountered, only to discover an instinctive allure within. Her visage epitomized the perfection that Qian Yi could only dream of. No, it transcended even his wildest fantasies, thus delivering a profound shock to his very core. For a fleeting moment, he lost himself. Yet what could beauty that surpasses dreams truly be? Does such a phenomenon even exist? Mental seduction. A possibility crossed Qian Yi's mind. Throughout his journey from childhood to adolescence in the Huangquan training camp, and later in the Red Scorpion, a constant curriculum had been the training to resist enchantment. This training was exceedingly harsh, encompassing both psychological and physiological aspects. The initiation rite of Huangquan marked the beginning, but not the end, aiming to cultivate a killing machine with no gaps or blind spots in their psyche. The more potential a genius possessed, the stricter the instructors became and the greater the intensity of the training. Enduring such trials inevitably birthed many abnormalities. Qian Yi had always yearned for immense power, thus applying for the utmost limits of his endurance in all training sessions within the Red Scorpion, with resisting enchantment being no exception. Consequently, while he could not be deemed an aberration, he had danced on the brink of collapse, ultimately having his subsequent courses cancelled by Nan Batian, who exercised his authority. However, Qian Yi had never regretted the tremendous price he paid during training. Mental seduction was a lethal weapon employed by many dark races. Those lacking formidable willpower faced certain doom when confronting the formidable mentalists among the dark races. His aspirations were directed towards the realm of power exemplified by individuals like Lin Shitong, and he was resolute in not halting his progress midway. During his final assessment in the Red Scorpion, Qian Yi had already acquired the ability to resist mental control and seduction from warlord-level adversaries for short durations. This young woman seemed far from reaching such a level, implying that she should be incapable of enchanting Qian Yi. Merely should be, in this world. Countless occurrences defy expectations. Judging by the outcome, Qian Yi had indeed succumbed to enchantment, and to a considerable extent. Such profound seduction often leaves behind subtle, yet perilous remnants. What could this mean? Qian Yi's mind was in turmoil. This unfamiliar woman rendered him unusually restless, yet she remained in a state of unconsciousness. He even hesitated to gaze upon her again, fearing a repeat of her enchantment. Yes, it was enchantment. What other explanation could there be? Qian Yi's tumultuous feelings and his thirst for blood manifested differently, akin to the world spinning chaotically, yearning to grasp something stable. Calm. The first lesson imparted by the Red Scorpion instructor during the training to resist mental seduction was to maintain composure. Regardless of what one sees or feels, if one cannot remain calm through their own strength, they must seek external aid. Qian Yi began to ponder what resources he currently possessed, confronted with such a formidable woman. It was imperative to prepare accordingly. Smoke or alcohol? Neither seemed adequate. His strength fell short. Even the special substances he had taken with stimulants would not suffice. This woman, still in a state of unconsciousness, had exerted such an influence on Qian Yi, compelling him to instinctively feel an overwhelming sense of danger. Perhaps it was this awareness of threat that prevented him from succumbing entirely to chaos. The more unclear the situation became, the more dangerous she appeared. In a moment of determination, Qian Yi suddenly retrieved a syringe from a concealed compartment behind the bar. He plunged it into his arm, administering the entire contents, then patiently awaited 3 minutes for the effects to fully take hold. This was a standard tranquilizer provided by the Red Scorpion. Its function simple yet brutal, capable of rendering an individual entirely calm in a brief span, transforming them into a butcher with a heart of stone. This tranquilizer was also effective against mental shocks and a myriad of influences and attacks stemming from mental power, in addition to treating psychological issues arising from excessive bloodshed. It was his last remaining supply. Once the tranquilizer took effect, Qianyi felt as though a barrier had been erected around his psyche, rendering him impervious to external influences that he approached the young woman once more. Silently observing her countenance, this time, the allure was considerably diminished. Although her tightly shut eyes retained a lethal magnetism, the sensation of impending descent into the abyss had dissipated. However, Qianyi had not anticipated that. In this state of utmost calm, he still perceived the visage of his dreams. He felt an inexplicable familiarity, as if he had encountered her before, yet the memory eluded him entirely. Could it truly be that he had only seen her in dreams? Nevertheless, Qianyi was finally able to resist the influence of her eyes, allowing his gaze to linger on her face for an extended period. Her slightly disheveled short hair, paired with her distinctly beautiful features, exuded an innate chill and haughtiness. Yet beneath that icy facade lay a deadly temptation. Her complexion was sickly pale, her skin glistening like the finest jade. However, Qianyi suddenly noticed an abnormal flush adorning her neck and reached out to touch it, immediately feeling an astonishing heat, almost burning to the touch. Yet, as his hand lingered, a sensation akin to ice began to creep up his fingertips. Qianyi was taken aback. The pallid skin and the drastic fluctuations in temperature were characteristic of a blood slave in the early stages. He inhaled sharply, detecting a faint scent of blood. He promptly examined her body, discovering 2 small tears in the fabric of her combat attire, stained with a hint of blood. Qianyi forcefully tore away her combat gear and the tight-fitting undershirt beneath, revealing her entire arm. On her upper arm, there were indeed 2 deep circular puncture wounds. Those were the bite marks left by a vampire's fangs. Upon seeing these marks, Qianyi felt an inexplicable tug at his heart, a sensation akin to suffocation. Such a young girl had already become a blood slave. How much longer could she endure? 7 days, 3 days, or perhaps merely 1 day? After extensive exposure to the dark races, Qianyi had come to understand that it is not merely the bite that leads to corruption. Even ordinary individuals face peril when in contact with blood slaves, as they lack the original force, making them particularly susceptible to the encroachment of dark powers. For the strong, some blood-related injuries may not be fatal. However, once a vampire's fangs penetrate the bloodstream, there is no escape unless one undergoes a higher-level Blood Clan initiation, formally becoming a member of the Blood Clan. Otherwise, the fate of a blood slave becomes inescapable. Individuals like Qianyi, who manage to endure under the corruption of dark blood, are exceedingly rare. Perhaps the legendary secret techniques of noble families prove effective. Or perhaps there are others who can withstand. Yet the Empire's policy towards blood slaves has always been ruthless. Discover and eliminate without mercy. Since the day a prince of the Empire, tainted by dark blood, was executed, this policy has known no compromise or exception. Had it been 6 months prior, Qianyi would have unhesitatingly killed her, even if drawn to her extraordinary abilities in the eyes of the Empire. Death is a form of liberation for blood slaves. Even lacking a heart as cold as ice, Qianyi could not bear to witness her transformation into a mindless, bloodthirsty monster. However, now, unbeknownst to him, his feelings had already shifted. He himself was a testament to the possibility of miracles, proving that persistence can indeed yield extraordinary outcomes. After some contemplation, Qianyi cut open his wrist and brought the wound to her lips. She reacted instinctively to the flowing blood, sniffing vigorously before instinctively consuming the blood trickling down to her mouth. Having just been bitten by a vampire, her thirst for blood was nearly insatiable. At the same time, blood served as a panacea for the Blood Clan. And no matter how grievous the injury, sufficient blood could lead to recovery. She swallowed the blood eagerly, and her pale complexion began to regain warmth. As the blood from Qianyi's wound dried, she exhibited signs of distress, her breathing becoming rapid, and she instinctively lifted her head, searching desperately. Qianyi made another incision in his wrist, allowing blood to flow freely once more. Qianyi held an unrefined hypothesis. that his ability to suppress the dark blood within him might be attributed to some form of antibody present in his blood, that be why providing her with ample blood. Perhaps he could delay the onset of the dark blood within her, and as the wound dried for the second time. Qianyu began to feel an overwhelming chill throughout his body, his complexion paling, and his vision blurring. A clear indication of excessive blood loss. It is a relief that she's finally free from suffering. Her expression now considerably more at ease, when the flush of color returned to the young girl's cheeks. She suddenly exuded an irresistible and deadly allure. Even though Qianyu had administered sedative, he still felt his heart flutter with her slightest movements. At last, the girl slowly opened her eyes and sat up. She exhibited neither panic nor extreme reactions, but rather calmly turned her head to survey her surroundings, as if awakening in her own home. Her large eyes brimmed with innocence and confusion, yet Qianyu understood that it was merely a facade. "Have you awakened?" She did not respond immediately. Instead, she glanced down at her bare arm, then reached up to dab at her lips, tasting the metallic tang of blood on her tongue before finally looking at Qianyu and asking, "Did you save me?" Her voice was soft yet carried a hint of depth, and combined with her bewildered gaze, it evoked a distinctly different sensation. "Sort of," Qianyu replied, "but that is of little consequence. Your current situation is quite dire." He pondered his words, uncertain of how to convey the gravity of her circumstances. The truth about becoming a blood slave was too harsh, especially given her evident youth. She might be the same age as Qianyu, or perhaps even younger. Could she withstand such a cruel revelation? "Dire? You mean, I have become a blood slave?" She appeared far more composed than Qianyu had anticipated, and her understanding was surprisingly profound. Yes, her eyes finally displayed emotion as she regarded Qianyu with a serious expression. Asking, "Then you should kill me immediately, rather than saving me, right?" Qianyu managed a wry smile, saying, "Being a blood slave is not devoid of hope. You may still have sufficient time. My advice is to head westward. That region is inhabited by dark races, and some blood clans operate there. If luck is on your side, you might encounter a higher-ranking blood clan member before you completely lose your senses and be embraced, allowing you to survive as one of them." The girl's expression shifted to one of intrigue as she asked, "You are human, aren't you? Advising me to become a vampire only serves to create another enemy for humanity. Given that your current state brought us together, I certainly had to save you today as for what comes next. If, and I emphasize if, we cross paths on the battlefield, I will personally end your life." Qianyu stated calmly. She cast a subtle glance at Qianyu's wrist and remarked, "You truly are a peculiar individual. You saved me only to potentially kill me later, and you would even offer your blood for me to drink. You are quite knowledgeable about blood slaves." As Qianyu retrieved a bandage and began to tend his wrist wound, he replied, "Everyone is well acquainted with blood slaves, especially in this cursed, forsaken land. Nearly everyone has experienced a relative or friend becoming a blood slave." She fell silent for a moment, then rose to her feet, extending her hand toward Qianyu, saying, "I understand, and my name is Yetong." Upon standing, an undeniable aura emanated from her. P.S. Unbeknownst to me, it has been 3 weeks since I began writing this story. Would it be acceptable to provide an update tomorrow? Qianyu shook her hand, feeling her grip icy as if it were a block of ice, and said, "Your name is unusual, yet quite lovely. I am called Qianyu, though I have forgotten my surname. Forget one's surname. How amusing." Yetong chuckled, yet she refrained from probing further. This marked the formal introduction between the two. Yetong surveyed her surroundings, her gaze lingering momentarily on the tripwire grenade trap by the door, before stating, "As you can see, someone is pursuing me. If possible, please provide me with some food, preferably with medication or stimulants. Additionally, I require my weapon." "I happen to have everything you need," Qianyu replied, feeling a peculiar sensation. Yetong's demeanor was remarkably composed, yet she seemed acutely aware of everything he possessed. This feeling of being seen through left him quite uncomfortable. Moments later, Yetong and Qianyu found themselves in the back kitchen of a bar, ravenously consuming the food laid out before them. In the barren land of Evernight, high-calorie sustenance was a precious commodity. The bowls of beef on the table represented Qianyu's food reserves for the past 2 months, although the mysterious girl and the elder had left him a considerable sum of imperial gold coins. In this lawless wasteland, spending such currency was not a simple task. Even if no one dared to plunder him at the moment, he could not directly trade it and was left seeking underground channels for exchange. Due to silver's unique effects against blood clans, it was considered a strategic resource for the Empire. The term silver coin was largely a misnomer, as they contained little actual silver. The primary component was a metal known as nickel. The Empire had initially opted to mint currency from silver as a means to verify whether individuals were tainted by dark blood. However, as time passed, the silver content in these coins dwindled. As for now, Qianye could minimize his exposure to silver coins by employing a few clever techniques, reducing the time he spent handling them to avoid any adverse effects if given the choice. He would prefer to carry a few hundred silver coins to avert numerous complications. In addition to food, the table bore 2 large cups of strong liquor. Qianye then produced a small steel flask from his person, carefully pouring its contents into the cups. This time, it was not just a drop, but a generous half flask in each cup. That Yedong's eyes sparkled with interest as she lifted a cup, inhaling its scent before exclaiming, "This is a combat stimulant used by the elite Imperial Corps?" "Oh, it's not a pure stimulant, but the primary components are certainly included. That I've heard that this can enhance a person's strength significantly on the battlefield, turning them into a killing machine. Did you create this? How do you know its formula?" Qianye was secretly astonished by Yedong's erudition, but he obviously could not divulge his past, opting instead for a vague response. Those of us in this line of work often have our own channels. Acquiring such a formula is not particularly difficult, just a few silver coins. However, gathering all the necessary ingredients is quite a challenge. Fortunately, several of the primary ingredients can be found nearby, which is why I concocted some. While its effects may not be as potent as the originals, it lasts longer, maintaining its efficacy for several hours. Additionally, it possesses a unique property that suppresses the thirst induced by dark blood. Yedong's eyes lit up as she grasped the steel flask, saying, "This is excellent. Can you give me the remainder?" Qianye discreetly reclaimed the flask from her grasp, saying, "I need it as well, and this is all I have in reserve." "Oh, by the way, who exactly is pursuing you?" While slicing the beef, Yedong casually replied, "I'm a hunter for a certain organization, specializing in exterminating dark races to collect bounties from the Empire. Currently, a group of blood clans is after me." At first, Qianye merely raised an eyebrow. In this forsaken land, bounty hunters held a slightly higher status than scavengers, but it was still limited. However, upon hearing the final word, he could not help but inquire, "Blood clans?" His voice trembled ever so slightly, for they were not mere blood slaves. They were legitimate blood clan warriors, including one with a noble title. Qianye fell silent abruptly. He finished the food on his plate and stood to scoop the remaining meat from the pot on the stove. Continuing to eat voraciously, that Yedong's gaze shifted, and she asked, "I must escape and fight soon, so I need a substantial amount of energy. Why are you eating so frantically? This far exceeds your normal portion size." "Doesn't it?" Qianye replied nonchalantly. "I will be fighting alongside you shortly. I will escort you to the western border of the Dark Race's territory." Yedong's face expressed unmasked surprise. "You intend to fight with me?" "Do not jest. Those pursuing me are formal blood clans. With your meager combat ability, are you simply seeking death? Let me see. You cannot even be a third-tier soldier, can you?" Qianye's heart raced under a scrutinizing gaze. It seemed impossible to conceal any secrets. Yet he maintained his stance, asserting, "I have ways to deal with blood clans." Yedong frowned, stating, "But if I join you, I will only be burdened. I have no interest in accompanying the weak. You should remain here. If I manage to escape, I will naturally deliver the reward to you." Qianye was distinctly displeased by Yedong's tone, which conveyed a deep-seated disdain and disregard from the superior towards the inferior. Even if her intentions were benign, her attitude was exceedingly uncomfortable. Moreover, Qianye had other plans. Choosing to disregard her dismissive attitude and objections, we shall proceed along the route, maintaining distance, acting independently, and without interference. Qianye frowned. Yedong countered, "If we do that, won't you merely become my bait?" Qianye smiled, responding, "Even as bait, those vampires must be able to stomach it." Night Pupil gazed deeply into the tales of 1,000 nights, her eyes slowly shedding the confusion that clouded them. ultimately revealing the haughtiness and coldness that lay beneath. It seems you possess a great deal of confidence in yourself. Yet, in my eyes, this confidence is indistinguishable from folly. A mere second-tier warrior is nothing more than an ant that can be easily crushed in the eyes of the upper blood clans. If you insist on accompanying me, so be it. I can only warn you that following me now is a path to certain death. Long ago, it was foretold that I would perish. Yet, I not only survived until now, but thrived splendidly. The tone of Qinya grew increasingly frigid. Night Pupil furrowed her brow and remarked, "If your intent is to regain your dignity and pride in my presence, and to pursue me in such a manner, then it is truly unnecessary. For the weak possess no dignity at all, and I shall never be swayed by one who is weak that not die without value. This is my final counsel to you. Considering you saved my life." Qinya tapped the table, declaring, "I hold no interest in you whatsoever. My only desire is to eliminate those wretched vampires." "Then do as you wish." Thus the conversation concluded unpleasantly, as both individuals silently cleared the food from the table. Qinya then unfurled a paper map upon the table. Marking a route westward with a PEN.IT was a winding and convoluted path, requiring passage through 2 valleys, over a mountain peak, through expansive woods, and past the remnants of an abandoned industrial zone as well as the wreckage of an interstellar warship. This was the route to the west. Why is it so complicated? Night Pupil could not help but inquire. The intricate route aids in dealing with those damned vampire scum trailing behind you, Qinya replied, indicating one of the hills with his pen. Our final destination lies here. There should be a secret stronghold of the Blood Clans, previously frequented by high-ranking Bloods. Judging by their emblem and modus operandi, they belong to a faction known as the New Party. Among the Blood Clans, their approach is relatively moderate. Perhaps you might have the chance to receive the initial embrace and become one of them. Night Pupil's gaze towards Qinya finally bore a hint of intrigue as she remarked, "You are aware of the New Party. Suggesting your past is far from simple. Surely, you have not always been merely the proprietor of this bar. Such things are not secrets. Many in the Empire are aware. However, few can locate a Blood Clan's secret stronghold without being detected. Among second-tier warriors, there are none who can achieve such a feat. That is inconsequential. What matters is that you may obtain the initial embrace and have the opportunity to continue living. Should you become a member of the New Party, the chances of our paths crossing again on the battlefield will diminish." With that, Qinya forcefully marked the map, saying, "Remember the route. I shall burn this map shortly." He glanced at the time and added, "We depart in 20 minutes. In that moment, it seemed as if Qinya had returned to the ruthless days of the Red Scorpion. Night Pupil, upon observing the map and Qinya's chosen route, along with the final marked secret stronghold of the Blood Clans, began to cultivate a sliver of curiosity about him. Could this pitifully weak individual truly accomplish something? Time passed swiftly, and as the clock struck 3 in the morning, the back door of the bar creaked open, and Night Pupil departed alone, swiftly disappearing into the night. She would venture ahead for 10 minutes, after which Qinya would follow AS for who would serve as bait for whom, though it unfold in due time. Night Pupil gradually revealed her proud nature, utterly unwilling to act in concert with Qinya. Meanwhile, Qinya harbored many secrets he wished to keep from her, thus establishing this lone wolf hunter dynamic of one preceding the other. In the wilderness. This was a classic tactic of the Red Scorpion. 2 highly skilled individuals working in harmony could eliminate a dozen equally matched dark races over the course of several days and nights of mobile warfare. Once Night Pupil had departed, Qinya excavated the floor of the hall, revealing a stone slab with a pull ring beneath. He pried it open, retrieving a dark red briefcase approximately 1 meter in length from the pit below. Qinya placed the case on the ground and carefully manipulated the combination lock. Upon hearing a soft click, he exhaled in relief and opened the lid. Within the briefcase lay the main components of a force rifle, along with various attachments. The rifle's body was hefty and somewhat unwieldy, adorned with subtly recessed force patterns coated in a special black lacquer. This unique lacquer could conceal the glow emitted by the activated patterns while not hindering the pattern's ability to absorb ambient force. Merely this thin layer of coating surpassed the cost of a traditional high-precision sniper rifle. Qinya retrieved the rifle, expertly assembling it into a weapon nearly as long as half his body. The rifle, entirely coated in deep black, was outfitted with all manner of attachments and exhibited exquisite craftsmanship. Even while resting quietly, it emanated a faint aura of menace. Chinya had long sought vengeance for his comrades from that fateful night with the Red Scorpion. Yet now, the dark blood had become increasingly difficult to suppress, and he knew his time was limited. A year was overly optimistic. He had at most a few months left. Therefore, Chinya now hoped that when he descended into the eternal darkness, he could take a few vampires down with him. He hefted the assembled rifle, quickly finding its balance. This was no ordinary force rifle. It was the Scorpion Needle Special Edition, custom-made for the Red Scorpion Legion. Serving as standard equipment for its warriors, the rifle's design originated from the Empire's Firebird group, renowned for its high precision and formidable power, achieving a force conversion rate of 50%, placing it among the finest of standard force rifles. The Scorpion Needle Special Edition, customized for the Red Scorpion Legion, had undergone redesign and recalibration of critical components, enhancing its precision and power at the cost of a relatively slower rate of fire. This was emblematic of the Red Scorpion style, to remain still until the moment of a decisive strike. Chinya gently grasped the rifle's grip, the familiar sensation akin to reuniting with an old friend. During his most desperate moments while fleeing, he had not sold even a single attachment. After settling in Lighthouse Town, he had buried it deep beneath the bar's hull, and it had been long since he had last touched it. Now, it was time to employ the Scorpion Needle once more. As a former member of the Red Scorpion, Chinya's target was not an ordinary Blood Clan member, but rather the high-ranking Noble Blood Clan. He slung the Scorpion Needle across his back, retrieved a curl pistol, and affixed a silencer before departing the bar to pursue Knight Pupil along the predetermined route. Shortly thereafter, several Blood Clan warriors, shrouded in black robes, appeared outside Lighthouse Town. One of them inhaled deeply, his raspy voice stating, "Knight Pupil has left this place. She is heading west. Quickly inform Lord Wilder. We shall follow her," a nearby Blood Clan warrior remarked. "West? I recall there is a secret settlement of a new party in that direction. She wouldn't dare venture into the new party's territory, would she? If so, that would provide ample fodder for discussion at the council. Such matters are beyond our concern. The prominent figures will handle it. Our task is to subdue Knight Pupil and bring her back. However, if we lose her, it will be our responsibility." The Blood Clan warriors swiftly moved westward, gradually dispersing into a vast fan formation, weaving a loose but impenetrable net towards the direction in which Knight Pupil had departed. They ran with incredible speed, swifter than wolves on the plains. And such endurance allowed them to sustain their pace for an entire day and night without rest. These were the Blood Clan warriors, endowed with formidable racial gifts and innate power, humanity's natural adversaries. From atop a distant tree, Chinya peered through a scope, surveying the desolate expanse shrouded in twilight. The scope exhibited a peculiar crimson hue, revealing figures that flickered like flames rapidly moving across the terrain. This was the multifunctional tactical scope equipped by the Red Scorpion, featuring a special mode for detecting Blood Clans and Wolf Clans. Chinya activated the Night Vision mode tailored for Blood Clans. In this mode, he could detect the unique blood force of the Blood Clans, forming the red silhouettes he observed. Silently, Chinya counted the number of enemies. 1, 2, a total of 9. They are certainly investing heavily. This woman who calls herself Knight Pupil is not as simple as she claims. A hunter? He scanned the wilderness once more, cautiously switching to the Wolf Clan view, but found no other suspicious targets. Among those 9 Blood Clan warriors, there was no sign of any Noble Blood Clan, indicating that these warriors were merely the vanguard, with the main force still in the rear, observing their movement patterns. It was evident that they were not in a hurry to catch up with Yitong. Instead, they chose to disperse and gradually encircle their target, always remaining within the range of tracking. This was precisely in line with Qian Ye's intentions. As he prepared to entertain these black-blooded scoundrels, he retracted his scope, executed a nimble roll off the large tree, and vanished into the vastness of the night. Beneath the shroud of darkness, a blood warrior cautiously ventured into a valley. The valley, though modest in size, boasted a complex terrain filled with thorny shrubs and numerous caverns. Many scavengers had adopted this place as a temporary refuge. When camping, these scavengers habitually set small traps around their vicinity and often neglect to dismantle them upon departure. Over time, this valley morphed into a veritable labyrinth of thorns, rendering it exceedingly difficult to navigate. Scavengers possessed an unspoken understanding of their trade, enabling them to discern the trap markers left by others. However, this blood warrior, lacking such acumen, did not venture far into the valley before finding himself doused in a foul, acidic liquid. With a leg ensnared in a hunter's trap, fury coursed through him. Such minor injuries were inconsequential to a blood warrior's resilient physique, yet the stench and sourness of the liquid nauseated him. For bloodkin were notoriously fastidious. Nonetheless, a thorough inspection of the valley was imperative, as it could harbor hidden enemies. Should Yi Tong be concealed here and go undetected, the repercussions would be dire. Thus, the blood warrior continued his search while grumbling to himself. He mused about the possibility of encountering a scavenger. Though he would not indulge in the tainted blood flowing with refuse, he certainly relished the thought of tormenting these cunning humans. As he proceeded, he unexpectedly kicked a thin, black-painted wire. Before he could retract his foot, the wire snapped. Frowning, he scanned his surroundings with heightened vigilance, anticipating the activation of traps as long as he remained alert. The small traps set by the scavengers posed no threat to him. But just as he widened his gaze to scrutinize the area, a burst of silver flame ignited a few meters away, emitting a blinding light that pierced the darkness. The sudden brilliance overwhelmed the naturally night-visioned blood warrior, who let out a scream and shielded his eyes. With a wealth of combat experience, he instinctively rolled to the side, evading his original position without a second thought. However, as he rose and prepared to force his eyes open to survey his surroundings, he felt an icy chill penetrate his back as a sharp blade plunged deep into his heart. Upon the blade's entry, an agonizing blaze coursed through his chest, and he distinctly detected the scent of charred flesh in the air he exhaled. In that fleeting moment, a shocking realization struck him. The blade was coated in silver. He struggled in vain, unable to produce even the faintest whimper, as a powerful hand clutched his throat. The blood warrior finally comprehended that he faced a formidable adversary, perhaps the most dreaded of vampire hunters. Only someone with profound knowledge of bloodkin could accurately pierce the heart and prevent their cries for help by constricting their throat. Many inexperienced humans would cover their mouths, only to be bitten by a vampire. Even if they ultimately succeeded in slaying the vampire, they would themselves become blood slaves. After a few futile struggles, the blood warrior collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Qian Yi emerged like a specter from behind, silently withdrew his military knife, and delivered a few more strikes to the blood warrior's body before flipping him over to inspect his lips. Two intact fangs, emblematic of a formal member, were revealed. Any adult vampire possessed strength equivalent to at least a second-tier warrior. Using his military knife, Qian Yi pried the fangs free and stowed them in his backpack. Numerous imperial agencies would purchase vampire fangs at a high price as a reward for slaying vampires. A formal blood warrior could fetch a bounty of an imperial gold coin. Qian Yi then thoroughly searched the warrior's body, collecting valuable trinkets while leaving other items untouched. The weapons wielded by blood can often contain special tracking devices reliant on blood energy, making complete eradication difficult without the appropriate methods and tools. Greedily claiming them would effectively mark him as a target for all blood warriors of his lineage, after spending several minutes erasing any traces of his presence. Qian Yi dashed around the valley, removing several unused foil packets. These packets emitted a brilliant flash, serving as effective tools against the night vision capabilities of dark races. Having completed his tasks, Qian Yi departed the valley. Half an hour later, he had traversed 20 kilometers and found a concealed cave to hide within. Equipping tactical gloves, Qian Yi carefully retrieved a pouch of silver liquid from his backpack. He suppressed the surging bloodlust, allowed his military knife to soak in the liquid for a moment, then dried it and sheathed it. Thus, he prepared for the next battle. Closing his eyes, he began to rest, the simple actions having left him drenched in cold sweat. In the distance, Yi Tong, moving swiftly, suddenly halted. Her left eye transformed to a blood-red hue, revealing that there were a total of 17 faint blood chains extending into the distance. This was the blood chain shackles, a potent secret technique wielded solely by purebloods. Through these shackles, one could connect with a target and suppress both parties' levels through the combined efforts of multiple blood warriors, the more shackles involved, the greater the suppression effect. Although both parties experienced a decline in level, the force of suppression was equivalent for each linked individual. However, the one casting the bloodchain shackles could rely on sacrificing a multitude of expendables to restrain a genuine powerhouse among their opponents. Furthermore, once ensnared by the shackles, true escape was impossible. The bloodchain shackles would constantly indicate the direction of the linked parties, and unless the linkers on the other end were eliminated, escape would remain a distant dream. At that moment, Yitong felt a lightness throughout her body as one of the blood chains began to fray and fade, indicating that a warrior at the other end had been dispatched. She glanced in that direction, genuinely surprised that he had managed to eliminate one. Was this a stroke of luck? In her perception, Qianye's strength was rather meager, comparable to a blood warrior newly freed from the infantile tier. Humans were undeniably fragile. Yet, humans were also exceedingly cunning and remarkably prolific. It was said that during the Dawn War, countless heroes of dark races, feared throughout their realms, met their demise at the hands of the human tide tactics. The Bloodkin on the other end of the chain were far from low-tier warriors. Each originally possessed strength equivalent to a human 5th or 6th-tier warrior. A 6th-tier warrior held the rank of a mid-level officer in the Imperial Army, capable of commanding nearly 1,000 fighters. However, once linked by the bloodchain shackles, their power was suppressed to the level of 2nd-tier warriors. In Yitong's view, the demise of these high-ranking warriors at the hands of merely a 2nd-tier warrior like Qianyi would surely leave them restless in the afterlife. However, she dismissed such thoughts, as the fates of those warriors were hardly worthy of further contemplation in her mind. Yitong resumed her swift journey through the night, disappearing into the shadows. In another valley, Qianyi lay concealed in the grass, observing the approaching blood warrior through the gaps in the foliage. The blood warrior inadvertently severed a wire, triggering a mechanism that caused a foil packet to explode, igniting a burst of bright silver flame. The blood warrior reacted swiftly, turning away and closing his eyes just as the flash erupted, sustaining minimal damage to his sight. He quickly retreated, then opened his eyes to search for the hidden enemy. Yet Qianyi did not grant him this respite. As the blood warrior withdrew, Qianyi leaped up and hurled the foil packet. When the blood warrior opened his eyes, he was met with the sight of the foil packet mere meters away. And before he could react, Qianyi tugged on the wire, igniting another burst of light right before the blood warrior's eyes. The blood warrior was caught off guard, letting out a scream as he instinctively shielded his eyes. Qianyi drew his Kel pistol, gripping it firmly, and, bracing against the powerful recoil, discharged the entire magazine of 7 bullets in quick succession. All the bullets rained upon the blood warrior's hands and face, yet not a single one pierced through his shielding hands, while 2 bullets, striking his chin, lodged in the jawbone without breaking through. Qianye's heart sank. Such formidable resilience at that distance. Gunpowder weaponry was ineffective, indicative of the physical prowess of a high-ranking blood warrior, a foe that even a Black Scorpion veteran could barely contend with. Were Qianyi to encounter a high-ranking blood warrior in direct combat, he would have no chance of victory. Yet, judging by the strength of the dark energy and the warrior's combat response speed, this bloodkin did indeed appear to possess only the capabilities of a 2nd-tier warrior. Did he perhaps possess some unique and formidable talent? As Qianye's mind raced with determination, he decisively pulled the trigger for the final time. The Blood Clan warrior was hurled backward, emitting anguished cries. Each bullet, coated in silver, began to corrode flesh the moment it pierced the body. However, Qianye was aware that these were merely cheap silver-plated bullets. True pure silver bullets were military-controlled resources, inaccessible to him. The silver-plated rounds would only exacerbate the warrior's injuries but would not prove fatal. With swift agility, Qianye lunged forward, feinting to the front of the Blood Clan warrior before ghosting behind him, plunging a silver-coated blade deep into his back, piercing his heart, and then quickly retreating. The Blood Clan warrior let out a chilling wail, struggling momentarily before collapsing. Qianye finally exhaled in relief, though a profound fatigue washed over him. This brief skirmish had drained nearly half of his original power. He had exhausted all his skills and tactics. It was only through a series of surprise attacks that he had achieved this outcome. Yet, The warriors' cries would have echoed far and wide, alerting other Blood Clan members and making any future ambushes significantly more challenging. Continuing his examination of the corpse, Qianye discovered a golden badge in the warrior's inner pocket, embossed with a crescent moon and a scepter. This emblem was unfamiliar to him. Perhaps it belonged to some ancient clan. He pocketed the badge and also retrieved several crystal coins commonly used among the dark races. Finally, he pried loose the pair of fangs. Upon closer inspection, he noted that these fangs were longer and more exquisite than those he had previously found on lower-tier Blood Clan warriors, with slightly wider openings for blood-sucking and venom injection. These subtle distinctions confirmed to Qianye that this was no ordinary Blood Clan member, but rather a high-ranking vampire warrior. Yet, why had such a formidable adversary suddenly been weakened from level 6 to level 2? It surely had some connection to the pursuit of Yetong. After a moment's contemplation, Qianye decided not to erase his traces entirely, making only a few adjustments before slipping away, having dispatched 2 high-ranking warriors in quick succession. The noble Blood Clan would not take the threat of their hunter lightly. Thus, these remnants could mislead the clan's leader regarding Qianye's capabilities. His scent lingered among the traces, allowing a keen vampire to easily track him. This was precisely Qianye's intention. His true target was that prominent figure within the Blood Clan. In the distance, Yetong felt a flicker of surprise as another link in the blood chain snapped. She realized that perhaps she should regard this little fellow named Qianye with a bit more respect. Despite his apparent weakness, he was evidently quite cunning. The mere fact that he had eliminated 2 elite Blood Clan warriors was enough to place him on par with seasoned vampire hunters. Approximately half an hour after Qianye's departure, a handsome young man arrived in the valley, furrowing his brow at the sight of the Blood Clan warrior's corpse. Behind him stood 4 more Blood Clan warriors, visibly trembling. This man, clad in a formal evening suit complete with a tailcoat, bow tie, and intricately embroidered linen shirt, seemed to be preparing for a gala in the glow of the blood moon. His polished boots gleamed remarkably. He turned to a middle-aged Blood Clan warrior behind him, sneering, "Is this the elite warrior you have trained? Not only did you fail to capture Yetong, but you were also bested by a mere human." He scoffed. "Your family's reputation is on the brink of ruin because of you." The Blood Clan warrior replied in a hushed tone, "Lord Wilder." They were suppressed by the blood chain shackles. Wilder pointed at the wound on the back of the corpse, sneering, "Even when suppressed, they should possess at least level 2 power. Do you see this wound? That human only possesses level 2 strength as well. Don't tell me you've trained elite warriors for decades only to be unable to defeat a human of the same level. Are you suggesting that the brat hiding in a tavern in a small town is actually a warrior of fallen angels? Or perhaps from one of the other elite legions like the Shining Blade, the Red Scorpion, or the Fiery Vanguard?" Under the barrage of questions, the Blood Clan warriors fell silent. Wilder sneered again before declaring, "This wretch must die, but I have little confidence in you lot. I shall deal with him myself." The captain of the warriors was taken aback, hastily advising, "My lord, you must also contend with Yetong." Wilder replied arrogantly, "Nonsense, she cannot escape. Even if she waits for me alongside that brat, do you truly believe a level 2 human can influence the outcome of my battle with her?" Scanning the 4 Blood Clan warriors, Wilder was about to speak when he suddenly gazed westward, a twisted smile creeping across his face. "Ah, how delightful it is to receive such exquisite tidings from the sacred blood. It is truly unbelievable that the proud and lofty Miss Yetong is drawing near. Is she planning to ally with that little wretch? To join forces with a level 2 human?" Wilder emphasized the term level 2. The Blood Clan captain stiffened, saying, "My lord, please exercise caution. Caution." Wilder's smile turned increasingly sinister. "Even if I do not capture Yetong, she will not escape. There are also some rather unpleasant big dogs that are soon to arrive. This territory is their paradise. Wolves, Miss Yetong." Wilder coldly interrupted the captain. "I received orders to bring Yetong back, but it was never specified whether alive or dead." Wilder had no intention of working alongside the 4 warriors. In his eyes, these suppressed level 2 creatures would only hinder him. Though he too was a part of the blood chain, he still possessed level 5 strength, evenly matched with Yetong. There was no room for those level 2 insects in his confrontation with her. However, he did not mind annihilating that little insect before facing Yetong. as it would please him and potentially vex her. The mere thought of that little insect writhing in a pool of blood filled Wilder with uncontainable delight. Yet, it didn't take long for him to realize that this pursuit was far from enjoyable. It was exceedingly displeasing. Following the scent, Wilder tracked the trail until he halted before the wreckage of a colossal warship, his expression darkening. The remains of the massive ship loomed over 100 meters high and stretched over 1,000 meters long. It was a Kwafu-class battleship, the mainstay of humanity after the Dawn War. Now, it lay in ruins, resembling a small city in decay. That little insect had evidently chosen this cunning hideout, or else it wouldn't have selected such a location, surveying the filthy surroundings and inhaling the acrid stench of aged metals and materials. Wilder grimaced as he touched his beleaguered nose and reluctantly squeezed himself into a power conduit. The Kwafu-class battleship was aptly named. Even the power conduit required one to stoop to navigate. Wilder hunched over and traversed the immense pipeline for quite some time, finally reaching the other and only to discover that the lead he had followed was merely a scrap of fabric. However, the scent here was significantly fresher. That little fellow had not departed for more than 20 minutes. Wilder immediately pursued with great haste. His speed was such that he appeared as a mere shadow darting across the wasteland. Moments later, Wilder abruptly halted, his expression growing even grimmer. He could sense that the little fellow was hiding just ahead. It seemed this was the battlefield chosen by the little creature, although in Wilder's eyes, it was more aptly described as a graveyard of its own choosing on the opposite side of the battlefield. Yedong had also arrived. Both she and Wilder could sense each other's presence, yet her expression was no less grim than his. The site Qinya had selected for their climactic confrontation was the largest ruin and junkyard near Lighthouse Town. The air was thick with foul odors, littered with trash and remnants of several abandoned factories, along with the scattered wreckage of grand warships. This area had once served as a graveyard for floating vessels before the Empire's withdrawal, gradually accumulating into a complex mountain of refuse over the centuries. For an upper-tier Blood Clan member, who was inherently fastidious and possessed a keen sense of smell, this place was worse than hell. That Wilder's expression soured considerably, yet he could not abandon the pursuit of Qinya. With 2 elite Blood Clan warriors already slain at Qinya's hands, it was Wilder's duty as their superior to avenge their disgrace. "Little insect, you had better hide well. Do not let me find you," Wild murmured to himself as he finally stepped into the refuse heap. That moment, Qinya was concealed within the remnants of an abandoned airship, the main cabin reduced to mere fragments, its jagged edges brimming with razor-sharp metallic shards. Various discarded items dangled from above, fluttering in the breeze like disheveled banners, obscuring his line of sight. Through the gaping void where a porthole once existed, Qinya cautiously peered outside, ensuring he was completely hidden behind the metallic wall. Even avoiding direct eye contact, only a black lens of a telescope protruded into the open. Within his field of vision, Wild appeared shrouded in a faint crimson hue, indicating that the dark primal energy emanating from him was minimal. This was the hallmark of a true aristocratic vampire. Those of genuine strength could suppress their bloodlust and primal energy, rendering them undetectable by mere tactical scopes. That it appeared that this was indeed the noble vampire Nitong had alluded to. Qinya scrutinized Wild meticulously, not overlooking even the slightest of his movements. In Shinya's understanding, aristocratic vampires and vampire warriors were fundamentally different entities. Even the lowest-ranking blood knights among the nobility were ranked at least level 7, far beyond what Qinya could contend with. Although Wild had been lured into this refuse heap due to his arrogance, Qinya knew he had but a single opportunity. He must strike true. Qinya's advantage lay in the fact that his opponent would never anticipate that a mere level 2 human would possess lethal weapons such as scorpion needles and demon-slaying silver bullets. Qinya observed Wild as he searched blindly, at times even turning his back, yet he never initiated an attack. Aristocratic vampires reacted with remarkable swiftness, and at this moment, Wild had only just entered the refuse heap, still in a heightened state of vigilance. Far from the optimal moment for a sniper strike. Long before, during his training at the underworld camp, Qinya learned the virtue of patience, and for one who had no future, The most meaningful pursuit in life was to eliminate the noble vampire before him, in the refuse heap. Wild's once prized sense of smell became a burden. With leads exhausted, he could only rely on his resonance with blood and vitality, searching for his opponent with his eyes and experience. Yet amidst the chaotic array of discarded items, piled haphazardly in countless bizarre shapes, how could one hope to locate someone deliberately concealed? As Wild wandered, he abruptly halted, gazing upwards at the apex of a warship's wreckage. On the slanted, protruding staircase, a slender figure appeared. Nightong, you actually came here. Wild seemed utterly astonished. He knew Nightong's status was extraordinary. Individuals of her caliber would typically never set foot in such a filthy locale. To his surprise, she not only arrived but appeared intent on engaging him in battle. Why can't I come? Nightong replied coldly. Wild suddenly shed his impeccably tailored suit, tossing it carelessly to the ground. Then chuckled, saying, if you're not afraid of getting dirty, why should I be? But tell me, does this little human insect truly matter so much to you? With that, Wild drew forth a flexible sword, straightening it with a flick. And in an instant, he launched himself toward Nightong. In response, Nightong unsheathed a dagger and leaped down from her elevated position, suddenly pivoting off the airship's wall mid-air, altering her trajectory to pounce at Wild's flank. The two figures transformed into fleeting shadows, clashing like lightning, exchanging a flurry of attacks each second, yet the sound of clashing weapons was seldom heard. Qianye observed the fierce engagement through his telescope. Focusing on Nightong, within the vampire's sight, she emitted almost no red glow, nearly indistinguishable from invisibility. Qianye furrowed his brow. Logically, this should confirm her human identity, yet for reasons unknown, he sensed something amiss. Having battled countless times against vampires, he was intimately familiar with their combat style. Their prowess harmonized power, speed, and martial skill, especially their inhuman velocity and immense strength, distinguishing them fundamentally from warriors of the human race, the untrained eye. It appeared as though two aristocratic vampires were locked in combat. Yet Nightong displayed no discernible reaction of dark primal energy, convinced of Nightong's humanity, yet witnessing her fight with the finesse of a true aristocratic vampire. This scene evoked an inexplicable discomfort within Qianye. Quietly, he retreated into the airship's machinery compartment, a space largely intact. Hoping its shielding effect would offer some protection, he retrieved the scorpion needle and, with utmost care, inserted a crystal magazine into the chamber, loading a demon-slaying silver bullet into the gun's barrel. After a few moments, everything seemed normal. The demon-slaying silver bullet remained unaffected by the dark blood coursing through him. The craftsmanship of the scorpion needle proved exceptional, entirely sealed with no leakage whatsoever. A barely perceptible smile graced Qianye's lips. The weapon was still operational, a promising development. Gripping the gun's handle, he gradually infused it with primal energy. Dark red patterns illuminated along the barrel, and as his energy coursed through, Qianye's perception extended alongside it that moment. His primal energy gradually activated the embedded array within the scorpion needle, forming a unique energy membrane that enveloped the demon-slaying silver bullet. This capability, acquired during his tenure as a level 2 warrior, was known as heavy projectile. Heavy projectiles were a common ability among marksmen, yet highly practical. The energy membrane would significantly amplify the damage upon the bullet's discharge and subsequent detonation. Given that Qianye's primal energy was already remarkably condensed and fierce, the enhancement from the heavy projectile would prove substantial. When combined with the demon-slaying silver bullet, it could undoubtedly inflict severe harm on vampires below the rank of Viscount, with a critical hit potentially resulting in an instant kill. This was the gift Qianye prepared for Wild. Qianye meticulously checked his body, ensuring there were no impediments to his movement, and then stealthily maneuvered within the airship. Quickly emerging from another aperture, he pushed aside a layer of refuse, cautiously revealing his head. Below him, Wild and Nightong were locked in a life-and-death struggle. This was an exceptionally advantageous position, one Qianye had coveted upon entering the refuse heap. The primary benefit lay in the thick layer of decaying organic waste, serving as a veritable natural barrier for vampires. Even a count would find it impossible to sense a person concealed beneath the refuse. As for the stench and filth, Qianye remained utterly indifferent. He had grown up amidst such refuse since his earliest memories that in fact, without these colossal heaps of waste, periodically discarded by the upper continent, he would never have found sufficient sustenance to survive. Under the cover of garbage, the barrel of the scorpion needle gradually emerged, but as soon as it revealed a fraction of its length, it froze in place before slowly angling downward toward a clear patch of ground. Qianye then began his patient wait. Wild and Naitong suddenly broke apart, each eyeing the other intently. Both had sustained injuries. Wild bore a deep puncture in his thigh, a jagged shard embedded until it struck the femur, while Naitong's left arm bore a severe gash, exposing bone. Wild suddenly erupted into exaggerated laughter, declaring, "You can't escape now. With the Syndiger blood, no matter where you flee, the warriors of the Black Nightmare tribe will hunt you down." Naitong retorted coldly, "You truly have allied with those foul beasts. You have brought shame upon your clan. What do you understand? Once we unseat your father from his position, I wonder how long you will remain so disdainful." Just as Naitong was about to respond, her expression shifted abruptly from the periphery of the refuse heap. A chorus of elongated wolf howls echoed, followed by the appearance of several black werewolves atop a wrecked airship. Qin, situated hundreds of meters away, could not hear the exchange between Naitong and Wild. However, when he witnessed the noble vampire graciously wave to the approaching black wolves, his expression changed dramatically. Werewolves. This was another major clan among the dark races, their power only slightly inferior to that of vampires. Yet, throughout history and into the foreseeable future, the werewolves and vampires have been ancestral enemies, their animosity sometimes even exceeding that towards humans. Thus, witnessing the alliance between vampires and werewolves was an exceedingly peculiar sight. This further indicated that Naitong's identity was anything but simple, necessitating both the werewolves and vampires to join forces against her. The appeared werewolves were colossal, each a formal warrior of their clan, similarly possessing the strength of level 2 warriors. Among them, one particularly large black wolf stretched an impressive 4 meters in length and stood nearly 2 meters tall, comparable to a lion. This was an elite werewolf warrior, on par with a level 5 human combatant. That moment, over a dozen vampire warriors finally caught up, emerging from the refuse heap's outskirts. Although their strength was merely level 2, their numbers were overwhelming. They filled the gaps left by the werewolf warriors, blocking all of Naitong's escape routes. The situation had turned dire. The disparity in power was starkly lethal. And no matter how swift Naitong was, escaping the encirclement would prove exceedingly difficult. Moreover, she had sustained injuries, with the profuse blood serving as a beacon for the werewolves in pursuit. In the desolate wilderness, the Wolf Clan proved to be the most formidable hunters, even more troublesome than the Blood Clan. Qianye had never anticipated such a scenario. It appeared that the hidden elite dark races in the vicinity had all emerged. It is worth noting that this region still fell within the dominion of the Imperial Expeditionary Forces. The sudden appearance of so many high-ranking dark race warriors would undoubtedly provoke a fierce backlash from the Expeditionary Army, most likely prompting them to mobilize large forces for a thorough cleansing of the area. The devastation wrought by the Expeditionary Army could aptly be described as a massacre, and this applied equally to the human race, that in areas previously traversed by dark races, the expeditionary forces often conducted extensive hunts for blood slaves among the local populace. Among the captured blood slaves, those truly contaminated were likely less than half. The remainder were either potential carriers of infection, harborers of blood slaves, or simply unfortunate souls seized because an expeditionary officer found them unappealing. Should the Expeditionary Army mobilize, Lighthouse Town would be left in ruins. However, the future of Lighthouse Town was no longer a concern for Qianye, with the dark blood surging more frequently and becoming increasingly difficult to control. Qianye had already prepared himself for the moment when his insatiable thirst for blood would compel him to unleash a massacre. That would be the time for him to end his own life. This was also the reason why, upon hearing of the presence of a noble vampire, Qianye insisted on acting alongside Yi Tong, in his mind, if he could trade his uncertain life for the annihilation of a high-ranking vampire. It would be an extraordinarily worthwhile exchange. Sacrificing a second-tier warrior for the destruction of at least a seventh-tier noble vampire was a deal any commander would seize without hesitation. Chinya gently adjusted his rifle, patiently locking onto Wild. As night fell, Chinya found the noble Blood Clan member rather peculiar. Despite exhibiting only the strength of a fourth or fifth tier, his combat skills and reflexes surpassed those of high-ranking Blood Clan warriors. Recalling the two Blood Clan warriors he had slain earlier, Chinya sensed that this noble Blood Clan member might be in a similar predicament, suppressed for reasons unknown that he should at least be a Blood Knight, possibly even an eighth-tier noble. Yet, Chinya remained vigilant, waiting for the moment when Wild would let his guard down. Seeing the situation had stabilized, Wild finally exhaled, smiling as he addressed Yi Tong. Miss Yi Tong, the situation is now set. You cannot escape. If you are willing to surrender and persuade your father to abandon resistance, the Viscount would be most pleased, and he would offer you a rather favorable position. Perhaps the role of Viscountess would suit you well. However, Wild's expression suddenly darkened, and he coldly continued, but if you refuse to cooperate, sending your corpse back to your father would be equally feasible. To that point, I cannot guarantee what state you will be in. You see, our dark-haired friends harbor a deep hatred for the Blood Clan, and they are capable of anything. Even if you become a corpse, the treatment you receive will remain unchanged. I doubt our friends would mind whether you are alive or dead. Perhaps you should wait for reinforcements, such as that second-tier little fellow. Yi Tong's fingertips trembled slightly. Clearly filled with rage, she averted her gaze, her face etched with disdain, unwilling to utter another word to Wild. Her eyes scanned the surroundings, searching for any potential escape routes. Yet, the Black Wolves and Blood Clan warriors blocked every avenue of retreat. Shackled by the blood chain, she could not outrun these ferocious four-legged beasts. Wild watched Yi Tong with satisfaction, his gaze shamelessly roaming over her figure. Even by Blood Clan standards, Yi Tong possessed an enchanting allure. Moreover, she naturally exuded a captivating charm, which explained why even the cold-blooded, ambitious Viscount had taken an interest in her. Disregarding the potential for future revenge and his desire to possess her, she would do well to resist to the end. Perhaps then I might have the opportunity to savor her essence. Wild mused, stroking his chin, lost in thought. That moment, a piercing wolf howl shattered Wild's reverie. He immediately felt a surge of adrenaline, his instincts screaming of imminent danger, nearly driving him to madness. Instinctively, Wild turned toward the source of the threat, his body already beginning to evade. Out of the corner of his eye, a blinding silver flash loomed larger. It was Silver Light. The Blood Clan's greatest aversion was silver. In the darkness, silver often heralded the worst of fates. Upon spotting the silver, Wild instinctively lunged forward, not even pausing to consider the origin of the attack. In an instant, Wild felt as though a massive hammer had struck his leg, propelling him through the air, and his right leg instantly lost all sensation, buried beneath layers of debris. Chinya peered through the scope, witnessing a burst of silver flames erupt, followed by Wild's right leg detaching from his body, soaring into the air with a hissing sound, quickly enveloped by a shroud of black mist. Wild himself tumbled through the air, propelled upward by the force of the impact. The shot had not missed. It was merely that Wild's reflexes were astonishingly swift, allowing him to perform the most precise evasive maneuver in an impossible moment, thus avoiding a fatal blow. Judging by the caliber of his combat skills, he must be at least a noble. The power of the anti-demon silver bullet exceeded Chinya's expectations. With the enhanced force of a heavy projectile, had it struck his body, it would have undoubtedly claimed Wild's life. Chinya set aside his regrets and swiftly loaded a second anti-demon silver bullet, his eyes never leaving the scope. But by the time he finished loading, the crosshairs were already trained on Wild's landing spot. This extreme loading, precise aiming, and rapid firing technique had been honed through countless hours of arduous practice. As Wild crashed to the ground, the second anti-demon silver bullet whistled forth, transforming into a streak of silver light that struck him squarely in the chest. This time, Wild had no strength left to evade. He let out a pained scream as a gaping hole opened in his chest. The erupting silver light splashed across his face, akin to being doused with concentrated acid, instantly melting away his features to reveal a ghastly white skull. Wild's dying wail pierced the night sky, echoing far and wide. Qinya calmly observed for a full second, ensuring that even immersion in the legendary blood pool of the vampire progenitor could not save Wild's life. Before shifting his aim toward another werewolf in the distance. During this observation and adjustment, he loaded a third anti-demon silver bullet into the chamber, then began to fervently channel the tide of primordial force. Disregarding the agonizing pain as he infused the last of his energy into the scorpion needle. The reason the military technique overshadowed all others, becoming the mainstream cultivation method among the lower ranks of the Imperial Army, was not only its ability to rapidly enhance strength in the early stages, but also its capacity to recharge the primordial force gun more swiftly than other methods that end this critical situation. A mere second's delay could mean the difference between life and death. Although the upheaval was sudden, after firing 2 shots, Qinya had revealed his position. The Blood Clan warriors swiftly charged toward his hiding spot, creating a brief opening in the encirclement around Yitong. Yitong did not seize the opportunity to flee. Instead, gritting her teeth, she ghosted behind a Blood Clan warrior, thrusting her dagger fiercely into his heart. Simultaneously, 2 spikes flew from her hands, piercing the body of a werewolf attempting to capitalize on the chaos. The potent poison on the spikes acted immediately. The massive wolf bolted several meters before letting out a mournful cry and collapsing to the ground. The werewolf leader, consumed by rage, let out a long howl, and all the werewolves turned to charge at Yitong, while he himself lunged toward Qinya. In his mind, Qinya posed a far greater threat than Yitong. The power of the anti-demon silver bullet instilled trepidation in every dark race. As Qinya observed the werewolf leader rapidly approaching, he refrained from firing. The instincts of a werewolf in its wolf form were swifter than those of the Blood Clan, allowing them to evade the moment he pulled the trigger. Furthermore, the werewolves' regenerative abilities were no less impressive than those of the Blood Clan. If this shot did not strike a vital area, they could recover after a brief period. Come on, you damned creature. One life for another, and there's profit to be made. Qinya silently chanted, his gaze icy and steady as he tracked the werewolf leader's movements. Having eliminated Wild, Qinya had regained the meaning of life. If he could eliminate a 5th-tier werewolf, it would be worth it for a lifetime. This was the calculus of a soldier. The werewolf leader closed the distance to 10 meters, suddenly leaping into the air, transforming into human form as it lunged toward Qinya. Now is the moment. Qinya had awaited the werewolf's combat charge. He leaned back, raising the muzzle of his rifle, simultaneously pulling the trigger. The timing and angle were so precise they seemed choreographed in advance. The anti-demon silver bullet carved a dazzling silver arc through the night sky, instantly penetrating the werewolf leader's chest. A sudden burst of silvery light erupted from the back of the werewolf leader, leaving behind a gaping, horrific wound the size of a sea bowl. The silver luminescence cascaded into the air like a fountain, droplets refracting an array of fantastical colors. The werewolf leader, undeterred, fell into the designated position, striking down with a fierce claw, sending the scorpion needle flying from its grasp, and then the powerful blow collided with Qinya's chest without any hindrance. However, this strike did not eviscerate the fragile human as anticipated. Instead, it merely sent him hurtling away. The werewolf leader let out a furious roar of a wounded beast and leapt after Qinya once more. Yet, it had barely sprinted a few meters before a mournful cry escaped its lips, and it collapsed to the ground. The demon-slaying silver bullet had seared its insides beyond recognition. And no matter how resilient its life force, it could not withstand the destructive power wielded by a true human champion. Qinya tumbled several dozen meters away, spitting blood before losing consciousness. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, Yitong was not faring much better. She had finally slain all the Blood Clan warriors, freeing herself from the shackles of the blood chain. However, she now bore dozens of wounds, and her left calf was grotesquely twisted, the bone having been shattered by a werewolf's bite. Yet 4 werewolves still surrounded her. Gritting her teeth, the excruciating pain caused cold sweat to bead on her forehead. Her spines had been exhausted, leaving her with only a short knife made of special material as her sole weapon. She glanced in Qinya's direction, and with a resolute determination, she turned to flee. Qinya, being merely at level 2, stood no chance against the werewolf leader's strike. The strength of this pack of werewolves was unexpectedly formidable. Even though Yitong had broken free from the blood chain and regained some strength, she required time to fully recover. However, the werewolves clearly intended to grant her no such opportunity. That why Yitong had initially planned to take Qing's corpse with her. Leaving him behind would condemn him to become a meal for the vengeful werewolves. But now, she had no choice but to abandon him. The 4 werewolves followed her at a leisurely pace, unconcerned about any delays she might cause. In her severely injured state, Yitong would exhaust her entire stamina before regaining her power level. This was the instinct of a predator. Just as Yitong exited the garbage dump, a shadow, almost imperceptible, lunged at her from the side, forcefully bringing her down to the ground. The Shadow Wolf. It was the most ruthless and cunning assassin among the werewolves, having been lying in wait until now. Despair flickered across Yitong's face, only to be replaced by a fierce determination. From the depths of her eyes surged a crimson hue, an invisible shock wave emanating from her gaze. Colliding violently with the Shadow Wolf's head, the Shadow Wolf howled in anguish, momentarily freezing in place. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Yitong drove her short knife forcefully into its lower abdomen. The Shadow Wolf roared in fury, swatting Yitong's knife away with a claw, then sinking its teeth in her arm, crunching her bones with a sickening sound. It was only when Yitong lost her ability to resist and her consciousness slipped into darkness that the creature began to shift its form. Transforming into a young man, exuding primal ferocity, he cast a furious glance at the wound on his abdomen, his anger palpable, before ruthlessly kicking Yitong several times. Enough. If you kill her, her value diminishes significantly. An elder emerged from the darkness, flanked by a dozen werewolves. The Shadow Wolf pointed at Yitong, seething, but this cold-blooded woman will never submit. Moreover, she has slain so many of our kin. That is a matter for Baron Duke to consider. Not for us. We need to present him with a living Yitong, ensuring that no crucial parts are missing. Otherwise, the transaction cannot be deemed complete, the elder replied slowly. The Shadow Wolf's chest heaved with rage as he glared at Yitong, spitting at her in contempt. However, in a strange twist, the spit suspended mid-air, beginning to rotate slowly. Witnessing this bizarre phenomenon, all the werewolves grew wary, with those maintaining their wolf forms instinctively bristling in response to the overwhelming sense of danger. Suddenly, the wind ceased, and the night fell into an eerie silence, the darkness pressing down upon the werewolves like a weight. In the profound stillness, footsteps echoed, each step resonating as if crushing the hearts and souls of all living beings. Emerging from the depths of the inky blackness were 2 figures. One was a tall, slender elder with snow-white hair, a notably elongated and angular face, and drooping eyes. His visage bore a distinctly Apennine character. Memorable at a glance, his hair, devoid of any stray color, cascaded down from his cheeks, the ends curling decoratively. The other was a petite young girl with an exceptionally sweet face. Her pale skin contrasted sharply with her blood-red lips. The girl sported a long ponytail, and her black cloak's collar stood high, revealing blood-colored embellishments at the edges, both striking and eerie. The white-haired elder spoke gently. I never expected to find so many wild dogs gathered in such a small place. No wonder the stench could be detected from afar. Moreover, some rather amusing events seem to have transpired here. It appears we have some inferior kin engaged in infighting. The girl mused. What an intriguing development. The elder lifted his head, inhaling deeply. Can you guess what I smell? It is the scent of the finest secret silver. Oh, dangerous, yet imbued with the beauty of death. Furthermore, the one who forged it is a truly respectable adversary. How unexpected that such a small locale would be so lively. Could this be fate's summons? The girl cast a disdainful glance at the werewolves. If it weren't for the overpowering stench of these wild dogs, I would have detected the scent of secret silver. Upon hearing her merciless insult, the werewolves growled in anger, yet their acute sense of danger held them back. The elder werewolf, gripping his wooden staff, stepped forward and commanded, "From where do you hail?" "This is the territory of the Black Nightmare tribe." The white-haired elder smiled. Black Nightmare. What a curious term, for our origins that is not for you to know. An old wolf nearing death should not harbor such intense curiosity. Curiosity belongs only to the young and the noble races. The girl's gaze fell upon Yi Tong, and she exclaimed, "What is that?" Such exquisite blood. The white-haired elder paused, slowly approaching Yi Tong. With each step he took, the werewolves whimpered and retreated. The immense disparity in their status instilled fear that obliterated any thoughts of resistance. Reaching Yi Tong, the elder dipped his fingers into her blood and tasted it. His expression shifting dramatically, he suddenly recoiled, bursting into exaggerated laughter, gesturing with delight. This is the taste of ancestral blood. She has awakened the ancestral bloodline. She is a primal species. The king will surely be interested in her, the girl remarked. The elder pondered. Indeed, yet her blood's flavor feels oddly familiar. Let me think whose territory is near here. The downside of old age is this forgetfulness. I recall the closest is Count Cows. This little girl bears the sin of cows. She must be his pure-blood descendant. Cows? The girl questioned, perplexed. The elder shrugged, an old fellow, rumored to possess ancient lineage. However, he is perpetually engrossed in unearthing the secrets of the Black King's treasure and cannot even manage his own small territory. It is said that several of his vassal barons are conspiring to overthrow him. This could very well be the cause of the infighting, yet he sounds utterly useless. I have no interest in cows. But the stench of these wild dogs is suffocating me. Then let us cleanse this place. Shall you take the lead? The elder suggested with a smile. Why must it always be me? The girl complained, yet did not refuse. Her eyes abruptly transformed into a bright crimson, resembling two gleaming rubies. Her lips moved rapidly, as if reciting something, though no sound emerged. She emitted a frequency inaudible to human ears, a melodic tone akin to a hymn, yet it resonated in the werewolves' ears like a summons from death itself. All the werewolves suddenly howled in agony, collapsing and writhing. The weaker ones succumbed within mere seconds, their heads exploding in a gruesome spectacle. The higher-ranking werewolves followed suit, their skulls bursting in a bizarre and terrifying manner. Observing this blood-soaked scene, the girl continued her incantation, her delicate, doll-like features illuminating with a blend of exhilaration and cruelty. In that moment, she embodied a harbinger of death. Anyone who heard her voice was doomed to the fate of eternal silence. The shadow wolf endured for 30 seconds before finally succumbing, cradling its head in its hands, rolling about in agony, even resorting to ramming its head against the wall of an airship in despair. The steel-plated bulkhead bore numerous deep dents from the impacts, yet his head remained completely unscathed. However, as the girl's pitch suddenly soared, the shadow wolf let out a long, mournful howl, followed by a resounding explosion as his head shattered into a cloud of crimson mist. Only the elder of the werewolves persisted, relying on his staff for support, his face a mask of terror as he pointed shakily at the girl and stammered. "You are Nana." "Correct." The girl revealed a sweet smile, snapped her fingers, and the head of the werewolf elder burst apart in response. The silver-haired old man produced a snow-white handkerchief to cover his nose and remarked, "Do you not think this will only serve to amplify the stench of wild dogs? It will hasten your actions." The girl raised her delicate hand to similarly shield her nose. The elderly man examined the injuries of Yi Tong and frowned, saying, "She is gravely wounded. I require some blood to alleviate her condition so that we may return in a timely manner. There seems to be only a small human settlement nearby, but it is still some distance away to know. That won't suffice. Fortunately, there is a person here. I can already sense his presence." With that, the silver-haired elder stood up and took just 2 steps before vanishing into the depths of the junkyard. In the next moment, he emerged from the shadows, dragging Qian Yi behind him. What a resilient and cunning human, still alive at this point. Otherwise, his blood would not be fresh. The old man smiled. He extracted a thick metal plate from Qian Yi's chest, which had been completely twisted and bore deep claw marks that faintly showed through from the other side. Before confronting the werewolf chieftain, Qian Yi had placed this 3-centimeter thick primal alloy plate within his clothing. Otherwise, he would have been eviscerated long ago. Yet, merely the force of the werewolf chieftain had shattered Qian Yi's ribs, and it would not be long before he succumbed to death. The elder cast Qian Yi aside, next to Yi Tong, tore open his shirt, and then pierced his neck, causing blood to surge forth immediately. Why Yi Tong suddenly reacted. For every bloodkin possesses an instinctive sensitivity to blood. She rolled over and sat up. Her eyes finally opening, but they were filled with a dazed, blood-red hue, and two sharp fangs began to emerge from her mouth. She lunged at Qianyi, sinking her teeth into his neck and greedily drinking his blood. The scalding crimson liquid not only quenched her thirst, but also rapidly alleviated her pain in the eyes of the silver-haired elder. Yi Tong's very posture, while feeding, was exquisite, prompting him to exclaim, "Truly worthy of being an awakened progenitor bloodline, original species." Besides the formidable powers of her dual pupils, she can perfectly conceal the traits of the bloodkin, an ability unique to one of the founding ancestors of the 13 clans. Which ancestor could it be? I must ponder this. Nana, watching from the side, breathed heavily, her breaths growing increasingly frantic, entirely oblivious to the elder's words. Suddenly, she seized Qianye's right hand and bit into the arterial vein at his wrist. The silver-haired elder's admiration was abruptly cut short as he stared in astonishment at Nana. She gulped down several mouthfuls of blood before shrieking and forcefully releasing Qianye's hand, retreating a few steps with a complex expression. "What is it?" the elder inquired gravely, for he rarely witnessed Nana in such a state. Nana appeared somewhat bewildered as she said, "His blood is exquisitely sweet, but that is all. Yet I do not understand why. Upon merely catching a whiff of his blood, I am overwhelmed by an uncontrollable impulse. I must give him the first embrace." "What?" The silver-haired elder was genuinely taken aback this time, after confirming Nana's seriousness. He sighed and shook his head, saying, "It is too late. His blood has already been sanctified by this child. She is an original species. Although her level is currently low, neither you nor I can suppress her blood's power. Only she can transform this human into a bloodkin. However, considering her current state, she cannot complete the first embrace." Nana's expression remained somewhat dazed as she licked the remnants of blood from her lips. The silver-haired elder lifted Yi Tong in his arms and declared, "It is time to leave. That if we delay any longer, we will not reach the blood pool in time." Nana followed the elder, occasionally glancing back at the now motionless Qianyi. Though reluctant, she ultimately departed. The path of the blood slave is one of no return. Humanity is powerless against it, and the bloodkin possess little recourse as well. The night finally fell silent, as if nothing had transpired. However, should any informed party witness the silver-haired elder and the girl here, it would undoubtedly stir a considerable uproar. The Marquis of Strength, Julio, and Nana are, even among the upper echelons of the bloodkin, notorious as gods of slaughter. Time passed, and Qianyi sensed that someone was dragging him away, accompanied by indistinct voices. "This kid has finally died." "Indeed. Hurry and toss him into the burning abyss. That I have no desire to linger there." "Neither do I." The name Burning Abyss struck a familiar chord. After some contemplation, Qianyi finally recalled where he had heard of this place. The Burning Abyss lies not far from the Huangquan training camp, inhabited by a multitude of crystal lizards. These six-legged reptilian beasts can reach lengths of 5 meters, truly colossal creatures. The crystals on their bodies are among the crucial materials for crafting primal force guns. The graduation standard for the Huangquan training camp is the ability to individually hunt a crystal lizard and retrieve its crystals. For students typically armed only with standard-issue daggers, slaying a level 2 giant lizard is no easy feat. The graduation examination is also a significant factor contributing to the high attrition rate at the Huangquan training camp. Furthermore, crystal lizards are carnivorous, making the Burning Abyss an ideal site for the training camp to dispose of various corpses. The mere thought of the Burning Abyss jolted Qianyi awake, and he instinctively shouted, "No, I'm not dead. I'm still alive. Let me go." He suddenly sat up, only to realize it had all been a dream. For over a year, he had awakened from nightmares each night, often losing track of what was real and what was illusion. Gazing around, he found it was still deep night, and he remained in the junkyard. A gaunt wild dog was gnawing at his foot and tugging forcefully. Qianyi picked up a hard metal part and hurled it with all his might, striking the dog's nose, causing the beast to yelp and flee with its tail between its legs. He shifted slightly, feeling pain radiate throughout his body, a particularly sharp agony in his chest with even the slightest movement. He inspected his injuries, discovering his left arm was broken, and he had fractured several ribs, along with numerous other wounds. Surprisingly, However, his injuries were far less severe than he had anticipated. The broken bones were already aligning themselves, exhibiting signs of regrowth. The external wounds had ceased bleeding, and many small cuts had already closed. Within his body, Qian Yi sensed a robust vitality surging through him. Aside from the bones not yet fully healed, his physical condition was unexpectedly good, and the overwhelming thirst for blood that had surged during the battle seemed to have vanished. Suddenly, he touched two deep wounds on his neck, and his expression froze. How could I have been bitten by the bloodkin again? Yet he quickly found solace in the thought that one bite was no different from two. He was already tainted. However, the scent that lingered on his fingertips sent a chill through his heart. It was a faintly fragrant aroma, all too familiar. It was Yi Tong's scent. At that moment, all doubts were resolved. Yi Tong was not only a bloodkin, but an exceptional upper-tier bloodkin. Yi Tong's unique ability could conceal all the traits associated with a bloodkin, making her appear indistinguishable from a human, even maintaining a normal human body temperature, whether Qian Yi examined her body directly or through the scope of tactical sight. He could discern no reactions typical of a normal blood K. It was truly an unfathomable ability he had, against all odds, allied with an upper-tier bloodkin to slay a noble bloodkin and an elite werewolf. Qian Yi's emotions were exceedingly complex at this moment. He was unsure whether to feel joy or regret. Yi Tong was the first partner he had fought alongside since arriving in the Eternal Night Continent. When Yi Tong had returned into the junkyard, Qian Yi's heart had indeed skipped a beat, and he had felt a strong sense of emotion. Just before he was flung away, he had seen Yi Tong surrounded by the werewolves and bloodkin, facing an insurmountable threat. Even now, having confirmed Yi Tong's identity as a bloodkin, Qian Yi found he could not harbor animosity against her. Not for any other reason, but for her resolute return to confront the seemingly invincible enemy alongside him. If she could drink his blood, then surely she could continue to survive. Qian Yi pondered. The chilling night wind blew through, carrying with it an unchanging scent of decay. Qian Yi shook his head, casting aside the chaotic and useless thoughts that plagued his mind. Suddenly, he felt an unusual sensation around his wrist. Upon raising his gaze, he was astonished to discover two bite marks there. A frown creased Qian Yi's brow as he reached out to touch the marks, and his fingertips were met with an uncanny, sweet fragrance. Regardless of how pleasant the scent may be, it could not alter the fact that it bore the marks of a vampire's feeding. The term blood banquet floated through Qian Yi's mind. The blood banquet is a rather formal ritual among vampires. In truth, genuine vampires do not indulge in biting at every opportunity. Their thirst for blood during times of war is primarily to replenish strength and mend wounds, akin to how humans utilize various military stimulants to enhance combat efficacy. For everyday vampires, consuming blood is regarded as a sacred act, a private communion with their progenitor to inherit greater power from the blood. Thus, apart from blood banquets, they never share their prey with other clan members. The blood banquet is akin to a social salon for humans, symbolizing the intimacy of its participants, their amicable stances, and mutual trust. As for the main course of the blood banquet, that would be humans, often chosen for their exquisite taste in blood or their exceptional status and strength. Suddenly, Qian Yi lifted his head to gaze at the crimson full moon, a smile breaking on his lips as he murmured to himself, "I am actually qualified to be the main dish of a blood banquet, while it may not be surprising to be the main course." What was truly peculiar was that he was still alive. He stood in silence for a moment before cautiously beginning to assess his surroundings. This instinct had been honed over the years, allowing him to evade ambushes on countless battlefields and survive perilous situations. Not far away lay numerous corpses of werewolves, one of which had particularly elongated limbs, revealing itself to be a shadow wolf. These werewolves were evidently more formidable than those Qian Yi had encountered initially, yet they all lay dead here, and not a single head remained intact. The ground was stained with blood, shattered bones, and brain matter, indicating the cause of their demise. Then came the second point of suspicion. Several werewolves had already reached a mummified state, clearly drained of blood. This was unusual. Everyone knew that vampires never drank werewolf blood, not due to its taste, but because of their beliefs. Moreover, the lingering scent of blood struck Qian Yi as oddly familiar. He approached one of the werewolf corpses, crouching down to examine it closely. The werewolf's artery had been bitten open. But the marks left behind were not those of fangs, but rather the unmistakable impressions of human bites. In an instant, Chinya realized that he had drained the blood from these werewolves. In no wonder he had not felt the usual bloodthirst for so long. It appeared he had succumbed to it while unconscious. This was the first time he had consumed such a significant amount of blood since the lifeboat crash, and he found himself pondering dispassionately. The dark blood must be on the verge of overwhelming me, right? Perhaps the next onset of thirst will coincide with the final moment. With that thought, Chinya instinctively reached for his red scorpion military knife, only to find emptiness. It then dawned on him that when he had been struck by the elite werewolf, all his equipment must have scattered. Chinya resolved to stand and search for his military knife. In this sacred moment of contemplating the end of his own life, he still hoped to wield that knife, forged from the essence of the red scorpion. That moment, his gaze fell upon a staff clutched tightly in the hand of a werewolf corpse. The top adorned with a solar gnomon. Chinya's mind instinctively converted the sundial's markings, and he froze in shock. 3 days? He had only been unconscious for 3 days. No wonder the blood moon had yet to wane. Suddenly, Chinya realized that he had felt something unusual in his body since awakening, that he first reached out to adjust the solar gnomon, confirming that it was intact. Then, employing a simple introspective technique, he examined his physical condition. Indeed, something was amiss. Merely 3 days had passed. The blood moon had not yet concluded, yet Chinya did not experience the unbearable burning sensation that typically accompanied the onset of dark blood. If this was due to having ingested sufficient blood, then the seamlessly connected bones, partially healed internal organs, and nearly mended external wounds indicated that he had acquired an extraordinarily rapid recovery speed. This was far from normal. For a fleeting moment, Chinya almost believed he had transformed into a blood slave. Yet he remained lucid, and his thoughts cleared. He quickly sought out a concealed spot, sitting cross-legged to channel his innate energy, executing the military's healing techniques to scrutinize his internal state. His internal energy surged, approaching the threshold of level 3, and the energy node in his right hand began to take on a distinct shape, the barrier poised to be breached at any moment. Once he broke through that barrier, the energy node in his right hand could ignite, propelling him into the ranks of level 3 warriors. However, within him, accompanied by the flow of energy, there also resided tendrils of dark red energy. This was the blood essence produced by the dark blood. Initially, the dark blood within Chinya had been uncontrollable, roaming through his meridians and incessantly eroding the surrounding flesh. Wherever it traveled, it brought waves of searing heat. And once that heat accumulated to a certain degree, it would cloud a person's mind, igniting an insatiable craving for fresh blood and flesh. Having battled against it for nearly a year, Chinya was all too aware of the destructive power of that energy. Yet now, that dark, nearly inky blood essence continued to circulate without causing any discomfort. Had he not been introspecting, Chinya would have almost believed it to be his own energy. Moreover, within the dark blood, there were 2 distinct hues, one deep crimson laced with a hint of purple, and the other exhibiting a faint golden glimmer. But a flicker of awareness stirred within Chinya, prompting him to cease the military technique. And as the flow of energy gradually diminished, the dark blood seemed to quiet as well. Chinya was left in a state of disbelief. He attempted to control and guide that blood essence. And moments later, his entire body jolted as the blood essence surged into his heart before spilling forth, ultimately coalescing into 2 mysterious runes that a surge of information flooded into Chinya's consciousness. Bloodline of the vampire. A technique, dark vision. Those 2 runes were indeed representative of 2 abilities belonging to vampires. The vampire bloodline would autonomously guide the blood essence to continually transform and enhance the host, improving both recovery capabilities and speed. Furthermore, under the condition of substantial blood consumption, the recovery speed would be further amplified, representing a unique racial advantage of vampires. The eye technique. Dark vision was a natural ability possessed by many vampires, enabling them to see effortlessly in the dark, surpassing the efficacy of human night vision devices. Chinya gazed in bewilderment at the changes within his body, but no matter how he employed introspective techniques, he could uncover no further revelations. Now, within his blood, Two distinctly contrasting energies flowed in parallel. Milky white, representing the dawn energy, and the intertwining tricolor dark red, symbolizing the power of blood, a form of dark energy. These two attributes, inherently opposed, coexisted in harmony as if they were naturally meant to be. However, Qinya at least grasped one thing. If the dark blood no longer produced corrosive heat, then it should eliminate the insatiable craving for flesh and blood. Did this also imply that he would maintain a state of clarity and lucidity? The addition of these two newfound abilities filled Qinya with anticipation. Fate seemed to finally bestow a glimmer of benevolence upon Qinya. P.S. Accidentally locked myself in a little dark room, and only just crawled out now as a newcomer, seeking red tickets. Qinya took a stroll through the junkyard, discovering that the scorpion needle had been reduced to a pile of scrap. Utterly destroyed and rendered useless, that he carefully disassembled the remnants and buried them in various corners of the junkyard. The scorpion needle was the standard weapon of the Red Scorpion, unique in its design. Thus, even a single component could not be carelessly exposed. Otherwise, it would attract endless troubles. Next came the task of disposing of the werewolf corpses, particularly those bearing human bite marks. However, Qinya found it curious. Werewolves placed great importance on their kin. They would seldom allow their brethren's corpses to lie exposed in the wilderness, and now, with so many werewolves dead in this place, yet no new werewolves had come to rectify the situation. It suggested that something must have happened to the entire tribe. Ultimately, Qinya located two spines used by the Night Eyes and cleaned a blood warrior's dagger. This constituted all of his defensive weaponry. As for the various small items he had initially brought along, including the Red Scorpion military knife, he had no idea where they had ended up. The night had yet to pass, and the winds of the wilderness remained frigid. Uncertain if the sword of Damocles suspended above him had finally lost its threat, Qinya raised his gaze to the blood moon occupying a significant portion of the sky, feeling not a trace of bloodthirst or agitation. In fact, he sensed that the shade of crimson had paled somewhat. Perhaps in a couple of days, the Scarlet Night would come to an end. Dawn would ultimately arrive. Yet, despite the temporary alleviation of the Dark Blood's threat, Qinya knew he must remain vigilant and avoid the imperial military and aristocratic families. There, the strong were numerous, and heaven only knew who might discover the dark blood coursing through his veins. Qinya's first priority was to return to Lighthouse Town. Calculating, he realized he had been absent for 5 days, but in the chaotic realm of Eternal Night Continent, an individual's disappearance would hardly stir much commotion. After several hours of travel, Lighthouse Town appeared before Qinya. The town seemed unchanged, yet Qinya sensed an unsettling silence enveloping it. As dawn approached, the horizon remained shrouded in darkness, yet the heavens above began to brighten, casting a faint glow. This hour, at least the scavengers should have risen, preparing their gear for the day ahead. Qinya did not head directly towards the unfinished, essentially open gate, but instead circled to the side. Gradually making his way towards the city wall, from his vantage point, he could see the bald sheriff perched atop the watchtower, his hat tipped over his face, seemingly in a deep slumber, clearly, until the gate was repaired. The sheriff was condemned to keep the night watch. Despite his seemingly perpetual drowsiness, Qinya knew it was merely a facade. With his skills in stealth, even a slight approach at night would arouse the sheriff's vigilance. Choosing a position a little further from the sheriff, Qinya leaped lightly, ascending the wall without a sound. With that single bound, he distinctly felt his jumping ability significantly enhanced, nearly overleaping the wall that stood less than 5 meters tall. Just as he was about to head into the town, he suddenly sensed that the sheriff's sleeping posture appeared somewhat unnatural, that if sustained, it would surely be quite uncomfortable. Lowering his body, he nearly pressed against the wall as he approached the watchtower. From a distance, he caught a whiff of a strong metallic scent of blood. His night vision allowed him to see a dark patch of bloodstain on the sheriff's chest, the blood long dried, and nearly blending into his black uniform. The sheriff was already dead. What sat atop the watchtower was merely a corpse that a jolt of alarm shot through Qinya, prompting him to crouch lower and conceal himself in the shadows, although the sheriff held the most minor of official titles. He symbolized the order of the Empire. His presence meant that this land still belonged to the Empire. Thus, even if an outsider possessed greater strength than the sheriff, they would hesitate to kill him outright. To slay the sheriff was tantamount to challenging the Empire's dignity, and the Imperial Expeditionary Forces were not far from here. Chinya gazed into the town, took a deep breath, and soon realized his perception of the scent of human blood had become acutely heightened. The good news was that the scent of flesh no longer stirred any pangs of hunger within him. However, he had no time to revel in this discovery, as he noticed that the blood scent within the town had diminished by more than half. Chinya leapt down from the town wall, first circling around a few familiar homes of ordinary residents to confirm that the inhabitants were indeed locals, before stealthily making his way towards his own bar. Manjisaka. The bar was in disarray, the newly installed door askew, not a single window intact, and every piece of furniture reduced to a heap of fragments, with several ghastly stains of blood scattered within. However, from the direction of the bedroom came the loud sound of snoring, echoing through the corridor and reverberating in the hall. Instead of approaching directly, Chinya circled around to the back door of the bar. Silently entering the living quarters, where the rooms on either side remained still, the noise emanating from his own bedroom, but a young man, clutching a shotgun, was soundly asleep on the sofa, evidently assigned to wait for Chinya's return. Yet, after several days without sight of Chinya, the guard had grown complacent and begun to slack off. However, one could not expect too much from such a ruffian. Chinya gently tapped his face with a dagger. The young man instantly awoke, rudely pulled from his slumber, and his initial response was a torrent of profanities before he could even discern who stood before him. Chinya swiftly delivered a punch to his abdomen, causing him to double over like a shrimp. All further curses abruptly lodged in his throat. Subsequently, Chinya pressed his face down into the sofa, forcefully striking his ribs with his knees several times until the sound of cracking bones resounded, at which point he ceased his assault. Yes, soon as Chinya released him, the young man attempted to scream, but the cold steel of the dagger at his throat silenced his cries. What transpired here? Who sent you? If your answers fail to satisfy me, I shall sever your fingers one by one, Chinya stated coldly. Upon recognizing Chinya, the young man shrank back in fear, hastily replying, I am one of Yen Laohu's men. 2 companies from the Expeditionary Force were dispatched the day before yesterday to search for blood slaves. We came along with them. Continue, Chinya pressed, applying pressure with the dagger, drawing a thin line of blood across the young man's neck. Sensing the calm, yet lethal intent in Chinya's eyes, the young man shivered and quickly added, Young Master Chi from Black Flow City is quite displeased with you and young Master Zhao. He has lost a substantial sum of money due to your actions, along with a high-grade energy gun. Thus, he devised a plan to have the Expeditionary Force deploy 2 companies under the guise of searching for blood slaves. But in reality, it was to eliminate you and young Master Zhao that a tightness gripped Chinya's heart. He understood well what a blood slave hunt meant for the people of Lighthouse Town. What of those who have disappeared? Most were killed on the spot. Some were taken away by the Expeditionary Force. And Yen Laohu, where is he? Chinya inquired. The young man trembled as he replied, He is with young Master Zhao. Nodding slowly, Chinya withdrew the dagger, stating, Since you have been forthright, I shall grant you a chance at life. Leave here immediately, and go as far as you can. Yes, yes. Thank you. The young man nodded fervently, like a chicken pecking at rice. As Chinya turned to exit, he suddenly spun around, flinging a spiked dart. The dart shot forth like lightning, instantly piercing the young ruffian's throat. The young man stared in shock at Chinya. His shotgun was already aimed at Chinya's back. But alas, he lacked the strength to pull the trigger. Chinya returned, inspecting the ruffian's shotgun that it was a flintlock rifle, capable of using homemade shot. Due to its crude craftsmanship, it could not ensure power and accuracy beyond 10 meters. Nevertheless, at close range, it remained a formidable weapon, certainly superior to a dagger. Chinya rummaged through the ruffian's belongings, retrieving 10 rounds of shot, and after discarding the corpse on the ground, he cast one last glance at his bar. The establishment lay in utter disarray. Even the bluestone floor had been pried apart, every valuable item looted. The Manjisaka that had accompanied him through the darkest phases of his life had thus been reduced to nothingness. As he departed the bar, Chinya felt no anger, but rather an unusual calmness, tinged with a hint of exhilaration. This was the optimal state before battle, instilled in him through the training of the Red Scorpion. Chinya made his way towards the abandoned factory base of young Master Zhao. where it was said Yin Lao had taken refuge since seizing control of Lighthouse Town. The light of day had yet to breach the horizon, and the towering silhouettes of the factories ahead loomed ominously, resembling beasts poised to devour. Among them, only one factory had been modified by young Master Zhao for habitation. The others were mere ruins. The exterior of this factory bore evident signs of conflict. Shell casings littered everywhere. Qianye picked up a shell casing, his heart sinking slightly. This bullet was standard issue for the Empire's expeditionary forces. Though this type of firearm had been retired for decades, it still held far greater power than ordinary homemade weapons, given that the opposition could employ a significant quantity of military-grade weaponry. It was likely that young Master Zhao was in grave danger. The factory's door stood ajar, yet Qianye chose not to enter through the front. Instead, he took a few steps back and leaped onto the outer wall, using his momentum to scale it, quickly finding himself atop the factory roof. Yin Laohu had not stationed any guards here, allowing Qianye to easily access the factory's interior through the rooftop exit. Inside, the factory featured 3 levels of walls, while the rest was the original hall, housing a massive power engine, now reduced to a pile of scrap. Qianye remembered that the top floor had been young Master Zhao's residence. The middle housed the guards and gang elders, while the lower level accommodated the regular members. Descending from the top floor, Qianye naturally arrived on the 3rd floor first. Silently, he approached the door to young Master Zhao's bedroom, immediately detecting the strong scent of blood, which was no longer fresh. After pausing for a moment, he gently pushed the door open to peer inside. Young Master Zhao lay sprawled on the floor, covered in wounds, a portion of his lower leg missing. His last desperate act had been to crawl toward the cupboard, leaving a gruesome trail of blood on the floor and a bullet hole marked his forehead. Yet his face bore a contented smile. Emotionless, Qianye entered the room and crouched beside young Master Zhao. Slowly, he grasped the hand that Zhao had extended forward. The tightly clenched fist seemed to grasp something. 2 fingers broken, yet still refusing to release their hold. From between the broken digits, a standard-sized vial was visible, its label indicating a common muscle relaxant that those with connections. This vial was worth hardly a few silver coins. Perhaps this was also the reason the murderer ultimately chose to abandon the item. However, Qianye was acutely aware of the purpose of this medicine, that it was a remedy purchased by young Master Zhao for Qianye, intended to alleviate the symptoms that arose during the episodes of Dark Blood. Unfortunately, due to the delay in shipping, it never reached Qianye's hands before the end. What Qianye did not anticipate was that even as young Master Zhao lay dying, with his leg severed, he still remembered this vial of medicine. It was as if Qianye could see young Master Zhao rising once more, extending the bottle towards him, proclaiming with grandiosity, "I, Zhao, have never gone back on my word." The medicine was finally in hand. However, it was now of little use to Qianye. Qianye had been fighting on behalf of young Master Zhao for some time. For each gambling match he participated in, he earned a single silver coin, and 3 battles would suffice to exchange for a vial of medicine. As virtual combat relied heavily on skill, the rewards were, in fact, greater than those for bloody confrontations. In the abandoned lands, the fearless were plentiful, yet those who truly understood combat were few. This was the harsh reality of the abandoned lands, where individuals incessantly wagered their bodies and lives. Yet, even when they triumphed at the cost of their lives, what they gained was scarcely worth a piece of bread discarded by the noble families of the upper continent, in the lawless and unjust expanse of the eternal night continent. Young Master Zhao was a veritable anomaly, a man of his word. Though Qianye maintained a fade of a mere temporary employment with young Master Zhao, in truth, Zhao had always regarded him as a brother in private. This bond was the reason Qianye willingly collaborated with him, discreetly intervening to protect him on several occasions. With young Master Zhao's presence, the forces from other regions could not infiltrate Lighthouse Town, allowing its inhabitants to lead at least somewhat orderly lives. Young Master Zhao, the sheriff, and Qianye each upheld the town's order amidst the realms of black and white, as well as the gray areas. Within the sphere of influence of Blackcurrant City, Lighthouse Town was a small paradise, attracting an increasing number of residents. Even scavengers would make their way here to spend the night whenever feasible. Yet all their efforts were futile against the colossal force of the Expeditionary Army. which, with the slightest movement of its pinky, could obliterate everything. Qianyi took a deep breath, feeling a surge of blood boiling within him. While he was powerless to confront the expeditionary army, he could impart a profound and eternal lesson to those accomplices and sycophants. Qianyi spoke softly, "Young Master Zhao, please hand it over to me. My reward has been secured, as if by a miracle." Young Master Zhao's previously clenched hand suddenly relaxed. Qianyi stowed the vial in his pocket and cast a glance around the room. It had been thoroughly ransacked. The steel doors of the weapon cabinet had vanished, leaving it empty. This was entirely as Qianyi had anticipated, and he paid little mind to the commonplace firearms. He exited young Master Zhao's room, traversing the corridor in silence. As he passed by one of the doors, Qianyi suddenly halted and removed the shotgun from his back. Voices emerged from within, one of which belonged to Yin Laohu. "Thanks to young Master Qi's assistance, I have been able to attain this position in the future. Should young Master Qi have any commands, I, Yin Lao, will not hesitate to face any dangers." A second voice, somewhat lecherous and effeminate, interjected, "That Zhao and that fellow named Qianyi are far too ungrateful, taking liberties with our young master's words." "Humph! What is this Zhao? Merely a ruffian, daring to call himself a young master." Yin Laohu, also a ruffian, chuckled awkwardly in response. The spiteful voice continued, "You lot, being able to attach yourselves to our young master and serve as his hounds is a blessing many can only dream of. Just a bone tossed by the young master would be enough for you to gnaw on for years. However, should you harbor other, unworthy thoughts, let me forewarn you, today, this Zhao shall become your tomorrow." Yin Laohu repeatedly protested, "I wouldn't dare. I promise to serve the young master diligently." "Lord Wang," he added, "it is getting late. Perhaps we should retire? Which woman in town has caught your eye? I can fetch her for you." Lord Wang sighed. There truly is only Min'er with any allure. Alas, she did bite the young master. The young master commanded that she must suffer for 7 days before her demise. Today marks the 5th night. She has already been reduced to a wretched state. Let us find another. The other man hesitated before agreeing. "Very well, I could tea that moment." Qianyi's cold voice pierced through. "No need to change. Who goes there? Who's outside?" The room erupted with shouts. "I could tea that moment." Qianyi's heightened senses, enhanced by his bloodline, allowed him to visualize the interior of the room merely by listening to the chaotic footsteps. As if he were witnessing at firsthand, the guard lunged toward the door, a near foolhardy act of bravado. Qianyi pressed the shotgun against the door and fired a shot. The flimsy wooden door was blown apart, and at such close range the guard was hurled backward, his chest and abdomen a mangled mess. Qianyi kicked the door down without a glance and fired again into the room. The dense iron pellets instantly filled most of the space, eliciting a chorus of anguished cries within. Behind Lord Wang, a burly man leaped forward, towering over 2 meters, his head seemingly brimming with muscle. In comparison, Qianyi, standing at just above 1.85 meters, appeared childlike. The giant's face and body were peppered with dozens of blood spots, the result of the iron pellets, but evidently, the rustic double-barreled shotgun had little effect on him. The giant bellowed and charged, swinging a fist nearly the size of Qianyi's head, aiming to strike his face fiercely. Qianyi did not flinch. He too swung a punch, colliding forcefully with the giant's fist, with a series of crackling bone sounds. The giant's fist visibly deformed, twisting his arm at an awkward angle. In this raw and brutal exchange, Qianyi completely overwhelmed his opponent. He delivered a kick, unleashing astonishing power from his seemingly fragile body, sending the giant flying. The brute crashed through 2 walls before collapsing to the ground, unable to rise again. Qianyi dusted off his hands and smiled. "Yin Laohu, we meet again to AS for this gentleman. What was your name?" The Lord Wang mentioned by Yin Laohu was a middle-aged man, his hair nearly bald, with a large belly that seemed cumbersome. However, to underestimate him based on his appearance would be a grave error. This man possessed the strength of a first-tier warrior. "Qianyi, you're not dead?" Yin Laohu exclaimed, instinctively backing against the wall. Lord Wang, however, remained composed. He had raised a table to shield himself from the flying iron pellets and appeared unscathed. He spoke slowly. "So you are Qianyi? I have not met you, but I have heard of you. Our young Master Qi is quite interested in you. I initially thought you had escaped or perished, which is why I cleaned up this place, removing a few bothersome individuals. Since you have returned, I can offer you another opportunity to return with me to serve our young master. What do you say? You are young and talented. Only under young Master Qi can you truly realize your potential. Otherwise, you will inevitably end up like the detritus of the wasteland, doing anything for a meal, only to become a wild dog-esque dinner after death. Is this truly the life you desire? Lord Wang's voice, laced with a certain softness, held a surprising degree of persuasion. However, I have a strong aversion to some of your subordinates, like this fellow here. Qian Yi pointed at Yin Laohu. Seeing Qian Ye's demeanor, Lord Wang relaxed. If you are willing to work for us, then he is of no further use. You may dispose of him as you see fit. His territory is now yours to manage. How does that sound? I can take responsibility for this matter. No. Lord Wang, that won't do. Yin Laohu could hardly fathom this outcome, leaping in shock, suddenly appearing to be in a state of extreme terror. Yin Laohu drew a pistol and aimed it menacingly at Qian Yi, snarling, "You brat, die." The gunfire and smoke obscured everything. When Yin Laohu finally emptied his revolver, he was astonished to see Qian Yi standing there. Unscathed, Lord Wang's eyes twitched. He had observed closely from the side that each time Yin Laohu pulled the trigger, Qian Yi would inexplicably twist his body, precisely evading the bullet's trajectories. Such skill was something he had only witnessed among seasoned military experts. A key reason why firearms posed little threat to those adept in the art of force. With the magazine now empty, Yin Laohu continued to futilely pull the trigger. The sound of the gun's mechanism clicking and clattering echoed ominously, as if tolling a funeral bell for him. The continuous, thunderous noise in the room finally roused those stationed at a distance, their hurried footsteps ascending from below, drawing nearer. Qian deftly flicked a foot, retrieving a handgun that had once belonged to a guard, and unleashed a series of shots at the wall across the corridor. The partitions of these rooms, mere wooden boards and iron sheets, paled in comparison to the might of the handgun. The bullets, as if guided by a preternatural instinct, pierced through the flimsy barrier, striking the unfortunate souls outside, that a series of agonizing screams erupted as one victim tumbled over the railing, plummeting heavily to the ground below. Falling from the third floor would undoubtedly result in broken bones for an ordinary person. A misfortune to strike the cervical vertebrae could prove fatal. Qian Yi fired 5 shots, each claiming a life, leaving just one bullet remaining in the chamber. Without a backward glance, he swung the gun over his left shoulder, the bullet finding its mark in Mr. Wang's arm. The latter let out a cry of pain, his grip loosening as a particularly hefty handgun clattered to the floor. Amidst the chaos, Mr. Wang had drawn his weapon with unprecedented speed, yet by the time Qian Yi felled 5 of the assailants outside, his gun had not yet been raised to a position where he could aim. This was utterly unacceptable. Setting aside the speed of his draw, Mr. Wang possessed the prowess of a first-tier warrior. Conventional firearms should not have incapacitated him. Yet, Qian Yi's shot had struck precisely at a critical joint, rendering his entire arm immobile. Fear and astonishment washed over Mr. Wang as he clutched his arm, breathlessly exclaiming, "You are no ordinary person." Who are you?" The swiftness and accuracy of Qian's shooting were unparalleled in Mr. Wang's experience, and since bursting through the door, he had not engaged in any unnecessary movements. Embodying the quintessential demeanor of a soldier, a caliber far beyond what any ordinary special forces could achieve. Although on paper Qian Yi was merely a first-tier warrior, Mr. Wang now recognized that there was something profoundly amiss. With the speed, strength, and terrifying precision displayed by Qian Yi, even those of third-tier mastery would likely meet their demise on the battlefield. How could such a formidable expert conceal himself in a small rural locale like Lighthouse Town? Operating a dilapidated bar, Qian Yi appeared oblivious to Yin Laohu and Mr. Wang breaking through the wall. He picked up a magazine, reloaded with unhurried ease, then stepped forward, gunfire erupting once more. .2 shots struck Yin Laohu at the back of his knees, causing him to scream in agony as he collapsed to the staircase. Qian Yi then leaned over the railing and fired 4 more shots, this time targeting Mr. Wang, who had vaulted over the railing and was making a hasty escape to the ground floor. With a cry, Mr. Wang was struck in both arms and legs, crashing to the ground, sprawled back in a defeated posture. Examining the rudimentary handgun in his possession, Chinya shook his head in resignation. Despite firing 4 shots, none had managed to shatter Mr. Wong's bones. At worst, he had only sustained flesh wounds. As a first-tier warrior, Mr. Wong still possessed the capacity to fight back. Once the first energy node was activated, a practitioner's physical attributes would surge, enhancing them by nearly 50% compared to their untrained state. With each subsequent level gained, their physical prowess would continue to increase. Thus, when facing advanced warriors, conventional firearms would increasingly prove inadequate, gradually being relegated to the sidelines. Chen effortlessly leaped from the 3rd floor, retrieving another magazine and methodically reloading it, before advancing toward Mr. Wong. "That I forgot to mention, I have no fondness for you either," he stated, raising his handgun to aim at Mr. Wong's forehead. A glimmer of cunning flickered in Mr. Wong's eyes, though his face betrayed sheer terror. Suddenly, Chinya smiled, the gun's muzzle shifting slightly. The color drained from Mr. Wong's face as genuine panic set in, and he cried out, "No, don't kill me. We can talk, we can discuss anything." As he pleaded, he raised his hands to shield his head and face, abandoning all pretense. With the physical resilience of a first-tier warrior, Chinya's shot would not penetrate Mr. Wong's skull. He still had the option to feign death. Yet, with the gun's muzzle now aimed directly at his eyes, Mr. Wong quickly understood that his ploy would not deceive Chinya. Chinya remarked coolly, "Unfortunately, I just overheard some things I shouldn't have." Bang! The gunshot rang out, striking Mr. Wong in his groin. This region was equally vulnerable to the bullet's impact. Mr. Wong let out a wail, clutching his injured area. Seeing Chinya's gun once more aimed at his eyes, and realizing that no matter how he attempted to evade, the gun's aim remained steadfastly fixed, he screamed, "You cannot kill me! I am Chi Yu's uncle. If you kill me, the Chi family will never let you go. No matter how formidable you are, you cannot escape the pursuit of the Imperial Expeditionary Forces." The mention of the Chi family seemed to prompt a moment of contemplation in Chinya. Suddenly, he reversed his grip on the gun, firing several shots through the wall, taking down a few infiltrators lurking outside. With just 1 bullet remaining in the chamber, Chinya raised his weapon again, directing it toward Mr. Wong. "That I will also settle accounts with Chi Yu. You are merely taking the first step. Rest assured, he will follow shortly." That Mr. Wong was now truly stunned. You wish to kill our young master. You are mad. Absolutely mad. Do you know who he is? Do you think he's just the Chi family's young master?" Bang! The gun fired and a spray of blood erupted from Mr. Wong's brow. All words were silenced. His expression froze as he slowly began to topple backward. Chinya turned to glance at Yin Laohu, who was half suspended over the 3rd-floor steps. Yin Laohu was paralyzed with fear, cowering in a corner, drenched in sweat, half from terror and half from excruciating pain. Lacking Mr. Wong's strength, his bones were not resilient enough. The 2 shots had shattered his kneecap. He gazed despairingly at Chinya, fully aware that there was no escape for him now. Regret washed over him. If time could rewind, he would rather die than attempt to seize Lighthouse Town, thus avoiding the wrath of a killing machine like Chinya. Though Yin Laohu considered himself a man who had danced with death, he had never encountered someone as terrifying as Chinya's prowess was not the strongest he had witnessed. Yet the chilling calmness and composure exhibited during the act of killing left a deep-seated fear within him. He had heard that only a few of the most enigmatic elite units within the Imperial Army could produce such creatures born solely for slaughter. Yin Laohu, at this moment, was unaware that his conjecture was perilously close to the truth. Among the hundreds of special forces within the Imperial Army, the Red Scorpion consistently ranked among the top 3. Seeing Yin Laohu in such a state, Chinya lost any interest in further tormenting him. "Where is Min-Er?" he inquired. "She's locked up on the 1st floor, in the innermost room," Yin Laohu replied truthfully. Chinya nodded, strode over, and swiftly ended Yin Laohu's life with a flick of his knife across the throat. Returning to the previous room, Chinya picked up the handgun that Mr. Wong had dropped and inspected it. This was the first model of the Dawnlight energy pistol, an antique design before the Dawn War. With an energy conversion rate of only 10, its length exceeded half a meter. In terms of size, it was more akin to a portable assault rifle than a handgun. The reason the Dawnlight series energy pistols continued to be circulated and utilized was due to their affordability. Simple structure and ease of maintenance that a custom scorpion needle could be acquired for the cost of several thousand Dawnlights. Despite its age and low conversion rate, the Dawnlight was still an energy weapon, capable of delivering firepower comparable to that of a large-caliber rifle at close range. That a warrior armed with an energy pistol was on an entirely different tier of combat capability compared to one without. This particular Dawnlight had been well maintained, indicating Mr. Wong's considerable care for it. Satisfied, Qinya transferred it to his left hand, while in his right he picked up a double-barreled shotgun and exited the room. As he stepped through the doorway, a hail of bullets greeted him. Qinya executed a somersault, evading the barrage, and leaped over the railing to land on the ground. The two gunmen crouched on top of a massive, derelict machine in the northwest corner of the hall, stared in disbelief. This man had just leaped down from the third floor without a scratch, and now, without missing a beat, he was raising his weapon to aim at them. The two gunmen quickly recoiled, seeking shelter behind a scrap steel plate. Their reaction was swift and accurate, yet Qinya pulled the trigger on the Dawnlight. A bullet, glowing with an orange hue, shot forth, smashing through the 2-centimeter thick steel plate, obliterating half of each gunman's body, sending a shower of metal and flesh raining down. This outcome was entirely anticipated by Qinya. If energy guns lacked even this level of power, how could humanity possibly stand against the dark races? They might as well resort to swordplay. Moreover, Qinya's force attribute is extraordinarily intense, and the potency of the force projectiles he fires far exceeds that of an average individual. Qinya continuously infuses the dawn of light with force, gradually generating a new force energy projectile within the chamber. With his current level of force mastery, he could discharge 3 shots from this dawn of light. In contrast, someone like Mr. Wong, a first-tier warrior, can only manage a single shot. Once the new energy projectile is formed, Qinya strides towards the room at the end of the hall. The number of subordinates that Yen Laohu brought here is limited. After Qinya eliminated a dozen or so, the rest, sensing the peril, fled in disarray. The room at the end is unbarred, and as Qinya pushes the door open, he is assailed by a nauseating stench of blood and decay. A naked woman is shackled to the wall, her body marred by countless wounds, surrounded by filth, with some of her injuries already festering and maggots crawling in and out. Her head hangs low, but the remnants of youthful vitality suggest it is Minner. However, upon seeing those ghastly wounds, Qinya realizes she is beyond saving. Hearing the noise, Minner struggles to lift her head. Blood streams from her tightly shut eyes, and only then does Qinya notice that both of her eyes have been gouged out. His hands tremble involuntarily. Had he witnessed this scene earlier, he would never have allowed Yen Laohu and Mr. Wong to die so swiftly. In the Red Scorpion, he had learned no fewer than 50 brutal torture techniques, the agony of which could rival that of the dark races. Who is it? Minner seems to sense something, tilting her ear to listen, inquiring softly, "It's me." A smile of joy breaks across Miner's face as she responds. "Uve come, those people outside, Yen Laohu and Mr. Wong are dead. Next up is Qiyu. He won tea escape." Qinya speaks calmly, as if on a languid afternoon, casually offering her a cup of tea while engaging in light conversation. Minner chuckles and says, "Do you know, after they killed young Master Zhao, Qi wanted me to accompany him. I agreed and put in a lot of effort. Then, when he was least guarded, I bit him fiercely below. It was utterly satisfying. Just a flick of my head would make him scream louder than any moans." She bursts into laughter, then lowers her voice, sighing, "Unfortunately, you cultivators of force are all monsters. He was too sturdy, and I couldn't even bite through. I gave it my all, but still couldn't sever his member, instead losing several teeth in the process. What a loss." Qinya listens in silence, then sighs, saying, "You needn't go to such lengths for young Master Zhao. You should cherish your life. As for revenge, I will suffice." Minner lightly sighs. "It's different. I know I'm not a woman worth respecting. But that day, young Master Zhao told me I was one of his own." Suddenly, she beams with sunlight, declaring, "Since I'm one of his own, I ought to act like one. Shun Ti. Of course. Qinya, could you do me a favor? I want to wash my face, and if possible, cleanse my body. I wish to die with dignity." In her discourse about death, she remains remarkably composed. Qinya had never anticipated that this wild woman, who sometimes had to rely on her body for survival, possessed such a resilient side that he snaps the chains, lays her gently on the ground, and fetches several buckets of water, pouring them over her to wash away the filth and pus. Finally, he finds a blanket in a nearby compartment, cleans her up, wraps her securely, and cradles her in his arms. Minner exhales softly, saying, "Chinya, I have a question I've always wanted to ask you. Go ahead. Why do you never touch me, even if I don't want your money?" "Because I fear I might lose control and drink your blood, turning you into a blood slave. You're a member of the Blood Clan?" "Not entirely. I don't understand. But so that's the reason. As long as you don't despise me, it eases my heart considerably. This a secret between us." Minner beams, but her voice grows fainter. "Yes, a secret known only to the two of us," Chinya affirms. Yet, Minner can no longer hear his response. Moments later, in a desolate clearing behind the factory, Chinya lays the bodies of young Master Zhao and Minner side by side atop a pile of black stones. He ignites the stones, watching as the flames gradually consume their bodies. The remaining subordinates of young Master Zhao have vanished without a trace. In the glow of the fire, Chinya turns and departs, disappearing into the fully illuminated wasteland. From that moment forth, he is friendless in Lighthouse Town. A day later, Chinya arrives at the outskirts of Blackflow City. He does not rush to enter the city, but instead settles in the airship graveyard outside. Unlike Lighthouse Town, Blackflow City is under the constant watch of the Expeditionary Army, and Chiyu himself is a second-tier warrior, flanked by even fourth-tier guards. Assassinating such a figure is no simple task. Chinya must patiently bide his time, waiting for his opponent to let their guard down and expose a vulnerability. He believes that upon learning of Yin Laohu and Mr. Wang's demise, Chiyu may initially feel anxious. But within a few days, he will relax. Chinya leaves little trace. In Chiyu's eyes, he should still appear to be merely a first-tier warrior. A first-tier warrior, no matter how formidable, has limitations. The airship graveyard serves as an excellent hiding place, as these ancient airship wrecks hold no value, attracting only scavengers hoping for fortune. Once Chinya has established his hideout, he begins to quietly cultivate the military tactics technique. The activation of the third force node is imminent. Once he becomes a third-tier warrior, his power will escalate dramatically. With the experience he gained in the Underworld Training Camp and the Red Scorpion Legion, as long as he avoids encountering the 6th-tier Lieutenant Colonel station in Blackflow City, he should be able to escape even if he cannot secure victory against others. Once more, the force tides generated by the military tactics technique begin to crash against the barriers of the nodes. But Chinya notices that this time the pain inflicted by the force tide in the chest area is considerably less than before. This is evidently a result of his Blood Clan physique. With this ability, the blood essence continuously transforms Chinya's body, enhancing his physical prowess, and his capacity to endure the impacts of the force tides has likewise increased. At this moment, the pain from each wave of the force tide has diminished to a level just slightly above that of an average person, allowing Chinya to effortlessly withstand 20 rounds of the tide's assault before continuing to ascend to heights he had never previously reached at 21, 22. With each cycle of the force tide, the intensity of the new tidal forces escalates. Chinya's force is richer and more concentrated than that of an ordinary individual, resulting in a tidal impact that is also far more powerful. Now, after exceeding 20 accumulations, the force of the impact is akin to a tempest at sea. The barrier of the third force node begins to shimmer incessantly, teetering on the brink of collapse. However, the accumulation of the force tide does not necessarily correlate to an increase in effectiveness. If it were anyone else, the recoil from the tidal forces would have already shattered their internal organs. Yet Chinya's body, enhanced by his Blood Clan lineage, still barely withstands the strain. When he reaches 26 rounds of the force tide, Chinya's internal organs begin to sustain minor damage. However, the recovery ability stemming from his Blood Clan physique leads him to believe he can endure one more wave of tidal impact. The 27th. Cracks have begun to appear in the barrier of the force node. At this point, blood has begun to seep from his internal organs. He grits his teeth, carefully adjusting his condition that he should be able to endure one more wave. He silently shields his most vital internal organs, allowing the military tactics technique to continue its operation at this moment. The force within Qinya surges like a tide, swelling into towering waves that race along the meridians of his right arm toward the force node in his palm. The force crashes against the barrier, only to rebound, reverberating through his veins and organs. Subsequently, the force rushing forth from the lower abdomen and chest nodes joins the fray, colliding with the barrier once more. With each rise and fall of the waves, Qinya's body accumulates countless minor wounds. The 28th round of the force tide is only halfway through when Qinya suddenly trembles all over. A tiny crack has appeared in his heart. In force cultivation, the heart is the most crucial organ for a human. The military tactics technique particularly emphasizes the protection of the heart. Any damage to that area signifies that one has overexerted themselves and must immediately cease cultivation to recuperate. Qinya sighs inwardly, preparing to give up when suddenly, the blood essence within him begins to boil, and the three-colored black blood, which had remained nearly forgotten, converges at his heart, swiftly weaving a thin membrane of blood. Just then, a new wave of force crashes back, but all the tides directed toward his heart are blocked by the blood membrane. The membrane twists and quickly rebounds to its original position, appearing exceptionally resilient. Qinya is momentarily taken aback, then elated. Thus, he would be able to endure greater tides of primordial force, and the progression of his cultivation in the art of warfare would significantly accelerate. He calmed his mind and attempted to channel his blood energy, finding it as seamless as harnessing his primordial force. Soon, layers of membranes enveloped his heart and other vital organs. Yet at this moment, Qinya's blood energy remained feeble, and the protection for the other areas was considerably frail compared to that of his heart. The 29th tide of primordial force passed smoothly, and after a brief period of dormancy, the force began to surge gently, brewing for a new wave of impact. The sudden chill gripped Qinya's heart as he sensed that the 30th tide of primordial force seemed fundamentally different from the preceding ones. When the first wave of primordial force surged forth, Qinya immediately realized the dire situation. Merely the first wave bore a force that surpassed the 9th wave of the previous tide. He finally comprehended why the title of War King, after 30 tides, was so arduous to attain. However, at that moment, Qinya could not afford to ponder further. The primordial force within him crashed against the barrier time and again, while he resembled a small boat tossed about in a tempest. Desperately fighting for survival, to be why the third wave, the protective blood membranes around his internal organs began to rupture. By the 6th wave, all membranes except for that of the heart had shattered, to be why the 7th wave. The membrane around the heart teetered on the brink of collapse. When the 8th wave struck, the membrane finally shattered, leaving all of Qinya's organs unprotected, exposed beneath the surging tides of primordial force. In a sudden fit of fierce determination, Qinya gritted his teeth and struck his chest with fervor. This was a secret technique to stimulate latent potential, capable of drastically enhancing physical strength in a short span, albeit at a grave cost, namely, a reduction in lifespan to 8T this moment. To complete the 30th tide of primordial force, Qinya could no longer concern himself with such matters. He was unyielding towards others, yet even more so towards himself. Without such ruthlessness, he would never have survived to this point. The temporarily awakened power barely withstood the final wave's onslaught. Qinya coughed up blood, yet his heart swelled with joy. He had finally crossed the threshold of 30 tides of primordial force and officially ascended to the rank of War King. Among the millions of soldiers in the Empire, he was now among the most elite. Although Qinya's strength remained modest, having crossed the threshold of the War King, the path ahead was boundlessly expansive, and his rate of enhancement in primordial force would soon become unparalleled. The barrier at the node, his right hand, had been utterly shattered by the final wave's impact, and primordial force continuously surged into the node, gradually filling it. For the time being, Qinya needed to nurture the primordial force node, allowing it to grow robust until it reached completeness, after which he could attempt to breach the 4th node. Upon activating the primordial force node in his right hand, Qinya would be able to infuse it with the primordial energy projectile. He had already prepared the materials that it was a blank energy projectile devoid of infused primordial force. Made from alloy with a crystal tip, containing only a small amount of silver, primarily intended to combat dark races other than the Bloodkin. This energy projectile was indeed of considerable value. Yet when compared to the demon-slaying mithril projectile, it paled in both power and cost. Nevertheless, this was the only blank energy projectile Qinya had managed to preserve. It had remained buried outside Lighthouse Town, thus avoiding confiscation. After resting for a night and spending a day gradually recovering his primordial force, he began to infuse the blank energy projectile. The blank energy projectile appeared akin to a bottomless pit, continuously draining over half of Qinya's primordial force until the projectile's tip shimmered with a light, indicating the infusion was complete. Following the infusion, a hazy mist emerged within the originally transparent tip of the energy projectile. The primordial force formed by the art of warfare was expected to be light yellow, yet within this energy projectile, a dark red bloodline swirled back and forth, seemingly alive. That bloodline was, in fact, the blood energy from Qinya's body. Somehow, a trace had entered during the infusion process. Observing this peculiar energy projectile, Qinya felt a twinge of hesitation. He was uncertain what unique properties this energy projectile, infused with blood energy, might possess. Perhaps only through its use would he discover its true nature. Nevertheless, its foundational power remained intact, ensuring it would not be lacking in effectiveness. The infused energy projectile wielded greater power than one solely composed of primordial force, comparable to that of a heavy projectile, representing 1.5 times the strength of an ordinary energy projectile. Furthermore, it consumed only half the primordial force during firing compared to a standard shot, which meant that every additional infused projectile was tantamount to an enhanced energy projectile during combat, significantly augmenting his combat potential. This energy projectile was Qinya's trump card prepared for Qiyu. After completing the infusion, dawn had already broken. Qinya lay down to rest, awaiting the return of nightfall. Shortly after 3 in the afternoon, the sky began to darken, as the remaining sunlight was obscured by a distant upper continent. Qinya awoke promptly, replenished himself, and then assessed his physical condition. To his surprise, he discovered that the internal injuries sustained during his cultivation had largely healed, indicating that the recovery ability under the bloodkin physique was indeed exceptionally formidable. Consequently, Qinya no longer faced the greatest peril in his training of the art of warfare and could now advance boldly. The 30 Tides of War King level were evidently not his limit. After conducting a final inspection of the Dawn of Light, he emerged from his hiding place and set off towards Blackstream City. At this moment, Blackstream City remained open, adhering to the customs of the upper middle continent, with gates closing only at midnight and reopening promptly at 6 in the morning. Blackstream City was not fearful of dark races launching surprise attacks, as it was situated in the heart of a human settlement, surrounded by several villages and towns, and housed thousands of expeditionary troops within its walls. It lay merely a few hundred kilometers from a fortress of an expeditionary army. Thus the Lord of Blackstream City operated in accordance with imperial customs, paying little heed to the dark races. At this point, Qinya sported a thick beard and his hair had taken on a somewhat withered yellow hue, resembling a young scavenger. After exchanging 50 copper coins, he successfully entered the city. Acting as a true scavenger, Qinya found the cheapest inn to lodge in and commenced observing Qiyu's movements. The Qi family was a prominent clan within Blackstream City, primarily led by Qiyu's father, who served as a lieutenant quartermaster in one of the Expeditionary Army's divisions, a position equivalent to that of a regiment commander. Additionally, Qiyu's uncle was the city's treasurer. With this dual background, the Qi family ranked among the top 5 families in Blackstream City. Moreover, the Qi surname was a notable one, allowing them to rank as a second-tier family in the upper middle continent of the empire. Naturally, the Qi family in Blackstream City was merely a distant branch of the main lineage. Qinya had thoroughly gathered intelligence on the Qi family. Qiyu himself was a second-tier warrior, practicing the family's secret technique, the thick earth formula, which granted him additional physical enhancements. Though he lacked offensive power, Qiyu had a penchant for collecting energy guns and had managed to acquire several exquisite pieces. However, given his second-tier warrior status, he could not fully unleash their true power. Mr. Wang, who had perished at Qinya's hands, was indeed Qiyu's uncle and also the supervisor of the Qi family's peripheral business. Following Mr. Wang's demise, Qiyu had indeed become more cautious, always accompanied by at least 2 guards. However, after observing for several days, Qinya noted that he consistently had only a 3rd-tier guard by his side, while a 4th-tier guard had yet to appear, leaving Qinya uncertain of their whereabouts. Qinya patiently observed for 3 consecutive days, yet no favorable opportunity arose. However, he possessed ample patience. He had once lain in wait for a week at a single location to ambush a target. This brief wait was inconsequential that on the 4th night, as darkness enveloped the land, Qinya suddenly spotted a truck departing from the Qi residence, heading towards the city gate. This was an ordinary supply truck typically used to transport game meat. However, as it passed before him, Qinya detected an unusual odor and a strong scent of blood emanating from the cargo hold. There were people inside. Moreover, the blood scent he had meticulously memorized indicated that Qi Yu was among them. Remaining stealthy, Qinya lay low and waited for the truck to drive away before emerging from his hiding place, using the cover of night to pursue the vehicle. Upon reaching the city gate, which had already been closed, Qinya observed the occupants of the truck engaging in discussions with the guards. The steam engine that operated the gate roared to life once more, and the heavy steel gates slid open, allowing the truck to exit the city and vanish into the darkness. Qinya watched the truck disappear, opting not to use the city gate himself. Instead, he chose an unguarded section of the city wall, scaling it before leaping over and pursuing the direction in which the truck had departed. The vastness of the wasteland afforded him clear sight for great distances, alleviating any fear of losing track of it. The truck traveled approximately 100 kilometers before coming to a halt beside an abandoned energy station. Qi Yu and 2 others jumped from the cargo hold. Awaiting something, one of them appeared to be a guard, while the other was an elderly man, seemingly possessing only 1st-level strength. In a desolate place like this, such power was barely sufficient for self-preservation. Qinya concealed himself 1,000 meters away, quietly observing. Although it was nighttime, he could still see clearly from that distance, even better than with a 4 times magnification night vision scope. His newly developed dark vision was more formidable than anticipated, within a range of 500 meters. Qinya no longer needed a scope. After nearly an hour, 3 figures emerged from the night, gliding towards them like phantoms. Qi Yu made a gesture, prompting the elderly man beside him to approach the truck and retrieve a box. Positioning himself behind Qi Yu, without hesitation, Qi Yu's guard raised his force gun, aiming it at the 3 approaching individuals. Suddenly, Qinya sensed a subtle wave of blood energy emanating from them. They were of the Blood Clan. Qinya was taken aback. He had not expected Qi Yu to secretly leave the city at night to meet with the Blood Clan. As the heir of the Qi family, Qi Yu, according to Mr. Wang, also had another hidden identity. His personal presence here hinted at significant intentions. Without further hesitation, Qinya began to stealthily approach the transaction site, eager to overhear their conversation. This covert operation proceeded unexpectedly smoothly. Utilizing the cover of darkness and terrain, Qinya stealthily advanced to within 50 meters before halting. He was already an expert in ambush and concealment, and after transforming into a Blood Clan physique, he possessed the cold-blooded traits of the Blood Clan, allowing his body temperature to drop significantly. Consequently, the Blood Clan's infrared life detection lost its efficacy against him. Moreover, he could control the blood energy within him, masking it with force to prevent any leakage, rendering human Blood Clan detection tools ineffective against him. Despite being aimed at by the force gun, the 3 Blood Clan members showed no fear. The leader, with a voice aged and raspy, spoke, "Surely you do not think that this pitiful gun can threaten us? Do not forget, when it comes to the technology of origin weapons, we, the sanctified blood descendants, excel far beyond." Qi Yu chuckled and replied, "It merely adds an extra layer of assurance. While this gun may be underwhelming, it is loaded with a secret silver bullet, something I acquired at great cost. Unless absolutely necessary, I cannot afford to waste it." The 3 Blood Clan members visibly trembled, with one even taking a step back. The leader of the Blood Clan, irritated, retorted, "You actually prepared a secret silver bullet? Are you insulting me?" In the face of the 3 formidable Blood Clan members, Qi Yu remained unfazed, calmly asserting, "No, quite the opposite. My sincerity towards this transaction is unequivocal. This secret silver bullet is a testament to my goodwill. And I hope this transaction proceeds smoothly, as I aspire for future dealings to be equally successful. If my actions have offended you, then the benefits of this transaction should be more than sufficient compensation." The demeanor of the three Blood Clan members softened somewhat. The leader signaled, and one of his companions retrieved a briefcase from beneath his cloak, approaching his side. This briefcase, embodying the quintessential style of the Blood Clan, was predominantly black, adorned with a matte finish and bronze trimmings, exquisitely crafted and luxurious. Its materials and craftsmanship were exceptionally rare. The value of whatever it contained was evident. Chi Yu made a gesture, and the elderly man stepped forward, holding a rather plain box. However, he balanced it carefully with both hands, taking each step with utmost caution, fearful of any tilt. The box contained a special mechanism. Once activated, it had to remain perfectly horizontal. After 3 hours, the mechanism would automatically deactivate. If it tilted beyond 5 degrees during this period, then, boom! Chi Yu mimicked an explosion gesture. The leader of the Blood Clan cast a glance at Chi Yu and coldly remarked, "You are indeed quite cautious." Chi Yu smiled and responded, "I have no choice. When facing a powerful 4th-level Blood Clan member, even the slightest caution is warranted. As I mentioned, my goal is to complete this transaction smoothly." The Blood Clan elder huffed but felt powerless. Once he took hold of this specially calibrated briefcase, evading the secret silver bullet's shot was impossible. Moreover, to prevent any unforeseen incidents within the 3-hour window, they needed to depart swiftly. After all, anything could happen in the wilderness. Chi Yu's preparations effectively quashed any thoughts the Blood Clan might have had about robbing him. Although this transaction was merely the first in a series, many in the Blood Clan still viewed humans as slaves and food from a millennium ago. Whether they adhered to their agreements often depended on their mood at the time. The elder of the Blood Clan had indeed come prepared to resort to violence and theft should things not go his way. He could easily find another to trade with, given the vast number of humans. After all, in Black Flow City, the chief family was not alone, and she was not the only heir. The Blood Clan elder accepted the briefcase, inspecting it with care before passing it to another companion behind him. With a heavy grunt, he turned to leave. It was only after the 3 Blood Clan figures disappeared that Chi Yu let out a long breath. Feeling utterly drained and suddenly drenched in sweat, the pressure of facing a 4th-level Blood Clan member was extraordinary. Past experiences had shown that engaging in trade with dark races required one to be prepared to risk their life. Yet, when the briefcase was finally in his possession, Chi Yu's eyes sparkled with fervor. He carefully opened the box for a glance, then closed the lid with satisfaction, saying, "Let us depart before dawn." The 3 climbed into the truck and began their return journey along the same route. As they moved through the night, the leading elder of the Blood Clan suddenly halted. The Blood Clan member carrying the briefcase stumbled, nearly colliding with him. The alarm was palpable, and both were startled. "Be cautious. Enemies are near. Guard the briefcase," the Blood Clan elder urged urgently. Just then, a round object was suddenly hurled from the darkness. The elder's eyes flared red momentarily before fading, activating his dark vision. He quickly realized that what was coming was a commonly used military grenade from the expeditionary forces. This primitive weapon relied on metal shrapnel and shockwaves to kill, barely effective against 1st-level soldiers, and even less so against 2nd-level Blood Clan members. However, this grenade posed a significant threat. The shockwave could very likely jostle the briefcase, triggering its mechanism and destroying the items of this transaction. In a critical moment, the Blood Clan elder shouted, stepping forward to shield his 2 subordinates with his own body as a 4th-level advanced Blood Clan warrior. The shrapnel would at most inflict minor wounds upon him. Unfortunately, this suit was tailored by a master. Just before the grenade exploded, this was the thought that crossed the elder's mind. Yet, contrary to his expectations, the grenade did not detonate as anticipated. Instead, its top lid suddenly popped off, shooting out a small bundle wrapped in tin foil, which instantly erupted in a burst of silver light before the elder's eyes. The unexpected brilliance temporarily blinded all 3 Blood Clan members. As the grenade was launched, Qianyi leapt from his hiding spot, landing in a half-kneeling position, arms outstretched with dawn's light, aiming at the Blood Clan elder. When the silver light flared, Qianyi closed his eyes, shooting the force bullet he had infused with his own energy from memory. With less than 30 meters separating them, there was no opportunity to evade. The Blood Clan elder let out a pained howl as a pale yellow light erupted from his chest. Not only was his exquisite suit ruined, but a gaping hole the size of a fist opened in his torso as he was propelled backward, crashing into his two subordinates. The two younger Blood Clan members reacted swiftly. Shielded by the elder, the blinding light had diminished significantly, allowing them to recover after only a few moments' hesitation. Point one rushed to support the elder, while the other, clutching the briefcase, turned to flee. However, maintaining the absolute balance of the briefcase while moving limited their speed to a mere hurried shuffle. Qin Yi, however, charged forward with the force of a galloping steed, swiftly closing the distance to 10 meters, shooting a spike towards the Blood Clan elder. The young Blood Clan member, a descendant of the elder, instinctively stepped forward to shield him in the face of danger. Yet before he could position his arm to block, the spike pierced through his chest as if encountering little resistance, emerging from his back and then embedding itself in the elder's right shoulder. The young Blood Clan member wore a look of shock, utterly unprepared for the immense force that had allowed the spike to penetrate his body so effortlessly. Qin Yi surged forward without a moment's pause, sprinting at full speed for the final 10 meters, determined to eliminate the strongest foe before the elder vampire could regain his sight and mobility. A young vampire let out a howl, throwing himself at Qin Yi, managing to grasp the latter's wrist as he swung, and thus began a fierce struggle. Most adult vampires appeared somewhat slender, yet they possessed an extraordinary strength. Even a third-level warrior of the human race would find it challenging to match a second-level vampire in such a contest of strength. However, Qin Yi suddenly roared, unleashing the full force of his being, overpowering the young vampire's resistance, and swiftly drove his dagger deep into the young vampire's shoulder. The silver-coated blade immediately seared the flesh of the young vampire. Releasing plumes of acrid smoke, the young vampire emitted a pained scream, his right hand loosening, which allowed Qin Yi's left hand to regain its freedom. Seizing this critical moment, Qin Yi swung the massive dawnlight, striking the steel grip of the gun forcefully against the young vampire's face. Satisfied to discover that, regardless of a race, the face always seemed relatively vulnerable. This blow crushed the young vampire's nasal bridge and half of his cheekbone, after which Qin Yi tossed aside the dazed young vampire. As Qin Yi reached the elder vampire, he was taken aback to find that his once formidable adversary had lost all combat capability, lying supine on the ground, barely clinging to life, in a brief span. The wound on the elder's chest had expanded to twice its original size, from the size of a fist to that of a bowl, visibly decaying at an alarming rate and oozing black blood. Witnessing this scene, Qin Yi couldn't help but pause momentarily. Was this the result of his earlier shot? At this distance, striking the vital spot, a shot with a demon-slaying silver bullet would undoubtedly have dispatched the elder vampire without question. Even a shot with a bullet 2 levels lower would have inflicted sufficiently grievous wounds that would hinder immediate self-healing. Yet, the forced bullet Qin Yi had infused bore no special demon-slaying properties. Its effectiveness against a vampire should only have been 1/3 that of a silver bullet. Even with Qin Yi's exceptional prowess, it would at most be half. Moreover, the higher the level of the vampire, the more the damage would be mitigated in light of the vampire's formidable regenerative abilities. Any non-fatal physical harm was merely a flesh wound. Absent the persistent damage of silver, a 4th-level vampire elder remained a significant threat. This was precisely why Qin Yi had taken the risk of a head-on confrontation while also ensuring a timely follow-up strike. Yet, the elder's current injuries were evidently more severe than those inflicted by a silver bullet. A single shot had rendered him near death. Qin Yi recalled the mysterious blood essence he had infused into the bullet. Could that be the reason? After merely a fleeting moment of contemplation, Qin Yi dismissed the 2 dying vampires on the ground and dashed into the night, pursuing the fleeing vampire. This time, he refrained from closing in for a direct attack. Instead, upon gauging an appropriate distance, he raised Dawnlight once again, bending his knee in a half-crouch, aiming and firing in one fluid motion. Dawnlight was charged with energy, coalescing into a new force bullet. As he pulled the trigger, a burst of light erupted from the muzzle, striking the young vampire squarely in the back. The young vampire let out a wretched cry, somehow managing to stay on his feet, staggering forward a few steps. That moment, Qin Yi's voice rang in his ear. "You can rest now." The silver dagger plunged deeply into his heart, while the sturdy box landed securely in Xinye's grasp. After a cursory examination of the box, he discovered its mechanisms to be exceedingly intricate, far beyond his ability to dismantle. It appeared he would have to wait for 3 hours. However, Xinye still had an important task unfinished: finding young Master Qi. He turned and sprinted toward the direction of Hailiu City, pausing only briefly to find a previously scouted concealed spot to hide the box. 70 kilometers from Hailiu City, a truck was parked by the roadside, where Qi Yu and the elder stood with furrowed brows, while a guard crawled beneath the vehicle, swapping tools in his hands as he inspected something. Moments later, he poked his head out from under the truck and said, "Young master, the power transmission line is malfunctioning. It has developed a crack, and all the steam power has leaked out. No wonder it one team moved." Qi Yu frowned and asked, "Was it sabotaged?" "It doesn't seem like it. The damage appears to have been caused by stones on the road." "Damn it. Those wretched supply officers. Can't they be a little less corrupt?" After cursing, Qi Yu relaxed his brow somewhat and inquired, "How long will it take to fix?" "This is a minor issue. It can be repaired in 20 minutes, at most half an hour." Upon hearing the guard's response, Qi Yu decided to wait for the truck to be repaired before departing. The distance to Hailiu City was still considerable. If he were to walk, it would take him over 2 hours, and he would be utterly exhausted. Even after the truck was repaired, the return journey would still take approximately the same amount of time. Nevertheless, Qi Yu felt somewhat frustrated. This operation was both secretive and crucial, and the vehicle had been meticulously selected beforehand. Known for its robust off-road capabilities and high reliability, he never expected it would encounter an issue after just one trip. Overall, however, Qi Yu's spirits remained high. He had successfully completed this immensely significant transaction, which would not only elevate his standing within his family, but also win favor with a prominent figure. That individual was none other than the superior of his father's superior. By establishing this connection and subsequently gaining experience in the expeditionary forces, Qi Yu's prospects could easily surpass those of his father. With a stroke of luck, he might even ascend further, perhaps even have the opportunity to settle in the upper echelons of the continent. Contemplating the bright future ahead, Qi Yu found the passage of time much more bearable. The guard retrieved tools from the truck and began tinkering away as Xinye approached under the cover of darkness. He beheld the very scene he had envisioned, and it was the best possible outcome. The power line beneath the truck was the one he had damaged, with his background as a red scorpion. Such minor sabotage was second nature, leaving no trace behind. Xinye's greatest concern had been that Qi Yu would abandon the truck and walk back to Hailiu City, which would complicate his pursuit. Fortunately, Qi Yu indeed seemed to enjoy the finer things in life, opting to wait for the truck to be repaired. Dawnlight was now charged with energy, representing the last force bullet he could utilize that night. He held his breath and patiently crept closer to Qi Yu. 100 meters, 90 meters, until he was within 30 meters. Xinye remained undetected. "Young master, the truck is fixed," the guard called out, emerging from beneath the vehicle. As Xinye saw Qi Yu and the elder turn their attention to the guard, he immediately hurled the grenade he had been holding and then fired Dawnlight.